In a world teeming with sinister spirits, a mere drank Taoist has astonishingly awakened the heart of a celestial master. Within the moon spirit community, red lanterns swayed in the breeze. The yellow talisman papers affixed to each door flickered ominously under the dim light, casting an eerie silence over the entire neighborhood. Occasionally, a gust of sinister wind would stir, causing the lanterns to creak ominously, heightening the sense of dread. In stark contrast, the Lu family was in high spirits. Lu Shushan beamed with joy, raising his glass in laughter. Our family must have some extraordinary fortune. My son has transitioned into a fire-type ghost mage. And with a rare rank evaluation, Lu Ming and Lu's mother joined in the hearty laughter. Yet, Yisheng sat quietly, a stark contrast to the jubilant Lu family. As Lu Shushan's adopted son, he had always been treated differently, his status far inferior to that of Lu Ming, the biological son. He was merely a traveler from the blue planet, inexplicably transported to this eerie world that seemed to merge with a ghostly game realm. This was a world shrouded in perpetual darkness, where sunlight was a rarity. At night, people dared not venture outside, relying on talisman papers for protection. Beyond the city limits, malevolent spirits surged like tides, with ghostly realms, dungeons, and abysses too numerous to count. In such a world, one had to continuously change professions and level up just to survive. Brother, we both transitioned today. What profession did you end up with? Lu Ming suddenly inquired. Yisheng paused for a moment before replying quietly, I'd rather not say. Under the persistent questioning of the Lu family, Yisheng finally confessed, my profession is just a drank Taoist. The Lu family was taken aback. Lu Shushan's expression changed instantly, and he declared, starting tomorrow, you need to find a job to support your brother's training. Alone in his cramped room, Yisheng listened to the laughter outside, feeling a mix of emotions. He opened his attribute panel and was surprised to find that his passive talent was showing, awakening 99.86. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding! Passive talent awakening successful. Ding! Passive talent heart of a celestial master activated. Ding! Second transition initiated. Congratulations! Second transition complete. New profession celestial master. Passive talent heart of a celestial master triggered. Thunder summoning upgraded to destruction level 9 heavens divine thunder. What? A series of notification sounds bombarded Yisheng, leaving him bewildered. At the same time, he felt the information was overwhelming and couldn't digest it all at once. Yisheng blinked, trying to calm his mind. The attribute panel reappeared before him, and the changes were immediately clear. He widened his eyes to examine it closely. Character: Yisheng. Profession: Celestial Master. Profession rating: SSSS level. Level: First transition, level 0. Innate passive: Heart of the Celestial Master. Yisheng gasped in disbelief, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. His profession had transformed from Taoist to Celestial Master, with a staggering SSSS level rating. It's important to note that the strongest profession in this world was only SL. At the same time, the heavenly rankings in the Imperial City suddenly changed. This golden stone tablet recorded the world's top 100 professions, remaining unchanged for ages. Now, it emitted a blinding golden light, pushing the original top-ranked SSS level profession to second place. The first place was now inscribed with first place, profession, Celestial Master, rating, SSSS level. This unexpected turn of events immediately alarmed the guards. They stared in shock at this unprecedented new profession, realizing it was a headline-worthy event for the next day. Back at the Yuling community, Yisheng was still studying his profession change. He noticed that his innate passive, Heart of the Celestial Master, automatically upgraded learned skills to destruction level. His original lightning summoning technique had transformed into 9 heavens divine thunder, with attack power increased by 10,000 and damage to ghosts increased by 20,000. Yisheng was completely stunned. This meant all future skills he acquired would be upgraded to destruction level. He was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. The next morning, Yisheng appeared at the breakfast table with dark circles under his eyes. Lu Shushan and Lu Ma were having breakfast when Lu Ming rushed in excitedly, shouting, something big happened. The heavenly rankings have been updated. Lu Shushan asked in shock. What profession appeared? What rank is it? Lu Ming replied excitedly, Celestial Master. It's ranked first, pushing the previous number 1 down. Lu Shushan dropped his chopsticks onto the table, utterly stunned. This was undoubtedly an event that would shake the entire Federation. Equally astonished was another person. Yisheng, who had been minding his own business and eating his meal, was now frozen in place upon hearing the news. Did I just top the heavenly rankings? Yisheng was stunned. The astonishing feat from last night was only now starting to stir waves in Yisheng's heart. As he recalled, his heavenly master profession was rated at an unprecedented SSSS level, far surpassing the world's strongest SSS level. Reaching the top of the heavenly rankings seemed almost inevitable. While Yishang was still immersed in shock, Lu Shushan and Lu Ming had already begun a heated discussion. Heavenly Master? What kind of profession is that? Lu Shushan asked, his face alight with excitement as if he discovered a new continent. Lu Ming shook his head in confusion. I've never heard of it. Lu Shushan mused. Any profession that makes it onto the freak rankings is extremely unique. Each has the potential to become a major force. And the rating? Is it SSS level? Lu Shushan asked, but immediately realized his mistake. To surpass the former number 1, it had to be beyond SSS level. However, Lu Ming shook his head, his expression suddenly animated. It's not SSS level, but SSSS level. The first ever SSSS level profession in this world. What? Lu Shushan was thunderstruck, his mind buzzing. SSSS level. Someone's profession had broken through the world's limits. Lu Ma also widened her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, goodness. Who on earth became this heavenly master? The three were stunned for a long time before Lu Shushan regained his senses and turned to his son. Lu Ming, these freaks are not from our world. Now that you have an A-level profession, you should aim for the federal exam. Try to get into Fengdu University. It's where all the prodigies gather. If you get in, you'll be among these extraordinary individuals. Lu Ma looked on with anticipation. Yes, Xiao Ming. If you get in, you'll bring honor to our family. I'll definitely make it. Lu Ming replied confidently. Hearing the mention of Fengdu University, a glimmer of hope flashed in Yisheng's eyes. With the world's top heavenly master profession, he was sure to shine in the federal exam in 2 months and astonish everyone. I'm heading out for a bit, Yisheng said as he got up to leave. He didn't want to waste any more time and needed to quickly enhance his abilities. Go on, go on. Lu Shushan waved dismissively, his focus still on his son. Just as Yisheng was about to step out, Lu Shushan called out, don't wander around today. Go find a job. Your brother will soon need resources for cultivation. Yisheng froze at the words, then left without looking back. Lu Ming was required to commit to serving Tianfeng Group for 3 years. Upon hearing this, Lu Shushan was overjoyed. Such an opportunity was naturally welcomed. Given the Lu family circumstances, they couldn't possibly support Lu Ming's journey on the path of cultivation. Once on this path, money is needed at every turn. Lu's mother repeatedly urged her son to perform well, fearing he might not secure a contract with Tianfeng Group. If that were the case, the exorbitant costs of cultivation resources might push the entire Lu family to the brink. Lu Ming nodded solemnly, quickly packed his things, and set out. Securing this contract was crucial for him. If successful, he could leverage Tianfeng Group's resources to grow rapidly and prepare for the upcoming federal exams in 2 months. After leaving the Lu family, Yisheng soon exited the Yuling community. Even during the day, the streets were shrouded in a heavy ghostly fog. Pedestrians hurried along, wrapped in gray coats, avoiding conversations with strangers. This was for safety reasons, as powerful ghosts could appear even during the day, and a casual conversation might invite trouble by nightfall. Yisheng, dressed in sportswear, walked down the street with a relaxed demeanor. As a celestial master, he was adept at dealing with ghosts and felt no fear. Although still at level 0, Yisheng had already begun contemplating how to advance to the next level. He sensed a faint flow of energy within him, so weak it was almost imperceptible. In this world, the hierarchy of levels is clearly defined, starting from 1 transition to level 0, with a job change available every 100 levels. Yisheng decided to venture into the wilderness for training, planning to consider challenging the ghostly secret realm once his strength increased. After leaving Ghost Mountain City, Yisheng found himself in the eerie wilderness. The ghostly fog echoed with wailing cries and the howls of fierce ghosts, while a few ghost crows perched on dead trees, cawing hoarsely. Suddenly, a bright light flashed. The morning fog was particularly dense. Yisheng walked through it, and after about 10 minutes, he arrived at the market outside the gates of Ghost Mountain City. In the thick mist, white lanterns swayed gently in the breeze, and the soul-calming bells tinkled crisply. Cultivators were busy setting up stalls to sell equipment and elixirs or loudly recruiting teammates. A burly warrior stood with his arms crossed, coldly advertising, level 50 Ghost Warrior as a tank, 2,000 Federation coins. Yisheng noticed his robust vitality, likely due to his Blood Bowl equipment. Such gear enhances combat strength, but comes at a high price. Nearby, a man in a mage's robe proudly announced, level 75 Ghost Mage leading the team, 10,000 Federation coins for 2 hours. People around cast him looks of awe, as mages generally held high status. Yisheng was secretly taken aback. The cost was comparable to 2 months' living expenses for an average family. He glanced down at his own 200-coin sportswear, which stood in stark contrast to the colorful equipment around him. However, he remained undeterred. With his world-class profession as a celestial master and the extraordinary skill 9 Heavens Thunder, It was only a matter of time before he rose to prominence. Suddenly, the market erupted into chaos. For figures flew through the air, revealing a wind element mage using a flight spell. The crowd quickly retreated, and even the vendors hurriedly packed up their stalls and fled. An elderly man patted Yisheng on the shoulder, urgently advising, "Young man, leave quickly, don't catch the attention of the Tsangming squad." Bewildered, Yisheng asked for clarification, and the elder explained that it was a top-tier squad at the first transformation, level 90. Being forcibly recruited by them never ended well. Before he could finish speaking, the four figures were already flying in their direction. The elder's face changed dramatically, and he dashed away. Yisheng wanted to leave too, but it was already too late. The area was deserted, leaving him conspicuously alone. Swoosh! The four figures landed, surrounding Yisheng. A burly man dressed in armor grabbed Yisheng by the back of his collar and laughed heartily. "Not bad, didn't take much effort this time. We'll use this kid to make up the numbers." The burly man's large hands clamped onto Yisheng's collar like iron pincers, lifting him off the ground. Yisheng's feet dangled in the air as he struggled, but he couldn't break free. A woman in a gray robe glanced over with cold eyes and said indifferently, "Don't waste time. The teleportation array to the depths of the wilderness requires 5 people to activate. We have only 4, and with this kid, we're set. Once we're through, we'll just leave him there." "Exactly." The burly man grinned, a cruel glint in his eyes. "Kid, tough luck for you. Just help us out with the numbers. Let's go." The woman in the gray robe formed a series of hand seals, and a green light enveloped them all. Yisheng felt his body lighten and involuntarily floated. Before he could react, he was whisked away by the 4 of them, leaving the bustling market behind. In the distance, passers-by stopped and looked at Yisheng with sympathetic eyes. Someone whispered, "That kid's in for it." Being left in the depths of the wilderness, the chances of him making it back to Ghost Mountain City on his own are slim. That place is crawling with vengeful spirits. Moments later, the 5 of them landed on an octagonal array. The array emitted a faint purple glow and was guarded by an elderly man with a deep aura and gray hair. The woman in gray respectfully bowed. "Master Zhou, please activate the teleportation array." She handed over a heavy pouch of coins. The old man's eyes, sharp as lightning, swept over the 5 of them, lingering briefly on Yisheng, but he said nothing more. He simply remarked, "Don't move around, or I won't be responsible if you fall into a spatial rift." With that, the elder formed a series of complex hand seals with fluid precision. The octagonal array trembled as the purple light surged, engulfing the 5 of them in an instant. When the purple light faded, the teleportation array was empty, with no one in sight. To truly be considered the depths of the wilderness, a place must be more than 500 li away from Ghost Mountain City. It is a genuine no man's land. Flashes of purple light appeared, and 5 figures materialized out of nowhere at the edge of the Black Mountain Forest. A burly man named Qiu Shan laughed heartily and shoved Yisheng forward. Yisheng stumbled a few steps, feeling dizzy, which was a normal reaction after teleportation. Once he regained his composure, Yisheng surveyed his surroundings. The world was shrouded in darkness, ghostly fog enveloped the area, and a bone-chilling cold assaulted him. The sinister aura here was more than 10 times stronger than that of Ghost Mountain City. Yisheng shivered, realizing that staying here long would be deadly. However, when he looked at Qiu Shan and the others, they were chatting and laughing as if nothing was amiss. Their gear automatically emitted a golden glow, repelling the oppressive aura. With his sharp eyes, Yisheng recognized the rare golden-grade equipment they wore, each set worth a fortune. Noticing Yisheng's fixed gaze, Qiu Shan chuckled and plunged a massive golden sword into the ground before him. The dazzling light nearly blinded Yisheng. A woman in a gray robe glanced over coldly and suggested they set off immediately. In the next moment, the 4 of them soared into the air and vanished into the thick fog. It suddenly dawned on Yisheng that he had been left behind as bait. Nonetheless, he remained calm. As a celestial master, he could handle such situations. Yisheng opened his electronic map and pinpointed a nearby desolate village. Accepting his fate, he decided to use this opportunity for training. He set off and soon arrived at his destination. The village was eerily silent, with ruins scattered everywhere. Using his celestial vision, Yisheng saw female ghosts in white weeping and burning paper at each grave. The entire village was shrouded in a sinister green aura. Swish! Yisheng focused on one of the female ghosts, and her information immediately appeared before him. Monster, vengeful ghost in white. Level, first transition, level 52. Level 52? That's impressive. Yisheng scanned the area, his expression slightly tense. Yisheng furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of surprise. A level 52 ghost was indeed a formidable opponent, its thick aura of darkness making it hard to deal with. It seemed that the depths of the wilderness truly hid powerful adversaries, each encounter a potential threat. He took a deep breath, a determined glint in his eyes. In that case, why not test the might of the nine heavens' divine thunder? As soon as he finished speaking, Yisheng formed a hand seal, and lightning began to swirl around him. The might of the nine heavens' divine thunder was astonishing, increasing his attack power 100-fold and having a lethal suppression on ghosts. No matter how strong the level 52 ghost was, it might not withstand the divine thunder from the heavens. Meanwhile, 100 miles away in the Black Mountain Forest, Lu Ming was following the second-tier ghost master Zhong Shan to level up. Ghostly shadows flickered through the eerie forest, making Lu Ming's teeth chatter with fear. Zhong Shan shook his head in disappointment, thinking that this rank professional was surprisingly cowardly and not very useful. As the two ventured deeper into the forest to hunt ghosts, the sky suddenly changed color. Dark clouds gathered, and golden lightning danced through the clouds, creating a terrifying sight. Zhong Shan's face grew serious, and he paused his actions. The ghosts in the forest went into hiding, as if they had encountered their nemesis. Curious, Lu Ming looked up to see the golden lightning flashing, the overwhelming power of the heavens descending upon them. He couldn't help but ask, "Senior, what's happening? There must be a master nearby." Zhong Shan squinted and said. Lu Ming was startled by this and asked, "A master? Are you saying that this phenomenon was caused by someone?" Zhong Shan shook his head with a cold smile. Manipulating the weather like that is not something anyone below a level 5 or 6 master can do. But it seems someone has used a forbidden spell scroll. He looked up at the sky filled with golden lightning, frowning slightly. "It's just, I've never seen this spell before. Its power shouldn't be too great." Before he could finish speaking, Zhong Shan abruptly closed his mouth. The golden lightning, after a brief build-up, struck down from the dark clouds with immense force, covering everything within a 100-mile radius and destroying everything below. At that moment, it was as if the world had gone silent. In the center of the golden lightning, in the desolate village of Qufan, Yisheng was channeling the lightning with hand signs, surrounded by golden electric light. Waves of white-clad ghosts rushed towards him, only to be countered like they had met their nemesis. Each time a golden bolt struck a ghost, it was as if they suffered an immense blow, turning to ashes before they could even scream. As countless ghosts were vanquished, Yisheng's ears were filled with system notifications. "Congratulations, you have killed a level 52 white-clad ghost, gaining 3,568 experience points. Congratulations, you have killed a level 99 infant ghost king, gaining 124,238 experience points." An overwhelming tide of experience points surged in, and Yisheng's level soared at a staggering pace. In just a few breaths, he advanced from level 0 to level 50 of the first tier, and quickly broke through the level 90 barrier. Finally, with a blinding flash of white light, Yisheng's level skyrocketed to 100 of the first tier. Yisheng was shocked. He had reached the peak of the first tier in just a dozen breaths. With this level of power, he could practically dominate the wilderness. If he were to encounter the Tsaming squad again, he could suppress all 5 members by himself. Reaching level 100 of the first tier marked him as a peak-level first-tier strongman. To grow stronger, he would need to step into the second tier, the Ghost Master level. This transformation would be another major breakthrough. He had reached the pinnacle. Yisheng's heart surged with excitement. It felt like a dream. The speed of his advancement was too fast. What others took decades to achieve, he had accomplished in an instant. Yisheng's eyes, sharp as lightning, scanned his surroundings. The divine thunder from the heavens continued to rage, sweeping away the spectral creatures, yet his level remained stagnant. In this world, the level cap is 100, and no amount of experience would help him surpass it. To continue his growth, he needed to break into the next great realm, the second transition Ghost Master. Yisheng shook his head, temporarily pushing the thought aside. There were more urgent matters at hand. His gaze swept across a 100-mile radius, and his pupils turned a blood-red hue. In the distant sky, beams of light of various colors shot upwards, dazzling and brilliant. These were the auras created by newly dropped equipment, with the brightness of the beams indicating the quality of the gear. Yisheng's breath quickened, and his heart raced. Bronze beams were the most numerous. Silver beams were also plentiful, and, thrillingly, there were over 100 golden beams, signifying precious gold equipment. But what truly set Yisheng's blood racing were the dozen or so beams of dark gold. Dark gold equipment was so rare that even a powerful team like the Tsaming squad had never owned a single piece. Now, more than a dozen pieces were within reach, like a fortune falling from the sky. Yisheng took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. Such a vast array of high-level equipment was sure to have attracted the attention of nearby powerful individuals. If he didn't collect them soon, it could lead to serious trouble. Yisheng's breathing was slightly heavy. Without further delay, he knew he had to act quickly. The sight of so much gear had likely already made many nearby strong individuals envious. If he didn't gather it soon, he risked inviting big trouble. With a swift gesture, Yisheng summoned all the equipment within a 100-mile radius, causing them to rain down towards him like a torrent. His eyes slightly narrowed. Yisheng extended his spiritual sense. Instantly, countless pieces of equipment sliced through the air, densely filling the sky. Among them, a dozen or so dark golden orbs stood out, causing the nearby powerful beings to breathe heavily as they rushed toward the scene. Yisheng remained calm, raising his hand to open his spatial bracelet. The vast space within it acted like a bottomless pit, swallowing all the flying equipment. Once the last piece was secured, Yisheng finally relaxed, a rare smile appearing on his lips. Sensing the auras converging around him, Yisheng knew he couldn't linger. With a powerful leap, he vanished into the dense ghostly mist. Moments later, several powerful presences arrived at the desolate village of Qufan. Among them were even second-turn ghost masters, but they could only look at the empty village in frustration. Zongshan, arriving belatedly with Lu Ming, could only shake his head in resignation upon seeing the scene. Yisheng sped across the landscape, soon reaching Gonyo Valley, 200 miles away. This valley was home to hordes of Gonyo ghosts, each possessing the power of a first-turn level 90. Ordinary cultivators would avoid this place, but Yisheng was unfazed. Striding confidently through the valley, the Gonyo ghosts exploded one after another in his wake. Yisheng laughed heartily, feeling an unparalleled thrill. Having reached the peak of the first turn, dealing with these Gonyo ghosts was a breeze for him. Finding a quiet spot, Yisheng began to inventory his haul. The equipment in his spatial bracelet piled up like mountains, forcing him to meticulously count each piece. After 2 hours, he finally tallied the results: 1,129 bronze items, 488 silver items, 108 gold items, and 12 dark gold items. Taking a deep breath, Yisheng realized the magnitude of his gains. He carefully retrieved the 12 dark gold pieces, inspecting them closely. His gaze swept over the 12 glowing orbs, each encasing a piece of equipment chest armor, a headpiece, bracers, and more. As Yisheng examined them one by one, a smile crept onto his face. What luck! He had managed to assemble a complete set from the 12 dark gold items. Sets. These are series of equipment pieces that, when gathered together, unleash far greater attributes than any standalone item. Yisheng's eyes were fixed intently on the 12 orbs of light floating before him, with 7 of them shining particularly bright, resembling 7 small white suns. He knew this was a complete set of dark gold tier equipment, something immensely valuable on the market. Even silver sets are hard to come by, let alone dark gold ones. Taking a deep breath, Yisheng focused on one of the white orbs. Instantly, a stream of information appeared before his eyes. White Jade Dragon Crown, equipable at level 90, dark gold quality. Suitable for physical magic classes. Attack speed 160, casting speed 170, critical hit rate 56, critical effect enhancement 150, physical penetration 150, magical penetration 140. Passive effect. Intimidation reduces damage from ghosts within 100 meters by 5. Yisheng gasped in astonishment. The casting speed alone was nearly 6 times higher than that of ordinary gold equipment. He recalled the lengthy chanting time when he last used the 9 Heavens Divine Lightning, feeling relieved that his opponents were merely mindless ghosts. Against a true expert, he would have been defeated countless times over. He quickly examined the remaining 6 pieces of the set: White Jade Dragon Sword, White Jade Robe, White Jade Bracers, White Jade Leg Guards, White Jade Boots, and White Jade Belt. With all 7 pieces complete, it was like a fortune had fallen from the sky. Yisheng took a deep breath and beckoned with his hand. Boom! A piece of white jade dark gold equipment shot towards him like a cannonball, instantly adorning his body. In that moment, he felt his internal power surge tenfold. Astonished, Yisheng continued to don the other pieces. Each one further elevated his aura. By the time the 7th piece was equipped, Yisheng's strength had skyrocketed to 70 times its original level. However, this was not the end. As the final piece settled into place, the full power of the white jade set began to awaken. When the 7th piece was equipped, the set's attributes were activated. Yisheng felt an incredible surge of energy within him, skyrocketing by 30 times. Ultimately, it reached an astonishing 100 times. He gripped the white jade sword tightly, overwhelmed by the torrent of power coursing through him. With a simple yet powerful swing, the sword unleashed a dazzling white beam, slicing through the air and striking a nearby hill. With a thunderous crash, the hill shattered in response. Yisheng stood in shock, watching half of the mountain leveled in an instant, debris flying everywhere. Was this the power of someone 100 times stronger than a typical level 100 first stage warrior? It was overwhelming. Reflecting on his past, Yisheng remembered when he was just a novice with nothing. Now, he not only possessed a full set of dark gold armor, but also wielded unimaginable strength. If he were to encounter the Tsangming squad again, he could probably crush them with just a finger. Recalling the time he almost lost his life in the wilderness, A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. This vendetta needed to be settled. However, the immediate task was to deal with the equipment in his space ring. Yisheng glanced at the ring, now filled with various gear. After a brief consideration, he decided to sell the surplus items, including 5 pieces of unused dark gold gear. Yisheng accessed the federal trading platform and quickly got in touch with an equipment merchant. An equipment merchant, as the name suggests, specializes in dealing with equipment. Yisheng opened his spatial bracelet, projecting a blurry image of an equipment merchant. The merchant glanced casually at the young Yisheng, assuming it was just a small transaction. "Hurry up, I have other matters to attend to," the merchant urged. Yisheng frowned and directly sent over a list. The merchant glanced at it, nearly dropping his jaw in shock. 1,129 bronze items, 488 silver, and 108 gold. "Are you selling all of this to me?" The merchant's attitude instantly became respectful. Of course, Yisheng nodded. The merchant swiftly appraised the items at over 46 million. As the transaction concluded, Yisheng added, "I also have 5 dark gold items. Are you interested?" "What?" The merchant stumbled. "Yes, of course." The 5 dark gold items were appraised at over 60 million. After the transaction, the merchant left several business cards before leaving. Yisheng stared at the over 100 million balance in his account, lost in thought. He marveled at how this world belonged to the strong. Ordinary people earn a few thousand a month, while a single piece of equipment for cultivators can be worth tens of thousands. After closing the account, Yisheng was about to stand up when he was drawn by the notifications from his classmates' group chat. He hesitated for a moment, but decided to check it out. In the chat, his classmate Zhou Ming was lamenting. "Can someone help me? I've been stuck at level 100 after the first transition for a year. How do I overcome the thunder tribulation for the second transition to Ghost Master?" Someone joked, "A mere thunder tribulation? It's quite simple. I have a solution." Zhou Ming eagerly asked, "What solution do you have?" A classmate chuckled and said, "That's easy. Just get yourself a set of dark gold equipment, and you'll definitely survive the lightning tribulation." Zhou Ming's face fell instantly upon hearing this. He shook his head helplessly. If he had dark gold equipment, he would have already attempted the tribulation instead of complaining here. A set of dark gold gear costs at least tens of millions, and a complete set is priceless, often requiring connections to even buy. While his family was well off, they weren't extravagant to that extent. "Get lost," Zhou Ming retorted, realizing this guy was just teasing him. At that moment, someone changed the subject. "Did you hear? Not long ago, a mysterious expert appeared in the wild and reportedly wiped out all ghost creatures within 100 miles with a single move, including the boss-level ones." "Really? One move to clear 100 miles of ghosts?" Someone exclaimed in disbelief. "Are you kidding? Could it be a fifth-turn powerhouse?" The group chat exploded with excitement as everyone eagerly discussed the gossip. The classmate who brought up the topic thumped his chest and declared, "It's absolutely true. I've got video evidence. Someone accidentally caught it and posted it on a secret forum. Hurry up and show it to us. Who knows if you're bluffing?" someone urged. Yisheng watched the conversation shift suddenly, feeling a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, the classmate soon posted the video in the group. Yisheng opened it, and his face changed dramatically. It was footage of him using the 9 heavens divine thunder in the desolate village. Although the video was taken from a distance and was shaky and blurry, his figure hovering in the air was still faintly visible. Yisheng quietly breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the distance and the interference of the lightning made it hard to recognize his true identity. The group chat erupted again. "My goodness, it's real. What kind of terrifying skill is this? Golden lightning everywhere, destroying everything within 100 miles. It's like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut." "That figure seems to be wearing sportswear." "Which powerhouse wears sportswear?" "Exactly, what powerhouse would bother showing off in a low-level map?" Everyone was buzzing with speculation, and someone asked seriously, "Does anyone know what technique this is?" "No idea. I've never seen any powerhouse in Ghost Mountain City use such a shocking thunder technique." At this point, Zhang Gang spoke up. As a second-turn Ghost Master who had already survived the lightning tribulation, he held a certain status among his classmates. He said calmly, "This thunder technique is quite formidable. In all of Ghost Mountain City, the only person I know who can perform it is Mr. Yin Shang. His mastery of thunder techniques is extraordinary. It must be him." "Mr. Yin Shang?" Someone was taken aback. "Isn't he a fifth-turn Ghost King powerhouse?" Zhou Ming questioned. "But the person in the video is wearing sportswear. How could it be Mr. Yin Shang?" Everyone paused. Even Zhang Gang fell silent. Yisheng listened to the discussion, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He hadn't expected his actions to be the topic of conversation in the class group, nor that someone had filmed it. He was even more surprised that Zhang Gang had spoken up, as he was a well-known figure among their classmates. Of course, in their class, there were several like Zhang Gang, second-turn Ghost Masters, and even a few third-turn Ghost Generals and fourth-turn Ghost Sect members. Although not many, their presence was impressive, especially the fourth-turn ghost sect members, who were highly respected in the cultivation world. As expected, after Zhang Yang spoke, other second-turn ghost master classmates joined the discussion. The third-turn ghost generals remained silent, seemingly uninterested. Is our class beauty around? We should ask her about this. Zhang Yang suddenly chuckled. Someone chimed in. Yeah, our class beauty, Shang Guanying, is incredibly skilled. She was already a fourth-turn ghost sect member a year ago. She's the only one who might have contact with fifth-turn ghost kings and could know the identity of this mysterious expert. Everyone laughed and joked, but Yishang's expression was complicated. Shang Guanying was not just the belle of her class, but also the school, and she was renowned among the younger generation of Ghost Mountain City for her exceptional talent. The moment Shang Guanying's name surfaced in the classmates' chat group, it stirred quite a commotion. She was a standout not only as the class and school beauty, but also as a prominent figure among the youth in Ghost Mountain City, having reached the fourth stage of the ghost sect at a young age. Yishang recalled the one brief conversation he had with her during school and couldn't help but marvel at how unattainable a goddess like her seemed. As the chatter continued, Shang Guanying spoke up in a cool tone. Instead of idly chatting, everyone should focus on preparing for the upcoming federal exam. Getting into Fengdu University is the true goal. Her words brought an immediate hush to the chat. A moment later, Zhang Gang chimed in supportively. That's right. We should all concentrate on giving our best for the entrance exam. That's what's important now. Zhoming sighed. You all are at the second or third stage, while I'm just at the first stage, level 100. It's going to be tough for me. Zhang Gang reassured him. The exam values potential and overall ability. You still have a chance. Silently, Yishang closed the chat group, contemplating Shang Guanying's words. Focusing on exam preparation is indeed the priority. Everything else is secondary. The pride he felt from recently reaching the first stage, level 100, vanished in comparison to his peers' achievements. Taking a deep breath, Yishang encouraged himself. Although he started later, with the world's top-ranked profession as a celestial master, catching up with them was only a matter of time. He looked forward to meeting his classmates again during the federal exam, anticipating it to be an interesting encounter. The forest around him was silent. Yisheng cleared his mind and began planning his next steps. Next, he needed to quickly break through to the second stage of the Ghost Master realm. However, achieving this breakthrough was no easy feat. Yisheng pondered the conditions required to reach the second stage of the Ghost Master realm. To break through to the second-tier Ghost Master realm, two conditions must be met. One is to find the job transfer item specific to this profession. The other is to survive the lightning tribulation. Yisheng rubbed his chin, a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. The transfer item acts as a catalyst. Finding it will summon the lightning tribulation. This precious item can only be acquired by defeating a boss. With a bit of luck, it can be obtained quickly. The real challenge lies in surviving the lightning tribulation. Yisheng glanced at his dark gold-tier armor, a slight smile playing on his lips. With this equipment, getting through the first-tier lightning tribulation should be no problem. Anticipating the imminent surge in power, a look of expectation flickered in Yisheng's eyes. A newly advanced second-tier Ghost Master can be 50 times stronger than a typical first-tier level 100. Such a gap allows a newly advanced second-tier to easily defeat dozens of peak first-tier opponents. However, equipment is a variable. Yisheng looked down at his dark gold armor, a hint of pride in his eyes. This equipment makes his strength 100 times that of a typical first-tier level 100, even more impressive than a newly advanced second-tier. Of course, if he encounters a seasoned second-tier expert with excellent equipment, his current advantage would not suffice. A sharp look flashed in Yisheng's eyes. Breaking through is the key. After reaching the second tier, he can equip even more powerful gear, taking his strength to a new level. Yisheng stood up, clenched his fists and said, Enough thinking. Let's find the transfer item first. With that, he vanished into the ghostly mist, heading deeper into the wilderness. Days later, in a toxic mist swamp, the green miasma surged like a tangible force. Suddenly, golden divine lightning descended from the sky, instantly purifying the poisonous fog. Deep within the swamp, a colossal 10-meter-tall skeletal giant collapsed under the lightning strikes, scattering equipment all around. Yisheng flashed to the scene, scanning the ground with a frown. Still nothing, he sighed, surprised at how elusive the transfer item was. Over the past few days, he had defeated more than 20 bosses, yet he hadn't succeeded. Let's take a break, Yisheng said, finding a spot on a black stone to sit and recover his energy. The Nine Heavens divine lightning was incredibly powerful, but also consumed immense energy. After each use, he experienced a brief period of weakness. Yisheng furrowed his brow in thought. This approach wasn't sustainable. If he were to battle someone, using the Nine Heavens divine lightning would leave him vulnerable during the subsequent weakness. 4 days, he had been trying to control the attack range of the Nine Heavens divine lightning to reduce energy consumption. However, The Nine Heavens Divine Lightning is inherently a wide-range attack skill, making control impossible. Once unleashed, it covers a 100-mile radius, draining his energy completely. Yishang had tried multiple times to narrow the area of effect, but all his efforts ended in failure. With furrowed brows and slightly trembling fingers, Yishang grappled with the immense power of his destructive level skills, which were notoriously difficult to control with precision. Taking a deep breath, he decided to set aside his research on the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder for the moment and look for a new breakthrough. With a light tap on the space bracelet on his wrist, a pile of colorful skill books materialized before him, forming a small mountain. He began to sift through them carefully, examining each one. The bright red fireball technique was quickly discarded. Being a celestial master, he couldn't learn fire-type ghost magic. Similarly, the Ghost Warrior's exclusive Savage Charge was also set aside. Just as Yishang was about to lose patience, a golden skill book caught his eye. Demon Slaying Sword, he murmured to himself, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Although it was a Taoist skill, the system indicated he could learn it. After all, a celestial master is essentially an advanced form of a Taoist. Without hesitation, Yishang chose to learn the skill. The system's notification promptly announced the successful acquisition. However, his excitement quickly turned to disappointment when he saw the skill's attributes. The attack power increased by a mere 5, and the additional damage to ghosts was a paltry 2. As Yishang frowned, a new notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! A new skill detected. Innate passive Celestial Master's Heart activated, automatically upgrading Demon Slaying Sword to a destructive level. The passive skill, Celestial Master's Heart, has been triggered, upgrading the Demon Slaying Sword to the destruction level Vajra Demon Slaying Sword. Vajra Demon Slaying Sword? Yishang's face lit up with joy as he secretly celebrated the activation of his talent once again. Eagerly, he checked the new skill description. Destruction level skill, Vajra Demon Slaying Sword LV1. Single target attack. Attack power increased by 15,000, and damage to ghosts increased by 25,000. Single target attack? Yishang's eyes gleamed with excitement. This perfectly addressed his energy consumption issue. As he looked at the power increase, he gasped. Compared to the ordinary Demon Slaying Sword's 5 boost, this was a monumental leap. Although it didn't match the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder in terms of area attack, its single target power was unmatched. Yishang couldn't help but feel ecstatic, sensing a significant boost in his strength. After a brief rest, Yishang decided to set off to test his new skill. He opened the map and quickly pinpointed his target, the Headless Ghost Valley. It was rumored that a Headless Ghost King boss resided there, making it the perfect place to test the Vajra Demon Slaying Sword's might. Upon arriving at the Headless Ghost Valley, Yishang saw a vast number of headless ghosts, heightening his alertness. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of a fierce battle in the distance. Looking over, he saw a massive Headless Ghost King attacking a golden protective shield. Inside the shield, 4 people were in a sorry state, and to Yishang's surprise, it was the Tsaoming squad that had once captured him. With a hint of amusement in his eyes, Yishang decided to watch the situation unfold. The protective shield was on the verge of collapsing, and the 4 inside looked ashen-faced. Among them, the burly warrior Qiu Shan, trembling with fear, stammered, "What do we do? I don't want to die." The woman in the gray robe, Li Ying, was no longer as composed as before. Her hair was disheveled, her face pale, and she looked utterly disheveled. Suppressing her inner fear, Li Ying shouted sternly, "Why panic? There will always be a way out." Her voice was firm, yet it couldn't hide a slight tremor. Qiu Shan, looking at the raging Headless Ghost King outside, seemed completely drained of energy. This usually imposing man was now bawling like a child. "Escape? There's no way out. This is the end. Our Tsangming team is doomed." He suddenly turned, his eyes like daggers aimed at Li Ying, and yelled through gritted teeth, "Li Ying, it's all your fault. You insisted on going after the Headless Ghost King. Look what happened now. None of us will survive." With that, he lunged forward, his hands reaching for Li Ying's slender neck. The other 2 team members were shocked and quickly stepped in to restrain the out-of-control Qiu Shan. Though they managed to stop the violence, the incident left Li Ying looking even more distressed. Once Qiu Shan calmed down a bit, one team member said with a bitter smile, "Who could have predicted that the Headless Ghost King would mutate? It now has 30 times the strength of an ordinary level 100 first-tier warrior." Another added, "A level 100 first-tier boss usually has 10 times the strength of a regular level 100 warrior. The stronger ones can reach 20 times. Reaching 30 times means it has definitely mutated. It's extremely rare. When encountered, hiding is the only option." Everyone sighed in unison, thinking they had prepared enough, only to run into this once-in-a-lifetime mutated boss. The $3 million top-tier ghost-repelling talisman, which was supposed to be their trump card, was now useless. One team member glanced at the cracked golden array disc in Li Ying's arms and said in despair, "The golden light array disc is about to give out." The reason they were still alive was all thanks to Li Ying's protective treasure, the golden light array disk. But now, under the relentless attacks of the headless Ghost King, the array disk was on the verge of collapse, barely holding on. The woman in the gray robe, Li Ying, bit her lip and looked at the cracked golden array disk in her hand, her expression equally grim. Just when they were in despair, a loud rumble suddenly came from the entrance of the headless Ghost Valley. The ground shook, dust filled the air, as if a powerful figure had forcefully entered. Li Ying and the others were taken aback, instinctively looking towards the entrance. A formidable figure charged into the valley, and with seemingly random swings of a sword, effortlessly obliterated the level 90 headless ghosts. The sheer strength of this presence was astonishing. Qiu Shan was the first to react, a gleam of joy in his eyes. A master has entered. We're saved. The other two members of the Zhangming team were equally thrilled. Li Ying, in shock, exclaimed, "Who on earth is this master, daring to enter the headless ghost valley alone?" The other two members of the Zhangming team analyzed. To easily slay a level 90 headless ghost, they must be at least a level 100 master. Qiu Shan laughed heartily. A master is just what we need. We can seize the chance to escape. Yisheng arrived at the valley entrance and started cutting his way through. Faced with the wave of level 90 headless ghosts, he was unfazed. With the strength 100 times that of an ordinary level 100 strongman, he could dispatch a group with a single swing. After easily annihilating a batch of headless ghosts, Yisheng turned his gaze deeper into the valley. The target of this mission is the headless Ghost King. I wonder if that beast is still around? As soon as he spoke, a deafening ghostly wail echoed, and a surge of sinister energy erupted. It's still alive. Yisheng rejoiced at the sound and quickened his pace towards the depths. Moments later, he stormed into the deepest part with overwhelming force. However, the scene before him made Yisheng pause. Besides the towering over 10-meter headless Ghost King, there were other people. Inside a golden protective shield filled with cracks, for battered figures were hiding. When Yisheng recognized the faces of the four, he was stunned. Zhangming team? Is it really you? The four also recognized Yisheng, too shocked to speak. Qiu Shan pinched his thigh hard to confirm he wasn't dreaming. Li Ying stared at Yisheng in disbelief, her heart in turmoil. Hello there. Long time no see. Yisheng looked at the four with amusement. This one sentence shattered their fragile hope. It's really you. Li Ying looked at Yisheng in disbelief. Qiu Shan's jaw nearly dropped. Yisheng spread his hands and said, "Who else could it be but me?" Qiu Shan, driven by a strong will to survive, immediately softened his stance. "Senior, it's all a misunderstanding." The other two members of the Zhangming team also bowed repeatedly, begging for mercy. Li Ying's expression was stubborn, but under her companion's pleas, her expression changed unpredictably. In the end, Li Ying spoke up. "Senior, please save us." She forced a smile more painful than tears towards Yisheng, her face flushed with embarrassment. She had once looked down on Yisheng, and now she was equally ashamed of herself. "Rescue you all? What a pipe dream." Yisheng sneered coldly. His gaze, sharp as lightning, fell upon the headless Ghost King. With just a glance, he sensed the boss's formidable aura, its combat power reaching 30 times that of an ordinary level 100 first-turn fighter. This far exceeded the 10x and 20x bosses he had encountered before. The headless Ghost King charged forward, causing the ground to tremble and dark clouds to churn. Yisheng remained calm, unfazed by the apparition. His own combat power had already reached 100 times, and with the 160x boost from his devastating skill, the Vajra demon-slaying sword, his total power was an astounding 260 times. It was an overwhelming force. His jade-white sword suddenly blazed with golden light, a massive Vajra atrigram formation appearing underfoot. Bathed in this light, Yisheng's white robe fluttered, giving him an ethereal, extraordinary appearance. Li Ying and the others were left speechless, their previous impressions of him as a novice completely shattered. In an instant, the headless Ghost King was upon him, its massive palm descending. Yisheng swung his sword with a horizontal slash, golden Vajra runes swirling around him. The immense sword light engulfed the entire valley. Where the sword light touched, the headless Ghost King dissolved like snow under the sun, vanishing in an instant. The residual sword energy continued its path, slicing through the valley and shaking the earth. Vajra runes danced in the air, purifying the ghostly mist. As the dust settled, everyone stood frozen in shock. To defeat a 30x combat power boss with a single strike, Yisheng's strength was beyond their wildest imagination. Yisheng smiled with satisfaction. The Vajra demon-slaying sword was incredibly powerful, yet its energy consumption was low. He could still unleash 4 more strikes. With such strength, even opponents clad in legendary gear would pose no threat. Amidst the thunderous roar, the headless Ghost King exploded, showering equipment like rain. Multicolored beams of light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire Ghost Valley. Li Ying and the others watched with envy. This should have been their loot. Suddenly, an orange beam pierced through the clouds, an astonishing spectacle. The crowd gasped. Legendary equipment. Even Yishang was momentarily stunned, surprised by such unexpected fortune. For a moment, Yishang was at a loss for words. My luck is off the charts. Yishang marveled. Ding! A crisp sound echoed as a ball of white light rolled out. Yishang's attention was captured, and upon seeing it clearly, he was overjoyed. It was a pure, flawless feather, emitting a milky white glow. A job change item. Yishang was ecstatic. This was even more precious than legendary equipment. After days of effort, he finally obtained what he desired. With it, he could summon the lightning tribulation and advance to the second transition Ghost Master level. Just as Yishang stepped forward to claim his prize, a cold voice suddenly interrupted. Kid, I advise you not to touch that. Yishang halted and turned to see two people standing on a distant hillside, having appeared out of nowhere. They were sneering at him, with greedy eyes fixed on the legendary orange pillar of light. Second transition Ghost Master experts. Yishang's brow furrowed slightly. Although these two were not weak, compared to his 260 times combat power, they were clearly outmatched. It was just a minor inconvenience. Kid, you're quite lucky. One of them smirked. Hand over the item, and we'll spare your life. Yishang snorted in disdain and turned to retrieve the equipment. Whoosh! A flash of a blade came from behind. Yishang sidestepped, and with a thunderous crash, a distant mountain was sliced and crumbled. Courting death. Yishang's eyes flashed with fierceness. Just then, something unexpected happened. Qiushan and Li Ying, along with two others, seized the opportunity to snatch some gear and make a run for it. Li Ying even took the white light orb, the job change item. This scene completely enraged Yishang. He roared, his voice echoing through the valley, ready to give chase. Bai Ziliang and his companion chuckled darkly, blocking Yishang's path. Kid, I told you, leave the item behind. Yishang's eyes grew cold, losing all patience. Die! With that, he swung his sword. What they witnessed was a sight that filled them with despair. In the eyes of Li Ying and her companions, a massive golden sword light surged from the direction of the headless Ghost Valley. The sword light shot up into the sky like a heavenly pillar, engulfing the entire valley in an instant. Amidst the thunderous roar, rocks crumbled, and dust filled the air. When the dust settled, the valley lay in ruins. The four held their breath, tense and alert. Yet no further sound emerged, the silence eerie and unsettling. Moments later, a figure in a white robe emerged like a specter from the rubble. That familiar silhouette, who else could it be but Yishang? Qiushan and the others exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes filled with shock. Had it ended so quickly? Wasn't Yishang supposed to engage in a fierce battle with the two second-turn Ghost Master powerhouses, perhaps even be slain? But now, Yishang stood unharmed, while those two formidable foes had vanished without a trace, as if they had evaporated. Fear flickered in Li Ying's eyes as she trembled. Those two must have been killed. What? Qiushan exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief. As Li Ying had surmised, Yishang had slain Bai Ziliang and his companion with a single sword strike. The two had died with expressions of sheer disbelief, clearly unable to fathom that such a monstrosity could exist, wielding power 260 times greater. By the time they realized, it was too late. Yishang's sword had evaporated them in an instant. Run! Qiushan and the other two team members were overtaken by terror, trembling uncontrollably. Seeing the white-robed figure, like a demon god, approaching swiftly, despair filled their hearts. What could stand against a monster capable of annihilating even second-turn Ghost Master powerhouses? Unfortunately, Yishang's speed was unmatched, energy surging within him, propelling him like a gust of wind, even without any special movement techniques. In the blink of an eye, he blocked their path, his icy gaze sweeping over them. Spare us! Qiushan and the other two fell to their knees, begging for their lives, tears streaming down their faces. Only Li Ying stood in place, despair etched on her face, knowing full well that Yishang would not let them go. Die! Yishang commanded coldly, striking with fury. The golden sword light flashed, engulfing the four figures. With a thunderous crash, a long trench was carved into the forest, and the four were instantly obliterated, leaving only 4 spatial rings behind. Yishang waved his hand, collecting the rings. After a brief search, he found a white light orb in Li Ying's ring. Relieved to see the job transfer item intact, he felt the trip had not been in vain. After surveying the area, Yishang leapt away, quickly disappearing into the forest. Time to leave this place. With the job transfer item, I can summon the lightning tribulation and step into the second-turn Ghost Master realm. Deep in the wilderness, a team of 5 moved cautiously. Led by Zhang Kuei, each member of the 5-man team was a formidable level 100, first transition expert. Even so, they remained vigilant in these depths, wary of potential attacks from powerful specters or ghostly hordes. Let's take a break, Zhang Kuei suggested, his breath slightly uneven. The long journey had drained much of his energy. He gestured them to pause and sat down on a black rock to recuperate. The others also sighed in relief, taking the opportunity to rest. Captain, we've been out here for half a month. When are we heading back? Wang Yu complained, at his wit's end. In the past 2 weeks, they had taken down 4 bosses, faced 2 waves of ghostly onslaughts, and narrowly avoided a spectral army. The others looked on, eager for answers. Zhang Kuei stroked his beard with a wry smile. 2 more days, then we'll retreat. He, too, was anxious about overstaying. The team relaxed slightly at this, with Wang Yu dreaming of the indulgences awaiting them back in the city. Watch out! Someone's here! Zhang Kuei suddenly shouted. The team tensed. A figure emerged from the woods, appearing to be just another level 100, first transition expert. You gave us a scare. Aren't you going to compensate us? Wang Yu grumbled. Zhang Kuei, however, stopped him. It's a misunderstanding. Please go on your way. The young man nodded and left. Wang Yu was puzzled. Captain, why let him go? Zhang Kuei admonished, don't stir up trouble here. The young man was Yisheng. He silently thanked the disguise effect of his bracelet and continued towards Lei Mountain Stream. Upon arrival, he found a secluded spot to prepare for his tribulation. This is the place, Yisheng said to himself as he sat down, a white orb forming in his palm, containing a feather, the item for transitioning to a celestial master. Enough thinking. It's time to undergo the tribulation and advance to the second transition ghost master realm. Once the job change item is crushed, the second transformation begins. Yisheng focused on the white feather in his hand. Yisheng gazed intently at the snow-white feather, calculating silently. As long as he reached level 100 of the first transformation, crushing this job change item would trigger the evolution of his physical body, advancing him to the realm of the second transformation ghost master. However, this life-altering evolution was sure to attract a heavenly tribulation. With a cold sneer, Yisheng crushed the feather without hesitation. In an instant, specks of white light merged into his body, as if dissolving some kind of barrier. He felt an earth-shattering transformation within his muscles, and bones became more resilient, his blood as pure as boiling magma, and his internal organs emitted a faint glow, marking the beginning of his evolutionary journey. Meanwhile, dark clouds gathered densely over the Thunder Mountain Gorge. The tribulation clouds thickened, threatening to swallow the entire sky and land. A low rumble of thunder sounded, and large raindrops began to pour down. Yisheng looked up, staring directly at the tribulation clouds with eyes that shone brightly. He knew all too well that if he couldn't withstand the heavenly tribulation, everything would turn to dust. But if he succeeded in stepping into the realm of the second transformation ghost master, a brand new world would unfold before him. Suddenly, a lightning bolt, as sinuous as a giant serpent, struck down from the clouds, illuminating the entire darkened world in an instant. Miles away, Zhang Kuei and his companions watched in shock. As level 100 first transformation experts, they were no strangers to heavenly tribulations. Zhang Kuei had lingered at this level for 5 years, his power reaching 30 times that of an ordinary expert, yet he never dared to face the trial of the tribulation. At this moment, observing the brave soul confronting the tribulation, Zhang Kuei felt both amazed and admiring. He found himself pondering whether it was time to confront his own fears and take that courageous step. Who is undergoing the tribulation? Wang Yu looked on in awe. He had been stuck at level 100 of the first transformation for a year as well, too afraid to face the trial. I wonder if this person will succeed. Someone in his team remarked gravely. Difficult. Another person shook their head directly, not very optimistic. Zhang Kuei and the others watched the tribulation with solemn expressions. Zhang Kuei shook his head with a bitter smile. If 2 out of 10 can get through the tribulation, that's already quite good. His eyes flickered, and there was a hint of helplessness in his tone. Although this person has the courage, the outcome often makes one face reality. The crowd fell silent. If overcoming the tribulation were easy, they would have attempted it long ago. Over the years, many skilled individuals of their level had perished under the tribulation, and they had witnessed it firsthand, leaving them with lingering fear. Zhang Kuei pondered. The tribulation consists of 9 heavenly thunders. Only by enduring all 9 can the tribulation clouds dissipate. If successful, one can step into the second stage of the Ghost Master realm. Wang Yu sneered. I doubt they'll get past even 1. Before he finished speaking, a winding bolt of heavenly lightning crashed down from the tribulation clouds, lighting up the dark world as it struck toward the Thunder Gorge. It's here. It's starting. Zhang Kuei and the others' pupils contracted as they held their breath, focused intently. At the moment the tribulation descended, a golden sword light soared from the Thunder Gorge. The sword light was stunning, accompanied by a flurry of 8 trigram symbols, choosing to confront the heavenly lightning heathen. To everyone's disbelief, the formidable heavenly lightning was directly extinguished by the sword light. The tribulation cloud seemed stunned by this sight, remaining silent for a moment. What? A single sword extinguished the tribulation? Zhang Kuei and the others were dumbfounded. They were knowledgeable, yet had never seen such a method of overcoming a tribulation. Typically, those facing a tribulation would focus on defense, rarely opting for an offensive approach, let alone extinguishing the first strike. Zhang Kuei murmured, "How is this possible?" It was his first time witnessing such an extraordinary method of overcoming a tribulation. Amid the crowd's shock, the tribulation cloud seemed enraged. After a brief pause, the second bolt of heavenly lightning crashed down. This time, the power of the lightning surged tenfold, striking fiercely toward the Thunder Gorge. The second bolt of heavenly lightning was incredibly powerful. The act of severing the lightning seemed to have angered the tribulation clouds. In the Thunder Ravine, another golden sword light rose effortlessly, slicing through the descending lightning. This left Zhang Kuei and his companions utterly stunned. They felt as though the person undergoing the tribulation was not facing a trial but rather on a vacation. The third, fourth, and fifth bolts of heavenly lightning were each effortlessly cut down by the creature in the Thunder Ravine. Minutes later, Zhang Kuei looked in the direction where 8 bolts had already been vanquished, his face numb with disbelief. "Only one more to go," Zhang Kuei murmured. "If that creature withstands the last bolt, the tribulation will be over." Boom. The ninth bolt was exceptionally grand. The person in the Thunder Ravine seemed to get serious, unleashing a dazzling golden sword light that collided with the lightning with full force. Boom. The golden sword light streaked across like a shooting star, not only obliterating the ninth bolt, but also dispersing the tribulation clouds in the sky. Zhang Kuei and his companions were utterly dumbfounded. It was the first time in their lives they had heard of tribulation clouds being scattered. Wang Yu, momentarily caught up in the excitement, thought that the tribulation was nothing special and that he could handle it himself. Fortunately, he quickly came to his senses, realizing that only the overwhelming strength of the creature in the Thunder Ravine made this possible. If it were him, he wouldn't have survived the first bolt. What kind of creature is hiding in the Thunder Ravine? After a while, the other 3 members of the team managed to speak, clearly deeply shaken. Zhang Kuei's expression was solemn. "Let's go take a look at the Thunder Ravine and see what kind of freak we're dealing with." With that, he leapt forward, and Wang Yu and the others followed, equally curious about the formidable individual. They moved swiftly, all being level 100 first-turn experts. Minutes later, they caught sight of the Thunder Ravine in the distance. Zhang Kuei slowed down, casting a cautious glance in that direction. The freak had just completed the tribulation and was likely nurturing their cultivation. Disturbing them recklessly could mean death for all of them. Moments later, they emerged from the forest and looked towards the charred expanse of the Thunder Ravine. Wang Yu, in particular, widened his eyes, eager to glimpse the figure who had so effortlessly passed the tribulation. Through the trees, they saw the scorched Thunder Ravine, with many blackened rocks still emitting smoke and small arcs of lightning dancing across the ground. On a large rock, they saw a figure sitting cross-legged, still bathed in lightning, eyes closed, nurturing their cultivation. The aura of a first-turn cultivator had disappeared, replaced by the enviable aura of a second-turn ghost master. However, as Zhang Kuei and the others got a clear look at the person's face, they were all taken aback. They actually knew this freak. No, to be precise, they had seen him before. Not long ago. How could it be him? Wang Yu couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes nearly popping out at the sight of the figure on the black stone. Zhang Kuei and the others were equally stunned. "Do you have business here?" In the depths of Thunder Mountain Stream, Yisheng opened his eyes, casting a cold gaze toward the 5 individuals not far away. Yisheng recognized them as the ones he had previously encountered in the forest. They were evidently drawn by the commotion of his tribulation. Zhang Kuei and his companions appeared tense, quickly waving their hands in denial. Only Wang Yu looked pale, haunted by the earlier thought of causing trouble for Yisheng, now filled with regret and fear. Zhang Kuei cupped his hands in congratulations for Yisheng's successful tribulation. Yisheng replied icily, "Leave this place." Having ascended to the second stage of the Ghost Master realm, he felt more composed and had no interest in these individuals. Zhang Kuei breathed a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate to leave alive yet saddened by how insignificant they were regarded. The 5 vanished into the forest. Yisheng exhaled deeply, reflecting on the difficulty of crossing such a significant boundary. He opened his classmates' group chat, curious about the outside world. Zhou Ming was currently asking about tribulation techniques, which made Yisheng smile. As he continued browsing, he noticed discussions about the Bai family's bounty. The Bai family was furious over the murder of 2 of their members, offering a reward of 200 million federal currency for the capture of the culprit. Yisheng frowned. The Bai family was a formidable force, with a 5th-stage ghost king in their ranks, not someone to provoke. But when the group chat displayed a portrait, Yishang's expression changed dramatically. The portrait bore a striking resemblance to him. Yishang recalled the two second-stage ghost masters he had killed in the Headless Ghost Valley and realized he had stumbled into big trouble. The Bai family was a colossal entity far beyond his current ability to handle. Yishang understood that he had made an enemy of the Bai family. In the group chat, "Hey, you guys have to admit, this portrait looks just like Yishang." Zhou pointed at the portrait and burst into laughter, prompting everyone to gather around for a closer look. Sure enough, the person in the painting bore a striking resemblance to Yishang, sparking a flurry of chatter. Having been classmates for 3 years, everyone was well acquainted with Yishang's appearance. Could it really be Yishang? Zhou teased with a raised eyebrow, a peculiar grin on his face. A female classmate chimed in with a laugh. "You never know, the likeness is uncanny." "Yeah, what are the odds?" agreed another girl, nodding. Zhou widened his eyes in mock disbelief. "Come on, you don't actually believe that, do you? Him?" He waved his hands dramatically, dripping with sarcasm. In this group, Yishang was somewhat of an outsider, struggling to fit in. Suddenly, the chat fell silent. Everyone knew Yishang was just an ordinary guy. No one was sure if he had even transitioned yet. The idea that the Bai family's bounty was for Yishang seemed utterly unbelievable. "It's just a resemblance," Zhang Gang interjected confidently after glancing at the portrait. As a second transition ghost master, his words carried weight in the group. If even he said so, then it must not be Yishang. Besides, the thought of Yishang hunting down 2 second transition ghost masters seemed like a fairy tale. Seeing the conversation shift, Zhang Gang quickly changed the topic, inviting other second transition classmates to join him in the Nether Ghost domain. It was a high-level ghost domain teeming with second transition ghosts, and even some third and fourth transition ones, making it extremely dangerous. First transition cultivators were nothing more than cannon fodder there. At least a second transition ghost master was needed to barely hold their ground. "Anyone want to team up? Let's meet at Nether City," Zhang Gang asked with a frown, but his invitation was met with a series of polite refusals. Venturing into the Nether Ghost domain alone made him uneasy. Even for a second transition ghost master, it was fraught with danger. Just as Zhang Gang resigned himself to setting out alone, a heavyweight figure entered the scene. Jiang Hao, a third transition ghost general. "Zhang Gang, come to Nether City and join me. I'll watch your back," Jiang Hao declared. Zhang Gang was overjoyed and thanked him profusely. With the protection of a third transition ghost general, he wouldn't have to worry about being bullied in Nether City. Jiang Hao waved it off, saying warmly, "We're all classmates. It's only right to look out for each other. No need to be formal." With that, he exited the chat with the ease and grace befitting a third transition ghost general. Though the group had dozens of members, there were clear hierarchies. Strong third transition individuals like Jiang Hao naturally mingled closely with other third transitions, while second transition cultivators struggled to even join the conversation. In this world, strength was everything. Zhang Gang happily left the chat, buoyed by Jiang Hao's promise. Meanwhile, upon learning of his conflict with the Bai family, Yisheng also left the chat, weighed down by his thoughts. In the Thunder Gorge, Yisheng sat alone, his face clouded. He hadn't anticipated forming an enmity with the Bai family inadvertently. Yet, on second thought, he shook his head. Given another chance, he would still have slain those two in the Headless Ghost Valley without hesitation. They had tried to snatch his legendary equipment. He had no reason to hand it over. Even knowing their identities, Yisheng's nature wouldn't allow him to back down. Whatever, let it be. What's the Bai family to me? Yisheng exhaled deeply, a relaxed smile spreading across his face. He was the type to confront challenges head-on, solving problems as they arose, with little fear. Though the Bai family was formidable, they weren't invincible. They had a 5th transition Ghost King ancestor, numerous 4th transition Ghost Sovereigns, and countless 3rd transition Ghost Generals. Yisheng stroked his chin, pondering his next move. After a moment, he made up his mind. There's no other way. I must keep getting stronger. If he could advance to a 4th transition Ghost Sovereign, or even a 5th transition Ghost King, all problems would be solved. By then, even the Bai family would be powerless against him. In the end, I'm just too weak right now, Yisheng sighed. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, strength was the only truth. Nevertheless, while the Bai family was powerful, he wasn't without a trump card. This trump card was terrifyingly potent, being a Heavenly Master. It was the top-ranked profession in the world. Each move is a devastating skill. It's safe to say he's unbeatable among his peers. A hint of fierceness flickered in Yisheng's eyes as he calculated silently. Once he reaches the 4th transformation of the Ghost Sect realm, no one at the same level can match him. If he attains the 5th transformation of the Ghost King realm, even the patriarch of the Bai family would be unable to escape his grasp. Despite his relentless nature in his past life, Yisheng knows well that before gaining immense power, he must keep a low profile. He glanced down at the legendary bracelet on his wrist, the Ring of Disguise. This bracelet has the ability to alter one's appearance, perfectly solving the problem posed by the bounty posters. With a soft command of disguise, his features transformed instantly, and in the blink of an eye, he became an entirely different person. After changing his appearance, Yisheng breathed a sigh of relief and began to contemplate his next move. Having survived the tribulation, he has stepped into the second transformation of the Ghost Master realm, but his level remains at second transformation, level 0. To deal with the Bai family, he must grow stronger. Moreover, the date of the Federation's entrance examination is approaching rapidly. If he can gain admission to Fengdu University, the threat from the Bai family will naturally be resolved. Yisheng resolved to give it his all to enhance his strength, whether to confront the Bai family or to prove himself in the Federation's entrance exam. Clenching his fist, a determined gleam shone in his eyes. Being looked down upon by his classmates still made Yisheng feel quite uncomfortable. Several days later, deep in the wilderness, a figure was racing through at incredible speed. Yisheng was charging forward like a wild dragon, creating a fierce gust of wind as he moved at 236 meters per second. Whenever he encountered ghostly creatures, he would rush past them, scattering them like meteors striking the ground. Days of traveling at such high speed had drained his energy, and he sat cross-legged on a large rock to recover, breathing heavily. Traveling like this is really exhausting. Yisheng smiled wryly, but he had no choice. The limitations of teleportation arrays were significant, flying artifacts were expensive, and flying by himself required reaching the third transformation ghost general level. Even 1,000,000,000 federal coins were a drop in the bucket at higher levels, not enough to buy even a second transformation dark gold equipment. Yisheng decided to head to the Nether Ghost realm. It was a place teeming with powerful figures and factions, a true battleground. First transformation level 100 ghosts were the lowest class there. Second transformation ghosts were as common as waves in the ocean, and third transformation ghost generals were everywhere. There were even fourth transformation ghost sovereigns and fifth transformation ghost kings. Many of his classmates were there, including Jiang Hao, a third transformation, and the school beauty, Shang Guaning, a fourth transformation. Suddenly, a streak of light approached from a distance. Yisheng looked up to see a ghostwood boat. Even the most common flying artifact like this cost 5 billion, far beyond his means. Yisheng felt a twinge of envy. Inside the ghostwood boat, Zhang Gang was worried about the journey ahead. Although he had the protection of Jiang Hao, the 3,000-mile journey across the Nether Ghost realm was perilous. Encounters with second transformation ghost tides were routine, and it was difficult to escape if they ran into a third transformation ghost general. It was best to travel with companions, but his classmates had all declined. Zhang Gang suddenly sensed someone below, a skilled individual who had just reached the second transformation ghost master level. Curiously, this person seemed to lack a flying artifact, unable to afford even the cheapest ghostwood boat. An idea sparked in Zhang Gang's mind. Give him a lift. With this thought, Zhang Gang maneuvered the ghostwood boat to descend into the forest below. Huh, it's coming down. Yisheng looked up warily and saw a ghostly boat suddenly change direction and fly towards him. The cultivator who owned such a vessel was no ordinary person, at least at the second transformation stage. He tightened his grip on his white jade sword, ready for battle. As the ghostly boat landed, it stirred up a gust of wind, causing the leaves to rustle. A young man stepped off the boat, clad in armor, exuding a powerful aura. Indeed, a formidable second transformation ghost master. Don't get me wrong, I mean no harm, the young man quickly explained. Upon closer inspection, Yisheng realized it was his high school classmate, Zhang Gang. He was stunned to encounter him in the wilderness. However, Zhang Gang didn't recognize the disguised Yisheng and assumed he was a stranger of remarkable skill. After exchanging names, Zhang Gang invited Yisheng to travel with him. Weighing the pros and cons, Yisheng agreed. With the ghostly boat, they could reach Yuming City in 3 days, much faster than traveling alone. As they journeyed, the two gradually became more familiar with each other. Approaching Yuming City, Zhang Gang solemnly warned, the power dynamics in Yuming City are complex. We must keep a low profile and avoid offending the major powers. Yisheng smiled silently. He was well aware that Yuming City, with its millions of residents, was far beyond comparison to Ghost Mountain City. In Yuming City, there is also a presence of Guishan City's forces. However, within Yuming City, Gishan's influence is merely a small faction and doesn't really amount to much. Yisheng chose to come here precisely because of the complex situation in Yuming City. In this gathering place of powerful figures, the Bai family is insignificant. He nodded silently, agreeing with Zhang Gang's cautious words. In Yuming City, a level 2 Ghost Master is just the beginning, while level 3 Ghost Generals are common. Only those at level 4 Ghost Sovereign can command some respect. Yisheng couldn't help but recall Shang Guaning, the campus beauty who had reached the level 4 stage during her student days. She must be even stronger now. Brother Yi, do you have any plans? Zhang Gang asked. Yisheng shook his head, admitting that he was new and unfamiliar with the place. Zhang Gang's eyes lit up. Why not join the Shimming Pavilion? Seeing Yishang's confusion, Zhang Gang explained. Shimming Pavilion is a top-tier faction in Yuming City, known for its loose management and high degree of freedom. With my recommendation, you can join smoothly. Yishang considered it for a moment and then smiled. I'll trouble you with that, brother Zhang. Zhang Gang gave a mysterious smile. I also have a classmate at the level 3 stage who holds a significant position in Shimming Pavilion. With his support, we can live comfortably there. Yishang knew he was referring to Jiang Hao and nodded in agreement without showing any emotion. In an instant, they had traveled over 100 miles. In the distance, a majestic city came into view. The walls of Yuming City stood hundreds of meters tall, shrouded in a dark, eerie glow, with countless magical runes interwoven, making it impregnable. On the walls, soldiers in black armor patrolled, all of whom were at least at the level 2 stage. Yishang was secretly amazed, further realizing the extraordinary nature of Yuming City. Zhang Gang put away the ghostwood boat and led Yishang through the city gates. Walking through the bustling streets, they arrived at the headquarters of the Shimming Pavilion. A towering skyscraper loomed ahead, with well-dressed individuals coming and going. An attendant led them to a tea room on the 46th floor to wait. Half an hour later, a sharp-looking young man strode in. Zhang Gang's eyes lit up, though he seemed a bit reserved. Old friend. Jiang Hao laughed heartily, embracing Zhang Gang. 3 years of friendship. No need for formalities. After a brief chat, Jiang Hao noticed Yishang and curiously asked, "And who might this be?" Zhang Gang quickly introduced him, explaining that Yishang was a friend he met on the way and found him to be a kindred spirit, so he invited him to join them. Interestingly enough, Yishang shares the same name as one of their former classmates. Yishang clasped his hands together in a traditional gesture of respect, his expression complex. He was currently unable to reveal his true identity due to the pressure from the Bai family. This gesture momentarily stunned Jiang Hao. He scrutinized the unfamiliar face of the man before him, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Yishang? The name stirred memories within him. Ah, that kid. Jiang Hao chuckled, shaking his head as images of a determined young boy from his school days resurfaced. Unlike his peers, Yishang never fawned over or tried to curry favor with those like Jiang Hao, who were cultivators. He simply went about his own business, occasionally revealing a profound gaze that seemed beyond his years. What Jiang Hao didn't know was that Yishang had lived 2 lifetimes, with experiences that had matured his character long ago. Quite a coincidence. Jiang Hao laughed, giving Yishang another once-over. Though his appearance had changed, his aura remained unmistakable. Over the next half hour, Jiang Hao caught up with Zhang Gang, while Yishang sat quietly by. As a 3-returned ghost general and elder of the Shimming Pavilion, Jiang Hao's schedule was packed, and taking even this short time was a rarity. After bidding Jiang Hao farewell, Zhang Gang took Yishang to register his identity with the Shimming Pavilion. With Jiang Hao's endorsement, Yishang smoothly became a steward of the pavilion. "You're at the Toon-Turn Ghost Master level, so you qualify as a bronze steward," Zhang Gang said, patting Yishang on the shoulder. "This comes with several perks within the Shimming Pavilion." Yishang looked thoughtfully at the bronze token in his hand. Zhang Gang continued, "Stewards are ranked in 3 levels, bronze, silver, and gold. You're starting at bronze, the lowest level, but you can command 10 one-stern members to carry out tasks." "What level are you, brother Zhang?" Yishang inquired. "I'm a silver steward," Zhang Gang replied with a smile. "Once you reach Toon-Turn level 50, you can apply to become a silver steward too." Yishang nodded and asked about the conditions for becoming a gold steward. Zhang Gang explained, "You need to be a Toon-Turn level 100 consummate expert. Gold stewards hold high status in the Shimming Pavilion, so it's best not to offend them." He then informed Yishang that he would be assigned to a 5-member team. Seeing Yishang's frown, Zhang Gang quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, the team only gathers for missions. You can act independently most of the time." Relieved, Yishang listened as Zhang Gang continued, "Completing missions earns you contribution points, which you can use to exchange for items in the contribution pavilion. With enough points, you can even get Toon-Turn legendary equipment. Also, as a steward, the Shimming Pavilion will provide you with housing in Yuming City." Yishang was surprised. "How much does a house cost?" "At least 5 billion Federation dollars, Zhang Gang replied with a wry smile. "And that's in the outskirts. The city center is even pricier. But in the Netherworld Ghost domain, Federation dollars are worthless. The real currency is Ghost Spirit Stones." As he spoke, Zhang Gang produced a stone emitting a ghostly glow from his palm. Ghost Spirit Stones have many uses, the most important being that they can increase experience points, Zhang Gang explained. By absorbing the energy within, you can convert it into experience points, theoretically going from Toon-Turn level 0 to 100 consummate. But the cost is astronomical. Yishang asked a crucial question. "Does that mean Federation dollars are useless? Only usable back in Ghost Mountain City? Since the cultivators in the Netherworld Ghost domain trade with Ghost Spirit Stones, Federation dollars become practically worthless." Zhang Gang replied, "Not exactly. Let's put it this way. 1 billion Federation coins can be exchanged for 100 ghost spirit stones. Yishang was taken aback upon hearing this, a look of disbelief crossing his face. The 1 billion Federation coins in his hand suddenly seemed much less valuable, as if they had depreciated significantly. Seeing this, Zhang Gang patted Yishang on the shoulder and said sincerely, "Brother Yi, if you ever need anything in the future, feel free to reach out to me." Yishang managed to muster a faint smile and thanked him. After they parted ways, Yisheng found the accommodation arranged for him by the Shiming Pavilion. It was an ordinary residence exceeding 100 square meters, but the location was excellent, situated in the city center and very close to the Shiming Pavilion building. Yisheng pushed open the door and let out a long breath. Compared to the first-level members of Shiming Pavilion who had to rent expensive housing in the remote corners of the Nether City, the amenities for his position were indeed quite favorable. As night fell, Yisheng stood by the window, overlooking the bustling scene of Nether City. Neon lights flickered, skyscrapers loomed, and the noise was incessant, in stark contrast to the quiet nights of Ghost Mountain City. The entire Nether City seemed like a sanctuary for ghostly beings, teeming with powerful cultivators, where even fourth-level ghost sect creatures dared not tread lightly. Yisheng took a hot shower and slept soundly through the night. Upon waking the next morning, he felt refreshed. After having breakfast, he sat in a cafe, sipping coffee, and watching the bustling crowds through the floor-to-ceiling windows. At that moment, Yisheng felt a familiar sense of comfort, as if he had returned to an ordinary life. However, the information screen not far away quickly pulled him back to reality. The scrolling job listings were demanding. Security positions required first-level cultivators at level 100, with a monthly salary of 1 ghost spirit stone. Academy instructors needed to be at the second-level ghost master rank, earning 3 ghost spirit stones a month. Yisheng couldn't help but marvel at the absurd standards of Nether City. He shook his head, realizing he needed to work harder, as being newly at the second-level Ghost Master rank was hardly impressive here. Yisheng opened his skill attribute panel and discovered that his 2 destructive level skills, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder and Diamond Demon Subduing Sword, were eligible for upgrades. Upon closer inspection, he found that increasing proficiency was necessary for advancement. 9 Heavens Divine Thunder was only 2 proficient, while Diamond Demon Subduing Sword had reached 12. Yisheng was eager to see how powerful these skills would become at level 2. Next, Yisheng opened the disguiser's ring and rummaged through the mountain of items. After 10 minutes, he found a skill book with a dark blue cover, Ghost Control Technique. Yisheng glanced at the skill description and couldn't help but frown. The Ghost Control Technique allowed for capturing only a small number of ghosts, and only those weaker than himself, making it rather useless. However, when the system prompted whether to learn it, Yisheng chose to proceed. After all, he had the powerful passive ability, the Heart of the Celestial Master, which could upgrade ordinary skills to destructive level. Sure enough, upon successfully learning the skill, the passive ability Heart of the Celestial Master was immediately triggered. Yisheng's eyes widened in surprise as he watched the scene unfold. The moment his innate passive ability, the Heavenly Master's Heart, was triggered, a brilliant white light illuminated his skill panel. As the light faded, Yisheng held his breath and carefully examined the changes in his skill set. Upon realizing the details of the newly acquired skill, his breathing quickened with excitement. The words Destruction Level Skill, Soul Capture and Command LV1 stood out prominently, followed by a detailed description. One of the Taoist high-level secret arts, an advanced version of the Ghost Control Technique. It boasts a 100 success rate in capturing ghostly entities, with a capacity of up to 10. It can even capture ghosts a full level above the user's current realm, though caution is advised with more powerful spirits due to their volatile nature. Yisheng's eyes widened even further, and his heart raced. This meant that as a practitioner at the second transition, Ghost Master Realm, he could now capture and command formidable ghost entities at the third transition, Ghost General Realm. Moreover, he could control up to 10 at a time with guaranteed success. Reflecting on his journey, he recalled encountering a third transition Ghost General, a being capable of soaring through the sky, enveloped in a chilling aura that even second transition ghost hordes would flee from. If not for his timely escape with Zhang Gang, he might not have survived. And now, he could command such powerful entities? Yisheng took a deep breath and marveled, as expected of a heavenly master. Every skill is truly extraordinary. On further thought, Yisheng found it only fitting. The Heavenly Master, reigning supreme on the Heavenly Tao list and overshadowing numerous SS-class professions, was no ordinary role. Such a destruction-level skill befits the title of Heavenly Master. Anticipating the power of commanding 10 third-transition ghost generals at his disposal, Yisheng couldn't help but laugh with delight. He finished his cup of coffee in one gulp, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It's time to set off. First, I'll reach the peak of the second transition at level 100 and become a golden deacon to enjoy more privileges. Just as Yisheng was about to leave the cafe, a notification sound interrupted him. He checked his bronze deacon's token and found that his assigned team members were contacting him. urging him to gather at the Xinming Pavilion building. Yisheng frowned but quickly relaxed. He recalled Zhang Gang mentioning that new members of the Xinming Pavilion would soon receive a mandatory task, both to contribute quickly and to test their abilities. Well, completing the task will earn me contribution points, so it won't be a waste, Yisheng mused, glancing at the meeting location. With that, he left the cafe and headed straight for the Xinming Pavilion building. Yisheng retrieved his deacon's token. Bronze deacon. When Yisheng took out the deacon order, the four burly men were visibly stunned, staring blankly at the token in Yisheng's hand. The burly man furrowed his brows, his voice tinged with disbelief. You're only at the initial stage of the second-tier Ghost Master realm? Yisheng had restrained his aura, allowing others to sense only the presence of a second-tier Ghost Master, but his exact level remained indiscernible. Yisheng nodded calmly. That's right. There's no need to hide it. The ice-cold woman let out a derisive laugh, her tone sharp. Are you kidding me? Why did the Xinming Pavilion assign us a bronze deacon? Aren't they just burdening us? She made no effort to hide her disdain for Yisheng. The bald elder remained silent, his brows deeply furrowed. Although the four of them differed in strength, they were all silver deacons, each at least level 50 in the second tier. They had been navigating this realm for years. Yisheng, a newcomer barely entering the second tier, was not on the same level as them. The icy woman continued her scorn. The mission is to go to Blood Moon Valley, where the fierce ghosts are around level 50 of the second tier. A newcomer like you going there is a death wish. You'll just hold us back. The silent young man holding a blade suddenly spoke. If you ask me, the four of us are enough. With that, he closed his eyes again. The burly man was the first to agree. I concur. The icy woman sneered. For people? Yes, that's enough to complete the mission in Blood Moon Valley. I agree too. All three turned their gaze towards the bald elder. The elder glanced at Yisheng with resignation and slowly nodded. The icy woman turned to Yisheng, snorting, Kid, you're on your own. If you can't complete it and get kicked out of Xinming Pavilion, that's your own bad luck, not ours. With that, she was the first to leave the lounge. The burly man and the young man with the blade followed suit, not sparing Yisheng a glance. The bald elder gave Yisheng a look of pity before leaving without a word. Yisheng touched his nose, wryly thinking, have I just been kicked out of the team? Then he smiled to himself. Well, this way, it's actually more convenient to act alone. Yisheng reviewed the mission details. Collect 100 Blood Moon grass from Blood Moon Valley. This was a request from a powerful figure in the Xinming Pavilion at the 4th-tier Ghost Sect realm. Yisheng mused. It's always the higher-ups giving orders while we run ourselves ragged. He left the lounge, thinking to himself, Blood Moon Valley may be filled with level 50 second-tier ghosts, but they're nothing to me. Instead of heading straight to Blood Moon Valley, Yisheng ventured deeper into the Nether Ghost domain. He planned to first upgrade his two destructive skills, Nine Heavens Divine Thunder and Vajra Demon Slaying Sword, to level 2. He needed to enhance his combat strength to compensate for the inadequacies of his first-tier Dark Gold suit in the second-tier realm. A day later, in a certain part of the Nether Ghost domain, thunderclouds gathered, and golden lightning snaked through the clouds. A horde of thousands of second-tier ghosts was being relentlessly struck by lightning. Even though second-tier ghosts were much stronger than first-tier ones, they ultimately succumbed to the barrage of lightning. Yisheng appeared, surveying the scorched, smoking land, and remarked, impressive. These second-tier ghosts could withstand the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder. He checked his status panel, and found he had advanced to level 10 in the second tier. Yisheng nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Then he shook his head. It seems that after advancing to the second-tier Ghost Master realm, leveling up has become significantly more challenging. Yisheng shook his head, silently acknowledging that leveling up after the second transformation was indeed challenging. He couldn't help but sigh internally at the arduous path of cultivation post-second transformation. Even with the godlike power of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, which could destroy the heavens and the earth, his progress was slow. He thought of ordinary cultivators who could only slowly accumulate experience by battling ferocious ghosts, facing countless dangers along the way. With this thought, Yisheng felt deep respect for those cultivators who had reached level 50 of the second transformation. To achieve such a level, they must possess extraordinary survival skills. No wonder they became silver deacons of the Xinming Pavilion. Images of a burly man, a bald elder, a silent youth with a sword, and an icy woman flashed through his mind. Surely, each of these individuals had their own hidden strengths. Yisheng collected his thoughts and pulled up his skill panel. The proficiency of his Nine Heavens Divine Thunder had skyrocketed from 2 to 23, and the Vajra Demon Subduing Sword had surged from 12 to 46. Such progress in a single day was indeed gratifying. Taking a deep breath, Yisheng resolved to continue working hard to quickly upgrade these two destructive skills to level 2. He looked around to get his bearings, then leaped forward, continuing his hunt for prey in the ghost-ridden Netherworld Ghost domain. 3 days later, in a valley, Yisheng unleashed several rounds of Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, sweeping away countless ghosts. In an instant, a dazzling white light burst from within him. Haha, level 50 of the second transformation. Yisheng laughed heartily. After 3 days of relentless fighting without rest, he finally reached the same level as the burly man and others. Level 50 of the second transformation was considered a mid-tier level, with a stable aura and a significant boost in power. Yisheng joyfully checked his skill panel. The Vajra demon subduing sword had reached level 2 a day earlier, greatly enhancing its power. Although the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder was more troublesome, its proficiency had now reached 100, ready for an upgrade. With both destructive skills breaking through, Yisheng was ecstatic. The Nine Heavens Divine Thunder's range expanded to 100 miles, its attack power doubled, and its damage to ghosts surged dramatically. The Vajra demon subduing sword's power also doubled, making it a formidable weapon for single-target attacks. Satisfied, Yisheng nodded, thinking that exterminating second transformation ghosts would now be much easier, significantly speeding up his leveling process. He took out his bronze deacon token, contemplating whether to apply for a promotion to silver deacon. After a moment, Yisheng smiled and put the token away. Better to wait until reaching the full level 100 of the second transformation and apply directly for golden deacon. Why not achieve it all in one go? With the support of his 2 destructive skills, Yisheng was confident he could reach the peak of the second transformation in just a few days. Instead of applying twice, he opted for a one-time effort. Having made his decision, Yisheng wasted no time and ventured deeper into the Netherworld Ghost Domain. 5 days later, Yisheng arrived at the infamous Fierce Ghost Slope within the Netherworld Ghost Domain. This place was swarming with countless level 100 second transformation ghosts, a location even the burly man and his team dared not tread. However, for the now significantly stronger Yisheng, it became the perfect place for farming ghosts. Normally, Fierce Ghost Slope was eerily quiet, rarely visited by anyone. Yet, over the past few days, a powerful figure had made it their hunting ground. Since this person's arrival, the skies above the ghostly hill have been plagued by relentless thunderclouds. For 5 days, golden lightning has poured down like a waterfall, turning large areas of ghostly hill into scorched earth. Boom! As another wave of divine lightning from the heavens passed, the thunderclouds lingered, only to be joined by new ones. The frequency of these lightning strikes is truly astonishing. After a brief brewing, golden lightning descended like raindrops, baptizing the entire ghostly hill. Groups of second-tier, level 100 fierce ghosts were reduced to ashes amidst the lightning, transforming into vast amounts of experience points. However, Ghostly Hill lived up to its fearsome reputation, as waves of ghosts continued to surge forward, rushing towards the figure in white. Yisheng sat cross-legged in the air, his aura growing ever more powerful. A hint of a nearing completion aura seeped from his body. If a second-tier top expert were present, they would surely recognize this as a sign of approaching the perfect state of second-tier, level 100. Over 10 minutes later, a brilliant white light suddenly erupted from Yisheng. Boom! A wave of complete aura burst from within him. Ha ha ha! Yisheng laughed heartily, as 5 days of intense effort finally pushed him from second-tier level 50 to the perfect state of second-tier level 100. Such a rapid ascent is truly unbelievable. In just 10 days, Yisheng skyrocketed from second-tier level 0 to the perfect level 100. Such speed would be hard for anyone to believe. Ghostly Hill truly deserves its reputation, Yisheng remarked. The fierce ghosts here are all at second-tier level 100, providing immense experience points upon being slain. With him hunting alone, he maximized his experience gain, allowing him to break through to the perfect state in just 5 days. Of course, this wouldn't have been possible without the help of the Nine Heavens Divine Lightning, which had been upgraded to level 2. As his level increased, the energy within Yisheng flowed like a mighty river, preventing easy exhaustion. Now, he could unleash the Nine Heavens Divine Lightning twice in succession without depleting his strength, greatly accelerating his leveling speed. Yisheng glanced at his experience bar and found he could no longer gain experience points. He understood this was normal upon reaching second-tier level 100. Next, he needed to obtain a job transition item from a boss to trigger the second-tier lightning tribulation. Only by surviving the tribulation could he ascend to the third-tier ghost general realm and continue to advance. So soon, I'm about to challenge the third-tier ghost general realm. Even Yisheng found it incredible. To attempt the third-tier within a month is something few would dare to believe. Yet, for the world's top-ranked professional exorcist, it's quite normal. Among the top 100 on the Heavenly Tao leaderboard, there are likely others capable of such feats. Yisheng turned and left Ghostly Hill. Despite 5 days of relentless slaughter, the depths of Ghostly Hill still spewed forth an endless stream of fierce ghosts, as if a ghostly nest continuously produced them. Though not afraid of these ghosts, their constant harassment was a nuisance. After leaving Ghostly Hill, Yisheng found a quiet place to sit down. I can apply to become a golden steward now, he mused. According to the rules of the Shimming Pavilion, Reaching the perfect state of second-tier level 100 qualifies one to become a golden steward, a position of considerable status within the pavilion. Yishang took out his bronze steward token and opened a light screen to review the privileges of a golden steward. A moment later, he exclaimed, "The privileges of a golden steward are quite remarkable." As a golden steward, he would be allocated a 500 square meter villa in Yuming City, complete with a butler and servants. Such a luxurious residence is incredibly valuable in Yuming City and not easily purchased, even with money. There are also numerous other privileges that are astonishing. Finally, Yishang's gaze landed on the most tangible benefit salary. A golden steward earns 100 ghost spirit stones per month, equivalent to 100 million federal coins. This is a passive income, earned without lifting a finger. There are indeed many benefits, Yishang said, stroking his chin. He decided to immediately apply to become a golden steward. With the protection of a powerful organization like the Xinming Pavilion, many strong individuals would be deterred from attacking him lightly. If anyone dared to kill a golden steward, the Xinming Pavilion would surely take it seriously, as otherwise, anyone would feel free to provoke them. Apply. Yishang glanced at the bronze steward token in his hand and used it to contact an elder steward of the Xinming Pavilion. Moments later, a holographic figure appeared on the bronze token. It was an elderly man dressed in loose martial arts attire, exuding a powerful aura, clearly a formidable retired ghost general. "What do you want?" Li Zhangtang asked lazily, yawning as he glanced at the token in Yishang's hand. To an elder like him, a bronze steward was hardly worth mentioning. "Kid, summoning an elder lightly could get you punished if it's trivial," Li Zhangtang warned. Yishang smiled slightly. "Senior, I wish to apply for the status of a golden steward." Li Zhangtang's eyes widened in shock. "What did you say?" He rubbed his ears, thinking he had misheard. "I want to apply to become a golden steward," Yishang repeated helplessly. Li Zhangtang's expression darkened. "Kid, are you messing with me?" In the next moment, Yishang, feeling helpless, released his aura of a Toon Tire level 100 master. Li Zhangtang was almost dumbfounded, taking a while to regain his composure. "With such strength, how are you just a bronze steward?" Li Zhangtang scolded jokingly, his attitude completely changed. Yishang didn't know how to explain. He couldn't very well say he had just advanced from level 0 to level 100 in the Toon Tire, fearing it might shock the elder. Li Zhangtang verified Yishang's identity seriously. Soon, a small teleportation array formed, and a gleaming golden steward token was transmitted to Yishang's hand. "This bronze token is useless now. I'll take it back," Li Zhangtang said. "Of course," Yishang replied, storing the golden token and returning the bronze one. Before leaving, Li Zhangtang beamed. "Young friend, my name is Li Zhangtang, an elder of the Xinming Pavilion. Feel free to seek me out if you need anything. Let's get closer." With that, the holographic image dissipated. Yishang smiled, understanding this was an attempt to win him over. Golden stewards were few in the Xinming Pavilion, each with their own backing. The more golden stewards an elder had, the stronger their influence and the more stable their position. Becoming a golden steward was merely the first step in Yishang's plan. He opened the contribution pavilion and found it filled with treasures, even equipment for third and fourth tier experts. Using the golden token, a light blue screen appeared before him. He browsed carefully, noticing that Toon Tire dark gold equipment prices started at over 1,000 ghost spirit stones. Assembling a set would require at least 10,000. Everything so expensive? Yishang complained. He had been confident, but now realized that an annual salary of 1,200 ghost spirit stones wasn't enough to buy even one piece. Yishang felt a headache coming on. Recently, his luck hadn't been great. He hadn't encountered a single Toon Tire boss, making it difficult to acquire dark gold equipment. Forget it, with the diamond demon-slaying sword, dark gold equipment isn't urgent. Yishang reassured himself. The enhancement from his destruction level skill was terrifying enough, surpassing a full set of dark gold gear. Even without it, he remained invincible in the Toon Tire realm. Destruction level skills were his greatest asset. Yishang glanced over the other equipment of different grades, losing interest in anything below second-tier dark gold. He quickly browsed through the items in the contribution pavilion, his brow slightly furrowed. Although these pieces could enhance his combat power, they seemed unnecessary for someone with a destruction level skill like his. He thought to himself that it would be better to save the ghost spirit stones for emergencies rather than waste them. Just as he was about to leave, a glimmer caught his eye. A flying artifact? Yishang's eyes lit up, and he began searching eagerly. He had always relied on his feet to travel, which was time-consuming and exhausting, seriously affecting his efficiency. Remembering the wasted day traveling to Ghost Hill, he felt a pang of regret. The array of flying artifacts was dazzling, and Yishang compared them carefully. Although Zhenggang's Ghostwood boat was cheap, its speed was only 300 kilometers per hour, which was far too slow. Soon, he was drawn to a ghost mist ship. With a speed of 850 kilometers per hour and a stealth array inscribed on its hull, it offered the best value for money. Yisheng smiled slightly, having made up his mind. He immediately contacted Shiming Pavilion, advanced a year's salary of 1,200 ghost spirit stones, and purchased the ghost mist ship without hesitation. Moments later, a miniature teleportation array formed before Yisheng. With a flash of light, a palm-sized ghost mist ship appeared in his hand. He examined it fondly, considering how to best utilize this treasure, worth 1.2 billion Federation credits. Suddenly, a daring idea flashed through his mind. With this ghost mist ship, why not venture into the Nether Ghost domain and capture a few third-tier ghost, general-level spirits for his use? The thought of the 100 success rate of spirit binding and dispatch made his heart race with excitement. Eagerly, he tossed the ghost mist ship into the air. The hull rapidly expanded, transforming into a massive ship over 12 meters high and 20 meters long. Its jet-black surface shimmered with array patterns, shrouded in wisps of ghostly mist. Yisheng leaped onto the deck, taking a deep breath as he activated the ghost mist ship. With a whoosh, the ship transformed into a streak of light, flying away at an impressive speed of 850 kilometers per hour. 2 hours later, Yisheng reached the depths of the Nether Ghost domain. He cautiously maneuvered the ghost mist ship along the perimeter. Suddenly, a mass of dark clouds caught his attention. From within, countless strands of hair extended, each several hundred meters long, wildly dancing in the air. Yisheng's eyes gleamed as he recognized the 3,000 strands, a third-tier ghost, general-level female spirit. With a casual wave of her hand, her long hair swept over a small mountain, reducing it to dust in an instant. That's the one. Yisheng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he prepared to capture this third-tier ghost, general-level spirit. Whoosh! Yisheng expertly maneuvered the ghost mist ship, racing towards the elusive figure known as the 3,000 strands. His expression was serious, hands gripping the sides of the ship tightly, eyes fixed intently on the shifting gray silhouette ahead. Under his command, the ghost mist ship cut through the eerie night sky like an arrow. Even with such a magical artifact at his disposal, pursuing a spirit at the level of a third-turn ghost general remained a formidable challenge. After more than 10 minutes of this high-speed chase, Yisheng finally caught up with the gray figure. He formed a hand seal and uttered in a low voice, "Seize the spirit, command the general." Instantly, an invisible force immobilized the shadow. Yisheng exhaled in relief, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he glanced at the swirling gray orb beside him. Over the next half-day, Yisheng repeated the process, capturing 9 more spirits of the same level. Now, 10 gray orbs orbited him like satellites around a brilliant star. Internally, Yisheng was elated. With the power of these 10 third-turn ghost generals, he was virtually unbeatable below the third turn. Having completed this self-enhancement, Yisheng turned his focus to the mission in Blood Moon Valley. Despite his recent promotion to a Golden Deacon, this task was still mandatory. Given his current second turn, level 100 peak state, such a mission was now trivial. Guiding the ghost mist ship, Yisheng sped towards Blood Moon Valley. Before long, a blood-red moon came into view, casting an eerie crimson hue over the entire valley. Shadows flitted about, and ghostly wails pierced the air. Yet, Yisheng remained unfazed. This second turn, level 60 danger zone was now just a minor obstacle for him. As Yisheng was about to step into the valley, he suddenly halted. The Golden Deacon token in his possession grew scalding hot, as if it were about to burn through his chest. Yisheng frowned. Such a reaction only occurred when there was an urgent matter at the Shimming Pavilion. What happened? Yisheng wondered, furrowing his brow as he retrieved the Golden Deacon token. Yisheng saw an email that was blood red. The email emitted a glaring red light, and Yisheng knew that the situation was urgent. He opened the email and quickly scanned its contents with a sharp gaze, his brow furrowing slightly. It was an urgent mission assigned exclusively to him. The email instructed him to head to Icewind Valley as quickly as possible, as he was the only golden steward in the vicinity. Naturally, the task fell to him. What surprised Yisheng the most was the mission's reward, an astounding 2,000 contribution points. This was equivalent to 2,000 ghost spirit stones, even surpassing the value of a second-tier dark gold grade piece of equipment. Yisheng's brow knitted tighter as he calculated in his mind. Such a generous reward suggested that the mission's difficulty might be significant and potentially very dangerous. Just as he hesitated, the reward unexpectedly increased to 3,000 contribution points. Yisheng gasped, realizing that the senior figures of the Shimming Pavilion were clearly impatient. He pondered, stroking his chin, whether he should wait a bit longer. The urgent demand might push the reward even higher. However, on second thought, Yisheng shook his head. One should be kind. Let's consider it as making a good connection. He decisively accepted the mission but decided to first complete his current task in Blood Moon Valley. Yisheng leapt into Blood Moon Valley. Countless blood shadow ghosts swarmed him, but he easily repelled them. In just over 10 minutes, he collected more than 20 blood moon herbs, completing the task. If others knew, they would likely be furious. Not wasting any time, Yisheng immediately boarded the ghost mist ship, transforming into a streak of light as he sped towards Icewind Valley. Meanwhile, as Yisheng made his way to Icewind Valley, a burly man, a bald elder, and 2 others were on their way back to Nether City. No way. This is an urgent order. It's mandatory and cannot be refused. If you refuse, you'll be expelled from the Shinming Pavilion, the burly man said sternly, immediately quashing the icy woman's thoughts. The bald elder chimed in, indeed, we're just silver stewards. We don't have the authority to choose. Only the gold stewards have the privilege to decide whether to accept a mission or not. As soon as we receive an urgent order, we must move immediately. There's no time to waste. The icy woman looked troubled and gritted her teeth. But our current combat strength is only at 70% of our peak. Seeing the group's grave expressions, the burly man raised his hand to calm them. Don't worry. Didn't the mission mention that a gold steward is leading us? With such a figure in charge, we won't bear much pressure. That's true. The bald elder nodded, feeling slightly relieved at the thought of having a gold steward with them. Gold stewards are second-tier level 100 consummate powerhouses, just a step away from the third-tier ghost general level, far superior to their second-tier level 50 ghost master level. The burly man urged, let's hurry and meet this gold steward. If we're late, we might be held accountable. All right, the icy woman replied helplessly. In such situations, compliance was unavoidable. The group turned and headed towards the meeting point in Icewind Valley. Icewind Valley is perpetually engulfed in cold, with temperatures hovering around -70 degrees. Such extreme cold is impossible for ordinary people to approach. Intruders risk being frozen into ice sculptures. Moreover, the valley is inhabited by hordes of second-tier level 70 ice ghosts. On the way to Icewind Valley, powerful figures sped by, each one a silver steward of the Shinming Pavilion, second-tier level 50 or above, exuding a formidable aura and cold gaze. Moments later, in the frosty forest, about 10 miles from Icewind Valley, over 30 silver stewards had already gathered, sitting cross-legged among the frost-covered trees, waiting. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For more figures arrived, including the burly man's group. The icy woman was shocked to see so many silver stewards gathered. So many silver stewards? The bald elder looked serious. What on earth is happening? Why are so many silver stewards urgently summoned here? A silver steward stood up and gestured for calm. Everyone, please be patient. Once everyone is here, we'll know the mission's objective. The crowd gradually quieted down. The bald elder recognized some old friends and went to greet them. A silver steward laughed. Zhao, you've been drafted too. The bald elder smiled wryly. Indeed. Just finished a task in Blood Moon Valley and didn't even get a breather before being called to Icewind Valley. It's exhausting. The silver steward replied. Those summoned are the ones closest to Icewind Valley, indicating the urgency. But with a gold steward leading, we should be safe. 10 minutes later, 2 more figures joined, making a total of 50 silver stewards. Their tokens heated up, delivering the mission details. After reading, they all wore peculiar expressions. Our task is just to rescue a young one trapped in Icewind Valley, a silver steward said in a deep voice. This young one is no ordinary person. He's the grandson of a 4th-tier ghost sect elder of the Shinming Pavilion, with an extraordinary talent in its class profession. Due to a conflict, he killed a young noble of the Shura sect and was cornered in Icewind Valley by 2 second-tier consummate experts from the Shura sect. The crowd buzzed with conversation. The bald elder and the burly man exchanged worried glances. They stood no chance against 2 second-tier consummate experts. Don't worry, the bald elder reassured. We're just here to support from the side. The real action will be taken by the gold steward. The burly man nodded, feeling slightly more at ease. Let's go. The mission instructs us to meet the gold steward at the outskirts of Icewind Valley. As he spoke, many silver stewards were already on the move. The 4 of them quickly followed. Icewind Valley is nestled between 2 towering mountains, with only one entrance leading inside, flanked by sheer cliffs like knife edges. The entire valley is swept by fierce winds, the gusts biting like ice blades against the skin. At the entrance, 2 groups were already in a standoff. At the mouth of Icewind Valley, 2 groups stood in opposition. On one side were 2 formidable experts from the Azura sect, both at the peak of the second transformation, seated cross-legged at the entrance. The Azura sect warriors, draped in black robes, guarded the valley with expressionless faces. Behind them, a massive formation churned with black mist, as countless specters howled and plunged into it. At the center of the array, a colossal ghostly figure was slowly taking shape. Opposing them were over 100 members of the Bai family and Guyu Tower, each led by a second transformation peak expert. Guyu Qing furrowed her brows in discontent. Still no sign of the Shinming Pavilion? Bai Tingyu smiled reassuringly. No need to rush. Not rush. Gu Yuqing shot him a cold glance. The ones trapped in the valley are my direct descendants from Gu Tower. Bai Tingyu laughed heartily. My Bai family members are also in there. I'm just as anxious as you. He squinted towards the valley entrance. But with just the two of us, breaking through their blockade is nearly impossible. That Azura formation has likely produced a third transformation ghost, general level entity. Charging in recklessly would mean certain death. Gu Yuqing huffed but knew he was right. Just then, over 50 figures emerged from the distant forest, all silver deacons of Xinming Pavilion. Here comes Xinming Pavilion, Bai Tingyu remarked with a smile. Gu Yuqing retorted coldly, they're just silver deacons. The golden deacons have yet to appear. The members of Bai family and Gu Tower immediately began to murmur complaints about Xinming Pavilion sending only ineffective silver deacons. A heated exchange of words soon erupted between the groups. The burly man, bald elder, and other members of Xinming Pavilion exchanged anxious glances, also waiting for the arrival of the golden deacons. Amidst the chaos, a cloud appeared in the distant sky. They're here. It's a ghost mist ship, someone shouted. All eyes turned towards the cloud, with the members of Xinming Pavilion eagerly anticipating its arrival. Even the young man with the sword, who had been silent with closed eyes, now opened them to gaze at the approaching cloud. Is that the golden steward from the Xinming Pavilion? Gu Yuqing gazed into the distant sky, her brows slightly furrowed. Bai Tingyu stood with his hands behind his back, also looking towards the cloud of mist, and smiled calmly. We'll find out soon enough. In the distant sky, a ghostly fog ship shrouded in clouds was rapidly speeding towards Icewind Valley. On the deck, Yishang sat cross-legged, waiting patiently, his eyes gleaming. This mission was merely to rescue someone? However, this young disciple was no ordinary person. He was the grandson of a fourth-turn ghost sect powerhouse within Xinming Pavilion, possessing inscrutable professional talent. No wonder they were willing to pay a high price. Such talent was indeed worth nurturing. Yishang chuckled softly, taking out a small gray sphere and playing with it. This was the 3,000 strands of a 3-return ghost general. He had 9 more of them. With these 10 ghost generals, he could easily handle any turn ghost master. In the blink of an eye, the ghostly fog ship arrived above Icewind Valley. Yisheng glanced down and noticed that the number of people far exceeded expectations. Nearly 50 silver stewards were present. As expected of the Xinming Pavilion, they could mobilize so many experts in such a short time. Yisheng piloted the ghostly fog ship to slowly descend, coming to a stop in front of the group of silver stewards from Xinming Pavilion. The mist dissipated, revealing his figure clad in white robes, his expression serene. The aura of a perfected turn emanated from him, instantly confirming his identity as a golden steward. Greetings, my lord. Over 50 silver stewards bowed in unison. Yisheng's gaze swept through the crowd, and he suddenly let out a soft exclamation. He noticed 4 silver stewards with their heads lowered, eyes avoiding his. Upon closer inspection, they were the same burly men who once considered him a burden. What a coincidence! Yisheng sneered, withdrawing his gaze from the 4 people and choosing to ignore them for the time being. A cold voice came from behind him. Are you the gold deacon of the Xinming Pavilion? Yisheng turned around to see a stunningly beautiful woman scrutinizing him with a look of dissatisfaction, as if blaming him for arriving late. Yisheng cupped his hands in greeting. That's right. May I ask who you are? He recalled that the mission mentioned 2 other forces would be involved, but did not specify their identities. Guyu Lu, Gu Yueqing. The woman snorted, still revealing her background. I am Bai Tingyu, from the Bai family, said a burly man on the other side, smiling and cupping his hands. Yisheng's eyes narrowed as he probed. The Bai family? Which Bai family? Bai Tingyu puffed out his chest with pride and replied. The Bai family of Ghost Mountain City. Yisheng was taken aback. The Bai family of Ghost Mountain City was a top-tier force in Yuming City, with several 5th-turn ghost kings. Even the Yuming Pavilion was wary of them. He hadn't expected to encounter a strong member of the Bai family, who had a bounty on his head, here. Yisheng forced himself to stay calm and carefully assessed Bai Tingyu. Bai was clad in armor with a dark golden sheen, likely a complete set of dark gold grade gear. In contrast, Yisheng, despite wearing dark gold equipment, was only at the 1st-turn level. Bai Tingyu was also sizing up Yisheng and found it strange to see him in 1st-turn gear. It was odd for 2 people at the peak of the 2nd-turn realm to have such a disparity in equipment. You seem quite interested in my Bai family? Bai Tingyu noticed Yisheng's focus and asked with a smile. Yisheng chuckled, just a bit curious. There are quite a few Bai families in Yuming City. I don't believe I've caught your name. You look unfamiliar. Bai Tingyu continued to inquire. I'm Yisheng. I've just recently joined the Xinming Pavilion. Yisheng responded calmly. Nice to meet you, brother Yi. Let's get acquainted. Bai Tingyu laughed heartily, but his expression suddenly stiffened. The tracking charm in his spatial ring glowed faintly, indicating that Yisheng was the mysterious powerhouse in the Headless Ghost Valley. Bai Tingyu's eyes flashed with murderous intent, but he quickly concealed it. He needed Yishang's help to break through the Shura sect's blockade, so it wasn't the right time to act. He suppressed his anger and cupped his hands again. Brother Yi. Yishang also noticed the fleeting hostility in Bai Tingyu's eyes, realizing his identity had been exposed. He returned the gesture with a smile. Brother Bai? On the surface, everything seemed calm, but both were already plotting how to eliminate the other. Unaware of their thoughts, Gu Yueqing urged, since everyone is here, what are we waiting for? Let's kill these two from the Shura sect and rush into Icewind Valley to save them. Bai Tingyu nodded. Of course. However, that Shura formation might have already condensed a third-turn ghost, general-level fierce ghost. While the three of us can suppress the two from the Shura sect, dealing with a third-turn fierce ghost requires some tactics. Yisheng looked toward the valley entrance, recalling the rumors about the Shura formation. This ghost-condensing formation could merge countless low-level fierce ghosts into a high-level one, a specialty of the Shura sect. However, the battle strength of a forcibly condensed third-turn fierce ghost was limited, not comparable to a genuine third-turn ghost, general-level ghost. At the very least, it couldn't match the power of the 3,000 green threads he had captured. Being a formidable 3-level ghost general, it poses quite a challenge even for a strong tuned level ghost master. Gu Yueqing furrowed her brows and looked at Bai Tingyu, asking urgently, do you have a plan? Stop keeping us in suspense. The people inside might not hold out much longer. Bai Tingyu's lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. Only Gu Yueqing and Yisheng heard his whisper, blood lure technique. Yisheng was taken aback, puzzled about what the blood lure technique was. Bai Tingyu, noticing his confusion, continued to explain telepathically. It turned out that the blood lure technique involves using a person as bait, marking them in a way that greatly attracts ghostly entities, driving them to relentlessly pursue until one side is annihilated. Bai Tingyu proposed using someone as bait to enter the Azura formation, drawing the 3-level ghost general away to create an opportunity for them to rescue people. However, deciding who would act as bait was problematic due to the extreme danger, almost guaranteeing death. Bai Tingyu, with a cruel smile, suggested, each of our 3 factions should send 5 people as bait. I'll use the blood lure technique on them. Once we deal with the 2 experts from the Azura sect, they can enter the formation to lure the ghosts away. Gu Yueqing looked uneasy, but Bai Tingyu sneered, Miss Yueqing, your Guyu Tower has plenty of guest retainers. Just send 5. After all, we support these retainers for times like this, don't we? After a moment of inner conflict, Gu Yueqing nodded in agreement. Yisheng also nodded but asked, why 5 people? Bai Tingyu chuckled, with fewer people, they wouldn't be able to distract that 3-level ghost general for long. Soon, the Bai family and Guyu Tower each sent out 5 retainers. From the Shimming Pavilion, there were a burly man, a bald elder, an icy woman, and a youth holding a sword, totaling 4. Bai Tingyu frowned and asked Yisheng why there were only 4, to which Yisheng calmly replied, for is all we have. Bai Tingyu waved it off, deciding not to argue further. He quietly applied the blood lure technique on the 14 individuals without informing them of their upcoming task. Let's move. Gu Yueqing's eyes gleamed with determination as she looked at the 2 experts from the Azura sect. Bai Tingyu was the first to charge forward, laughing as he leapt towards a tuned level peak expert from the Azura sect. Gu Yueqing and Yisheng followed closely behind. The 2 experts from the Azura sect snorted and rose to confront them. The 5 tuned level peak experts clashed fiercely at the mouth of Icewind Valley, with booming echoes and surging waves of energy. Gu Yueqing flung out a fiery red ribbon in midair. The ribbon blazed with intense flames, exuding terrifying heat. Though it appeared delicate, it lashed out like a powerful whip. Boom! The fiery red silk collided with the mountainside, instantly causing it to crumble with terrifying force. Yisheng's eyes narrowed as he noticed the aura emanating from the silk, unmistakably a second-tier dark gold weapon. He observed Gu Yueqing, who was clad entirely in second-tier dark gold equipment, exuding a formidable pressure. Yisheng calculated silently. If not for his mastery of a destruction-level skill, his aura alone would indeed be inferior. The expert from the Shura cult, his black robe billowing, hastily struck out with a palm. The black handprint met the fiery silk, and they were evenly matched. Upon closer inspection, the man's gloves shimmered with a dark gold hue, clearly also second-tier dark gold. His entire set of equipment was of the same caliber, matching Gu Yueqing's in every way. As for Bai Tingyu, there was no need to elaborate. His towering frame was similarly adorned in second-tier dark gold gear. With each step he took, an earthen halo burst forth, as if he were one with the land. Countless rocks gathered like limbs, forming 2 massive arms that swung with thunderous might, as if they could shake mountains. Seeing this, Yisheng couldn't help but smile wryly. All 4 were equipped with second-tier dark gold gear, except for himself, who wore humble first-tier equipment. He made a token sword strike, a golden blade with Bagua symbols cutting through the air. only to be easily blocked by a sure occult expert. Though the strike seemed ordinary, Yisheng had used only a fraction of his strength. With the Vajra demon-slaying sword upgraded to LV2, Yisheng had full control over its power. He knew well that his true opponent was Bai Tingyu. A life-and-death battle between them was inevitable. If he revealed his full strength now, his tactics might be exposed. Just as Yisheng was pondering this, the situation suddenly shifted. An unexpected change occurred. Bai Tingyu and Gu Yueqing seized the opportunity while Yisheng was holding off an opponent and managed to deceive a master from the Shura sect. The two exchanged a glance, their coordination seamless. Bai Tingyu's sword gleamed with a cold light, while Gu Yueqing gathered spiritual energy in her palm. Together, they launched a sudden attack on the Shura sect master. Caught off guard, the opponent was struck hard in the chest. With a loud boom, he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against the mountainside. Blood spurted from his mouth as he glanced down to find his grade 2 dark gold chest armor shattered. How is this possible? His face changed dramatically, feeling fortunate. If not for the armor, he might have died on the spot. However, with the armor broken and its attributes gone, his combat strength plummeted. Bai Tingyu and Gu Yueqing exchanged another glance, a cold glint in their eyes. In a battle between experts, the situation could change in an instant. They knew that even a slight gap could be deadly. Retreat, the man shouted, calling his companions to fall back to the Shura formation behind them. Yisheng attempted to pursue but was forced back by a powerful strike. In the blink of an eye, the two Shura sect experts had vanished into the swirling black mist of the Shura formation. Bai Tingyu coldly surveyed the 14 individuals who had been subjected to a bloodbinding technique, and said indifferently, "You go in?" The 14 turned pale, clearly understanding they were being used as cannon fodder. Sensing their reluctance, Bai Tingyu's tone softened slightly, "Don't worry, we'll be right behind you to support. You're just scouting the way." Despite his words, the threat in his eyes remained unmistakable. With no other choice, the 14 reluctantly leapt into the Shura formation. Seeing this, Gu Yueqing urged, "We should go in too." Bai Tingyu raised a hand to stop her, smiling cruelly, "No rush. Let them divert the grade 3 ghost general level spirits first." Gu Yueqing hesitated to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Yisheng watched coldly, indifferent to the fate of those individuals. He was well aware of the harsh law of the jungle in this world. After a moment, Bai Tingyu finally said, "All right, let's go in." With that, he led the way into the Shura formation, followed closely by Gu Yueqing and Yisheng. Yisheng snorted dismissively, turning his gaze away with no intention of saving the burly man. That man was no saint himself. He had only himself to blame for his past misdeeds, and was now reaping the consequences. As a saying from his previous life's internet went, he had chosen a narrow path. Deep within the Icewind Valley, 3 young figures stood back to back, appearing to be around 12 or 13 years old, fiercely battling against their opponents. The attackers, dozens of skilled assassins from the Azura sect, were ruthless, aiming to kill with every strike. Bai Ziyu, pale-faced, kept lamenting their dire situation. Song Xiaotian gritted his teeth, holding his ground, while Gu Yuejiao scoffed at Bai Ziyu, mocking him for his lack of courage. Just as the trio was about to succumb, a boisterous laugh echoed from outside the valley. Bai Ziyu's face lit up with relief as a towering figure charged in. Enveloped in swirling earth energite was his uncle, Bai Tingyu. Hot on his heels, Sister Yueqing from the Guyu Tower arrived, wreathed in flames. Bai Ziyu, feeling triumphant, glanced at Song Xiaotian and taunted, "Where are your Shimming Pavilion people?" Before he could finish speaking, a figure in a white robe finally arrived, followed by a large group of Shimming Pavilion stewards. Song Xiaotian's eyes brightened as he recognized a golden steward among them. With the crisis averted, Yisheng exchanged a few pleasantries with Song Xiaotian. However, just as everyone began to relax, Bai Tingyu suddenly set up a formation. The earth-yellow light surged, and countless earth pillars erupted from the ground, trapping everyone within. Gu Yueqing angrily demanded an explanation, but Bai Tingyu merely sneered, his gaze fixed on Yisheng. Seeing this, Gu Yueqing led her people to retreat, while Bai Ziyu eagerly awaited the unfolding drama. The Shimming Pavilion stewards were in disarray, worried that their golden steward might be no match for Bai Tingyu. Song Xiaotian anxiously looked at Yisheng, who reassured him with a light pat on the shoulder. Yisheng remained calm, casually playing with 10 small gray spheres in his hand, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Yisheng's gaze was full of intrigue. A slight smile played on his lips, his expression calm and composed. 10 small gray spheres twirled between his fingers, imbued with an incredible power. Bai Tingyu charged forward with a manic laugh, surrounded by earth energy, his body towering to an astonishing height of 2 meters, encased in rock armor. Yisheng remained unruffled, and just as Bai Tingyu was about to reach him, the 10 spheres flew from his hand. To everyone's shock, they transformed into 10 fierce ghosts with long, flowing hair and menacing faces. A chilling aura enveloped Icewind Valley, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Third turn ghost generals. Gu Yueqing exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes wide as she looked at Yisheng. Song Xiaotian was equally astonished, staring at the scene in utter disbelief. Bai Tingyu's face turned ashen, and it was too late for him to retreat. The ghost's thousands of strands of hair cascaded down like waterfalls, wrapping around him tightly. With a resounding boom, the strands constricted, and Bai Tingyu exploded into a shower of blood. Icewind Valley fell into a deathly silence, as if everyone was trapped in a dream. Bai Ziyu trembled as he wiped the blood from his face, struggling to accept the reality of his uncle's death in battle. Bai Ziyu seemed lost in a dream, unable to believe it was all real. He wasn't alone. Everyone else appeared to be in a daze, rendered speechless by the surreal events. Everything happened so fast, it was over in the blink of an eye. As Bai Tingyu made his move, 10 gray beams of light shot out from Yisheng's body. These were 10 formidable ghosts at the third revolved ghost general level, instantly surrounding Bai Tingyu. His face changed drastically, and before he could react, the ghosts tore him to pieces. Blood splattered everywhere, and Bai Tingyu's remains were scattered across the ground. Everyone present was in shock. A powerful cultivator at the peak of the second transformation had been killed in an instant. The 10 ghosts did not stop there. They turned and attacked the other members of the Bai family. Screams echoed continuously, and soon the stench of blood filled the entire Icewind Valley. The officials of Shimming Pavilion watched in terror, their eyes filled with fear when they looked at Yisheng. The 10 ghosts flying in the air especially filled them with dread. An invincible realm, someone murmured. With these 10 ghosts, Yisheng had stepped into the second transformation's invincible realm, unmatched by anyone of the same level. The members of Guyu Tower were equally pale. These ghosts that had just slaughtered the Bai family could fly, and if Yisheng decided to kill them, they wouldn't stand a chance. Gu Yueqing forced a smile that was worse than crying. Brother Yi. She feared Yisheng would silence them. After all, having killed members of the Bai family, there would be no end to the trouble. Yisheng merely gave a cold smile, nearly scaring Gu Yueqing to tears. She swore she had never been so afraid of anyone. Yisheng ignored her and leapt back to the officials of Shimming Pavilion. Brother Yi. Song Xiaotian exclaimed with delight upon seeing him. My lord. The officials bowed in unison, their eyes full of respect. At this moment, their reverence was genuine. Yisheng was truly a powerhouse in the invincible realm of the second transformation. Yisheng raised his hand, and the 10 ghosts transformed into gray spheres, orbiting around him. Seeing him control them so effortlessly, everyone felt even more awe. Let's go, Yisheng commanded, putting away the spheres, giving the members of Guyu Tower a sweeping glance, and led the way. Song Xiaotian and the others followed closely, finally holding their heads high in front of Guyu Tower. Brother Yi. At this moment, Song Xiaotian spoke, interrupting Yisheng's thoughts. Song Xiaotian grinned and said, There's a relay station of our Shimming Pavilion up ahead. Let's stop for a rest. I'm exhausted. Upon hearing this, Yisheng nodded slightly. They still had about 7 or 8,000 miles to travel back to Yuming City, and Song Xiaotian, having been trapped in Icewind Valley for days, was utterly drained. It was indeed time for a break. Even Yisheng himself felt weary from the long journey. Resting at the relay station for the night and continuing tomorrow seemed like a good idea. The relay stations were temporary outposts set up by powerful factions in the wilderness, meant for their members to rest and recover. They also served as crucial points for gathering intelligence, with daily reports sent back to headquarters. As a leading force in Yuming City, Shimming Pavilion naturally had numerous relay stations scattered around. Ghostfire Station was one such place, nestled in Ghostfire Mountain. It was modest in size, with a few people on duty year-round. At this moment, outside the station, a withered tree swayed in the breeze, shedding a few yellow leaves. Beneath the tree, 2 men were playing a game of chess, and a leaf happened to fall onto the board. One of them picked up the leaf and asked with a smile, Zheng Gang. How long have you been at Ghostfire Station? Zheng Gang sighed as he placed a piece on the board. Almost half a month. But my shift ends tomorrow, and I'll be able to return to Yuming City. We Silver Stewards have it tough, not much better than the Bronze Stewards, Sunjua complained. Both of them were Silver Stewards, responsible for guarding the station. Although Ghostfire Mountain wasn't particularly dangerous, it still required Silver Stewards of at least level 50 after the second transition to be on duty. Besides them, a few service staff handled the daily operations at the station. Zhang Gang nodded in agreement, then murmured, thinking of Yisheng. I wonder how Yisheng is doing. It's been half a month with no news. You're lucky, Zhang Gang. With Elder Jianghao backing you, you don't get the worst assignments. It's different for me. My next mission might be life-threatening, Sunjua said enviously. Zhang Gang chuckled proudly. Jianghao is my old classmate. Did you hear? 4 Silver Stewards were lost in one incident recently. Sunjua gossiped. Just as he was speaking, Sunjwa received a message, his expression suddenly changing. Zhang Gang, get ready. A gold steward and the young master of Shiming Pavilion are passing through. Before they could alert the station, a ghostly mist ship appeared in the distant sky. From above, Song Shout Eon excitedly pointed downwards. Brother Yi, there's Ghost Fire Station in Ghost Fire Mountain. Amidst the ghostly mist of Ghost Fire Mountain, an ancient relay station stood, with a withered old tree at its entrance. Yi Shangdao observed the darkening sky and suggested, let's rest here for the night. We'll set out for Yuming City at dawn. Song Xiaotian nodded in agreement, knowing that a night's rest would be enough to restore them to their peak condition. He thanked Yi Shangdao with a tone full of respect. The ghost mist ship sliced through the sky and soon hovered over the ghost fire station. Sunjua and Zhang Gang looked up to see a ship cloaked in thick fog slowly descending. Sunjua's face lit up with excitement, thinking this was a prime opportunity to ingratiate himself with the prestigious Golden Deacon. Zhang Gang, however, remained calm. With Jiang Hao as his backer, he felt no need to curry favor, yet he still showed respect to a powerful figure at the second transformation's pinnacle stage. As the ghost mist ship landed and the fog dispersed, two figures stepped off the deck. Sunjua and Zhang Gang bowed their heads in greeting. Yishang scanned the area before his gaze settled on them, and upon recognizing Zhang Gang, he expressed surprise. Zhang Gang looked up, equally stunned, almost losing his balance. Sunjua watched the exchange in confusion, prompting Zhang Gang to explain with a wry smile. Brother Sunjua, we've been waiting for the wrong person. This gentleman is merely a bronze deacon. Sunjua appeared puzzled, while Song Xiaotian, dissatisfied, puffed up his chest and retorted, Hey, it was I who informed Shiming Pavilion to have you come and greet us. Brother Yi is far from just a bronze deacon. Zhang Gang grew even more perplexed, and Yishang, seeing this, gave a faint smile and decided to reveal his true strength by gradually releasing the aura of a second transformation pinnacle stage cultivator. As Yishang's aura spread, those present felt as if a mountain had suddenly pressed down upon them. Indeed, it's the aura of a second transformation completion stage. Sunjua's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Although he didn't understand why Zhang Gang reacted this way, he was now certain. He respectfully addressed him, my lord. Zhang Gang's eyes widened, nearly popping out of their sockets. He stammered. How is that possible? Yishang, when did you advance to the second transformation completion stage? Zhang Gang's mind buzzed, and his heart was in turmoil. He clearly remembered that when he first met Yishang, he was just stepping into the second transformation Ghost Master stage. How could he have suddenly advanced to the completion stage? He instinctively patted his face, the pain confirming it wasn't a dream. Sunjua ignored the flustered Zhang Gang and turned to Yishang with a flattering smile, extending his hand in invitation. My lord, please enter the post station. Yishang glanced at Zhang Gang, knowing it would take him some time to accept the reality, and said no more. Led by Sunjua, he entered the Ghostfire post station with Song Xiaotian. Zhang Gang followed in a daze. As night fell, the Ghostfire post station was dimly lit. In the main hall, several tables and chairs were arranged for dining. Zhang Gang sat at one of the tables, still bewildered, with only Sunjua by his side. Sunjua, curious, asked, Brother Zhang Gang, do you really know this golden deacon? His tone carried a hint of envy. Zhang Gang nodded stiffly. Yes, I do. He was still struggling to accept that Yishang had surpassed him to become a golden deacon. Sunjua glanced around, lowered his voice and said, I heard he just returned from Icewind Valley. Icewind Valley? Zhang Gang asked, puzzled. What about it? Sunjua's eyes widened. You haven't heard? Something major happened there, and it might be related to him. What major event happened in Icewind Valley? Zhang Gang turned his head to look at him. Sunjua's eyes widened with a grave expression. You haven't heard? Not long ago, there was a brutal battle in Icewind Valley. Dozens of the Bai family's enforcers were slaughtered, and even 4 of their silver wardens were killed on the spot. Zhang Gang was taken aback by the news, inhaling sharply. To be an enforcer for the Bai family meant being a formidable Toon-Tire Ghost Master. For dozens to be wiped out at once was indeed shocking news. Seeing his strong reaction, Sunjua lowered his voice and leaned in. The massacre of the enforcers is just the tip of the iceberg. The more explosive news is that Bai Tingyu, a core figure of the Bai family, was also killed. What? Zhang Gang's eyes widened in shock. Who was responsible? As soon as he spoke, he couldn't help but glance towards a guest room, trembling as he pointed. Could it be him? Sunjua nodded solemnly, looking at the room with a lingering fear. It was indeed this golden warden. To slaughter dozens of Toon-Tire Ghost Masters, such a feat is not something just anyone can accomplish. This person is not only powerful but probably an absolute madman. Zhang Gang was at a loss for words, examining the guest room again as if trying to see through the walls to the person inside. This Yishang was truly a blood-soaked killing god. Sunjua patted him on the shoulder, saying meaningfully, knowing such a friend. I can't tell whether it's a blessing or a curse. Zhang Gang had no response, feeling a chill run from his feet to the top of his head. The next morning, after a full night's rest, Yishang and Song Xiaotian were full of energy, especially Song Xiaotian, who had regained the lively spirit of a young man. In front of the Ghostfire Inn, the three of them boarded the Ghost Mist ship. This time, Zhang Gang joined them, as it was his turn to travel back to the underworld city. Sunjua, with a smile on his face, clasped his hands in farewell. Safe travels, my lord. The Ghost Mist ship rose into the air and flew off into the distance. Sunjua breathed a sigh of relief, silently thankful that he hadn't tried to associate with this plague god. With so many members of the Bai family slaughtered, they wouldn't let this slide easily. Befriending Yisheng now would be seeking one's own doom. In the sky, the Ghost Mist ship traveled at 850 kilometers per hour. On the deck, Yisheng sat cross-legged in white robes, with Song Xiaotian and Zheng Gang beside him. Zhang Gang couldn't contain his curiosity and asked about the events in Icewind Valley. Yisheng smiled as he recounted the events, but remained tight-lipped about why Bai Tingyu attacked. Despite being amazed at Yisheng's ability to command 10 retired ghost generals, Zhang Gang still couldn't understand why Bai Tingyu acted so suddenly. Yisheng simply shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Zhang Gang scratched his head. It's really strange. But what's next might be troublesome. If the Bai family pursues this, who knows how the higher-ups at the Shimming Pavilion will react? Yisheng nodded, acknowledging that while the plan was perfect, much depended on the attitude of the Shimming Pavilion's leadership. If they disregarded the consequences and decided to hand him over to the Bai family to appease their anger, all plans would be for naught. Song Xiaotian patted his chest. Brother Yi, the Shimming Pavilion won't do that. In worst-case scenario, there's still my grandfather. Who's your grandfather? Zhang Gang asked curiously. Song Tianhui is my grandfather, Song Xiaotian said proudly. Song Tianhui? The fourth-tier ghost sect powerhouse from Shimming Pavilion? Zhang Gang's mouth dropped open in surprise. Half a day later, the majestic walls of the underworld city came into view from afar. The pitch-black walls were inscribed with countless formation patterns, enough to repel any ghostly invasion. Yisheng and his companions arrived by Ghost Mist ship, appearing somewhat humble in this grand city. Yisheng even saw a 100-meter-long ghostly dragon soaring through the sky, with a fourth-tier ghost sect expert standing on its head. Yisheng shook his head, realizing he was still like a country bumpkin, with a long road ahead. Upon reaching the city gates, he put away the Ghost Mist ship and walked into the city with his companions. The guards on the city walls were at least 2-tier ghost masters, with many 3-retired ghost generals patrolling. Unless one was a 5th-tier ghost king, they had to obediently walk into the city. Yisheng felt a sense of nostalgia, recalling that when he left last time, he had just entered the 2-tier ghost master level, and now he had reached the 2-tier's peak. The Schwamming Tower stood towering with over 100 floors. Luxury cars were parked in front, with numerous high society individuals and white-collar workers coming and going. Most notably, though, were the powerful figures from the Schwamming Pavilion. Yisheng, accompanied by Song Xiaotian and Zheng Gang, stepped into the grandiose building. The lobby on the ground floor was bustling with people, and experts could be seen everywhere, including formidable 3-retired ghost general-level figures. As soon as Yisheng entered the lobby, he drew numerous glances. Isn't that Yisheng? Someone whispered. That's right, it's him. I checked the internal records. The photo matches. Whoa, he's a legend. I like his style. You like it? He's caused quite a stir. Someone sneered. This golden deacon is unbelievably bold, having slaughtered dozens of the Bai family's worshippers, plus one core member. Clearly, the incident at Icewind Valley had spread throughout the Schwamming Pavilion. Some were more interested in Yisheng's strength. He's a rare 2-tier invincible realm expert. Invincible realm. It's both a description and a title of respect. There are so few who reach this level. Rumor has it he can command 10 3-retired ghost general-level ghosts. Gasp. Seriously? A 2-tier commanding a 3-retire is outrageous, let alone 10. If that's true, even other invincible realm figures might not match him. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Zhang Gang looked at Yisheng's back with envy. Song Xiaotian, on the other hand, exclaimed excitedly, Big Brother Yi, you're famous in the Schwamming Pavilion. Yisheng frowned. He didn't want to be in the spotlight. It went against his low-profile style. Moreover, the incident with Bai Tingyu seemed more serious than he had anticipated. Let's go, Yisheng said, stepping further inside. 3 days later, the Bai family exerted pressure on the Schwamming Pavilion to hand him over. The pavilion was divided into 2 factions, one advocating to protect Yisheng, fearing that surrendering him would undermine their authority. The other worried about offending the Bai family and favored compromise. After 3 days of fruitless debate, the pressure from the Bai family intensified. Yisheng had become a central figure in the Schwamming Pavilion. In his room, Yisheng stood by the window, deep in thought. He disliked the feeling of losing control over the situation, and even more so the idea of others deciding his fate. My strength is still too weak. Yishang sighed inwardly. I must quickly undergo tribulation and step into the 3 retire ghost general realm. Just as Yishang was lost in thought, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Yishang collected his thoughts, trying to appear composed. The door opened, and Zheng Gang was the first to enter. Yishang, guess who I brought? Zhang Hao. Yishang looked at the person behind Zheng Gang in surprise. Seeing Yishang, Zhang Hao sighed. He was well aware of Yishang's situation and hadn't initially planned to get involved. After all, Yishang was just a friend Zheng Gang had met on the road, not someone closely connected to him. Furthermore, Yishang's current predicament was particularly tricky. But after 3 days of Zheng Gang's persistent persuasion, he finally came to see Yishang. Zhang Hao was genuinely surprised as he sat across from Yishang, gazing at him with a complex expression. He recalled the first time he met Yishang, who was just a fledgling cultivator at the early stage of the second transformation in the Ghost Master realm. In merely a few days, Yishang had transformed into a formidable force at the peak of the second transformation, arguably invincible at that level. His remarkable ghost controlling skills allowed him to command 10 third transformation ghost general level ghosts, a feat that seemed almost supernatural. Jiang Hao suddenly understood why Yishang had progressed so quickly. With the assistance of 10 third transformation ghost general level ghosts, his advancement was naturally astounding. This topic had been a hot discussion among many strong figures in the Shimming Pavilion over the past few days. Zheng Gang, who was nearby, also showed a complex expression upon hearing Jiang Hao's words. Yishang smiled faintly, thinking to himself, controlling ghosts is just one of the many tricks I have up my sleeve. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up as he cautiously asked, is your ghost controlling technique a secret art? Yishang understood that Jiang Hao wanted to know if his ghost controlling technique was a teachable secret or a personal skill that couldn't be shared. If it were a secret art, the leaders of Shimming Pavilion might step in to protect him if he was willing to share it. But if it was a personal skill, nothing could be done. Yishang shrugged and replied openly, sorry, it's a skill unique to my profession. Jiang Hao looked at Yishang for a couple of seconds before sighing in resignation. He realized Yishang was telling the truth, which dashed any hopes the Shimming Pavilion's strong figures might have had. Jiang Hao coughed and said seriously, Yishang, your situation is quite tricky. I can only promise to do my best to mediate for you. But whether it will work out depends on your own luck. Yisheng smiled and thanked him, though he wasn't overly concerned. Jiang Hao was merely an elder in the Shimming Pavilion, with limited influence and unable to sway the decisions of the higher-ups. It was commendable that he was willing to offer his support. Jiang Hao stood up to leave, and Zheng Gang, feeling somewhat guilty, said, Yisheng, this is the best I can do. Yisheng patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, I appreciate your help. Over the next 2 days, the pressure from the Bai family intensified, demanding that the Shimming Pavilion hand over Yisheng. The pavilion's higher-ups were locked in heated debates, unable to reach a decision. Just then, an unexpected figure stepped in. Song Tianhui, the grandfather of Song Xiaotian and a 4th transformation ghost sect-level powerhouse, who firmly opposed handing Yisheng over to the Bai family. Song Tianhui's stance settled the matter. With his support, others naturally complied. However, this only ensured Yisheng's safety within the Shimming Pavilion and didn't truly resolve the enmity with the Bai family. Once he left the pavilion, Yisheng would still face pursuit. The Bai family subsequently issued a harsh warning, mocking Yisheng by saying that if he didn't want to meet a grim fate, he would have to hide in the Shimming Pavilion like a turtle forever. In the high-end lounge of the Shimming building, Song Tianhui watched TV leisurely. Song Xiaotian, shaking his grandfather's arm, pleaded, Grandpa, can't you think of another way? We can't let Brother Yi be trapped in the Shimming Pavilion forever, can we? Song Tianhui sighed, Xiaotian, saving him from being handed over to the Bai family is the best I can do. As for them hunting him down outside the pavilion, there's nothing more I can do. Unwilling to give up, Song Xiaotian pressed on, and Song Tianhui patiently explained, Xiaotian, the one who was killed was Bai Tingyu, a core member of the Bai family. With such a figure dead, there's no way the Bai family will let this go. They care about their reputation. Unless a 5th transformation Ghost King level powerhouse intervenes, no one's influence will matter. Song Xiaotian deflated like a punctured balloon, sighing, is there really no way? Brother Yi got into this mess to save me. It's my fault he's in this situation. Song Tianhui responded earnestly, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have stepped in. But if I continue to get involved, it would mean an all-out war with the Bai family. At that point, even your grandfather might not survive. He continued seriously, don't underestimate the Bai family. As a top-tier power, they not only have 5th transformation Ghost King level powerhouses, but also numerous 4th transformation Ghost Sect level ones. Your grandfather can't shake such a powerful family. Song Tianhui sighed and remarked, as long as the boy stays in the Shimming Pavilion, he'll be safe. Song Tianhui's brows furrowed, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation. He shook his head and said, as long as the boy stays in the shimming pavilion, he'll be safe. Over time, the Bai family might forget about this matter. With that, he picked up the remote and continued to change TV channels absent-mindedly. Hearing this, Song Xiaotian gave a wry smile. He knew his grandfather's analysis was spot on, but he still felt it was a pity for Brother Yi to be stuck in the shimming pavilion. Yet for now, it seemed there was no other choice. Meanwhile, in an office on the 46th floor of the shimming building, Zhang Gang paced back and forth anxiously, his brows knitted tightly. Is there really nothing we can do? Jiang Hao shook his head, speaking calmly. This is the best outcome. As long as he stays in the shimming pavilion, his life won't be in danger. With time, the Bai family might lose interest in him. Zhang Gang sighed. Resigned, this is as much as we can do for him. Jiang Hao suddenly smiled and said, I'll be heading out in a while. So take care of things at the shimming pavilion. You're leaving? Where to? Zhang Gang was taken aback. I'm going to the ancient grounds. A lot has been happening there lately. The shimming pavilion needs me to coordinate. Jiang Hao replied with a serious expression. The ancient grounds. Zhang Gang gasped. If there's a place most perilous in the netherworld territory, it's undoubtedly the ancient grounds. It's fraught with dangers, but also brimming with opportunities. Legendary equipment, even mythical gear, could potentially be found there. As the two conversed, a figure hurried into the office. Elder Jiang. Something major has happened. The newcomer was visibly anxious. Jiang Hao frowned. Calm down and tell me what's going on. Your friend, Yi Shang, has left the shimming pavilion. What? Zhang Gang leapt off the couch in shock. Is he out of his mind? Jiang Hao, however, smiled knowingly. I really underestimated him. Yi Shang's actions not only stunned everyone at the shimming pavilion, but also caught the Bai family off guard. By the time they realized what had happened, Yi Shang had already left Nether City. The Bai family quickly dispatched 3 experts in pursuit, including 2 formidable third-earn ghost general-level warriors. Everyone assumed that Yi Shang was doomed. However, Yi Shang had already devised a plan. He steered the ghost mist ship straight into the depths of the netherworld territory. After speaking, Yi Shang burst into laughter and sailed away on the ghost mist ship. In the following days, 2 formidable ghost general-level warriors of the 3rd rank from the Bai family, along with a 2nd-rank invincible genius, relentlessly pursued Yi Shang. Bai Jinping had a furrowed brow as the tracking talisman in his hand flickered faintly. As a 3rd-rank ghost general, he held a high position within the Bai family and was determined to execute Yi Shang under the family's orders. Beside him, Bai Jinyu exuded a powerful aura. Together, these 2 3rd-rank warriors were set on cutting Yi Shang down. Bai Zidong sneered, a proud look flashing in his eyes. As a 2nd-rank invincible prodigy of the Bai family, he was unrivaled among his peers. Upon hearing that Yi Shang was also a 2nd-rank invincible, Bai Zidong volunteered to join the hunt, eager to prove his superiority. Uncles, this man won't escape, Bai Zidong declared confidently. Bai Jinping nodded slightly. With this tracking talisman, it's indeed difficult for him to escape. However, it's puzzling that instead of fleeing the netherworld ghost domain, he's wandering within it. Suddenly, the tracking talisman glowed with a faint yellow light, pointing southwest. Bai Jinping's eyes gleamed. Let's go, we'll catch up to him. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the netherworld ghost domain, Yi Shang roamed, searching for a 2nd-rank level 100 boss ghost to obtain a job change item for his tribulation, while also honing his skills in capturing spirits and dispatching generals. Boom. In one area, a 3rd-rank ghost tide surged, shrouding the sky with energy. Yi Shang hid in the shadows, repeatedly capturing fierce ghosts from the tide, steadily improving his proficiency in capturing spirits. After over 10 minutes, his skill leveled up to LV2, allowing him to capture up to 50 spirits at once. Yi Shang gasped, as the increase far exceeded his expectations. Sensing the pursuers drawing near again, Yi Shang swiftly captured 50 3rd-rank level 20 axe-wielding bull ghosts, surrounded by 50 gray beads emitting an eerie aura. He immediately departed, heading into the distance. Half a day later, Yi Shang sat cross-legged in a canyon, seemingly waiting for something. Soon, 3 figures approached at high speed. Bai Jinping, Bai Jinyu, and Bai Zidong, who was being carried. Boy, why aren't you running? Bai Jinping snorted, sensing something amiss. Bai Zidong broke free from Bai Jinping's grip and landed arrogantly. Is this the so-called invincible? Uncles, watch how I take his head. Yi Shang slowly opened his eyes, calmly looking at the 3. I've been waiting for you for quite a while. You're really slow. Bai Zidong, stung by the remark, struggled to swallow his pride. Bai Zidong let out a sinister laugh and took a step forward. In an instant, eerie blue flames erupted around him, unfurling ghostly wings of fire behind him. The temperature plummeted, and the light seemed to be devoured, as if they were plunged into the netherworld. Yi Shang's eyes narrowed with caution. The ghostly blue fire was exceptionally strange, not hot like ordinary flames, but bitingly cold. Wherever the fire touched, the ground was instantly covered with frost. At that moment, Bai Zedong seemed like a fiendish specter emerging from the underworld, chilling to the bone. In midair, Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu hovered. Bai Jinyu chuckled. Bai Zedong's ghost fire is becoming more refined. Bai Jinping nodded. It's an unbeatable technique. Anyone touched by it is doomed. It's especially lethal against ghostly beings. Yisheng furrowed his brow, thinking, is this his invincible technique? He knew that each invincible realm master had their unique skills, allowing them to remain undefeated among their peers. Such techniques could even be carried into higher realms, proving immensely valuable. Bai Jinyu turned to Bai Jinping with caution. This young man is said to be in the invincible realm too. Bai Zedong won't get hurt, will he? Bai Jinping was confident. With us here, nothing will happen to Bai Zedong. In the canyon, Bai Zedong advanced step by step, sneering, kid, don't say I didn't give you a chance. I heard you can command 10 third-earn ghost generals? Summon them, let's see who's stronger. Yisheng stood up, rubbing his chin. Who said I only have one invincible move? He contemplated. Let's test this kid with the Vajra demon-slaying sword. It hasn't tasted blood yet. The Vajra demon-slaying sword was immensely powerful, a single-target annihilation skill. At level 2, its attack power soared by 30,000. Yisheng knew that no one in the second-turn realm could withstand this strike. Bai Zedong approached, engulfed in ghostly blue flames, leaving frost in his wake. His lips curled into a peculiar smile, as if the prospect of slaying an invincible realm opponent thrilled him. Yisheng's gaze was peculiar, thinking this kid was overly confident, practically delivering himself on a silver platter. With that in mind, he decided not to hold back. His long sword appeared in his hand, its blade glowing with dazzling light. Just as Bai Zedong was about to close in, Yisheng swung his sword without warning. Bai Zedong was momentarily stunned, unable to react as his world was engulfed in brilliant golden light. Boom! With a single slash, the entire canyon trembled. The cliffs on either side crumbled, and boulders tumbled down. From above, it looked like a golden sun had risen, transforming into a radiant sword light that spanned the canyon. When the sword light faded, silence fell over the canyon. Yisheng waved away the dust, revealing a deep sword mark on the ground. As for Bai Zedong, he had been utterly vaporized by the strike. Yisheng shook his head inwardly. Bai Zedong had been far too arrogant to take the strike heat-in without any defense. No wonder he was vaporized. Not far away, Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu stood frozen in midair, unable to believe what they had witnessed. It had all happened so quickly, like a dream. Bai Zedong approached Yisheng, and Yisheng's immediate response was a devastating sword strike, as if it had been prearranged. After a long while, Bai Jinping finally snapped out of it, his gaze landing on where Bai Zedong had stood. All that remained was a deep sword mark, with no trace of the Bai family's invincible prodigy. The two ghost general-level experts of the Bai family, Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu, were in disbelief. Their faces changed dramatically, filled with shock and anger. They were confident, believing that with their presence, Yisheng wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. But the scene before them was like a heavy blow to their hearts. Bai Zedong, the invincible prodigy of the Bai family, was killed right in front of their eyes. Everything happened so quickly that they couldn't even react. Bai Jinping glared at Yisheng, his face flushed red, fists clenched, clearly enraged. Bai Zedong was a carefully nurtured invincible talent of the Bai family, and now he had fallen. At this moment, Bai Jinping's heart bled. Bai Jinyu was equally shocked, muttering to himself, wasn't this kid's invincible method to control 10 third-turn ghost general-level ghosts? What's with this sword skill? He suddenly realized that the young man before him possessed more than one invincible technique. Everyone had underestimated him. Monster! Bai Jinyu's eyes were filled with astonishment. Possessing one invincible technique at the invincible level was already the limit, yet he had never heard of any prodigy having two. If he knew that all of Yisheng's skills were invincible techniques, his jaw would probably drop. Kill him! Bai Jinping's roar snapped Bai Jinyu back to reality. Heh! Yisheng sneered, feeling particularly pleased as he looked at the two furious third-turn ghost general-level experts. As Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu charged forward, 50 gray orbs suddenly appeared around Yisheng, which he then flung towards them. Whoosh! 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 The 50 gray orbs shot out like bullets. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into 50 giant axe-wielding bull ghosts in midair. Each stood over 3 meters tall, wielding rusted giant axes, roaring as they charged at the duo. These giant axe bull ghosts were all third-turn level 50 elite ghosts, possessing immense strength and thick, tough ghostly bodies. As 50 of them charged together, it was like a small ghost tide, creating waves of eerie energy and thick ghostly fog. Their momentum far surpassed that of the previous 10 third-turn ghosts. Bai Jinping's expression changed, quickly reacting by striking out a palm to repel a bull ghost that charged at him. but he was soon entangled by more bull ghosts, momentarily halting his advance. Bai Jinyu found himself in a similar predicament, exclaiming, wasn't this kid only able to control 10 third-turn ghosts? And just low-level ones at that. Where did these third-turn level 50 elite ghosts come from? And in such numbers? Bai Jinping shouted angrily, who cares where they came from? Just deal with these third-turn level 50 ghosts and don't let this kid escape. Otherwise, we won't be able to explain ourselves when we return. With Bai Zedong's death, the situation had become even more serious. The Bai family had lost a talented member with great potential. All right, Bai Jinyu collected his thoughts and began to fight with all his might. Though both were third-turn level 30 ghost general level cultivators, dealing with third-turn level 50 ghosts was relatively easy for them. This was because their equipment was of high quality, with legendary orange glow emanating from their gear, indicating they each had at least one third-turn legendary item, significantly boosting their combat power. Seeing the two entangled, Yishang turned and left without hesitation, decisively. He knew very well that it was unrealistic to expect these 50 third-turn level 50 elite ghosts to kill the duo, unless they were 50 third-turn level 100 perfected ghosts. These 50 elite ghosts were already doing a great job by merely holding them off for a moment. Gentlemen, take your time. I won't be staying any longer. Yishang laughed heartily, turning away with a calm demeanor, as if he had anticipated everything and was waiting for them to fall into his trap. This scene clearly infuriated Bai Jinping, causing him to nearly lose his head to a giant axe. After leaving, Yishang continued his journey to find a second-turn boundless level ghost. He aimed to obtain a job transfer item to undergo a tribulation and step into the third-turn realm. However, obtaining a job transfer item proved to be tricky. Over the next 3 days, Yishang killed over 30 second-turn BOS level ghosts, but failed to obtain the item. Instead, he managed to collect a complete set of second-turn dark gold level equipment, replacing his previous first-turn dark gold level set. In a forest, Yishang sat cross-legged on a thick branch, holding a yellow skill book. Huangzhong Curse? A defensive skill? Yishang looked at the skill book in his hand. It was another Taoist skill book, one of the few he had obtained recently. Given the low drop rate of skill books, obtaining one for his profession was even rarer. Yishang's space ring was filled with skill books, but only a few were for Taoists. A system prompt sounded. Detected learnable skill Huangzhong Curse. Learn? Yes, no? Learn. Without hesitation, Yishang chose to learn the Taoist skill Huangzhong Curse. Once learned, he would likely gain another destructive level skill. System prompt. Huangzhong Curse learned successfully. Taoist skill, Huangzhong Curse LV1. One of the Taoist defensive spells. Defense increase 25. Ghost damage reduction 12. Description. Summon a protective yellow bell to shield against external damage. Defense can gradually increase with skill level. Taoist skills are still so weak. Yishang glanced at it and shook his head. Although Huangzhong Curse was a defensive spell, its boosts were too weak. Defense increased 25. Ghost damage reduction 12. No wonder the Taoist profession rating is so low, far inferior to some grade or even grade professions. Just as Yishang shook his head, a familiar prompt sounded in his mind. Got it. Yishang's face lit up, knowing that his passive talent would be triggered. Ding. New skill detected. Passive talent Heart of the Celestial Master triggered. Huangzhong Curse automatically upgraded to destructive level. The passive talent Heart of the Celestial Master was activated, automatically upgrading the yellow bell curse to the destruction level Divine Heaven Bell. Yishang took a sharp breath, feeling a wave of shock. Just from the name, he could sense the extraordinary nature of this skill. Eagerly, he pulled up the skill description, and his eyes widened. Destruction level skill, Divine Heaven Bell LV1. Defensive skill, top-tier Taoist defensive magic. Defense boost 15,000. Damage reduction against ghosts 25,000. The defense boost was simply astonishing. Yishang silently compared it to the original yellow bell curse, which only increased defense by 25 and reduced ghost damage by 12. The difference was like night and day. It's true that having a strong profession is the key, Yishang mused. As the top-ranked SSS level profession in the world, the Celestial Master's skill enhancements were unmatched, even outshining the so-called freakish SS level professions. After learning several destruction level skills in succession, Yishang began to realize the terrifying potential of the Celestial Master. He couldn't help but imagine. If the Divine Heaven Bell reached LV10, who could break his defense? The power of the Vajra demon-slaying sword at LV10 would be as deep as the ocean, and the spirits captured by the spirit dispatching technique would be unimaginable. A day later, Yishang slew a second-tier BOS level ghost with a single strike. As its massive body dissipated into ghostly flames, beams of light surged from the corpse, including 2 dark gold beams. However, Yishang was indifferent to these, as what he truly wanted was the second-tier transition item. At that moment, a stunning white beam of light appeared, emitting a milky white glow. Yishang beamed with joy, laughing as he collected it, casually gathering a few dark gold beams as well. Finally, I can summon the Thunder Tribulation and step into the third-tier ghost general realm. Yisheng's eyes gleamed with determination. With his current strength, the third-tier Thunder Tribulation would be a piece of cake. Once he advanced to the third tier, his base power would increase 1,000-fold, and combined with the terrifying boost from destruction-level skills, his combat strength would undergo a qualitative leap. Yisheng glanced back, vaguely seeing two figures on the horizon. Over the past few days, he had captured 50 ghost spirits using the spirit dispatching technique, causing these two significant trouble. Once I step into the third-tier realm, it will be the end for you. Yisheng's eyes flashed with killing intent as he leaped deeper into the valley. In a black valley, Yisheng sat cross-legged on a large rock, holding a white orb of light. Upon closer inspection, the orb contained a fragment of golden bone, adorned with mysterious ghost-sealing runes and even a hint of divinity. Without hesitation, Yisheng crushed the golden bone fragment. Instantly, thick tribulation clouds enveloped the entire valley, with thunder rumbling within, seemingly gathering for the impending descent of 9 heavenly thunders. Meanwhile, 100 miles away, Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu were following a tracking talisman. Both had grim expressions. A mere second-tier cultivator had eluded them for days. If word reached Yuming City, they would be a laughingstock. This kid is way too slippery, Bai Jinyu complained. Bai Jinping's expression was dark. If not for those 50 third-tier ghost, general-level fierce ghosts, Yisheng wouldn't have evaded them for so long. What infuriated him even more was that every time they annihilated a wave, another 50 would appear, seemingly endless. That kid must be running out of tricks by now, right? Bai Jinping speculated naively. Suddenly, Bai Jinyu pointed at the distant sky in shock. Brother, it looks like that kid is undergoing a tribulation? What? Bai Jinping was taken aback, abruptly turning his head to gaze into the distant sky, 100 miles away. Above the Black Valley, ominous clouds rapidly gathered, shrouding the entire area in an instant. Thunder brewed within the clouds, creating a terrifying spectacle that made one's heart race. Bai Jinping's expression changed dramatically. He was all too familiar with this, and it was the very tribulation he had barely survived in his own journey to the third transformation of the ghost general realm. Stop that kid! Bai Jinping shouted harshly. Bai Jinyu, however, chuckled. Brother, this kid is courting death. We might not even need to lift a finger. He could very well perish under the lightning tribulation, but what if he doesn't? If he breaks through to the third transformation of the ghost general realm, killing him will become exceedingly difficult. Bai Jinping said with a grave expression. We should take this opportunity to eliminate him during his tribulation. Let's go. Before he finished speaking, Bai Jinping's power surged, and he soared into the sky, heading swiftly towards the distant valley. Bai Jinyu, though reluctant, followed closely behind. Meanwhile, in the Black Valley, Yisheng wore a stern expression. The third transformation lightning tribulation was far more terrifying than the second. Each bolt of lightning carried immense power. According to the Federation's statistics, less than 30% could survive this ordeal, marking it as a true threshold of death. It's coming. Yisheng's pupils contracted. The sky suddenly brightened, and a blinding bolt of lightning shot out from the storm clouds without warning, striking directly at him. Vajra, demon-slaying sword. Yisheng shouted, as countless 8 trigram symbols flickered around him, colliding fiercely with the first bolt of lightning. With a deafening roar, the earth trembled. In the end, the lightning was dispersed by the golden sword light, which even pierced into the storm clouds, causing them to churn violently. The second bolt, even larger, soon followed, illuminating the surrounding 100 miles. Yet, it still failed to harm Yisheng. The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth bolts descended in quick succession, causing the entire valley to tremble as if submerged in a sea of lightning. At this moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared outside the valley. Bai Jinping stared in shock at the scene before him, exclaiming, "It really is that kid undergoing the tribulation. He's already at the 7th bolt and still looks at ease." A trace of panic flashed across Bai Jinyu's face. Unlike the usual tension and fear during a tribulation, Yisheng seemed calm, as if he were on vacation rather than facing a life-or-death trial. This composure alone was enough to instill fear. Stop him, Bai Jinping urged anxiously. At this rate, he could very well withstand all 9 bolts and step into the third transformation of the ghost general realm. Before he could finish, Bai Jinping shot forward like a cannonball, rushing towards the valley. Bai Jinyu followed, both realizing this might be their last chance to kill Yisheng. Yisheng glanced up at the approaching duo, smirking coldly. He was prepared. 50 spiritual beads appeared around him, shooting like bullets towards the two. These 53rd transformation fierce ghosts should delay them for 2 breaths, enough time for him to endure 2 more bolts of lightning. After releasing the beads, Yisheng ignored them and focused entirely on the tribulation above. The seventh and eighth bolts descended one after another, both met with calm resistance. However, after the eighth bolt, Yisheng looked up solemnly. The storm clouds above had grown incredibly dense, and no ninth bolt descended immediately. Instead, it brewed with increasing intensity. The final bolt. Yisheng's heart was filled with caution. Of the 9 bolts, the ninth was the most fearsome. Many masters could easily handle the first 8, only to falter at the last strike, failing at the final hurdle. By now, Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu had dealt with the 50 fierce ghosts and were charging towards Yisheng. Yisheng found himself in the most dangerous situation of his life, facing the impending 9th bolt of lightning and the assault from 2 third transformation ghost generals. Die, brat! Bai Jinping snarled, thrusting his spear forward. The formidable spear light condensed in the air, aimed directly at Yisheng. Bai Jinyu also attacked with full force, their combined strike overwhelmingly powerful. Boom! The sky suddenly brightened, and after a brief brewing, the 9th bolt of lightning finally descended, striking fiercely at Yisheng. Block it! Yisheng's long black hair flew wildly as his eyes shone with piercing light. He knew this was the decisive moment. If he could withstand this final strike, he would step into the third transformation of the Ghost General Realm. Heavenly Command. Celestial Suppression Bell. Yisheng formed a seal with his hands, and a clear bell toll echoed through the heavens. A radiant golden bell suddenly appeared, enveloping Yisheng securely. The Celestial Bell. This magnificent bell glows with a golden radiance, towering over 5 meters high. Its surface is intricately engraved with the Bagua symbols, and countless mythical beasts and birds come to life upon it. Cranes gracefully dance, the white tiger of the 4 spirits roars through the forest, and a golden dragon leaps into the clouds. Each of these elements highlights the bell's extraordinary nature. Yisheng's eyes gleamed with a golden light as he thought to himself, not enough. Although the celestial bell's defense had increased by 15,000, as a level 1 divine artifact, its full potential had yet to be unleashed. Relying on just one bell might not be sufficient to withstand the 9th heavenly thunder and the attacks from the Bai brothers. Without hesitation, he formed a hand seal again. Dong! Another bell chime resounded as a second celestial bell materialized, encasing the first. Yisheng continued to form seals, stacking bell upon bell. 2, 3, 4, until the 10th bell, when his internal energy was depleted, and he could summon no more. At this moment, Yisheng was like a turtle hiding in an impregnable shell, bracing for the impending destructive onslaught. Indeed, a massive spear light struck first, followed closely by a blade light, both possessing the power of the third transformation. Finally came the 9th heavenly thunder, with all 3 attacks colliding almost simultaneously with the layered celestial bells. Dong! Crack! The first bell shattered upon impact, but it reduced the power of the 3 attacks by 20%. After 4 consecutive bells were destroyed, the Bai brothers' attacks were completely neutralized. This scene left them dumbfounded, unable to believe that their full-force assault had been so easily deflected. The 9th heavenly thunder, even more powerful, shattered another 4 bells in succession. Only 2 layers of protection remained around Yisheng, but the thunder's power was spent, and the final trace of lightning dissipated upon striking the 9th bell. It's over. Yisheng laughed heartily, having successfully withstood all 9 heavenly thunders. Ascending to the third transformation Ghost General Realm was now within reach. The tribulation clouds in the sky dispersed, leaving behind the dampness of rain and the scorched scent of the lightning tribulation in the air. Bai Jinyu stood frozen, watching Yisheng complete his physical transformation. Bai Jinping's expression was extremely grim, never before witnessing such a prodigy who could successfully transcend a tribulation despite their full efforts to stop him. This potential, this talent, was unheard of. Big brother, what should we do next? Bai Jinyu snapped back to reality, his gaze toward Yisheng filled with fear. Bai Jinping decisively responded, retreat. With Yisheng's entry into the third transformation Ghost General Realm, killing him was no longer possible. Bai Jinping stepped back, his eyes filled with reluctance. But he knew the situation was beyond his control. He glared at Yisheng with gritted teeth, calculating his escape route. Yisheng was formidable even at the second transformation, and now that he had reached the third, he was even more formidable. Bai Jinping, thinking clearly, knew he had to return to the Bai family to report. He resolved to have the family send someone stronger to eliminate this anomaly. Just as Bai Jinping was about to retreat, a chilling voice echoed from behind. Where do you think you're going? Both Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu froze, turning slowly. Amidst the charred forest, Yisheng stood tall, exuding the powerful aura of a third transformation ghost general. Yisheng stepped into the air, creating an invisible staircase with each step. Bai Jinping forced a calm demeanor and mocked, "Kid, do you think reaching the third transformation means you can defeat us? Ridiculous." However, Bai Jinyu sensed danger and advised, "Brother, perhaps we should retreat for now." Yisheng, feeling the surging power within him, was brimming with confidence. Without another word, he swung his long sword, unleashing an impressive golden sword light. Bai Jinping's expression changed instantly as he felt the overwhelming power of the invincible realm from the sword light. In shock, he immediately chose to retreat. With his third transformation at level 30, he was no match for a sword strike that rivaled the peak of the third transformation. Bai Jinping was terrified and dared not confront this earth-shattering strike heathen. Only a true prodigy at the pinnacle of the third transformation could possibly face off against Yisheng. Yisheng, having just stepped into the third transformation, already possessed unrivaled combat power, which was hard for the Bai Jinping brothers to comprehend. However, they had no time to dwell on it, as Yisheng's sword light struck like lightning. Despite their best efforts to resist, the brothers couldn't withstand a strike of this caliber, belonging to the invincible realm. With a thunderous crash, the ground split open, flattening the forest, and a bottomless chasm stretched before them. As the golden sword light faded, a rain of blood fell from the sky. The Bai Jinping brothers had been reduced to fragments, evaporated by a single strike from Yisheng. Such power was truly terrifying. However, this astonishing strike also shattered the sword in Yisheng's hand, which crumbled into pieces. He looked down at the remnants on the ground and sighed. This second transformation dark gold weapon was too fragile against his newfound third transformation strength. It seems only a third transformation weapon can withstand my current power, Yisheng mused to himself. After crossing into the third transformation, my base strength has increased 1,000-fold, creating a vast gap from the second transformation. At that moment, Yisheng's gaze swept across and noticed two items emitting an orange glow floating where the Bai Jinping brothers had fallen. He recognized them as the brothers' third transformation legendary equipment, miraculously surviving his devastating strike. Unfortunately, their spatial rings had shattered. Yisheng knew that once a spatial ring broke, the internal space would explode, and the items would be lost in the endless spatial turbulence, beyond recovery. There was nothing he could do about it. Spatial rings were inherently fragile. Wow! Yisheng raised his hand and collected the two legendary orange-grade items. A hint of admiration flickered in Yisheng's eyes. These two third-tier legendary items were indeed extraordinary. A long spear and a breastplate remained unscathed even after enduring his full-force strike. Yisheng carefully examined the treasures in his hands, pondering silently. The spear was of no immediate use, and the breastplate required a third-tier level 30 to equip. After a brief contemplation, he stored both items in his storage ring. With his current strength, comparable to the invincible realm of the third tier, having or not having such equipment made little difference. Moreover, these were only third-tier level 30 legendary items, still far from the top-tier level 100 legendary grade. Yisheng sighed lightly, having already made up his mind. After putting away the equipment, Yisheng took a deep breath, feeling the surging power within him like a mighty river. Having finally stepped into the third-tier ghost general realm, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. His laughter echoed far and wide, as if announcing his rise to the world. Yisheng knew that from this moment on, he was no longer a minor player to be toyed with. Even the Bai family would no longer dare to treat him as they would a second-tier cultivator. In any faction, a third-tier ghost general was considered an elder, a position of considerable status. With this thought, Yisheng sneered, flipping his palm to reveal the golden deacon token of the Shimming Pavilion. Looking at the token, a trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. After this event, he saw through the hypocrisy of these factions. When things go wrong, they discard you immediately. So why cling to the Shimming Pavilion? Yisheng snorted coldly, crushing the token with a sudden force. With a crisp crack, the golden deacon token shattered, its fragments falling through his fingers. He then sent a brief message to the Shimming Pavilion announcing his departure. Having done all this, Yisheng hovered in the air, his gaze profound. Moments later, a glint of cold determination appeared in his eyes. Having been hunted by the Bai family to this point, it was time to collect some dues. With his current strength, he was fully capable of eliminating the Bai family's third-tier elder-level powerhouses. Yisheng calculated that since it was a fight to the death, he might as well strike the Bai family where it hurt, thereby resolving the crisis. He was never one to suffer losses without retaliation. If someone struck him, they would pay in blood, repaid tenfold. After a moment's thought, Yisheng decided to head to the ancient land. It was not only the location of many Bai family bases, but also a gathering place for numerous third-tier elders. Although the ancient land was fraught with danger, it was also filled with opportunities. It boasted high drop rates and frequently produced legendary items, with the occasional appearance of mythical red-grade gear. Yisheng made up his mind to seek a breakthrough in the ancient land while exacting revenge on the Bai family. Without further hesitation, he oriented himself and soared into the sky, thundering towards the distant horizon. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a day had passed. In a high-end lounge of the Shimming Tower, two third-tier elders were leisurely playing chess. The fragrant smoke from the incense added a touch of elegance to the scene. Huang Chun, have you heard? That kid with the surname, he has boldly announced his departure from our Xinming pavilion. Chao Sui placed a piece on the board and spoke with a smile. Huang Chun was momentarily taken aback, unable to recall which young man bore the surname Yi. Suddenly, Huang Chun seemed to realize something, and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. Are you talking about that young guy being hunted by the Bai family? Huang Chen's tone carried a touch of surprise. Normally, a golden deacon wouldn't attract much attention from the elders, but because of the Bai family incident, Yishang has become quite famous. Chao Sui nodded slightly, but his expression grew increasingly grim. Yes, that's him. That kid actually crushed the golden deacon token and boldly announced his departure from the Xinming pavilion. Now the entire Xinming pavilion is buzzing about it. He crushed the golden deacon token? Huang Chen frowned, showing a hint of disapproval in his eyes. The deacon token is a symbol of the Xinming pavilion. His actions are nothing short of disrespect to our pavilion. What audacity! Does he really think he's someone important? Chao Sui hesitated with his chess piece, then sneered. He's harboring resentment. Many people are discussing it, saying that as a promising turn invincible realm prospect, he should have been protected, not abandoned. There's a lot of criticism about the decisions made by the higher-ups. Huang Chen pondered for a moment and sighed. This young man isn't a direct descendant of our Xinming pavilion, nor is he related to any fourth-turn powerful figure. He's essentially an outsider. Such people are prone to developing disloyalty and rebelling. Besides, our Xinming pavilion has several turn invincible realm prospects. We don't lack one more. Speaking of those turn invincible realm prospects in the Xinming pavilion, Huang Chun expressed his concern. I wonder how many of them will successfully undergo tribulation and reach the 3-return realm. It's incredibly challenging to reach the 3-return realm. Even at the turn invincible realm, it's not guaranteed. Chao Sui remarked, invincible techniques come in various forms. Some are not suitable for overcoming tribulations, but are incredibly difficult to counter in battles. Huang Chen nodded slightly, a knowing look in his eyes. Indeed, the difficulty of facing tribulations is unimaginable for ordinary people. Countless prodigies have fallen because of it. Chao Sui placed a piece on the board, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. However, Yishang's act of crushing the Golden Steward Order has angered a powerful 4th-tier figure. This figure has openly declared that anyone who dares to protect that kid will be considered an enemy. Upon hearing this, Huang Chen laughed heartily, a hint of pride in his eyes. Even if that figure hadn't spoken, no one would dare take him in. No one dares to accept someone who leaves our Xinming pavilion. Chao Sui chuckled in agreement. Indeed, that kid is also being hunted by the Bai family. He'll have to fend for himself. The scene shifts to the Lu family in the Yuling community of Ghost Mountain City. Lu Shushan's hearty laughter could be heard from afar. Xiaoming has really made us proud. He successfully passed the lightning tribulation and entered the 2nd-tier Ghost Master realm. Our ancestors must be smiling down on us. In the living room, Lu Ming sat upright, exuding the unique aura of a 2nd-tier Ghost Master. Although he had just entered the realm, his presence was already extraordinary. Father, I always said I would bring honor to the Lu family. Lu Ming's lips curled up, his eyes full of self-satisfaction. As the first 2nd-tier powerhouse in generations, he had every right to be proud. Just yesterday, he had successfully overcome the 2nd-tier lightning tribulation with the support of Tianfeng Group's resources. Although the process was perilous, he emerged unscathed. Lu's mother, however, was wiping her tears, her voice choked with emotion. The path of cultivation is too dangerous. Xiaoming nearly died under the lightning tribulation. Why not find a stable job in the future? Lu Shushan's face darkened at her words, and he scolded sternly. What nonsense are you talking about? What do you know as a woman? Only by growing stronger can we live well in this world. Xiaoming has gone through hell to get here. You should be happy. Lu Ming quickly reassured her. Mom, don't worry. I'm an rank professional. What's a mere 2nd-tier lightning tribulation? Even a 3rd-tier lightning tribulation couldn't stop me. Only then did Lu's mother stop crying, but she was still worried. And Xiaoshang? We haven't heard from him for almost a month. Don't mention that kid. Lu Shushan was annoyed, having hoped Yishang would contribute to the family income, only for him to disappear without a trace. Seeing this, Lu Ming quickly changed the subject. Dad, I'm going on a trip tomorrow. Where to? Lu Shushan asked, puzzled. The ancient lands, Lu Ming explained briefly. Tianfeng Group is taking us 2nd-tier prodigies there for training, to prepare for the upcoming federal exam. Hearing this, Lu Shushan's expression changed, showing rare concern. That place is dangerous, with even the weakest ghost soldiers being at the 2nd-tier peak, and there are even stronger 3rd and 4th-tier ones. Can you not go? Lu Ming was excited. It's a rare opportunity. Several 3rd-tier ghost general elders will lead the group, so safety is guaranteed. Besides, the ancient lands are a treasure trove. I might get a full set of legendary equipment, which would give me a better chance at the federal exam. At the mention of the federal exam, Lu Shushan fell silent. It was a global exam to get into Fengdu University, and passing it meant limitless prospects. Lu Ming earnestly said, "Dad, this trip to the ancient lands is crucial. Whether I get into Fengdu University depends on it. Besides, there's only a month left until the exam, and time is tight." Lu Shushan no longer objected, only advising him to be careful. "Don't worry. I'll go rest now. I have to leave early tomorrow," Lu Ming said as he stood up and left, leaving his parents in silence. After a long pause, Lu's mother expressed her concern. "Will Xiao Ming be in danger?" "No," Lu Shushan reassured her, waving his hand. "With third-ear ghost general powerhouses leading, those who can fly, Xiao Ming will be safe. What about Xiaosheng? Are we just going to ignore him?" Lu's mother hesitated. Lu Shushan was dismissive. "He's just out working. What's there to worry about?" Lu's mother looked around, lowering her voice. "Shushan, the way we're treating Xiaosheng, will those mysterious people agree? They've been giving us a lot of money every year to take care of Xiaosheng, but we've used it all on training Xiao Ming. Aren't you afraid of angering them?" Mentioning the mysterious people, Lu Shushan became visibly tense. These people always wore black, taking a quick glance at Yisheng before leaving, shrouded in mystery. "No problem," Lu Shushan whispered. "They seem to have some concerns, not daring to stay long. They just take a look and leave. They won't find out what we've done." Lu's mother sighed, feeling guilty. "Oh, poor Xiaosheng." On the journey to the ancient land, a ghostly mist ship sped forward. On the deck, Yisheng sat cross-legged, clad in a white robe. Yisheng frowned slightly, dissatisfied with the ship's speed of 850 kilometers per hour. In contrast, he could now travel at 1,000 kilometers per hour on his own. However, sustaining such speed for long periods was exhausting, so he had to endure it for now. He resolved that when the opportunity arose, he would acquire a faster flying artifact. Feeling bored, Yisheng opened the group chat with his classmates. The unusual silence in the chat caught his attention. Zhou Ming complained, "Hardly anyone's talking these days." Zhang Gang replied, "There's nothing we can do. The federal exam is approaching, and everyone's busy preparing. I heard all the classmates at the level of the third-earn ghost general have already gone to the ancient land for a final push. Even Jiang Hao left 2 days ago." His words carried a hint of loneliness. Yisheng pondered. The ancient land was indeed a place to enhance one's powers, especially for those at the third-earn level. If one could gather a set of third-earn legendary equipment, they would undoubtedly have an advantage in the federal exam. Thinking about the upcoming exam, Yisheng's eyes grew serious. It was a fierce competition where the world's talents would gather, all vying for a place in the Federation's top institution, Fengdu University. Fengdu University was not just a university. It was the inner circle of the Federation's elite. As far as Yisheng knew, 90% of the Federation's high-ranking officials were alumni. Getting into Fengdu University meant that even the least successful graduates could become city lords or inspectors. Yisheng silently vowed that he had to succeed in this exam. Yet, his current strength was far from sufficient. Yisheng looked determinedly into the distance, calculating how to advance to the fourth-turn Ghost Lord level within a month. Only the ancient land could help him achieve this goal. Half a day later, the ghostly mist ship finally entered the ancient region. The sky and earth were shrouded in a yellow haze, with spatial rifts occasionally tearing open, unleashing terrifying spatial storms. Yisheng's expression was grave as he carefully navigated the ship to avoid the dangerous rifts. Meanwhile, within the ancient region, a massive ghost dragon-shaped warship was slowly moving forward. This was the ghost dragon Deshang of the Guyu Tower, carrying hundreds of second-turn perfected realm experts to the ancient land for training. Inside the cabin, the third-turn elder Feng Yuqin looked over the carefully selected disciples with satisfaction, hoping that a few third-turn experts would emerge from this expedition. Among these hundreds, one figure stood out, Gu Yueqing, who had once crossed paths with Yisheng. Although she was already at the second-turn perfected realm, she couldn't hide her nervousness about the dangerous training ahead. Gu Yueqing, with her second-turn perfected realm strength, had fought hard for a spot in this expedition organized by Guyu Tower. Yet, now that she was in the ancient land, she couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. "We have entered the ancient land." Inside the cabin, the disciples of Guyue Tower crowded around the window, their eyes filled with curiosity and unease. The world outside had turned into a hazy yellow, signaling their arrival at the outskirts of the ancient land. They whispered among themselves about the impending arrival at Yin City, the true heart of the ancient land. "I heard the entire Yin City is filled with second-tier Yin soldiers, like a tidal wave," one disciple said with a serious expression. "That's right, but that's just the weakest Yin City," another chimed in. "In the stronger Yin cities, there are third and even fourth-tier Yin soldiers and generals. With Yin energy so dense it becomes tangible." Some turned pale at this. "That's too dangerous." Can we really go there? What are you afraid of? Someone reassured them. Risk and reward go hand in hand. The ancient land may be dangerous, but the drop rate is incredibly high, with legendary equipment discovered daily. Exactly, a young man added ruefully. I bribed an elder for this chance. It cost me half my fortune. Listening to the discussions, Gu Yueqing couldn't help but sigh. Normally self-reliant, these skilled individuals had become novices needing protection here. She clenched her teeth in determination. I must advance to the third-tier general realm this time. As the group was drifting into sleep, the ship, Ghost Dragon Deshang, suddenly shook violently as if struck by something massive. Everyone was instantly alert. What happened? Someone asked in panic. Gu Yueqing opened her eyes warily. Although the ship steadied, an ominous feeling welled up inside her. Suddenly, someone pointed out the window with a trembling voice. Look, what is that? They crowded to the window, seeing countless Yin soldiers pouring from a rift in the sky like a black tide. It's a Yin soldier crossing, someone shouted in terror. Ghost Dragon Deshang immediately retaliated, dark light rising to burn away large swathes of Yin soldiers. But the sheer number of third-tier Yin soldiers quickly overwhelmed the warship. Boom! Ghost Dragon Deshang exploded in midair, turning into a fireball. Hundreds of figures leapt from it, plummeting towards the forest below like raindrops. Gu Yueqing was among them, instinctively following the others and jumping ship. As only a second-tier practitioner, she couldn't fly and had to rely on her strong physique to withstand the fall. With a loud crash, she hit the ground, creating a large crater. Ignoring the pain in her legs, Gu Yueqing looked up at the sky. She saw several elders battling the ghostly tide. Oh my god! We've really encountered a Yin soldier crossing, someone cried out in despair. Suddenly, there was a shout. No, Elder Feng Yuqin has been captured. Gu Yueqing looked up to see Feng Yuqin held by several second-tier perfect Yin soldiers, struggling in vain. The other elders were too occupied to help. The next moment, the most horrific scene unfolded. Feng Yuqin was torn apart, blood raining down from the sky. Elder Feng Yuqin, countless Guyue Tower disciples cried out in anguish. 100 miles away, a ghostly mist ship slowly approached. Yuqin. In the sky, an elder from the Guyu Tower cried out in anguish as he witnessed Feng Yuqin being torn apart by the third wave of ghost soldiers. High above, the elder from Guyu Tower watched in despair as Feng Yuqin was brutally dismembered. Below, disciples wept bitterly, recalling Feng Yuqin's past kindness. The elder roared, urging the disciples to retreat, while several elders valiantly held back the ghost soldiers, determined to protect the sect's legacy at all costs. The elders, with tears in their eyes, urged the disciples to scatter and escape, choosing to stay behind as the rear guard. This scene moved the disciples to tears. Another elder fell, blood raining down. The ghost soldiers advanced relentlessly, forcing the disciples of Guyu Tower to retreat. In this critical moment, a ghostly mist-shrouded ship appeared, sailing straight toward the wave of ghost soldiers. Everyone was shocked, believing the ship's captain to be mad. Suddenly, a golden sword light rose from the ship, as brilliant as the midday sun, accompanied by swirling bagua symbols. In a flash, the entire wave of ghost soldiers was reduced to ashes. The crowd stood in stunned silence, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Someone lamented that if the ship's captain had arrived moments earlier, the elders might have been saved. A burly young man was the first to express his gratitude to the ship's captain, and others quickly followed suit. As the mist cleared from the ghostly ship, a figure in white robes was revealed. Gu Yuqing looked up and felt a strange sense of familiarity with the figure. Gu Yuqing also gazed upward, puzzled by the familiar feeling the white-robed figure evoked. On the deck of the ghost mist ship, Yisheng sat cross-legged in a white robe. With a casual wave of his sword, he effortlessly vanquished the wave of third-rank Yin soldiers blocking his path. His power now was incomparable to before, as Yisheng had ascended to the third rank with overwhelming might. Looking down, he recognized the people of the Guyu Tower below. During the battle at Icewind Valley, they had briefly cooperated. Yisheng had no intention of saving anyone. The Yin soldiers were merely in the way. As his gaze swept across, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure Gu Yueqing. A flicker of surprise crossed Yisheng's eyes. He hadn't expected to encounter an old acquaintance here. In his memories, Gu Yueqing wielded a fiery red ribbon with formidable strength, enough to make him wary. But now, they were worlds apart. He was now in the invincible realm of the third rank, while Gu Yueqing remained at the second rank, fully cultivated. Shaking his head, Yisheng guided the ghost mist ship to descend slowly. The people of Guyu Tower exclaimed in surprise, and Gu Yueqing looked up, staring intently. When she saw the figure on the deck clearly, her mind went blank. How can it be him? Gu Yueqing stood frozen in place. Yisheng's astonishing performance at Icewind Valley was still vivid in her mind. After he was pursued by the Bai family, she thought he wouldn't survive. Yet, not only did he live, He had ascended to the 3rd rank, and his strength was unbelievably formidable. The ghost mist ship halted before Gu Yueqing, the strong wind lifting her hair. Yisheng, with a faint smile, said, Gu Yueqing, we meet again. Gu Yueqing instinctively addressed him as Brother Yi, before quickly correcting herself, Senior Yi. The aura around Yisheng now was as vast and unfathomable as the ocean. Yisheng said indifferently, Come with me. Without waiting for a response, he reached out, and Gu Yueqing was instantly restrained and pulled onto the ship. The ghost mist ship soared into the sky, vanishing into the clouds in an instant, leaving the members of Guyu Tower looking at each other, bewildered. On the ship, Gu Yueqing lowered her head, not daring to disturb Yisheng. When he asked her the reason, she could only reply softly, I dare not ask. Yisheng noticed her flushed cheeks, puzzled. He sensed the temperature and wondered, It's not hot. So why is she blushing? Gu Yueqing murmured softly, I'm a direct descendant of the Guyu Tower. Indeed, a direct descendant. Yisheng mused. A glint flashed in Yisheng's eyes. The surname of Guyu Lu is reserved for direct descendants only. His gaze was sharp as a knife as he stared directly at Gu Yuqing and said, Since you are a direct descendant of Guyu Lu, you must have access to the intelligence network. I need information on the Bai family in the ancient lands. Gu Yuqing was momentarily stunned, then understood. This man had captured her to extract information on the Bai family. Just as she was about to speak, Yisheng interrupted coldly, Is there a problem? Before she could respond, a chilling aura enveloped her. Shivering, Gu Yuqing quickly replied, No. No problem. She secretly felt relieved, as Yisheng's demand for Bai family intel posed no threat to Guyu Lu. Moreover, given the Bai family's formidable power, what could Yisheng do even if he obtained the information? Go ahead, Yisheng said indifferently. The ancient lands were vast, and dismantling the Bai family's influence was no easy task. With Guyu Lu's intelligence, he could avoid blindly searching. Time was precious, and he did not wish to waste it. Moments later, Gu Yuqing handed over a dossier. Yisheng skimmed through it and nodded with satisfaction. The detailed intelligence from Guyu Lu was astounding. The Bai family's operations in the ancient lands, including the location of their bases and the number of their powerful members, were all laid bare. Yellow Waterfall Mountain. Yisheng locked onto his target, letting out a cold laugh. He stowed away the ghostly mist ship, grabbed Gu Yuqing, and soared into the sky. At the 3rd stage of the Ghost General Realm, his speed reached 2,000 kilometers per hour, far surpassing that of the ghostly mist ship. He was on a mission to settle the score with the Bai family and make them understand the cost of crossing him. Under the cover of night, Yellow Waterfall Mountain should have been peaceful and serene. However, in a certain valley, flames roared and screams shattered the tranquility. This was a powerful Bai family base, usually hosting over 100 disciples of the 2nd stage and several elders of the 3rd stage Ghost General Realm. Now, the base lay in ruins. Buildings had collapsed, bodies were strewn everywhere, resembling an apocalypse. After the final scream faded, silence engulfed the base, broken only by the crackling of flames. A figure in white robes emerged from the firelight, a blood-stained sword in hand, exuding a heavy scent of blood. Yisheng's expression was cold and hard, like a butcher who had just completed his work. Not far away, Gu Yuqing was curled up in the shadows, trembling violently. Yisheng's footsteps echoed in her ears, his icy voice seemed to come from the depths of hell. Let's go, leave this place. Gu Yuqing dared not lift her head, her body shaking even more. It wasn't until Yisheng gently patted her shoulder that she let out a startled cry, looking up at him as if he were a demon. Don't kill me. Don't kill me, she repeated frantically, her hair disheveled. Gu Yuqing let out a piercing scream, her face drained of color. Throughout the entire ordeal, Gu Yueqing watched intently. Yisheng resembled a deity of death, wielding his sword with a piercing, icy precision. His face was devoid of emotion, his eyes cold, as if he was harvesting lifeless stalks of wheat. Gu Yueqing had never seen someone so decisive, and she couldn't help but hold her breath. When the last enemy fell, Yisheng casually tossed his blood-stained sword to the ground, where it landed with a sharp clang. He slowly sat down, his gaze sweeping over the devastated Bai family stronghold, a flicker of complexity in his eyes. Since arriving in this world, Yisheng's demeanor had grown increasingly hardened. It was a necessity for survival, as the Bai family had repeatedly tried to kill him. Without his hidden trump cards, he would likely have perished long ago. The sudden silence made Gu Yueqing uneasy. She cautiously looked up and caught a fleeting glimpse of confusion in Yisheng's eyes. Let's go, Yisheng said, standing up, his expression turning stoic once more. In this world where only the strong survive, there was no room for sentiment, only becoming stronger mattered. Where are we going? Gu Yueqing asked tremulously, her voice filled with awe. Yisheng glanced at the blood-red moon in the sky and replied succinctly, You'll find out when we get there. As they departed, Gu Gu Yueqing looked back to see the Bai family stronghold in ruins, bodies strewn about and flames raging. She knew this was far from over. The massacre of the Bai family would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the Ximing Pavilion. Once people learned that Yi Shang was responsible, the Bai family's fury would likely be matched by a tremor throughout the entire Ximing Pavilion. Yi Shang and Gu Yueqing got up and began to walk away, leaving behind the white clan base engulfed in flames. Yi Shang strode forward, with Gu Yueqing following closely. Behind them, the white clan base was ablaze, lighting up half the sky in a fiery glow. Suddenly, Yi Shang looked up, his brow furrowed, his gaze fixed on the distant sky. "Senior, someone's coming," Gu Yueqing whispered, her voice tinged with nervousness. She couldn't help but feel apprehensive for the two oblivious individuals approaching. In the distant sky, two figures leisurely flew towards them. Fu Yuan and Jiang Gong were chatting and laughing, completely unaware of the impending danger awaiting them. "Brother Jiang Gong, this is no big deal," Fu Yuan chuckled. "Just inform the White Clan that Yi Shang has left the Ximing Pavilion, and if there's any trouble, they should take it up with him." "Exactly, it's all that kid's doing," Jiang Gong concurred. Who would have thought a second-stage cultivator could cause such a mess? As they joked, they suddenly noticed the flames in the distance. They hastened their pace and soon realized the White Clan base had been attacked. What on earth happened here? Fu Yuan's face turned pale. Upon landing, they saw a young man in white robes and a woman with a peculiar expression. Just as Jiang Gong was about to inquire, Fu Yuan held him back and whispered, "Be careful, that man exudes a murderous aura." Yi Sheng spoke coldly. "What brings you here?" Fu Yuan quickly explained that they were merely passing by and were not associated with the White Clan. Yi Sheng nodded, then took Gu Yueqing and flew away. Fu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, pulling the still-stunned Jiang Gong along to inspect the base. The scene before them left both men in shock. "Follow me," Fu Yuan suddenly said with a grave expression, as he spotted a familiar corpse resembling Bai Tingyue, a cultivator of the third stage perfect realm. In front of the ruins of a collapsed building, the flames cast a red glow over the scene. Fu Yuan and Jiang Gong stood, looking down at a body on the ground. The body had a gaping hole in the chest, with the heart shredded, and a face twisted in fear and disbelief. Fu Yuan confirmed in a trembling voice, "It's Bai Tingyue," Jiang Gong muttered. "How could this happen?" Bai Tingyue was a cultivator at the peak of the third transformation. The two glanced around, noticing the scattered bodies of over a dozen Bai family elders. Suddenly, a faint sound came from the rubble, and a bloodied hand emerged. Fu Yuan and Jiang Gong quickly rushed over, clearing away the debris to reveal a gravely injured member of the Bai family. Upon seeing them, the person cried out in terror, "Don't kill me," and tried to retreat despite the pain. Fu Yuan reassured him, "Don't be afraid. We are elders from the Xinming Pavilion." He urgently asked, "What exactly happened?" The Bai family member, with vacant eyes, muttered, "Madman, devil." Fu Yuan pressed harshly, "Who?" The person finally shouted in a panic, "Yi Shang. It's him. He's a madman." Fu Yuan and Jiang Gong were shocked, finding it hard to believe. Jiang Gong murmured, "Isn't Yi Shang just a small cultivator at the second transformation? How could he possibly massacre the entire Bai family base?" The Bai family member grimaced, "That madman has the combat power of an invincible third transformation. Elder Bai Tingyue couldn't even last a round." Fu Yuan kicked him and scolded, "Nonsense. How could Yi Shang become invincible at the third transformation so quickly?" Suddenly, he remembered the young man in white robes they had encountered earlier and quickly compared him to a portrait of Yi Shang. Their faces turned pale. It was indeed the person they had just passed by. Jiang Gong said with lingering fear, "Luckily, you didn't reveal our identities, or we might not be alive right now." Jiang Gong was still shaken. Just moments ago, he had almost revealed his affiliation with the Ximing Pavilion. Everyone knows that after the incident with the Bai family, the relationship between Yi Shang and the Ximing Pavilion has been strained. Fu Yuan wore a grave expression, still shaken as he recalled the recent danger. The murderous aura emanating from Yi Shang was almost suffocating. If he hadn't quickly concealed their identities, they might have become targets of Yi Shang's wrath. He silently thanked his quick thinking for saving their lives. "Let's go. We shouldn't stay here any longer," Fu Yuan said sternly, surveying the Bai family base engulfed in flames. Jiang Gong shivered, feeling the heavy resentment lingering in the air. Just as they were about to take flight, Fu Yuan suddenly halted. "Wait, take that surviving member of the Bai family with us," Jiang Gong questioned. "Why bring a madman back?" Fu Yuan explained seriously, "We've been here. Without someone to attest to our innocence, it might be hard to prove we weren't involved. Handing him over to the Bai family can prove that Yi Shang was responsible for this. Clearing our names." Understanding dawned on Jiang Gong, who promptly picked up the survivor. The two then took to the skies, quickly leaving the scene. On their way back, both were deep in thought. They knew that once this incident spread, it would cause a huge stir, especially the news of Yisheng stepping into the invincible third transformation stage. They couldn't help but wonder how the high-ranking members of the Shimming Pavilion, who had once discarded Yisheng like an old shoe, would react upon learning of such a phenomenal achievement. On the morning of the second day, a light mist enveloped the towering Shinying building, which stood over 100 stories tall. A bustling crowd had already gathered in front of the building. Inside a luxurious lounge on the 52nd floor, two senior stewards, Chao Sui and Huang Chun, were leisurely enjoying their tea. Chao Sui set his cup down and looked up to ask his tall, black-clad female secretary beside him, Xiao Shang, "Has the newspaper arrived today?" The secretary, with her hands folded in front of her, replied with a smile, "Elder Chao, it's still early. The morning paper hasn't been delivered yet." Chao Sui shook his head and sighed. The staff is becoming increasingly lax. Huang Chun took a sip of tea and chuckled. "What's the rush? There's hardly anything worth reading in the morning paper. The netherworld realm has been quiet for too long. Unless some mythical equipment emerges from the ancient lands, there's nothing noteworthy." Chao Sui nodded in agreement, but suddenly seemed deep in thought. "I wonder how the Bai family's pursuit of that boy Yisheng is going. It's been days, and there's been no news at all. Quite peculiar." Huang Chun agreed. "Indeed, it's strange. Normally, if the Bai family succeeded, they would make a big announcement. With Bai Jinping and his brother leading invincible prodigies, how could there be no word? Could something have gone wrong?" Just then, the secretary returned hurriedly, holding two newspapers, her expression anxious. Chao Sui asked with a smile, "Xiao Shang, what has you so flustered?" The secretary replied with a trembling voice, "Elders, something major happened last night. A Bai family base was massacred, with heavy casualties, and even Bai Tingyue, who had reached the pinnacle of the third transformation, did not survive." "What?" Chao Sui sprang to his feet, and Huang Chun spat out his tea. Both asked in unison, "Who was responsible?" The secretary shook her head. "Not a faction, but a single person. Yisheng." The two were thunderstruck, unable to believe it. Chao Sui snatched the newspaper to read it closely, seeing the headline prominently featuring the event. It included testimonies from Bai family survivors and eyewitness accounts from two elders of the Shinying Pavilion. Huang Chun murmured to himself, "Yisheng has stepped into the third transformation and reached the invincible realm. What grave mistake have we made to drive such a prodigy out of the Shinying Pavilion?" "Chao Sui, my brother, it seems we've made a colossal error," Huang Chun said. Chao Sui heard the news and opened his mouth, but no words came out. He looked at Huang Chun with a complicated expression, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. If the events at Huangpu Mountain were true, Yisheng's potential was beyond imagination. He silently regretted not standing up to the Bai family's pressure to keep and nurture Yisheng back then, as the returns would have been incredible. Unfortunately, it was too late now. The luxurious lounge was enveloped in silence. Chao Sui and Huang Chun exchanged glances, speechless. Not far away, the female secretary also wore a complex expression, clearly realizing that Shimming Pavilion had missed out on an extraordinary talent. Meanwhile, Song Shout Eon was overjoyed after reading the morning paper. He jumped onto the sofa, waving his arms and laughed. "I knew Brother Yi was amazing. I was right all along." He cheered like a child, as if the accomplishments in the newspaper were his own. He muttered with slight regret, "Too bad Grandpa is deep in the ancient lands, or he'd be shocked too." Zhang Gang reported to Shimming Tower as usual. As soon as he entered the lobby, he saw small groups of people gathered, discussing something intensely. Scratching his head in confusion, he moved closer to one group to eavesdrop. Someone was gloating, saying, "The higher-ups are dumbfounded this time. They drove away a genius." Yeah, if they had protected him back then, Shimming Pavilion would have had another invincible three-return genius. Another person agreed. The more Zhang Gang listened, the more confused he became. He couldn't help but tap the shoulder of the person in front of him and ask, "Hey, what on earth happened?" The person turned, glared at him, then softened upon seeing he was a tune-turn-cultivator. "You don't know? There was a major event last night." "What major event?" Zhang Gang was puzzled. The person waved the newspaper excitedly. "Last night, the Bai family's base in the ancient lands was completely wiped out. Not a single one left, and the methods were extremely brutal." "What?" Zhang Gang's eyes widened. "Which faction did it?" "It wasn't a faction. It was one person," the person said mysteriously. "Just one person wiped out the entire Bai family base." Zhang Gang was utterly shocked, trembling as he took the newspaper from the other's hands. After reading the headline, he was thunderstruck and screamed. "What?" It was Yisheng. He reached the three-return ghost general realm? His scream was so sharp it startled the person next to him. The person calmed their racing heart and thought, "Why is he more excited than I am?" Zhang Gang couldn't help but be shocked. He never imagined that the person who slaughtered the Bai family base would be Yisheng. Others might not know Yisheng well, but he did. He was the one who brought Yishang to Nether City and then to join Xianming Pavilion. 1,000 miles away from Yuming City, a massive ghost dragon warship was soaring through the sky, heading towards the city. The words Tianfeng Group gleamed brightly on the ship's hull. Inside the cabin, hundreds of second-tier cultivators sat upright, each one a prodigy with immense potential. Lu Ming gazed out the window at the ferocious second-tier ghost tides and the occasional third-tier fierce ghosts whizzing by, marveling at the dangers of the Yuming ghost domain. Zongshan, Lu Ming's contract examiner and guide, chuckled and asked, "Impressive, isn't it?" The two shared a close bond. Lu Ming nodded in awe, realizing how naive he had been before. Zongshan continued, "This is just the beginning. The ancient lands have ghost cities that are true dens of fierce ghosts. We're only stopping in Yuming City for a short rest. Tomorrow, we head to the ancient lands, so be prepared." Lu Ming felt a sense of pride, believing he had stepped into a higher dimension of the world. He compared himself internally, thinking, Yishang and I are no longer in the same league. The thought of possibly getting into Fengdu University and even becoming an inspector made Lu Ming's lips curl into a satisfied smile. Noticing this, Zongshan felt the need to remind him. The ancient lands are extremely dangerous. Even with third-tier elders protecting us, dangers are inevitable. If we encounter a ghost army, even a third-tier elder might not survive. It will all come down to luck. Lu Ming's smile vanished upon hearing this. At that moment, a third-tier elder approached and suggested everyone check the Yuming news to stay informed about local events. The group quickly accessed their communication devices. Zongshan saw the headline and exclaimed, "Wow, an entire base has been wiped out." The cabin buzzed with discussions about a young expert named Yishang. Lu Ming froze upon hearing the name Yishang. Zongshan laughed and said, "Hey, don't you have an older brother named Yishang? Could it be the same person?" Lu Ming quickly denied it. "No way. My brother is just an ordinary guy, still looking for a job." Lu Ming shook his head vigorously like a rattled drum. Yinshui Mountain is a remote, ominous peak on the outskirts of the ancient lands, known for its dense concentration of dark energy. This place, shrouded in perpetual gloom, is an ideal breeding ground for ghostly entities. At the mountain's summit, a young figure sits cross-legged, with a pitch-black long sword hovering before him. The sword emanates swirling dark mist, voraciously absorbing the mountain's accumulated eerie energy. As the energy pours in, the sword's power grows increasingly terrifying, its blade faintly encased in a sinister red glow, a rare mythical-grade weapon. "Young master, perhaps we should retreat for now," the old servant behind him urged with a worried expression. Yishang's ferocity is at its peak, and he seems to have intelligence on all the Bai family's bases. If he comes here, I'm afraid. Ha ha ha. Bai Zijian opened his eyes, scoffing. Am I supposed to fear him? I wish he'd come looking for me. Before he finished speaking, the distant clouds churned, and a ghostly mist ship emerged from the fog. Excitement flickered in Bai Zijian's eyes as he sneered. He really dares to come. On the ghostly ship, Yishang sat in his white robes, his gaze deep and penetrating. Behind him, Gu Yueqing stood with her head lowered, her heart filled with anxiety. "So, you're Yishang?" Bai Zijian laughed loudly, looking down disdainfully at Yishang on the deck. "Indeed." Yishang nodded, his expression calm and unruffled. Their gazes clashed in midair, causing the surrounding dark clouds to churn violently. In the next moment, golden sword light surged over Yinshui Mountain, while black sword energy rose like a mountain. The entire mountain was instantly engulfed in an apocalyptic scene. Gu Yueqing steered the ship away, astonished as she watched the two sun-like sword lights collide within the mountain. The battle raged on for a long time, lasting until nightfall. At dawn the next day, a ghostly mist ship flew unsteadily, the cold wind around it making Gu Yueqing shiver. She instinctively pulled her clothes tighter around her. Gu Yueqing opened her mouth but couldn't find the right words. As she recalled the events of the previous night, a hint of admiration flickered in her eyes. The previous night, Yishang had engaged in an earth-shattering battle against 4 invincible geniuses from the Bai family, each at the 3rd transformation stage. The Bai family had plotted in advance, setting a trap for Yishang. Despite being attacked by the 4 geniuses, Yishang held his ground, fighting 1 against 4 without showing any weakness. The battle was so intense that the entire Yinshui Mountain was flattened, and the surrounding area became scorched earth for miles. In the end, a hidden servant beside Bai Zijian intervened, unleashing the power of a 4th transformation ghost realm to capture Yishang. Unexpectedly, Yishang summoned a golden divine bell that blocked every attack, allowing him to escape. This battle not only shocked everyone present, but also caused significant losses for the Bai family. Gu Yueqing looked at the white-robed Yishang in front of her and murmured to herself, "That's the invincible realm, where each one is a sovereign at their level." Yet Yishang fought 4 of them alone without faltering. How did he do it? What kind of prodigy is he? On the deck, Yisheng closed his eyes in contemplation, reflecting on the battle's experience. He opened his eyes, gazing into the distant clouds with a deep look. My combat power is still lacking. Through this battle, he had gauged the strength levels of the invincible realm. Yisheng calculated silently. Bai Zijian and his companions had combat power 600 times that of an ordinary third transformation consummate realm expert. This was due to their third transformation legendary gear, with each piece boosting their power 50 times, and the complete set providing an additional 100 times. Coupled with third transformation mythical weapons and their invincible techniques, they reached an astonishing 600 times power. In contrast, with just his Vajra demon-slaying sword at level 3, Yisheng's attack power increased by 60,000, equating to 600 times. Additionally, the Heavenly Suppression Divine Bell at level 3 offered 650 times defense, allowing him to contend with the four geniuses. However, Yisheng knew he had much room for growth. He was currently only around level 10 of the third transformation, and his equipment was merely second transformation dark gold grade. If he reached the third transformation at level 100 and acquired a full set of legendary gear, his combat power could exceed 1,000. At that point, these so-called invincible realm figures might not withstand even a single blow from him. Yisheng flipped his palm, revealing a long sword emitting a red glow. It was the third transformation mythical weapon, the Yin Demon Sword, taken from Bai Zijian. The sword was entirely black, exuding a fierce black aura. Standing behind Yisheng, Gu Yueqing felt a layer of frost creep up her legs. The intense cold aura made her shiver involuntarily, prompting her to take a step back out of the sword's chilling influence. It's a tier 3 mythic weapon. Gu Yueqing glanced at the weapon in Yisheng's hand, her eyes filled with envy. The Yin Demon Sword in Yisheng's grasp emitted a chilling glow, with eerie patterns faintly swirling on its blade. Gu Yueqing couldn't help but gasp at the sight of such a mythic weapon, rarely seen by ordinary cultivators. She recalled the look of utter despair on Bai Zijian's face when he lost his sword and silently felt relieved that Yisheng hadn't targeted her. Yisheng examined the Yin Demon Sword closely, sensing the strong resistance from the sword's spirit. He frowned slightly, contemplating how to gain control over this divine weapon. Seeing this, Gu Yueqing cautiously reminded him, Senior Yi, this sword has already chosen its master. Unless Bai Zijian is killed, it will be difficult to wield it. Yisheng responded with a faint smile, saying nothing more. His eyes suddenly turned a deep gray as an unusual force field enveloped the Yin Demon Sword. Gu Yueqing felt uncomfortable and instinctively stepped back a few paces. Moments later, an astonishing scene unfolded. The Yin Demon Sword began to dance joyfully around Yisheng like a fish in water. Gu Yueqing's eyes widened in disbelief at what she witnessed. With a light command of come, Yisheng called the Yin Demon Sword back into his hand, feeling the spirit within fawning over him like a loyal puppy, prompting him to laugh heartily. After his laughter subsided, Yisheng paused for a moment and said to Gu Yueqing, You may go now. You've worked hard during this time. Gu Yueqing was taken aback, but then hurriedly took her leave, feeling as if she had been granted a reprieve. Watching Gu Yueqing's retreating figure, Yisheng turned his gaze to the distance and murmured to himself, It's time to head to Yin City. On the journey to Yin City, one must cross a vast void spanning 3,000 miles. Yisheng stood on the deck of the ghost dragon Deshang, gazing at the void ahead, which resembled a black starry sky. The massive ship sailed slowly through this vacuum, surrounded by silence. He couldn't help but reflect on how his own ghostly mist ship couldn't traverse this space, grateful for the assistance of the white-haired elder. Inside the cabin, luxurious decorations caught his eye. Yisheng sat across from Duan Hongda, the chairman of a third-rate conglomerate, who was enthusiastically engaging him in conversation. Meanwhile, the young woman Duan Xiaojia occasionally rolled her eyes, clearly showing her discontent. Young friend, is this your first time heading to Yin City? Duan Hongda asked with a smile, his eyes full of appreciation. Yisheng nodded with a smile. Yes, it's my first time. He could feel the man's warmth and didn't want to be discourteous. Your talent is remarkable. Reaching the third transformation at such a young age, Duan Hongda praised without reservation. Your granddaughter is impressive too. Yisheng replied politely, looking at Duan Xiaojia. The young woman had indeed reached around the third transformation, level 20, slightly higher than him. Hearing this, Duan Xiaojia gave him a look that seemed to say, At least you know. She had been inwardly competing, feeling dissatisfied with her grandfather's praise of this stranger. Duan Hongda laughed heartily. Yes, my granddaughter has also reached the third transformation ghost general stage. You young people should communicate more, and perhaps even become a couple. This blunt statement caught both Yisheng and Duan Xiaojia off guard. Yisheng gave an awkward smile, while Duan Xiaojia blushed and murmured, Grandpa, what are you saying? Sensing the awkwardness, Duan Hongda chuckled and shifted the conversation to Yin City. Since it's your first time going, you might not know much about Yin City. He looked at Yisheng, his expression turning serious. Even though both of you have reached the third transformation and are considered prodigies, you must be cautious in Yin City. Yisheng's interest was piqued. Sir, what dangers does Yin City hold? Duan Hongda replied earnestly. Yin City is full of prodigious talents. Just starting at the third transformation level is considered third-rate. There are many who are much stronger. Third-rate? Yisheng inquired. Then what about second-rate and first-rate? Duan Hongda explained. Third-rate are those who have just begun the third transformation. Second-rate are those at the third transformation, level 50. As for first-rate, naturally, they are those at the third transformation, level 100, the perfected stage. So that's how it is. Yisheng nodded, finding the classification quite straightforward. Duan Hongda added, of course, besides the top tier, there's also the super elite. These are the people you really don't want to mess with. Hearing this, Yisheng was taken aback and curiously asked, Super elite? Sir, could you elaborate? Duan Xiaojia, however, rolled her eyes dismissively. Isn't the super elite just the invincible realm? Who could be stronger than them? Yisheng suddenly understood, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Duan Hongda didn't notice Yisheng's reaction and nodded as he explained. That's right, the super elite refers to the third-hern invincible realm. These individuals are prominent figures in the land of Yin City, each one remarkable. Compared to them, you're still far behind. Duan Hongda counted on his fingers, listing some names of third-turn invincible realm prodigies. Pei Yin from the Pei family, Li Wudi from the Li family, Huang Wanyue from the Huang family, Bai Zijian from the Bai family. As he spoke, he cautioned Yisheng to steer clear of these individuals and not provoke them, as there would be no recourse if he were killed. Yisheng listened quietly, using the opportunity to understand the power dynamics in Yin City. When he heard the name Bai Zijian, a flicker of interest crossed his eyes. Without the Yin demon sword, Bai Zijian's combat prowess would surely decline, making it difficult to maintain his status in the third-hern invincible realm. Unless the Bai family provided him with another third-hern mythical weapon, the title of invincible might not hold true. As Duan Xiaojia listened to these names, her eyes gradually filled with admiration. Yet, when she looked at Yisheng again, disdain returned to her gaze, as if to say, compared to these invincible prodigies, you're nothing, far from their league. Yisheng paid no attention to her starstruck expression. Duan Hongda sighed. There are so many prodigies in the world. To thrive in the Yin City secret realm, you need to at least reach the peak of the third transformation. Of course, becoming a top-tier expert requires unmatched skills, which is extremely difficult. Duan Xiaojia clenched her fist and said, Grandfather, I can do it. Duan Hongda patted his granddaughter's head, smiling. I'd be content if you reached a first-class level. Becoming top-tier requires extraordinary talent. Not everyone can achieve it. He glanced at Yisheng. Once you reach the Yin City secret realm, stay humble. Yisheng cupped his fists and replied, Thank you for the advice. Half a day later, the ghost dragon Great Morning broke through the 3,000 miles of void. Through the window, Yisheng saw countless ancient buildings floating, forming a massive city, at least 20 times the size of Ghost Mountain City. This is the floating city, the outpost of the Yin City secret realm, Duan Hongda explained. Cultivators rest here after their adventures in the secret realm, Duan Xiaojia scoffed. The hotel prices here are exorbitant. Don't find yourself unable to afford a place to stay. However, Duan Hongda offered, Yi, my young friend, you're welcome to rest at my ancient building. You young people should interact more. He earnestly added, if you don't mind, Yi, my young friend, you could marry my granddaughter and join the Duan family. All my wealth would be yours. Duan Xiaojia blushed and lowered her head. Yisheng was at a loss, about to refuse, when Duan Hongda said, We've arrived. Let's disembark first. As they stepped out of the cabin, they saw a middle-aged man in a scholar's robe and a young man waiting. The middle-aged man was a peak third transformation powerhouse, and the young man was a second transformation cultivator. The young man's eyes lit up upon seeing Duan Xiaojia, and he grinned, Xiaojia, you're back. Duan Xiaojia replied with disdain, Su Xiaoan, call me Duan Xiaojia. Xiaojia is not for you to use. Su Xiaoan awkwardly greeted Duan Hongda and then looked warily at Yisheng. The middle-aged man in the scholar's robe bowed and said, Sir, it must have been a tiring journey. Duan Hongda laughed. Minter, why did you trouble yourself to come personally? He then introduced Yisheng to Su Minter. This is Yisheng, my young friend. At such a young age, he is already a third transformation ghost general, truly gifted. Oh, really? Su Mintu was taken aback and sized up Yisheng. Duan Hongda smiled as he introduced the two. Young friend Yi, this is Senior Su Mintu. He has long reached the peak of the third transition, boasting 300 times combat power, and is quite renowned in the Yin City secret realm. If you have any questions, feel free to ask him. Hearing this, Yisheng couldn't help but take a few more glances at Su Mintu. A 300 times combat power implied a full set of third transition legendary equipment, making him a top expert in the peak of the third transition. second only to those in the invincible realm. Su Minta clasped his hands and said, I don't deserve to be called a senior. He scrutinized Yishang, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Yishang was merely level 10 in the third transition, with poor equipment, clearly a newcomer to this level, far inferior to a veteran like himself. The only noteworthy aspect was Yishang's young age and exceptional talent for reaching the third transition so quickly. Yishang smiled and returned the gesture. Nearby, Su Xiaoan, having heard about Yishang's level, became instantly alert. This was undoubtedly a formidable rival who might take away his Duan Xiaojia. Su Xiaoan tried to please her. Xiaojia, I've booked a table at Fengyue restaurant. I'll take you to enjoy some top-tier cuisine. I'm not going. Stop pestering me. Duan Xiaojia turned away, her face blushing like an apple when she saw Yishang and thought of her grandfather's words. Compared to Yishang, Su Xiaoan was clearly lacking, being only at the peak of the second transition, a whole level behind. At this moment, Yishang suddenly took his leave. Master Duan, I must bid farewell. Thank you for your hospitality along the way. Duan Hongda frowned, feeling that Yishang was ungrateful. Despite his goodwill, even suggesting that Yishang could marry into the family, the young man showed no appreciation, leaving Duan Hongda somewhat disgruntled. Su Minta thought to himself that this young man was sensible. He had already noticed that Duan Hongda intended to marry his granddaughter to Yishang, while he himself hoped his son would marry Duan Xiaojia for the family assets. Yishang's presence made him wary. Su Xiaoan sighed with relief. Good riddance, good riddance. Duan Xiaojia, embarrassed and annoyed, exclaimed, You're leaving? She hadn't expected Yishang to leave so decisively, without any hesitation. Yishang smiled as he took his leave, knowing he couldn't stay any longer. Otherwise, he might really end up marrying into the Duan family. He ascended into the air and flew away into the distance. Duan Hongda, unwilling to give up, called out, Young friend Yi, if you have nowhere to stay, you are welcome at my guild hall. My previous offer still stands. Su Mintu, with a half-smile, remarked, Master Duan. It seems this young man isn't interested. Duan Hongda squinted and said, Young people can be proud and ambitious. Once he hits a wall in the Yin City secret realm, he'll naturally come back. Su Minta nodded in agreement, his gaze following Yishang's departing figure, lost in thought. The Yin City secret realm was located 1,000 miles from the floating city. After leaving, Yishang piloted his ghost mist ship at full speed, and within an hour, he saw a massive black city looming on the horizon, shrouded in clouds and mist, like a ferocious beast ready to devour. Even from afar, a menacing aura could be felt. Yishang accelerated, breaking through the clouds, and soon approached the black city, overwhelmed by the sight before him. The towering black city was several hundred meters tall, like an impregnable fortress blocking everyone's path. Black banners fluttered atop the city walls, densely packed with ghost soldiers, their sheer numbers causing the air to fill with a dark energy, transforming into a surging black cloud that obscured the blood moon. In front of this mighty city, tens of thousands of powerful individuals sat cross-legged. Some were meditating with closed eyes, while others stared at the city, contemplating how to break through. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, Look, someone's trying to storm the city. Yishang focused his gaze and saw a group of over 50 people climbing toward the city wall, each moving as agilely as a monkey. These were all peak second transition experts, attempting to breach the defenses together. The city soon responded, setting up heavy crossbows that fired streaks of black light. With a loud bang, several people were struck and exploded into blood mist, while the rest took the opportunity to reach the city wall, only to be met by a tide of ghost soldiers. Tens of thousands of cultivators watched, discussing eagerly, I hope they succeed. Once inside the city, they can use the complex environment to hide and start hunting ghost soldiers. If they're lucky, they might even find legendary equipment. Yes, but first, they have to pass this initial challenge. But this is too difficult. Boom. A figure was blasted off the city wall, covered in blood and terror, fleeing as fast as they could. All the other experts who had reached the wall perished, leaving no trace. Out of the over 50 who attempted, only one barely survived. Sigh. Another team has failed. The crowd in front of the Black Fortress let out a collective sigh at the sight. Yishang furrowed his brows as he gazed at the first fortress of the Yin City secret realm. According to the intelligence from the Guyu Tower, this was merely the entrance. The real secret realm was hidden within an independent space, containing countless fortresses. Some of these were guarded by Yin soldiers and ghost generals at the pinnacle of the second transformation, while others had reached the third transformation. To enter this secret realm, one must first break through this formidable fortress. Yishang's eyes swept over the city, filled with Yin soldiers and ghost generals at the peak of the second transformation. For those at the second transformation, it was nearly impossible, but for those at the third transformation, it was much easier. As for Yishang himself, it was hardly a challenge. What a pity! An elderly voice came from behind. Yishang turned to see an old man in a gray robe, piloting a flying ship that had stopped beside his ghost mist ship, with several burly men standing on board. The old man smiled and said, "Young friend, is this your first time in the Een City secret realm?" Yisheng frowned. "What makes you say that?" The burly men burst into laughter. "This kid claims it's not his first time." The old man waved to stop the laughter and explained, "You lack the ancient city mark on your forehead, so it's clear you're a newcomer." Yisheng was taken aback. This was indeed something he didn't know. The old man and his companions pressed their foreheads, revealing an earth-colored miniature city mark, shrouded in mysterious yellow energy. "This is the ancient city mark," the old man said. "Only those who have entered the Een City can form it. With this mark, no matter how deep you are in the secret realm, you can directly teleport back to this first fortress." Yisheng realized something and asked, "What do you want with me?" The old man pointed to the black fortress. "We are here to invite you to join our 100-man team." Yisheng was about to refuse when one of the burly men chuckled. "Kid, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Other teams wouldn't take a rookie like you." The old man added, "Our team's success rate is high, with only a 20% death rate. Once inside the fortress, we can hide, and those stupid soldiers won't find us. Then we can work together to hunt them down, and the chances of getting loot are high." The burly men excitedly recounted past exploits, mentioning someone who had once obtained mythical equipment in the Een City and lived a life of ease ever since. They tempted Yisheng, saying that with a bit of luck, he too could become wealthy overnight. Just as Yisheng was about to politely decline, a sudden commotion erupted in front of the Een City. He looked up to see 7 or 8 figures flying through the air, causing the void to tremble as they passed. The old man in the gray robe gasped. "It's the invincible third transformation prodigies from several major factions." Yisheng scanned the figures and suddenly froze. Among those 7 or 8 figures, he recognized 2 familiar faces. In front of the first city of shadows, tens of thousands of cultivators looked up in unison. 7 or 8 figures flew through the air, exuding powerful auras that disturbed the void. Each of them emanated the terrifying pressure of the third-turn invincible realm, inspiring awe among the cultivators below. An elderly man in a gray robe eagerly introduced them to Yisheng. "These are the prodigies of several major factions. The secret realm of the Shadow City is about to stir up a storm." Yisheng gazed impassively at those figures, his eyes lingering on Bai Zijian and Bai Ziwen. Bai Zijian's expression was gloomy, clearly burdened with worries. Yisheng smirked, suspecting it was related to the loss of the Shadow Demon Sword. Bai Ziwen, on the other hand, waved a feather fan, appearing calm and composed. High above, Bai Ziwen smiled and reassured Bai Zijian, "It's just a third-turn mythic weapon. You can always find another one." His charming demeanor elicited squeals from the female cultivators below. Huang Wenus scoffed, "Pretty boy." Relying on his looks, Bai Ziwen merely smirked, not bothering to engage with such a vulgar person. Yisheng observed the scene, quietly calculating. With Bai Zijian having lost the Shadow Demon Sword, his strength was greatly diminished. This trip to the secret realm of the Shadow City was likely an attempt to find a new divine weapon and reclaim his invincible status. A fierce and bloody struggle seemed inevitable. Bai Ziwen sneered, well aware of the brute's nature, and continued his conversation with Bai Zijian, ignoring him. When Bai Zijian heard this, a pained expression flickered across his face. Through gritted teeth, he said, "That was a third-tier mythic-grade weapon, and it was for the weapon slot." The Een Demon Sword, which the Bai family had nurtured for 10 years, hadn't even had a chance to unleash its power before that kid Yisheng snatched it away. Mentioning this, Bai Zijian's face turned livid with anger, and his fists clenched involuntarily. Seeing this, Bai Ziwen sighed softly, "It's truly unfortunate. But brother, don't be too disheartened. The family won't let you suffer for it." Bai Zijian shook his head with a bitter smile. "How could I dare to apply for another weapon from the family? I couldn't even keep my own weapon safe. What face do I have left?" As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance around, noticing several mocking gazes. Bai Ziwen patted his shoulder, lowering his voice, "I've got some good news for you. Brother Zihan has already prepared a new third-tier mythic-grade weapon for you. One whose power rivals that of the Een Demon Sword." "Really?" Bai Zijian's eyes lit up, though he hesitated. "But Brother Zihan..." Bai Ziwen chuckled. "Don't you trust Brother Zihan? In the Shadow City's secret realm, he's a force to be reckoned with, unrivaled among our generation. It's said his combat power has broken through limits, reaching thousands of times stronger. In the Shadow City's secret realm, Bai Zihan is an incredibly formidable presence. He possesses a full set of third-tier mythic-grade gear. It's said his combat power surpasses limits, stronger than even the invincible realm, reaching thousands of times in strength. In the Shadow City's secret realm, he commands a Shadow City all by himself, with no one daring to provoke him. He's one of the few giants in the third-tier realm. I trust Brother Zihan without a doubt." Bai Zijian chuckled. a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. Bai Zihan had always looked out for his brothers, and obtaining a mythical weapon was a trivial task for him. Bai Ziwen, fanning himself lightly, whispered, "Once we enter the secret realm of the Shadow City, we'll find Brother Zihan. Your combat power can be restored 600 times, returning you to an invincible state." Bai Zijian nodded, a glint of killing intent in his eyes. "I hope he shows up." Bai Ziwen understood immediately, knowing exactly whom Bai Zijian was referring to. As he finished speaking, tens of thousands of cultivators watched as a group of third-turn invincible talents approached the first Shadow City. Below, several burly men chuckled at Yishang, saying, "Kid, watch closely and see how these invincible talents traverse the Shadow City." The old man in the gray robe also smiled. "For us, it takes 100 people to break into the secret realm of the Shadow City, but these invincible talents can cross it with ease. Learn and broaden your horizons." Yishang's gaze remained calm as he watched Bai Zijian and Bai Ziwen, lost in thought. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 figures arrived above the Shadow City. On the city walls, countless shadow soldiers stirred, readying heavy crossbows to shoot them down. Faced with this formidable attack, the third-turn invincible talents remained unfazed. "Let me handle this." Huang Wenyue laughed heartily, wielding his golden greatsword and casually striking out. Boom! A sword light, dozens of meters long, formed and pierced the Shadow City like a mountain. The resulting shockwave was so intense that it unsettled the tens of thousands of cultivators outside the city. The Shadow City fell silent in an instant, while the 7 or 8 figures continued crossing without pause. This scene filled the hearts of many cultivators with envy. The secret realm of the Shadow City, which they might not enter even at the cost of their lives, was nothing more than a walk in the park for these third-turn invincible talents. That was exhilarating. A few burly men exclaimed, "Kid, did you learn anything?" They hoped to see shock on Yishang's face, but were disappointed to find him still calm, as if the astounding sword strike was insignificant. After a brief silence, the Shadow City quickly returned to its usual state, with shadow soldiers flooding the walls once more. Some experienced individuals seized the opportunity to slip into the city and lay low, slowly hunting shadow soldiers. Others, realizing too late, tried to follow suit but were cut down by the restored shadow soldiers, creating a shower of blood. Yishang withdrew his gaze, ready to set off. He had delayed too long and was eager to enter the secret realm of the Shadow City to improve himself. "Well, young friend, have you made up your mind? Do you want to join my team? We will attempt to breach the city in 2 hours." The old man in the gray robe smiled. Not far behind him, a group of nearly 100 people was gathering. It was the team led by the gray-robed elder. This group, under the elder's leadership, was formidable. Most members had reached the peak of the second transformation. Each of them had a fierce look in their eyes, ready to launch an attack on the first city at any moment. A few burly men were especially impatient, shouting at Yishang, "Kid, this is your last chance." They had no intention of waiting any longer. One more Yishang didn't matter, and one less wouldn't make a difference either. The gray-robed elder, however, appeared calm and unhurried, smiling as he sized up Yishang. He was confident, believing that this inexperienced newcomer was naive and would readily comply once he saw the strength of their group. Yet, his smile quickly froze. Yishang simply shook his head lightly, ignoring the crowd, and astonishingly put away his ghostly ship to walk alone towards the first city. His stride was calm and unhurried, like a lone wanderer. The gray-robed elder was taken aback, unable to fathom Yishang's intentions. The burly men exchanged confused glances, equally baffled. "What's he doing?" one of them asked in bewilderment. "It looks like he's planning to storm the city alone." "Storm the city alone? Is he looking for death?" another exclaimed, eyes wide as if he were witnessing madness. At this moment, silence reigned before the first city. The grim fate of previous city challengers was still vivid in everyone's minds, with the sight of blood raining down from the city walls sobering them considerably. They were well aware that they were not invincible prodigies of the third transformation, and this city was not one to be taken lightly. Thousands of cultivators resumed their meditation, with none daring to act rashly for the time being. In the midst of this silence, a figure in a white robe quietly emerged. Yishang, with an otherworldly aura, walked with poise, making his way toward the first city. The area in front of first city was eerily silent as tens of thousands of cultivators resumed their meditative positions. Amidst the crowd, a group of young individuals still wore expressions of awe. They were dressed in the uniform combat attire of the Tianfeng group, with a prominent insignia on their chests. Zongshan smiled and asked Lu Ming, "So, what do you think? These third-turn invincible realm prodigies are impressive, aren't they?" Lu Ming nodded in agreement, very strong. Although he had an A-level profession, the gap between him and these prodigies was like a chasm. This disparity in talent left him feeling more defeated than ever before. Seeing his thoughts, Zongshan reassured him, don't feel defeated. These are just a few. With your A-level profession, you won't be weak in the future. Regaining his confidence, Lu Ming was contemplating when someone suddenly exclaimed, look, what's that person doing? Everyone turned their gaze to see a figure in a white robe walking alone towards Yin City. Zongshan was puzzled. What is that person up to? Are they trying to enter the city alone? Lu Ming stared at the familiar silhouette, his heart skipping a beat. It looks just like my brother, Yishang. He then shook his head in self-mockery, thinking how could that failure possibly be here? More and more people noticed the figure in the white robe, discussing among themselves. Someone sneered, probably just trying to attract attention. Just as the crowd was dismissive, the figure suddenly took to the air, walking step by step towards Yin City. What? Many were shocked, unable to react. Then, an even more unbelievable scene unfolded before their eyes. The figure in the white robe emerged above the city of Yin, no longer suppressing his aura, but instead unleashing the terrifying presence of an invincible realm. Suspended in midair, the white-robed figure formed seals with his hands, fingertips glowing with a faint golden light. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept over the city below, a smirk of disdain playing on his lips. With a swift motion of his right hand, he drew symbols in the air, while a dazzling sphere of lightning gathered in the palm of his left hand. By the decree of the Celestial Master, annihilate, he intoned, releasing the sphere of lightning with a forceful gesture. In an instant, the skies darkened. Thunderclouds gathered, and the air was alive with the crackle of impending doom. Countless bolts of lightning snaked through the clouds, their deafening roars echoing across the sky. The cultivators below looked up in terror, witnessing immense lightning columns descending from the heavens, striking the first city of Yin with relentless fury. A blinding flash enveloped everything, turning the world into a sea of white. Everyone was stunned by the sudden turn of events, their ears ringing, their vision blurred. As their sight gradually cleared, they were confronted with a transformed reality. The once magnificent first city of Yin was gone. The banners on the city walls had turned to ash, and not a single ghostly soldier remained. The entire city was shrouded in the acrid smell of burning, with tendrils of black smoke rising into the air, as if it had endured a cataclysmic lightning tribulation. The white-robed figure had vanished, leaving no trace as if he had never been there. The crowd looked at each other in bewilderment, their minds blank. In less than a minute, an earth-shattering event had unfolded. A mysterious invincible realm master had appeared out of nowhere, and with a single move, had leveled the entire city of Yin. Such power was beyond comprehension. What just happened? Thousands of cultivators were left dumbfounded, their minds seemingly frozen. No one could process what had just occurred, for everything had happened far too quickly. For a long moment, everyone stared at the empty Firsting city, swallowing hard, as they finally snapped back to reality. After the initial shock, murmurs erupted throughout the crowd, growing louder and forming a wave of sound in front of the Firsting city. Clearly, the earth-shattering scene they had just witnessed had left everyone in awe. The gray-robed elder regained his senses and turned to the burly men behind him, his voice filled with confusion. What just happened? The men exchanged glances, and one of them, with a hoarse voice, replied, Boss, that kid. He's an invincible realm master. Invincible realm? The gray-robed elder was visibly shaken, unable to believe it. He never imagined that the young man he had always considered a novice was, in fact, a formidable force akin to those third transformation invincible realm prodigies. Recalling past interactions, the elder broke into a cold sweat, trembling. He suddenly realized he had been dancing on the edge of a knife, mistaking a mighty tiger for a harmless rabbit. I didn't say anything offensive earlier, did I? He asked shakily. The burly men smiled wryly and shook their heads, still shaken. Even though the elder had always been courteous, they had often spoken out of turn, repeatedly flirting with danger. Surviving until now seemed like a stroke of luck spanning 10 lifetimes. Meanwhile, Zongshan and Lu Ming stood dumbfounded, staring at the empty Firsting city in disbelief. Did he wipe out the city? Zongshan muttered. Although the city had been wiped out before, that was a decade ago, accomplished by several invincible realm prodigies working together. To wipe out a city meant eliminating every lasting soldier within it. It seemed easy but was nearly impossible because Yin soldiers possessed immortality within the city, quickly resurrecting to rejoin the battle. To wipe out a city required annihilating them all at once, preventing their revival. It was easy to breach a city, but wiping it out was another matter, especially since that white-robed figure had done it single-handedly. Zongshan couldn't help but recall the unmatched prowess, sincerely exclaiming, what a monster. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was utterly stunned, his recently regained confidence shattered. No matter how arrogant he was, he couldn't imagine achieving the white-robed figure's feat, Wiping out an entire city was beyond mere talent. The white-robed figure's power was almost supernatural. Lu Ming couldn't suppress a groan, feeling an insurmountable sense of defeat. He silently wondered, why are there so many freakish prodigies in this city's secret realm? A profound sense of helplessness welled up within him. While everyone was still immersed in shock, a commotion erupted before the first city. Someone snapped out of it, noticing the empty city, and their face lit up with joy. If they didn't seize the opportunity to enter now, when would they? In an instant, countless figures leapt from the crowd, rushing towards the first city, eager not to miss this once-in-a-lifetime chance. Seeing this, others quickly followed suit, forming groups and charging forward. Wiping out a city was a rare event, happening once in a millennium. If they didn't act now, they might never get another chance. Thus, tens of thousands surged towards the first city like a tidal wave, creating a spectacular scene. The gray-robed elder led the charge, with the burly men close behind. Having missed one opportunity to enter the city, they were determined not to miss another. With a thunderous roar, the human tide surged forward, an awe-inspiring sight. Lu Ming, taken aback by the chaotic scene, turned to Zongshan and asked, "What should we do?" "What do we do?" "Charge!" Zongshan shouted, taking off running and merging into the crowd. Lu Ming instinctively followed, and the two were soon swallowed by the sea of people. After crossing into the first city, Yishang entered the secret realm of the city. Is this what the environment inside the city's secret realm is like? For the next 2 days, a city at the peak of the third transformation, level 100, was constantly struck by thunder. Yishang sat cross-legged in midair beneath the pitch-black thunderclouds, his eyes slightly closed, his aura restrained. Whenever the ghost soldiers in the city respawned, he would form a hand seal and summon divine thunder from the sky to rain down. In the flickering lightning, the ghost soldiers were swept away like a tide. Yishang used this to absorb a vast amount of experience, rapidly increasing his level. However, upon reaching the third transformation, Ghost General stage, his progress noticeably slowed. Yishang opened his eyes and gazed at the mist-shrouded city, a slight frown on his face. He understood that the higher the level, the harder it is to advance, yet he couldn't help but feel a bit dissatisfied. After 2 days of intense cultivation, Yishang had soared from level 10 to level 70 of the third transformation, a speed that would leave others in awe. But for him, it still felt too slow. He opened his skill panel and saw that the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder had reached level 3, with its power greatly increased. The coverage area had expanded to 100 miles, and the damage to spirits had increased by 60,000. Yishang continued his diligent cultivation. Several days later, accompanied by a blinding white light, he finally broke through to the peak of the third transformation, level 100. Laughing heartily, Yishang felt a sense of relief. He retrieved the Demon Sword, feeling the terrifying energy contained within. Once equipped, his combat power instantly increased 700-fold, far surpassing the realm of invincibility. Yishang carefully explored the special function of the Demon Sword nourishment. After accumulating enough energy, it could unleash an incredibly powerful strike. He discovered that the sword had stored the power of 10 strikes, each capable of increasing combat power by 100 times. This was undoubtedly a formidable trump card. Yishang caressed the sword's blade, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. He knew that this power of 10 strikes came from the Bai family's years of accumulation, now entirely his. At a critical moment, this trump card could turn the tide of battle. It was indeed quite practical. Yishang put away the Shadow Demon Sword, and with a flick of his wrist, a legendary orange item appeared in his hand. This item resembled a small orange sun, radiating immense energy that could be felt from afar. A hint of excitement flashed in Yishang's eyes. It was a top-tier legendary item for level 100, third-tier players. He gently caressed the flaming helmet floating in his palm, quietly elated. These days of leveling up had been fruitful. Not only had his level skyrocketed, but he had also acquired a variety of rare items. With a wave of his hand, another 7 or 8 legendary items materialized. All were top-tier level 100, third-tier items. Unfortunately, they were scattered pieces and not a complete set. He shook his head with a sigh, but soon his expression turned to satisfaction. Although there was no set bonus, the drop rate in the Shadow City's secret realm was truly astonishing. In just a few days, he had gathered so much, whereas outside, it would take defeating over 100 third-tier bosses to achieve the same. After putting away the equipment, Yishang began searching for skill books. Soon, a pale yellow book caught his attention. Taoist Secret Manual Demon Subduing Palm? His eyes lit up, and he immediately chose to learn it. As the system notification sounded, a mysterious power surged into his body. However, Yishang didn't focus much on the attributes of a regular skill. He was anticipating the activation of the Celestial Master's heart. Sure enough, a new notification sounded, and the demon-subduing palm automatically upgraded to a devastating skill demon-sealing handprint. Yishang hurriedly checked the skill panel, carefully studying the characteristics of this new skill. Although its attack power wasn't as high as the Vajra demon-subduing sword, the special ability demon-sealing power intrigued him. It was quite similar to the Shadow Demon Sword's ability, capable of storing power for a formidable strike. While Yishang was immersed in the joy of his new skill, the ghostly soldiers and generals within the city had already regrouped. Has it refreshed? Yishang looked down and said, just right to test the power of this demon-sealing handprint. Let's see what's different about it. A flicker of anticipation appeared in Yishang's eyes. He had a feeling that the demon-sealing handprint was not merely equivalent to a mythical piece of equipment. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself, his gaze intense as he pressed his palm downward toward the city below. Unlike the complex incantations required for the Nine Heavens' divine thunder, the demon-sealing handprint required no prelude and could be unleashed directly. With a thunderous boom, a massive golden palm materialized in the void. This hand was as enormous as a mountain, with clearly visible palm lines, and countless Bagua symbols flickering on its surface, resembling a golden peak descending. From a distance, this scene closely resembled the legendary Buddha's palm from Yishang's past life movies. As the colossal hand descended, buildings in the city collapsed instantaneously. Some ghost soldiers attempted to retaliate, but were shattered by the immense force the moment they touched the golden hand. When the golden handprint finally crashed to the ground, the entire city crumbled and sank. Countless ghost soldiers and generals were reduced to ashes beneath this strike. Once the dust settled, Yishang focused his gaze and saw a massive handprint imprinted on the ground, with the surrounding earth sunken in. However, the ghost city seemed to possess some form of self-healing ability. Gray energy surged, and the enormous pit and collapsed buildings began to slowly restore themselves. Yishang was unsurprised by this, as he had witnessed it before. The ghost city seemed almost alive, with not only the ghost soldiers capable of revival, but also the structures able to self-repair. Yishang murmured in mild surprise, noticing a subtle difference in the demon's sealing handprint. Yishang opened the skill panel for the sealing demon handprint. As soon as he saw one particular detail, he was momentarily stunned. Staring at the skill panel, a flicker of surprise crossed Yishang's eyes. The sealing demon handprint had already accumulated enough power for one strike, and the speed was astonishing. Compared to the Een demon sword, which took 3 years to gather enough energy for a single slash, the sealing demon handprint had done it in less than a heartbeat. Glancing down at the city below, Yishang realized that the recent strike had only obliterated 20% of the ghostly soldiers. This meant that by choosing a place teeming with spectral energy, he could easily amass a strike with 100 combat power. Yishang furrowed his brows, contemplating the potential of the sealing demon handprint. As a destructive level skill, each level up brought a qualitative leap. Now at his third transition, he could at least upgrade the sealing demon handprint to level 3. What kind of transformation would that bring? Gathering his thoughts, Yishang scanned the city below and mused to himself, reaching the third transition at level 100. Staying here serves no purpose. It's time to search other cities for the third transition legendary set. He stood up and casually chose a direction to fly off into the sky. Half a day later, Yishang halted in the midst of dense ghostly fog. Not far ahead stood a grand ghost city, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Unlike before, this city emitted a bronze glow, and even the ghostly soldiers within shimmered with a bronzed hue. Yishang observed with a furrowed brow, sensing that the aura of the ghostly soldiers in the city was extraordinarily powerful, with a combat strength 100 times that of ordinary third transition, level 100 ghost soldiers. Just as he was pondering this, the sound of something slicing through the air came from behind him. A middle-aged cultivator flew over, his eyes showing a hint of disdain. He stopped beside Yishang, chuckling, "Kid, this bronze city is too dangerous. You should leave it to me. You'll be much safer finding some ordinary city." Hearing this, Yishang turned around, not alarmed but rather pleased. He had been wondering how to learn more about the Ghost City secret realm, and here was someone offering the information. Looking directly at the man, Yishang asked bluntly, "Do you know a lot about the Ghost City secret realm?" The middle-aged cultivator was momentarily taken aback and instinctively nodded. "Of course I do." Realizing his slip, he became angry and embarrassed, saying, "Kid, what are you talking about? If you know what's good for you, leave this place immediately." In the next moment, Yishang made his move. He had no intention of wasting words. He intended to show his strength instead. Outside the ancient bronze city, a figure crashed into the ground like a cannonball, causing a thunderous boom that made the entire earth tremble violently. Yishang, clad in a billowing white robe, hovered in midair. He looked down at the crater below with a glint of coldness in his eyes. At the bottom, Sun Chung lay with his bones feeling as if they were about to shatter, groaning in pain. Terrified, he looked up at the white figure in the sky, his heart filled with dread. Invincible realm. Just moments ago, he had been confident about teaching this mysterious young man a lesson. But in the blink of an eye, he was struck into the ground with a single palm. The overwhelming force left Sun Cheng without even the courage to resist. He regretted inwardly. How did I end up encountering such a monster? Have you learned your lesson? Come up and answer me. Yi Sheng's indifferent voice called out. Sun Cheng felt a surge of relief and promptly flew out of the crater. He stood beside Yi Sheng with a respectful distance, keeping his head down. Yet, he was puzzled. Why have I never seen this invincible realm genius before? I have questions for you. Yi Sheng's gaze was piercing. Sun Cheng quickly put on a smile. Please ask, senior. I will speak honestly. Yi Sheng turned to look at the ancient bronze city, voicing his curiosity. Sun Cheng was momentarily stunned and stammered. Senior, is this your first time entering the Yin City secret realm? Yi Sheng nodded. Sun Cheng suddenly understood and began explaining the hierarchy within the Yin City secret realm in detail. A few minutes later, Yi Sheng pondered while gazing at the ancient bronze city. The Yin City secret realm was indeed unfathomable, and the ancient cities were categorized into ordinary, bronze, and silver levels. The higher the level, the stronger the Yin soldiers and the more abundant the treasures. Do the Yin soldiers in the red mythic ancient city possess invincible realm strength? Yi Sheng inquired. Sun Cheng nodded solemnly. That's correct. It's extremely dangerous there. Even those in the invincible realm must be cautious. However, the treasures are abundant, with 3-turn mythic equipment everywhere. Yi Sheng gestured for Sun Cheng to leave. However, Sun Cheng hesitantly asked, Senior, could I perhaps follow you? Yi Sheng gave him a cold glance, and Sun Cheng's hope deflated instantly, forcing him to leave reluctantly. Yi Sheng gazed at the ancient bronze city, a flicker of interest in his eyes. 100 times the combat power? Double the loot rate? Interesting. He strode towards the ancient city, eager to experience it firsthand. With a foundational combat power of 700 times, this city posed no threat to Yi Sheng. Perhaps only the red mythic level ancient city could provide him with some challenge. For several hours, Yi Sheng remained within the ancient bronze city. He moved back and forth through the city, unleashing his sealing demon handprint, which felled the bronze-level ghost soldiers like mowing down grass. As he collected the equipment that burst forth, he focused on refining his mastery of the sealing demon handprint. Each strike caused the ancient city to shake violently, with large sections of buildings collapsing. After clearing out a wave of ghost soldiers, Yi Sheng sat cross-legged in midair, overlooking the now empty city below. He shook his head slightly, finding the number of ghost soldiers insufficient. Just as he was about to strike again, a sudden change occurred. The bronze glow of the city vanished, reverting it to an ordinary ancient city, and the ghost soldiers regressed to a standard 3rd-turn perfect realm. Yi Sheng recalled Sun Cheng's warning. The city's level could change randomly, and might even upgrade to a mythic level in an instant. He opened his spatial bracelet to assess his gains. Over a dozen top-tier legendary pieces of equipment at the 3rd-turn level 100 floated around him, with 3 pieces barely completing the Jinpan series. Next, Yi Sheng swept through 3 silver ancient cities and 1 gold ancient city. During this time, he encountered a small team, but they wisely retreated after witnessing his strength. Eventually, Yi Sheng nearly completed the Jinpan series, missing only the Jinpan leg guards. Yi Sheng exhaled deeply and opened his skill panel. The sealing demon handprint had advanced to level 3, with its attack power enhanced to an astonishing 48,000. More importantly, it could now store up to 3 strikes, with each strike gaining an additional 30,000 attack power. Yi Sheng took a deep breath. This alone was unbelievably powerful. An additional 30,000 per strike. That's a 300-fold increase in combat strength. Yi Sheng used his sealing demon power to unleash the sealing demon handprint, and with a single strike, its power could reach an astounding 78,000. Yi Sheng's eyes gleamed with determination as he calculated in his mind. This strike was equivalent to 780 times a normal attack, and with the 100-fold increase from the Yin Demon Sword, his combat power skyrocketed to 880 times. It was significantly stronger than the Vajra Demon Subduing Sword. Though he could only use it 3 times in succession, it was enough to instantly defeat opponents like Bai Zijian and Bai Ziwen, even surpassing the realm of invincibility. Taking a deep breath, Yi Sheng felt quite satisfied with his progress, but his ambitions went beyond that. He looked down at the golden ancient city below, his gaze intense. The last wave of shadow soldiers had been cleared by him, and he awaited the next wave to appear. If he could encounter a dark golden ancient city, the rewards would be even richer. Moments later, shadow soldiers and ghost generals began to appear on the streets of the ancient city, quickly filling the entire place. Seeing that the golden ancient city hadn't downgraded, Yi Sheng was delighted. He unhesitatingly unleashed the sealing demon handprint, slamming it down with force. With a thunderous crash, the entire city shook violently, buildings collapsed, and the ground caved in. The golden-level shadow soldiers, with their 300-fold battle power, crumbled instantly under the 880-fold strike. Yishang continued his assault until he cleared all the shadow soldiers. Surveying the battlefield, 3 legendary orange beams of light shot into the sky. Yishang reached out, and the beams transformed into streams of light flying towards him. Upon closer inspection, Yishang couldn't contain his joy. Among them was the golden pan leg guards he had longed for. This was the last piece of the golden pan series, and he finally completed the entire set. Yishang laughed heartily, feeling immensely pleased. He took out the other 5 pieces of golden pan equipment and added the newly acquired leg guards, with 6 legendary orange lights surrounding him. This top-tier legendary set at level 100, 3rd rank, was the strongest gear below mythic level, with immeasurable value. Come! Yishang shouted. The 6 light clusters shot towards him like cannonballs, equipping themselves onto his body. With each piece that settled, Yishang's aura continuously rose, compensating for previous deficiencies. A legendary piece of equipment can boost your power 50-fold. Yishang donned the Golden Pan series of legendary armor, and his aura surged 300 times. The set's attributes activated with a booming roar, increasing his power another 100-fold. He laughed heartily, reveling in this terrifying 400-fold enhancement. The Een Demon Sword already provided a 100-fold boost, and now his everyday power soared to 500 times. If he wielded the Vajra demon-slaying sword, his power could reach a peak of 1100 times. Even invincible realm masters were mere ants before him. By using the demon sealing handprint, his power skyrocketed to 1280 times, leaving Yishang himself in awe. Moments later, the golden ancient city below refreshed, its glow fading and losing its value. Yishang stood up and departed, choosing a direction at random to soar through the sky. Amidst the ghostly mist, he wore a golden dragon-patterned robe, resembling an emperor. It was too ostentatious, so Yishang shook his head. With a mere thought, the golden robe transformed into a plain white one. For legendary equipment, altering appearances was a simple matter. At the legendary level, outward appearances can be changed at will, which is no difficult feat. Amidst the vast ghostly mist, Yishang navigated through the air, contemplating his next move. His combat power had surpassed 1,000, making him nearly invincible within the 3rd transformation realm. Yishang calculated that his next step should be to break through to the 4th transformation, the Ghost Sect realm. Pursuing more 3rd transformation gear would only result in acquiring a full set of red mythic level equipment, which seemed unnecessary. The difference between major realms is at least 1,000-fold, so breaking through is the ultimate goal. Yishang frowned slightly. In the secret realm of Een City, he had never encountered a 3rd transformation boss level ghost. The ghost soldiers in the Golden Ancient City were formidable, but it was well known that only bosses could drop the job change items. This left him puzzled. Half a day later, Yishang halted as a dazzling red light emerged from the distant ghostly mist. His heartbeat quickened. Could it be a mythic level ancient city? If so, this would be an incredible stroke of luck. Without further thought, Yishang sped towards it. After passing through layers of ghostly mist, he saw an ancient city glowing entirely in red. Yishang's breathing became rapid, but his expression soon turned into a frown. Someone had beaten him to it. Within the city, a figure was battling fiercely with the red ghost soldiers. Yishang recognized him as Huang Wanyue, whom he had met in the first Een City. He decided to pause and observe, taking the opportunity to gauge the prowess of the invincible realm. Huang Wanyue was burly, wielding a golden greatsword, repeatedly unleashing mountain-like sword shadows. However, he struggled against the red ghost soldiers, each with 600 times combat power. Yishang quietly assessed that Huang Wanyue's attack power was at the level of an ordinary invincible realm. Suddenly, Huang Wanyue unleashed a powerful sword strike, annihilating a large number of ghost soldiers. Yishang was slightly surprised. 700 times attack power? It seemed he had underestimated him. Nevertheless, it appeared to be some time-limited secret technique, unable to be sustained. As Yishang continued to observe, he noticed that Huang Wanyue's defense was exceptionally strong. For golden shields surrounded him, blocking attacks from all directions, allowing him to hold his ground in this red mythic-level ancient city for so long. In recent times, Yishang has developed an incredibly keen eye, instantly recognizing that Huang Wanyue's defensive techniques can achieve a 700-fold defense strength. With a calm smile, Yishang glanced at Huang Wanyue, his gaze sharp as lightning. What seemed to be an impenetrable defense was, in his eyes, merely trivial. Although Huang Wanyue could maintain an undefeated status in the realm of invincibility, to Yishang, he was nothing more than an ant. Yishang's sudden appearance caught Huang Wanyue's attention. He glared fiercely at Yishang and shouted menacingly, "Get lost, kid, or I'll kill you." Before the words were even fully spoken, a golden sword light, carrying a force of 600 times, slashed towards Yishang. Yishang remained indifferent, casually unleashing a mystic seal of demons. A giant golden palm took shape, its lines clearly visible, with 8 trigram symbols flowing and golden light cascading like a waterfall. With a thunderous crash, Huang Wenyue's sword light was instantly obliterated. Huang Wenyue's face turned pale with shock, and in a panic, he summoned 6 Jili shields. However, under the force of Yishang's mystic seal of demons at only half strength, the 6 shields shattered instantly. Huang Wenyue was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing hard into the ground. Yishang stood with his hands behind his back, speaking coldly. "Come out, stop pretending to be dead." His palm glowed with golden light, ready to strike a second blow. From the deep pit came a terrified plea for mercy. "Spare me. Please, spare me, Senior." Huang Wenyue, covered in blood and wounds, shakily hovered in midair. Ignoring his fear, Yishang turned his attention to the red ancient city below. His hand radiated light, and with full force, he unleashed a mystic seal of demons with a power of 1,280 times. The giant golden palm descended like a mountain, shattering the red ghost soldiers like porcelain. The entire city crumbled to dust under Yishang's palm, scattering equipment everywhere. Among them, a red beam of light shot into the sky, casting a crimson glow across the heavens. A gleam of joy flashed in Yishang's eyes. He reached out, and the red light obediently flew into his palm. With a commanding gesture, Yishang grasped the red beam from the depths of the city, and it immediately transformed into a ball of red light, flying towards him. A flash of red light landed in Yishang's palm. Huang Wenyue's eyes were filled with envy. Even in a red city, the chances of obtaining a mythic-level item were incredibly low, requiring immense luck. His gaze kept darting to Yishang's hand, his curiosity barely contained. Yishang looked down and felt a tinge of disappointment. Luan Feather 9 Phoenix Crown? Although it was a mythic-level item, it was exclusively for females, making it unusable for him. Huang Wenyue sighed. "It's a pity it's not a mythic-level weapon." Yishang glanced at him knowingly. Mythic-level weapons were the rarest and most valuable. Without the ability to equip more than 2 mythic items, breaking up a legendary set could actually reduce one's combat power. Huang Wenyue chuckled. "Senior, even though the 9 Phoenix Crown is useless to us, it can fetch a high price. Female equipment tends to be more valuable." Yishang put the item away and coldly asked, "What do you mean by giant level?" His tone carried an undeniable authority. Sensing the tension, Huang Wenyue quickly explained, "Above the invincible realm, there's the giant level. Only those with combat power exceeding 1,000 can be called giants. They possess a full set of mythic items and can easily annihilate those in the invincible realm. However, giants are exceedingly rare, and mythic sets are even harder to come by." Yishang pondered this. By those standards, using his Vajra demon-slaying sword, he could achieve 1,100 times combat power, and with the sealing demon handprint, he could reach 1280 times, far surpassing the threshold for giants. Refocusing, Yisheng inquired about the absence of third transition bosses. Cautiously, Huang Wenyue asked, "Are you looking to obtain transition items?" Yisheng nodded, prompting Huang Wenyue to explain in detail. It turned out that only dark gold or higher ancient cities would spawn boss-level ghosts, and even then, the chances were slim. Yisheng frowned. Obtaining transition items seemed a distant goal. He was eager to advance to the 4th transition ghost sect stage. Huang Wenyue's eyes lit up with an idea. "Senior, there's another way. The Dark Zone can solve this problem." "The Dark Zone?" Yisheng looked at him inquisitively. Huang Wenyue elaborated. "The Black Cities there are even more dangerous than the red mythic-level ancient cities, with ghost soldiers and generals boasting 700 times combat power. Every Black City is guaranteed to have a boss, making it the best place to obtain transition items." Yisheng made up his mind. He needed to head to the Dark Zone as soon as possible. Sensing an opportunity, Huang Wenyue suggested, "It's not easy to find that place. Why not visit my ghost market first? I can find a guide to take you there." He looked at Yisheng anxiously, hoping to secure a connection to this rising giant. Yisheng's gaze swept over him, slightly intrigued. A flicker of interest appeared in Yisheng's eyes. Wandering aimlessly would indeed waste a lot of time, and having a guide could save a lot of trouble. He scrutinized Huang Wenyue, who stood there, barely daring to breathe under the intense gaze, simply waiting with his head lowered. "All right." Yisheng nodded briefly in agreement. Huang Wenyue let out a long breath, and when he looked up, his face was beaming with joy. The first step was a success. The rest would be easier. "Shall we head to my ghost market then?" Huang Wenyue laughed heartily, his robust physique matching his straightforward nature, now noticeably more relaxed. "Call me Yisheng." Yisheng frowned, correcting him, unaccustomed to being addressed as senior. Huang Wenyue paused for a moment, then clasped his hands together with a smile. "Then I'll boldly call you Brother Yi. Please follow me. The ghost market isn't far from here." With that, he flew into the distance. Yisheng took one last look at the city below. The red glow had faded, and it would soon become an ordinary city, losing its value. He quickly followed. Amid the vast ghostly mist, the two figures sped through the air. Huang Wenyue moved with high profile, his formidable aura deterring passing cultivators. Familiar with the In City secret realm, he could accurately navigate despite the thick, ghostly mist obscuring the view. Half an hour later, Huang Wenyue halted. Brother Yi, we've arrived. Yishang looked up to see a human market nestled within the black forest, sizable with a crowd of 1,000. Buildings were clustered, cultivators bustling about, some with powerful auras. People set up stalls, selling their finds from within the secret realm. This ghost market is mine. I built it from scratch. Huang Wenyue said proudly. You seem to have a lot of free time, Yisheng remarked nonchalantly, not having the energy to manage such things. Huang Wenyue shook his head, explaining, Brother Yi, you might not know, but this isn't just a ghost market. It's a force within the secret realm. A force? How so? Yishang's interest was piqued. Huang Wenyue explained earnestly, in the secret realm, only those in the invincible realm can establish a ghost market. Third-turn cultivators will flock here, gradually forming a force. By banding together, we can accomplish more in the secret realm, like exploring that dark zone. He spoke excitedly about the dangers and opportunities of the dark zone, emphasizing the importance of unity. Yisheng pondered, realizing it was indeed a viable strategy. As they conversed, they had already entered the ghost market, with many people greeting Huang Wenyue. Someone asked when they would venture into the dark zone again, and Huang Wenyue responded with a smile, but his eyes were on Yisheng. Having such a powerhouse lead would greatly enhance their efficiency. Once the crowd dispersed, Yisheng asked, Are there many forces like your ghost market in the secret realm? Huang Wenyue thought for a moment. There are a few hundred, I suppose. There are hundreds in the invincible realm, and most have established ghost markets. But ones of my scale, with 1,000 people, are rare. He smiled proudly. Yisheng was surprised by the number of invincible realm cultivators, but then realized it made sense. Huang Wenyue listed some renowned forces, but Yisheng noticed he didn't mention the Shimming Pavilion, which struck him as odd. Shimming Pavilion? Huh. Huang Wenyue laughed dismissively, a look of disdain on his face. Yisheng looked at Huang Wenyue in confusion, not understanding why he was laughing. Seeing this, Huang Wenyue explained, Shimming Pavilion is struggling right now, especially lacking experts at the third transformation level. They used to have 2 invincible third transformation fighters, which gave them some influence in the In City secret realm. But now, he shook his head, his tone dripping with sarcasm. With Xian Qi advancing to the 4th transformation ghost sect level, Shimming Pavilion is left with only the useless Xian Qing. With such strength, how can they maintain their foothold in the In City secret realm? Mentioning Shimming Pavilion, Huang Wenyue seemed to be watching a comedy. A once prominent force in the Nether City, reduced to such a state. Yisheng frowned and asked, Xian Qing is said to be an invincible fighter. How can he be considered useless? With him, shouldn't Shimming Pavilion still be able to hold some power? Huang Wenyue chuckled and explained, Xian Qing is indeed invincible, but invincible fighters have their own specialties. This guy is only good at taking hits, with an incredible defense reaching 800 times, but his attack power is a mere 500 times. He continued, in the past, with Xian Qi's cooperation, Xian Qing could take the hits while Xian Qi dealt the damage, which was troublesome for other invincible fighters. But now, with only Xian Qing who can take hits, what's the use of Shimming Pavilion? Yisheng nodded thoughtfully and asked, with Shimming Pavilion's resources, can't they use mythical equipment to boost someone to the invincible level? Huang Wenyue shook his head. It's not that easy. Without invincible techniques, even if you boost combat power with mythical equipment, it's just a glorified red ghost soldier. Facing a true invincible fighter, they'd still be toyed with. Yisheng realized the aptness of the metaphor. Red ghost soldiers might have 600 times the combat power, but when facing a true invincible fighter, they are still doomed. Invincible techniques not only add 100 times more power, but are also essential for invincible fighters to establish themselves, not to be underestimated. As the two chatted while walking, they unknowingly arrived in front of a luxurious pavilion. Yisheng scanned the area and noticed that none of the cultivators entering or exiting were weak, with the weakest having 200 times combat power, and many ranging from 300 to 400 times. Huang Wenyue proudly introduced, Brother Yi, this is my headquarters. How do you find my ghost market force? Yisheng nodded in approval, indeed impressive. The presence of these formidable fighters alone was enough to indicate Huang Wenyue's formidable strength. Just then, a group of cultivators emerged from the pavilion, led by a towering, muscular figure. Upon seeing Huang Wenyue, he joyfully approached, Leader, you're back. Huang Wenyue was already quite burly, but the figure emerging was even more massive, like a towering iron tower. Chu Zong, resembling a moving mountain, completely overshadowed Huang Wenyue. As the two big men embraced, Huang Wenyue felt awkward and quickly pushed away his formidable subordinate. Chu Zong, let go of me. What kind of behavior is this? Chu Zong scratched his head in confusion, not understanding why the leader was suddenly distant. Yishang, observing from the side, had a faint smile on his face. As Huang Wenyue awkwardly tried to explain, Yishang waved him off, turning his sharp gaze towards Chu Zong and the others. Chu Zong was a towering 3 meters tall, exuding a terrifying aura with 500 times the combat power, just 100 times short of being invincible. Huang Wenyue introduced him. This is my trusted subordinate. Though he lacks invincible abilities, the other subordinates were also formidable, each with 400 times combat power, comparable to the top external experts. Chu Zong, in a deep voice asked, "Leader, who is he?" Huang Wenyue didn't answer directly, only warning them to be polite. However, Chu Zong grinned and said, "Kid, if you want to join us, you have to get past me first." Huang Wenyue sternly reprimanded, "Fool, don't be rude." Chu Zong was taken aback, as it was the first time he had seen the leader so angry. Yishang, however, gestured dismissively, "It's fine. I'll take a stroll in the ghost market." With that, he walked away, merely advising Huang Wenyue to arrange a guide quickly. This only piqued everyone's curiosity about Yishang's identity. Chu Zong bluntly asked, "Leader, why are you protecting this kid?" Huang Wenyue coldly replied, "With your skills, you can't even take me on, let alone him." At this, everyone was astonished. Huang Wenyue reluctantly explained that Yishang was a titan with 1,000 times combat power, and even he had almost been killed by a single strike from him. The group was shocked, and Chu Zong was filled with fear. Someone questioned, "Aren't there only 20 titans? Where did he come from?" Nobody knew. Huang Wenyue shook his head helplessly. He understood well that the emergence of each titan would alter the balance of power within the secret realm of Yin City. In the dimly lit ghost market, every stall was illuminated by a ghostly lantern, casting a glow over the items on display. Behind each stall sat a cultivator, meditating with closed eyes. After leaving the guild hall, Yisheng wandered alone through the bustling ghost market. His gaze swept over the roadside stalls, which mostly sold equipment of remarkable quality. Dark gold grade was the minimum standard. Anything less, like gold grade, would be laughed at. The majority featured level 100, third-turn legendary gear, in astonishing abundance. This Yin City secret realm is truly a treasure trove for gear. Yisheng mused to himself. He suddenly noticed a stall brimming with flying artifacts. The vendor, an elderly man, was surprisingly an artifact refiner with extraordinary skills, boasting over 200 times combat power. "Sir, how much for this ghost dragon dasha?" Yisheng asked, stopping in his tracks. The elderly man opened his eyes slightly, seeing a young face, and replied indifferently, "Trade only, not for sale. What do you want in exchange?" "The Ghost Face Series greaves and chest armor. If you have them, the Ghost Dragon Dasha is yours." Yisheng pondered for a moment, then opened his space ring under the impatient gaze of the old man. Moments later, 2 orange light clusters appeared precisely the Ghost Face greaves and chest armor. The elder's eyes widened instantly, his breathing heavy. You really have them?" Yisheng nodded, but shook his head when the old man was about to hand over the Ghost Dragon Dasha. "One is not enough." The elder's expression changed abruptly, and onlookers gathered around. Some were gloating, while others were filled with envy. "Name your terms," the old man said helplessly. "As long as it's within my power, I'll meet them." Yisheng's eyes roamed and settled on a small blood-colored boat. "I want that blood cloud shuttle." Upon hearing this, the old man's face changed dramatically, becoming extremely grim. The old man's face was extremely grim. His brows were furrowed, and a flicker of distress crossed his eyes. The blood cloud shuttle was his prized flying artifact, usually reserved for show. He hadn't expected Yisheng to take an interest in it as a bargaining chip. If it were any other artifact, he would have agreed without hesitation, but the blood cloud shuttle was exceptional. The old man's eyes flickered with indecision. Yisheng's gaze was sharp, fixed on him and the blood cloud shuttle. This was a renowned flying artifact, immensely valuable. It could reach speeds of 5,000 kilometers per hour, and when pushed to its limits, it could soar to 10,000 kilometers for 10 minutes. In times of crisis, it was a lifesaver. Yisheng's gaze intensified the pressure on the old man. His expression grew more pained, and his brow furrowed deeper. After a moment, it seemed the old man had made up his mind. Compared to a 400-fold increase in combat power, the blood cloud shuttle had to take a back seat. "All right, deal." The old man agreed through gritted teeth, his tone full of reluctance. Upon hearing this, Yisheng's lips curled into a slight smile as he handed over 2 legendary orange light spheres. The old man took them, inspected them carefully, and then put them away. His facial muscles twitched as he handed the blood cloud shuttle to Yisheng. Oldly finally decided to trade. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves. "He's not losing out, though. He's completed the Ghostface series. As a craftsman, he can forge another blood cloud shuttle, but the Ghostface series is a rare find." As Yisheng took hold of the blood cloud shuttle, he immediately felt a cool sensation. This blood-red artifact could transform into a small boat with incredible speed. With it, the ghost mist ship could be retired. Yishang was secretly pleased. Having exchanged two unused items for such a treasure was truly worthwhile. Satisfied, he stored the blood cloud shuttle and bid farewell to the old man with a respectful gesture. The old man watched Yishang leave, feeling the sting of parting with his prized possession as he packed up to depart. He intended to go into seclusion and equip his newly acquired legendary gear to boost his combat power by 400 times. A little over 10 minutes later, Yishang entered a tea house. Zhang Hao set down his teacup and looked at the classmates gathered before him. These were all top-tier students who had reached the third transformation stage. Normally, they were rather quiet. But now they had gathered in the secluded In City secret realm to prepare for the upcoming federal exams. Han Liang furrowed his brow, his voice tinged with confusion. Zhang Hao, what's going on with your Shimming Pavilion? It's supposed to be a top force in Yuming City, and now it's falling apart? Why would you need to join someone like Huang Wenyue? Zhang Hao sighed and began to explain the dire situation of the Shimming Pavilion. After the invincible Master Xian Qi advanced to the fourth transformation as a ghost sect, only Xian Qing was left to hold the fort, struggling to keep things together while evading threats with the elders. Unable to tolerate such a predicament, Zhang Hao decided to leave and align himself with the invincible Huang Wenyue. Upon hearing this, Han Liang and the others couldn't help but feel a sense of pity. Han Liang shook his head and remarked, "It's astonishing how a powerful force like Shimming Pavilion could experience such a decline. The leadership only thinks of themselves." Diyu set his teacup down, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Xian Qing really has it rough. An invincible master, yet constantly getting beaten up with no way to fight back. Zhang Hao explained helplessly, Xian Qing's offensive power is less than 500 times. He's only good at defense. Without Xian Qi, he's just a punching bag. It's too frustrating to stay with him, so I had to leave. Han Liang sighed. I'm in a tough spot too. The group I joined went bankrupt. I'm nearly a lone wanderer now. Diyu couldn't help but chuckle at this. With a name like Han Liang, you were bound to have bad luck. Liang means cool, and wherever you go, it seems to cool down. At this rate, who would dare take you in? The group of third transformation classmates burst into laughter at this quip. Even Zhang Hao couldn't help but crack a smile, momentarily forgetting his worries and joining in the laughter. Han Liang had allied himself with 3 different groups, but without exception, each went bankrupt. Truly, he's got some bad luck. Diyu chuckled and said, I wonder if Huang Wenyue can withstand your jinx? The group of third-turn classmates burst into laughter. The reunion was relaxed, with less scheming and more camaraderie. Han Liang pointed at Diyu and retort, you're not much better off. Haven't you temporarily allied with Huang Wenyue too? Diyu grinned, that's just a temporary measure. Zhang Hao observed Diyu. Diyu came from a wealthy family and completed his career transition at the age of 8, a whole decade earlier than most. Now, he was a fully realized third-turn cultivator, but his family could only provide limited support, so he had to fight for himself. Like Han Liang, he wore a mix of legendary gear, with a combat power of just over 300 times, far less than the 400 times of a complete set. Zhang Hao remarked seriously, Huang Wenyue is indeed formidable among the invincible ranks. Han Liang nodded in agreement, that's right. His offense and defense are well balanced, capable of unleashing and withstanding 700 times combat power, which is rare. Everyone agreed, which was precisely why they temporarily sided with Huang Wenyue. Zhang Hao laughed. If he didn't have such strength, he couldn't maintain a ghost market of 1,000 people. As he spoke, he laughed heartily, his gaze unintentionally drifting to the window, where he suddenly froze. Yishang? He rubbed his eyes, confirming that familiar figure several times. Wasn't that Yishang, whom Zheng Gang had brought back to Shimming Pavilion? What was he doing here? Zhang Hao remembered that when he left Yuming City, Yishang was just a second-turn cultivator being hunted by the Bai family. Now, he was leisurely sitting in a tea house, sipping tea. What did this mean? Had he stepped into the third-turn realm? Zhang Hao, what are you looking at? Han Liang and the others asked curiously, seeing him in a daze. Diyu waved a hand in front of his face. Oh, nothing, just saw someone I know, Zhang Hao replied, snapping back to reality, though his expression was still quite shocked. Someone you know? Who? Diyu looked around curiously. Han Liang suggested, since it's someone you know, why not invite them over for a drink? The others nodded in agreement. Never mind, we're not that close. Zhang Hao shook his head, his gaze returning to Yishang. At that moment, Yishang seemed to sense something, turning his head to meet Zhang Hao's eyes. Zhang Hao. Yishang was also taken aback, his teacup paused midair. He glanced around and saw Han Liang, Du Yu, Wang Yi, and other former classmates, stunned. These were the influential figures back in school. Zhang Hao smiled wryly, stood up, and approached Yishang's table. Yishang, mind if I join you? Please, have a seat. Yishang invited with a smile. Once Jiang Hao sat down, he looked at Yishang with a complicated expression before finally saying, I never expected us to meet in the In City secret realm. Indeed, it is quite unexpected, Yishang replied as he poured Jiang Hao a cup of tea. Jiang Hao thanked him, lifted the teacup, and his eyes flickered with curiosity. He had so many questions but didn't know where to start. Yisheng seemed to sense his thoughts but showed no intention of explaining. After a moment, Jiang Hao couldn't help but ask, have you broken through to the third turn realm? Yisheng nodded. It wasn't something he needed to hide. Hearing it directly from him, Jiang Hao was shocked as he looked at Yisheng. The third turn realm, in Xinming Pavilion, could qualify one to be an elder, with a status and position entirely different. Xinming Pavilion would have to take him seriously. Jiang Hao stared at Yisheng, speechless and lost in thought. He pondered to himself. If the higher-ups of the Xinming Pavilion knew that Yisheng had broken through to the third transformation, they would surely regret it. But how should the situation with the Bai family be resolved? Unable to hold back, Jiang Hao voiced the question that had been troubling him. Yisheng shook his head slightly, not saying much. Jiang Hao would understand everything once he left the secret realm. Seeing this, Jiang Hao sighed. He thought Yisheng was having a hard time, not realizing that the Bai family was the one in turmoil. Yisheng had dismantled several of their bases, causing them significant losses, yet they were powerless against him. Jiang Hao earnestly warned, Yisheng, the Bai family wields considerable influence within the secret realm, with several invincible experts. They even have a figure of great power, dominating the third transformation domain. If they discover you're here, they won't spare you. In my opinion, you should leave as soon as possible. He expected to see panic in Yisheng's expression, but to his surprise, Yisheng showed no sign of distress. Instead, a hint of excitement flickered in his eyes. This reaction left Jiang Hao quite surprised. Yisheng smiled and clasped his hands in thanks, and Jiang Hao, seeing this, said no more and took his leave. This unexpected encounter had killed Yisheng's mood for tea, so he paid and left the tea house. Han Liang and the others curiously asked Jiang Hao why he didn't introduce Yisheng. Jiang Hao explained, he shares the same name as one of our classmates. The group suddenly understood and laughed. They remembered that Yisheng, who was just an ordinary classmate. Han Liang suggested bringing Yisheng into their team for added security. Jiang Hao shook his head. Even though he's at the third transformation, he's probably new to the stage and might become a burden. The others nodded in agreement and dropped the topic. As they chatted, a commotion erupted on the street. Puzzled, they stood up and went to the window to see what was happening. They saw a messenger riding a ghostly steed, racing by and shouting about setting off for the dark zone. The street buzzed with chatter. Suddenly, a towering figure appeared in midair, coldly commanding, everyone, prepare immediately. We depart for the dark zone in 2 hours. Our target Ghostfire City. On the second floor of the tea house, Diyu was so startled he nearly bit his tongue. What? They're really going into the dark zone? Jiang Hao and the others were equally shocked. This individual is one of Huang Wenyue's formidable warriors, boasting a power level exceeding 500. He is nearly at the invincible level of 600 times strength and is known as Ban Wu. Jiang Hao's expression was grave as he locked eyes with the hulking figure on the street. As a new member of Huang Wenyue's faction, he had already heard of this warrior's reputation. Over 500 times strength? Du Yu and his companions gasped. Such power might be negligible to those at the invincible level, but for them, warriors with 200 to 300 times strength, it was an insurmountable peak. They didn't even have the privilege to speak with him ordinarily, and a confrontation would mean instant death. Han Liang, upon hearing Ban Wu's words, frowned deeply. He wants everyone in the ghost market to mobilize. What is Huang Wenyue planning? Why such a massive move all of a sudden? Didn't you hear? We're heading to Ghostfire City. Diyu exclaimed in disbelief, rubbing his ears. Ghostfire City, a notorious black ancient city in the dark zone. Its level so high that even a black ancient city with 700 times strength couldn't compare. Any random ghost soldier or general there possessed 800 times strength, making it perilously dangerous. Even invincible level warriors would avoid it. Huang Wenyue's decision seemed like a death wish. What is going on? Has Huang Wenyue lost his mind? Du Yu, Jiang Hao, and others were visibly shocked. They typically only ventured into 700 times black cities to seek opportunities. An 800 times black city was utterly off limits. Jiang Hao was already having second thoughts. He came seeking opportunities, not to accompany Huang Wenyue to his death. Han Liang and others also wore serious expressions, contemplating whether to follow Huang Wenyue on this risky venture. The street buzzed with discussions. What's happening with Leader Huang? Why choose such a dangerous place as Ghostfire City? How does he dare to challenge such a city? What gives him the confidence? With our strength, going there is like hitting a stone with an egg. It's a suicide mission. Only a giant can handle Ghostfire City. I'm not going. Everyone shook their heads, expressing their unwillingness to go. Ban Wu hovered in the air, arms crossed, coldly scanning the crowd. Seeing the opposition to his brother Huang Wenyue's decision, he said in a chilling voice, I said no one is to be left behind for this mission. Return and prepare immediately. We depart in 2 hours. Anyone who leaves without authorization will be dealt with as a deserter and killed without mercy. As soon as he finished, figures appeared from all directions in the ghost market. These figures exuded powerful auras, each with over 500 times strength, blocking all exits from the ghost market and sealing it off completely. An old man attempted to leave by flying, only to be stopped by a cold young man. Go back, the young man said, casting a cold glance at the old man. The old man snorted. If you want to die in Ghostfire City, go ahead. I have no interest in dying with Huang Wenyue. Let me leave. From now on, I have nothing to do with this ghost market. Before he could finish, the cold young man struck. With a power level exceeding 500, the old man didn't even have a chance to plead, instantly blown into a mist of blood. As the blood rain slowly fell, a deathly silence enveloped the scene. Those who had been planning to leave stopped in their tracks, fearfully looking at the powerful figures blocking the ghost market, not daring to make a move. On the tea house's second floor, Han Liang's teeth chattered, and he breathed heavily. Huang Wenyue. He's serious now. Du Yu's voice trembled. It's over. It's really over this time. His face was ashen, his voice shaky. Huang Wenyue's decision was like a heavy hammer, completely shattering his hopes. Unable to participate in the Federation's major exam meant his future was doomed. Although Jiang Hao appeared calm, a flicker of worry crossed his eyes. He looked at the sealed ghost market and shook his head helplessly. There's no other way. We'll just have to take a risk with Huang Wenyue. Leaving now would mean certain death. Jiang Hao frowned and thought, strange. Huang Wenyue isn't reckless. Why choose Ghostfire City, a forbidden zone? Does he have some sort of ace up his sleeve? A fellow student who had reached the third turn interrupted his thoughts with a sigh. Stop thinking about it and get ready. We're setting off in 2 hours. Time flew by, and soon everyone reached the dark depths of the Een City's secret realm. This area was perpetually shrouded in an unyielding black mist, with the ground stained deep red by blood, appearing pitch black from a distance. The air was filled with an eerie aura, sending chills down one's spine. Occasionally, squads of ghostly soldiers drifted through the mist, some clad in ancient armor, others carrying sedan chairs at an astonishing speed. Each ghost soldier exuded an aura of 700 times combat strength, enough to make even invincible realm warriors wary. Hidden in the depths of the black mist were colossal cities, entirely black, emitting a dense, dark glow, with an aura more profound and heavy than the mythical red cities. Yishang stood at the prow of the ghost dragon of desolation, gazing into the surrounding black mist. Beside him were Huang Wenyue and his warriors, each with a combat strength of 500 times. Yisheng murmured to himself, so this is the dark zone? This is indeed the zone of darkness. Huang Wenyue nodded with a forced smile, carefully attending to Yisheng. The warriors with 500 times combat power behind him looked on with mixed feelings. Clearly, they were not used to seeing their leader so deferential. However, considering the young man in the white robe before them was a powerhouse of epic proportions, they understood. Senior, this time, we've chosen Ghostfire City, a black city with 800 times combat power. What do you think? Huang Wenyue cautiously inquired. Yisheng frowned. Aren't the ancient cities in the zone of darkness all 700 times? Huang Wenyue quickly explained. 700 times is just the weakest. There are also cities with 800, 900, and even over 1,000 times. The stronger they are, the higher the drop rates. Yisheng nodded, his gaze sweeping over the dozen or so majestic ghost dragon ships hovering in the void behind them, a hint of a smile on his lips. I just asked you to find me a guide. Why bring so many people? Huang Wenyue gave an awkward laugh. It's nothing, really, just here to support you. Of course, if possible. Maybe you could let us share in a bit of the spoils? He swore he'd cause no trouble. Yisheng couldn't be bothered to respond, and simply asked how much longer until they arrived. Huang Wenyue replied that it would be another half hour, secretly pleased that Yisheng seemed to allow them to follow. Half an hour later, a massive black city loomed like a dark mountain through the mist. The ghost dragon ships gradually slowed, stopping dozens of miles away. On deck, people were talking amongst themselves, some expressing fear of the 800 times combat power ghost soldiers. Old Ghostly stood on deck, his orange equipment shining brilliantly, his aura reaching an impressive 400 times. Others looked on with envy, seeking his advice, which he agreed to provide with pride. On another ship, Jiang Hao and his group emerged from their cabin, looking serious. They discussed plans to escape together if chaos broke out and questioned whether Huang Wenyue's decision was suicidal. At the forefront on the lead ghost dragon ship, Huang Wenyue turned to Yisheng. Senior, we've arrived. The warriors behind him held their breath, both eager and anxious, awaiting the next move of this formidable powerhouse. On the deck, Yisheng stood with his hands behind his back, dressed in a white robe, while Huang Wenyue and his group stood behind him. Yishang gazed curiously at the massive city before him, resembling a black mountain. This black ancient city was a level higher than the red mythic level city, boasting 800 times the combat power and a higher drop rate. Even those at the invincible realm dared not approach it lightly, fearing they might get trapped inside with no escape. Black flags fluttered on the city walls, and ghostly soldiers crowded the battlements like a tide, each possessing 800 times the combat power. Huang Wenyue, with a grave expression, said, "I ventured into this ghost fire city once and barely made it out." Recalling the experience left him visibly shaken. "I was covered in blood when I finally escaped, and I've never dared to try again. Senior, you must be careful. Though these ghost soldiers aren't at the level of titans, their numbers can overwhelm even the strongest." Chu Zong grinned and suggested, "Senior, would you like us to provide support?" Huang Wenyue slapped him on the head and scolded, "Behave yourself, kid. That ghost fire city is beyond your reach." The other warriors laughed at the scene. Ignoring the crowd, Yisheng asked, "Is there a third-tier boss in the city?" Huang Wenyue nodded, "Yes. That boss has 900 times the combat power and a massive health bar, making it very difficult to kill." "Good to know," Yisheng nodded. Without waiting for Huang Wenyue to say more, he took a step forward and ascended into the air, his white robe billowing as he flew towards Ghostfire City. The laughter ceased as everyone watched Yisheng's back with seriousness. Although they had heard from Huang Wenyue that Yisheng was at the Titan level, they hadn't witnessed his combat prowess firsthand, leaving them with doubts. Huang Wenyue, on the other hand, watched eagerly, knowing that their share of the spoils depended on whether Yisheng could conquer Ghostfire City. On the ghost dragon ships behind them, the crowd anxiously awaited Huang Wenyue's command. Yet, as time passed with no movement from the lead ship, the calm before the storm only heightened their unease. What is Huang Wenyue up to? Why isn't there any action? Han Liang frowned, his voice tinged with anxiety. They all awaited Huang Wenyue's move to decide whether to fight or flee. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, there's movement on the lead ship." Everyone focused their attention and saw a figure in a white robe rising into the air, heading towards Ghostfire City. What's happening? Why is there only one person? The crowd was puzzled. Old Li suddenly recognized the figure. "Hey, I've seen him before." On the other side, Jiang Hao was equally surprised. "Yisheng." Jiang Hao watched Yisheng fly towards Ghostfire City like a moth to a flame, feeling a pang of sorrow. Although he didn't have a deep bond with Yisheng, they had shared some acquaintance. Seeing Yisheng being forced to his doom by Huang Wenyue stirred anger within him. "Is that your friend?" Han Liang recognized Yisheng, having seen him recently at a tea house. Watching Yisheng fly alone towards Ghostfire City left him a bit stunned. Han Liang furrowed his brows, watching the figure in white robes gradually disappear into the distance. Beside him, Diyu was furious, clenching his teeth and exclaiming, "Huang Wenyue has gone too far, treating human lives like they're worthless, forcing someone to a certain death." While everyone was still puzzled, the sky suddenly changed. What was once clear suddenly became overcast with dark clouds, lightning flickering within, and the rumble of thunder echoing from afar. This sudden phenomenon left everyone in shock. "What's happening? Where did these storm clouds come from?" someone exclaimed. With a serious expression, Han Liang said, "Something's not right. These storm clouds are too unusual." A fierce wind arose, causing their robes to flap noisily. Raindrops pelted their faces, adding an eerie touch to the scene. Jiang Hao and the others exchanged confused glances, unsure of what was happening. On the warship ahead, the elite warriors were filled with anticipation. Someone laughed and said, "Every powerhouse has unique skills. I wonder what technique this one will use." "Clearing Ghostfire City might be tough, but creating a breach should be doable," another analyzed. Chu Zong grinned. "Just the opportunity for us to make our move." Huang Wenyue remained silent, quietly watching ahead. He had witnessed Yisheng's golden handprint before. Its power was astounding. This time, he expected something similar. As everyone was discussing, a loud voice echoed across the sky. "Ninth heaven, divine thunder. Annihilate." As soon as the words were spoken, the world turned blindingly bright. Yisheng stepped into the air above Ghostfire City, exuding an overwhelming aura, possessing power comparable to a 1,000-fold giant. Simultaneously, countless bolts of lightning rained down, enveloping the entire city. The ghostly soldiers within let out shrill screams, but under the baptism of thunder, they turned to ash. Standing at the center of the storm, Yisheng appeared like a thunder god of the apocalypse, his power unmatched. Outside Ghostfire City, everyone was dumbfounded. They gaped in disbelief at the scene before them. "He's actually a powerhouse of that level," someone gasped in shock. "Where did Huang Wenyue find such a strong ally? Why have we never seen him before?" Everything happened so suddenly, leaving everyone unprepared. They stood there, dumbstruck. watching the figure in white robes seemingly cleanse the entire Ghostfire City. In Ghostfire City, the thunderstorm was like an apocalyptic catastrophe, cleansing every corner. Huang Wenyue's eyes widened, turning red with envy. This invincible technique was actually an area attack, extremely rare in the realm of invincibility, especially with such a vast range. He thumped his chest and stamped his feet, lamenting inwardly. Comparing oneself to others can really be frustrating. Yisheng not only possessed invincible techniques like the Great Hand Seal but also had this astonishing area attack skill. Its power was so extraordinary that it triggered celestial phenomena. Compared to this, his own invincible skills seemed like trash. Behind him, the 500 battle generals breathed heavily, gazing at the white-robed figure above Ghostfire City with awe in their eyes. Yisheng's status as a colossus was firmly established. His combat strength exceeded 1,000-fold, and his methods were astounding, making him a standout even among giants. Chu Zong's eyes, large as copper bells, were filled with admiration. To him, Yisheng was a more powerful existence than Huang Wenyue. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, was struck as if by lightning, standing frozen in place. How could Yisheng have climbed to such heights? Not long ago, he was just a second-turn cultivator, and now he was an unattainable giant. This huge disparity left Jiang Hao momentarily unable to cope. Jiang Hao, you exclaimed. You've kept us in the dark. You actually know a giant-level friend. He trembled with excitement, as if seeing a promising future. Han Liang was also shocked, mingled with envy. Jiang Hao, no wonder you didn't introduce him to us at the tea house. You were holding back. I didn't know he had reached the giant level either. Jiang Hao groaned in explanation, feeling helpless. His relationship with Yisheng wasn't that close. He hadn't fully aided Yisheng in his time of trouble, so how could he expect Yisheng to look after them now? As everyone was in shock, the thunder in Ghostfire City gradually subsided. The white-robed figure's cleansing of the city was nearing completion. It's over. Chu Zong's deep voice rumbled. Huang Wenyue chuckled. What are we waiting for? Let's enter the city. With that, he took the lead, flying into the air, followed closely by the battle generals. Above Ghostfire City, Yisheng sat cross-legged beneath the dark clouds, calmly surveying the city. Countless beams of light shot skyward, with the weakest being dark gold level. The dense orange beams and two, particularly dazzling red beams were especially striking. Yisheng nodded in satisfaction. With a casual wave of his hand, countless light orbs surged toward him. Huang Wenyue and his group witnessed this scene just as they entered the city. The sky was covered with a multitude of light orbs, creating a breathtaking scene that made many people's eyes turn red with desire. So many third-turn legendary items. Among the crowd, many eyes turned red with envy as they watched the clusters of orange light fly towards Yisheng. A collective gasp of astonishment arose from the onlookers. Someone, breathing heavily, whispered, with so many legendary items, you could probably put together more than one legendary set, right? The person next to him glanced over and sneered, too bad it's not for you or me. It's for someone of his stature, so don't even think about it. In the crowd, Li Laogue also looked on with envy. He regretted misjudging Yisheng as just an ordinary young man at the ghost market earlier. Now he realized he had been gravely mistaken. The two Ghost Face series items Yisheng casually brought out were nothing to him, yet they managed to trade for his precious Blood Cloud shuttle. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, look, are those two red mythic-level items mixed in with the orange ones? Everyone's eyes widened as they indeed saw two special light clusters emitting a crimson glow among the numerous orange ones. At the front of the crowd, Chu Zong stared intently at the two red mythic-level items, his atoms apple-bobbing as he almost drooled. His sharp eyes recognized that one of them was a weapon. Even Huang Wenyue looked on with envy, murmuring, third-turn mythic-level items. I only have one myself. Do you? Mingling within the crowd, sighed. Comparing oneself to others can really be frustrating. Han Liang offered a wry smile and consoled him. There's nothing we can do. For these top-tier figures, wiping out a black ancient city is child's play, and equipment means nothing to them. Do you nodded in agreement? Exactly, especially for those titans with area attack abilities. For them, it's like getting gear wholesale. He sighed again. If only I had a brother like that, I wouldn't have to worry about anything. A third-turn classmate nearby couldn't help but tease. Keep dreaming, in dreams, anything is possible. Jiang Hao stood to the side, watching everything with a complex expression. He felt regret, sensing that his previous poor decisions had caused him to miss out on a monumental opportunity. For a moment, everyone below was filled with envy, but none dared to harbor any thoughts of greed. In the face of such overwhelming power, the idea of seizing anything didn't even cross their minds. Above Ghostfire City, after Yisheng collected all the equipment, he held two red light clusters in his hand. As he examined them, he realized they were a weapon and a pair of battle boots. Compared to Yisheng's ease, their situation was much more difficult. It could be described as a bloody battle. Huang Wenyue and his companions fought fiercely in a corner of the city. Every time Yisheng cleared out the ghost city, they would isolate and attack several dozen ghost soldiers to obtain equipment. This was part of Yisheng's plan, merely leaving a small area for them. However, for Huang Wenyue and his team, it was a monumental challenge. It took over 1,000 people enduring brutal combat to barely defeat just a few dozen soldiers with 800 times the combat strength. After the battle, everyone collapsed to the ground, covered in blood and gasping for breath. Huang Wenyue sat cross-legged nearby, his breathing relatively steady. But the commanders around him, each with 500 times combat strength, were all injured, clearly paying a heavy price. One of them couldn't help but complain, "This is too hard." Watching Yisheng effortlessly slaughter the entire city only added to their bitterness. Someone teased Chu Zong, "Still think you can break through the Ghost Fire City with 800 times combat strength?" Chu Zong, already resigned, sat on the ground gasping without caring about appearances. In just 2 days, he had deeply realized the terror of those 800 times ghost soldiers. They had high attack and strong defense, requiring dozens of his attacks to break through, while a single hit from them would severely injure him. Chu Zong looked at Huang Wenyue with a pained expression and asked, "Do we really have to stay here?" He wished he could leave this uninhabitable place immediately. As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance up at the white-robed figure sitting in the air, finally understanding the vast gap between them. A true leader is just theta level he couldn't possibly reach. Chu Zong started to feel like retreating. Huang Wenyue shot him a glare and whispered sternly, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How can you think of backing out?" Chu Zong grinned sheepishly and quickly explained, "Boss, I'm just complaining a bit. I wouldn't really quit." The other warriors, seeing this, burst into laughter. Not far away, Jiang Hao and his group sat exhausted. However, Du was brimming with excitement, having just acquired a third-tier legendary piece of equipment, bringing him one step closer to completing his set. Jiang Hao glanced at Du and remarked with a smile, "The allocation rules are fair, everyone bids, the highest bidder wins, and the ghost spirit stones are evenly distributed." Han Liang agreed, "All the major ghost market forces do it this way. Otherwise, dividing among thousands would be inevitably unfair." Jiang Hao nodded in agreement. Although he hadn't acquired any equipment, he had amassed a substantial number of ghost spirit stones. He looked up at Yisheng, who was seated cross-legged in the air, with a complex expression. Meanwhile, Du was proudly showing off his new gear, while Han Liang sighed in disappointment, having just missed out on a piece of a popular set due to fierce competition. Jiang Hao consoled him, "Don't worry, with an 800x drop rate, there are plenty of chances." The battle continued fiercely, and Huang Wenyue and his companions were incredibly lucky, managing to win several red mythic pieces of equipment, grinning from ear to ear. Over 100 miles away, Xin Qing was leading the elders of Xinming Pavilion in a hasty retreat, pursued by masked assailants. As they fled, Xin Qing cursed, "Stop chasing us. It's been 10 days. Suddenly, a golden spear whizzed through the air. Xin Qing agilely dodged it and recognized the attacker. "Zhu Hai, why bother with a mask? It's pointless." Before he finished speaking, an icy arrow shot toward him. Xin Qing summoned a golden turtle shell to barely block it, but the impact still sent him flying. Crawling out from the rubble, he cursed, "Shui Xiaoxian, just you wait." With that, he continued to lead the elders in their escape. At least 5 invincible realm prodigies were relentlessly pursuing them. Shui Xiaoxian and Zhu Hai heard Xin Qing's cursing, during which he even mentioned their names directly. They merely chuckled coldly, showing no concern. The two masked themselves not out of fear, but to give Xinming Pavilion a final shred of dignity. Their backing was equally formidable, and this pursuit of Xin Qing was to eliminate the pavilion's third-tier influence in the Yin City secret realm. While the major forces in Yuming City appeared balanced on the surface, they were constantly plotting against each other in secret, each aiming to weaken their rivals and dominate. "Xin Qing, stop wasting your energy," sneered one of the invincible cultivators, calmly chasing him through the air. "Without Xin Qing is nothing but a loser." Another laughed heartily. "He's just a punching bag." Ahead, the elders of Xinming Pavilion fled in disarray. Since Xin Qi ascended to the 4th-tier ghost sect realm, the pavilion's 3rd-tier domain had been precarious. Although Xin Qing was at the invincible realm, his offensive capabilities were lacking, with only 500 times combat power, insufficient to intimidate other factions. "When will this end?" One elder growled in frustration. The others remained silent, the relentless pursuit having driven them to despair. "I can't take it anymore." Jiang Gong gasped. Fu Yuan chuckled bitterly, "Brother Jiang, it's too late to escape now." These two had once witnessed Yisheng massacre the Bai family's elders. "Brother Fu Yuan, wasn't it better to drink tea in Shenkong City rather than get involved in this mess?" Jiang Gong bewailed. Fu Yuan sighed. Orders from the headquarters. Who dares to disobey? Better save our strength to flee. There might be a chance. Let's hope so. Jiang Gong sighed. Xian Qing sped through the air, his bulky figure not hindering his pace. Suddenly, he spotted a massive black fortress ahead, and an elder exclaimed, Xian Qing, that's Ghostfire City. An ancient black city with 800 times combat power. Extremely dangerous. Xian Qing glanced back at his pursuers, gritting his teeth. Let's head to Ghostfire City. Lose these leeches. That's too dangerous. The elders cried. It's like walking into a lion's den. Jiang Gong was stunned. Are they crazy? Isn't this suicidal? Fu Yuan's face turned pale. He usually avoided Ghostfire City, but now they were heading straight for it, which seemed utterly reckless. Xian Qing's expression was fierce. No choice. I must find a way to shake them off. With that, he dashed towards Ghostfire City without hesitation. Their pursuers were equally surprised. That fat guy is heading to Ghostfire City? Xue Xiaoxian frowned, firing an arrow from her icy longbow to create a freezing field to block their path. Zhu Hai sneered. Heading to Ghostfire City? They're courting death. We won't even need to lift a finger. Another person shook his head. Those elders might die, but Xian Qing's defenses are strong. Ghostfire City won't harm him. If he escapes, it'll be troublesome. Is he sacrificing the elders to save himself? Very likely. If he hides, it'll be hard to find him again. After a quick exchange, Zhu Hai grunted. Then let's lock onto Xian Qing later. Ignore the others. Agreed. We can't let that fat guy escape. Xue Xiaoxian nodded. Minutes later, both sides neared Ghostfire City, only a few miles apart. Wait, something's not right. Xian Qing suddenly looked towards the city, puzzled. Is there someone in Ghostfire City? The elders halted, watching as black clouds churned above the city, lightning striking repeatedly. The usual throngs of ghostly soldiers on the city walls were nowhere to be seen, and sounds of battle echoed within, as if thousands were purging monsters. Someone's cleansing Ghostfire City. How is that possible? The elders exclaimed, faces full of disbelief. This was an 800 times combat power city. Who would dare target it? Xian Qing was stunned. He had planned to use Ghostfire City to shake off his pursuers, but now the city was empty. How could he leverage it? What was happening in Ghostfire City? Among the crowd, Jiang Gong and Fu Yuan stared at the city in disbelief, unable to fathom that someone was cleansing a city of this caliber. Xian Qing and his group were stunned. The forces pursuing them from behind were equally shaken. Ghostfire City was deserted, with the entire city charred and thick smoke billowing into the sky. The expressions on everyone's faces were grave, filled with uncertainty and suspicion. Zhu Hai looked at the empty city and exclaimed, What happened? Did someone wipe out Ghostfire City? Xue Xiaoxian's eyes narrowed, and she said in a serious tone, It seems a powerhouse of the highest caliber has descended upon the city. A burly warrior at the invincible realm stopped in his tracks, looking serious, indeed. Otherwise, how could a city with 800 times the average combat power be emptied so easily? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. A powerhouse of that level, with combat power over 1,000 times, could easily crush them, even at their invincible realm. Zhu Hai asked in a trembling voice, Which powerhouse could have arrived here? And why is there no news? Xue Xiaoxian shook her head. It might not be a powerhouse. My Xue family's intelligence has no information on this. As everyone was still in doubt and uncertainty, the group from Xinming Pavilion made a move. A look of madness flickered in Xian Qing's eyes, and he gritted his teeth. We can't worry about that now. Let's use this opportunity to survive. With that, he transformed into a streak of light, heading straight for Ghostfire City. The elders of Xinming Pavilion were shocked and shouted, Xian Qing, are you crazy? That could be a powerhouse. However, Xian Qing ignored them and continued at full speed. The elders had no choice but to follow closely behind. The forces pursuing them frowned at this sight. Zhu Hai's face darkened. That fat fool is trying to use the presence of a powerhouse to escape. What do we do, everyone? Their eyes flickered with hesitation, unable to decide on a course of action. Rushing in recklessly might anger the powerhouse, likely leading to their deaths. Xue Xiaoxian said coldly, Chase them. We can't miss this opportunity. Everyone nodded in agreement, deciding to approach cautiously before making any decisions. Xian Qing was the first to rush into the city, cautiously observing his surroundings. All he saw was devastation, with an eerie silence hanging in the air. The elders of Xinming Pavilion followed closely, their expressions filled with fear. Swish, swish, swish. Behind them, the elders of Xinming Pavilion entered Ghostfire City one by one. They landed behind Xian Qing, all casting nervous glances around the city, their eyes full of fear. This was, after all, Ghostfire City with 800 times combat power. In the past, they wouldn't have dared to even think about approaching this city. This is Ghostfire City? Jiang Gong exclaimed in a trembling voice as he reluctantly followed the group inside. Fu Yuan swallowed hard and nodded in confirmation. The members of Xinming Pavilion held their breaths, cautiously scanning their surroundings. The city was eerily silent, adding to its mysterious atmosphere. Even Xian Qing, an invincible realm master, couldn't hide his tension, his brow furrowed deeply. One elder, teeth chattering, quietly suggested they leave as soon as possible. The others quickly agreed, fearing any delay might bring disaster. Just as Xian Qing was about to nod in agreement, his expression suddenly sharpened, and he whispered, "Someone's here." Before the words left his mouth, a flurry of whooshing sounds filled the air. The group turned towards the noise to see hundreds of figures appearing on the rooftops, with dozens emitting an aura of power equivalent to 500 times that of ordinary fighters. The members of Xinming Pavilion gasped and instinctively stepped back. Ha ha ha! A hearty laugh echoed. A burly figure emerged, walking through the air. His presence was even more formidable than Xian Qing's. Huang Wenyue! Xian Qing exclaimed in shock. Huang Wenyue was well known among the Invincible Realm for his superior offensive and defensive abilities, surpassing even those with 600 times the combat power. Suppressing his confusion, Xian Qing spoke politely, "Huang Wenyue, we are merely passing through. We mean no offense." Huang Wenyue halted with his men, staring coldly at Xian Qing and his group. Just as the tension reached its peak, the sound of approaching figures came from outside the city. Zhu Hai, Shui Xiaoxian, and others rushed in, quickly surrounding Xian Qing and his companions. "Xian Qing, you can't escape now." Zhu Hai laughed. Shui Xiaoxian, surprised, looked at Huang Wenyue. "Huang Wenyue, why are you here? What's going on with Ghostfire City?" Huang Wenyue chuckled with pride. "Of course, we cleared it out." "Impossible!" everyone exclaimed in unison. Huang Wenyue stroked his chin, feigning disappointment. "You figured it out?" "Indeed, it wasn't our doing." As he spoke, he looked up towards the sky above the city. Following his gaze, everyone saw a figure in white robes sitting cross-legged amidst the dark clouds, his garments fluttering in the wind. "Someone's there!" Zhu Hai exclaimed, eyes wide as he stared at the figure suspended beneath the stormy clouds. The clouds and mist dispersed, revealing a figure in a white robe hovering above Ghostfire City. A bolt of white lightning streaked across the sky, momentarily illuminating the dark heavens and casting the mysterious figure in a dazzling, snow-white glow. He sat cross-legged high above, surrounded by lightning, like a deity reigning supreme. Below, the crowd's pupils contracted, and their breathing quickened. Zhu Hai broke into a cold sweat, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. Though unable to sense his aura, he was certain that this was a powerhouse of the highest order. The strange phenomena enveloping Ghostfire City were clearly not the work of Huang Wenyue, but this enigmatic figure's doing. Several Invincible Realm experts bowed their heads, feeling an overwhelming pressure that left them breathless. They whispered among themselves, fearfully speculating about the origins of this unknown powerhouse. Behind them, over 100 skilled individuals were silent and exchanged worried glances. "Who is this powerhouse? Why have I never seen him before?" someone asked, shivering. "I don't know. Clearly, he is a new powerhouse," another replied, visibly tense. Everyone speculated about the strong figure's origin, fearing that his appearance might disrupt the balance of the Ghost City's secret realm, leading to chaos and bloodshed. Shui Xiaoxian's forehead was slick with sweat as he whispered, "We're in trouble. I don't know if we can make it out alive." At that moment, Jiang Gong and Fu Yuan suddenly exclaimed, "It's him! How is this possible?" Instantly, they drew everyone's attention. The two stared at the white-robed figure in the sky, as if witnessing something beyond belief. Hearing this, Xian Qing and the elders of the Xinming Pavilion were overjoyed and hurriedly inquired, "You know him?" Fu Yuan and Jiang Gong swallowed hard and nodded in unison. The members of the Xinming Pavilion immediately breathed a sigh of relief, smiles spreading across their faces. However, Fu Yuan and Jiang Gong's next words were like a bucket of cold water thrown over everyone. "Not only do we know him, but you all know him too." Xian Qing's smile froze as he looked at them in disbelief. "We know him too?" Jiang Hao stood with his hands at his sides, watching the Xinming Pavilion members trapped, his expression complex. He was well aware of the entanglements between Yishang and the Xinming Pavilion. The pavilion once had a chance to ally with a powerhouse but missed it entirely, failing to build even the slightest rapport. As a result, now that Xian Qing and the others were in trouble, they had no standing to ask for assistance from this figure. Jiang Hao sighed, feeling a deep sense of helplessness about the current situation. Unable to offer any assistance, he looked up at the figure in the white robe high above. As Jiang Gong and Fu Yuan finished speaking, the members of Xinming Pavilion were immediately thrown into shock and confusion. They exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Xian Qing, in particular, widened his eyes and stammered, pointing at the figure in the sky, What did you say? We know this giant. Jiang Gong and Fu Yuan exchanged a knowing smile and began to recount Yisheng's identity and experiences. They detailed how Yisheng had once joined Xinming Pavilion but was abandoned by them due to being hunted by the Bai family. As the truth was unveiled, the expressions of the Xinming Pavilion members gradually shifted from shock to regret. Xian Qing, in particular, turned red with anger, gritting his teeth as he cursed, "Those damned leaders, they're a bunch of incompetents. How could they let such a genius slip away?" Not far away, Zhu Hai and others burst into laughter upon hearing this. Zhu Hai mocked, "Xinming Pavilion really is blind to talent." He felt secretly pleased, knowing that Xinming Pavilion had severed ties with this giant. At that moment, a Xinming Pavilion elder shamelessly approached Yisheng for help, saying, "Senior Yi, for the sake of our past association, please lend us your aid." Huang Wenyue shook his head in disapproval. He found Xinming Pavilion's shamelessness truly despicable. Seeing this, Zhu Hai immediately cupped his hands toward Yisheng and said, "Senior, you only need to stay out of this matter, and our factions will surely owe you a favor." Xue Xiaoxian and several other invincible realm figures nodded in agreement. Jiang Hao watched, his mouth opened slightly as if to speak on behalf of the Xinming Pavilion, but after a moment, he found himself unable to voice the words. It was simply too difficult for him to say. Seeing this, Han Liang gently patted Jiang Hao on the shoulder and whispered, "Don't worry about it. The Xinming Pavilion brought this upon themselves." Jiang Hao nodded reluctantly. Nearby, "Do you watch the drama unfold with amusement?" and remarked, "This is really interesting." Xian Qing, blushing with embarrassment, still looked up hopefully at the figure in white robes hovering above. The entire city held its breath, waiting for Yisheng's response. "Leave," came the cold voice from above. The figure in white remained motionless, indifferent to the turmoil below. Zhu Hai and the other invincible realm experts were overjoyed, realizing this powerful figure had no intention of intervening. Xian Qing was thunderstruck, his last hope shattered. The people of the Xinming Pavilion looked as if they were mourning, their faces ashen. "Let's go." Xian Qing suddenly stood up and led his group in a desperate sprint out of the city. Zhu Hai and the others were in no hurry to pursue. Instead, they cupped their hands respectfully towards the sky, saying, "Apologies for the disturbance, Senior." Xue Xiaoxian, with a radiant smile, added, "If you have the time, you're welcome to visit the Xue family ghost market. We would be honored to host you." Other invincible realm experts quickly echoed the sentiment, eager not to miss the chance to connect with such a powerful figure. After Zhu Hai, Xue Xiaoxian, and their group respectfully saluted, they led their forces into the sky, pursuing their target outside the city. Huang Wenyue and his companions watched coldly from the sidelines, unwilling to get involved in such disputes. Huang Wenyue laughed heartily, watching them disappear into the distance. Yisheng remained indifferent, as if none of it concerned him. Outside Ghostfire City, the elders of Xinming Pavilion raced after Xianqing. The long flight left them frustrated, prompting angry outbursts. One person complained, "When will this end? Do we not have a single third-level invincible expert left in Xinming Pavilion?" Another sighed, "Indeed, we don't. This generation lacks talent, and we can't retain promising individuals." The group criticized the leadership for focusing solely on nurturing incapable direct descendants while sidelining external prodigies. One elder, filled with resentment, exclaimed, "Yi Sheng is a prime example. If we had supported him back then, we wouldn't be in such a sorry state now." Someone suggested summoning a fourth-level ghost sect powerhouse, only to be told they couldn't descend to a third-level region. Despair gripped the group, leaving them at a loss. Xianqing, with his rotund figure, charged ahead like a cannonball. As he fled for his life, he muttered to himself, "Xuanqi, why did you have to break through to the fourth level? If you were still here, I wouldn't be in such a predicament." After much deliberation, he decided to seize an opportunity to break through to the fourth level, gambling for a chance at survival. 2 days later, Yisheng sat cross-legged above Ghostfire City, using the Nine Heavens Thunder technique to cleanse the entire city. A third-level BOS-class ghost creature with a pig's head and human body was reduced to ashes in the lightning, dropping a wealth of equipment. Yisheng's sharp gaze searched through the myriad beams of light for something specific. Suddenly, a white beam shot skyward. Yisheng's eyes narrowed, and his breath quickened. After repeatedly confirming, he finally recognized it as the long-desired fourth-level advancement item. Unable to contain his joy, Yisheng let out a hearty laugh. 4 days of effort had finally paid off, and he was about to step into the fourth-level ghost sect realm, catching up with the likes of Shang Guaning. Yisheng waved his hand, capturing the white orb of light into his grasp, and examined it closely. Huh, it was a broken sword? Yisheng scrutinized it, noticing a broken sword floating within the white orb. The broken sword was milky white, its blade severed in half, and even the remaining half was riddled with cracks. Yisheng gazed intently at the white broken sword in his hand, feeling an ancient and mysterious aura emanating from it. As he gently caressed the blade, he sensed the immense power contained within. A simple crush would summon a lightning tribulation, a challenge Yishang was well versed in. At that moment, a figure approached through the sky. Huang Wenyue cupped his hands in greeting and asked, "Senior, are you preparing to undergo the tribulation and advance to the fourth-rank Ghost Sovereign realm?" Yisheng nodded slightly. "That's right. My main goal recently has been to acquire the fourth-rank transition tool." Huang Wenyue's expression turned serious as he warned, "Senior, are you aware that once you succeed in the tribulation, you'll be repelled by the laws and forced to enter the fourth-rank area of the In City secret realm? Otherwise, your body will be crushed under the pressure." Yisheng frowned. This was news to him. He recalled never seeing any fourth-rank Ghost Sovereign powerhouses in the In City secret realm, which made him thoughtful. Logically, those at the fourth rank should be more powerful, even able to rival major powers, who could only contend with the weaker fourth-rank Ghost Sovereigns. Seeing Yishang's reaction, Huang Wenyue elaborated further. The In City secret realm is divided into third-rank and fourth-rank areas. All fourth-rank Ghost Sovereigns are concentrated in the fourth-rank area, making it difficult for them to descend into the third-rank area. Take Xian Shi from the Xinming Pavilion, for example. After his tribulation, he was expelled and could only enter the fourth-rank area or leave the secret realm. Yisheng narrowed his eyes, sensing an underlying message in Huang Wenyue's words. "What are you trying to say?" Yisheng furrowed his brows, suspecting that Huang Wenyue's attempt to dissuade him from undergoing the lightning tribulation had another motive. Huang Wenyue's intentions were seen through by Yisheng, and he no longer hid them. With a serious expression, he said, "Senior, there's a tremendous opportunity in the third transformation area of the In City secret realm." Huang Wenyue's expression was earnest, and there was a hint of urgency in his voice. "With your strength, if you don't seize it, you might regret it for the rest of your life." Yisheng raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. As a top-level powerhouse, he was already at the pinnacle of the third transformation area, with only about 20 others comparable to him. The mention of a tremendous opportunity from someone of such stature genuinely surprised him. "Don't keep me in suspense, tell me," Yisheng said calmly. "From what I know about the third transformation area, the best opportunity is just a complete set of third transformation red mythic equipment. What could possibly be considered an extraordinary opportunity beyond that?" Huang Wenyue took a deep breath and said slowly, "Secret Realm Ghost Seed." As he uttered these words, his breathing became slightly rapid, as if discussing something incredibly valuable. Yisheng frowned. "Secret Realm Ghost Seed? What is that?" Seeing this, Huang Wenyue immediately explained, "Senior, do you know the origin of these ancient cities? They weren't always there. They were nurtured into existence. Each ancient city was born from a secret realm ghost seed. And this time, the ghost seed that has appeared is extremely special. If it hatches successfully, it will give rise to a black ancient city with 1,000 times the combat power." Yisheng raised an eyebrow slightly, clearly intrigued by this explanation. Huang Wenyue continued, "If you destroy this secret realm ghost seed, it will definitely drop a complete set of fourth transformation red mythic equipment. Such an opportunity only comes once in a century." "Are you sure?" Yisheng narrowed his eyes, staring at Huang Wenyue. "Absolutely. There's precedent for this." Huang Wenyue replied firmly. "Senior, that's a complete set of fourth transformation red mythic equipment. Even fourth transformation ghost sect realm powerhouses are striving for this. If it weren't for the laws preventing them from entering the third transformation area, they would have already swarmed here." Yisheng's gaze sharpened, realizing this truly was an extraordinary opportunity. As Huang Wenyue mentioned, even if he advanced to the fourth transformation ghost sect realm, he would still need to find a way to gather a complete set of fourth transformation mythic equipment. Third transformation mythic equipment could be dispensable. However, completing the fourth transformation mythical set is imperative. Yisheng contemplated as the Federation's grand examination approached, where he would compete against formidable talents from various factions. For those from truly powerful backgrounds, the fourth transformation mythical set was likely standard. Falling behind in equipment would be a significant disadvantage. Assembling a complete fourth transformation mythical set was essential. The secret realm ghost species mentioned by Huang Wenyue undoubtedly presented a rare opportunity. A gleam flashed in Yisheng's eyes as he resolved to seize this chance. Huang Wenyue watched Yisheng anxiously, fearing his lack of interest. He had known about this opportunity for some time, but his invincible realm strength was far from enough to compete. Only major factions had the right to participate. With Yisheng's help, he hoped to secure a share for the ghost market forces. Although the fourth transformation mythical set was beyond his reach, simply participating in the scramble for equipment was a tremendous opportunity. "Senior, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Importantly, it takes place in the third transformation area, meaning fourth transformation ghost sect experts can't intervene. With your strength, you have a great chance to seize this extraordinary opportunity," Huang Wenyue urged again. his tone tinged with urgency. Yisheng nodded slightly, indicating his willingness to join the competition. Huang Wenyue was overjoyed and quickly reminded him, "The opponents are all from major factions, so be cautious." Yisheng nodded, acknowledging that while other major factions were not a significant concern, each had its unique strengths and required careful consideration. "You may leave now." Yisheng gestured for Huang Wenyue to depart, intending to review his recent gains. Yisheng planned to take stock of his recent acquisitions. Over the past few days, not only had he obtained 4th transformation job change items, but he had also amassed a substantial number of 3rd transformation mythical equipment pieces. He was likely on the verge of completing a full set, poised to elevate his combat strength to a new level. After Huang Wenyue left, Yisheng found himself alone in the void. Yisheng gazed at the 4th tier job change item in his hand, frowning slightly. Attempting to transcend into the 4th tier ghost sect realm now would certainly result in being rejected by the 3 retire region of the Shadow City secret realm. He sighed softly and put the item away. The current struggle for opportunity was crucial. The allure of a complete 4th tier mythic set was too tempting to easily abandon. Clearing his mind of distractions, Yisheng opened his spatial bracelet. An array of equipment greeted him, with the lowest quality being dark gold. His eyes swept over a mountain of 3 retire orange gear, enough to assemble countless sets of perfect 400x power outfits. Yet, to him, they were as insignificant as weeds. What truly caught his attention was a mound emitting a bewitching red glow, a dazzling pile of innumerable 3 retire red mythic equipment, shining brightly like a crimson sun. Yisheng nodded slightly. These were his spoils from the past few days in Ghostfire City. He couldn't help but ponder that establishing a ghost market could nurture numerous elites with these items. It was no wonder the powers behind the major forces prohibited their members from advancing to the 4th tier. As long as they remained, they could continuously supply gear, boosting their faction's strength. Yisheng shook his head with a light chuckle, brushing off a hint of pride. Though he could effortlessly build a second-rate faction, he was still far from reaching the level of a first-rate power like Shinming Pavilion. He began sifting through the mythic equipment pile, hoping to complete a full set. After 10 minutes, a look of joy appeared on Yisheng's face. Not only had he assembled a complete 3 retire red mythic set, but he was also just 1 or 2 pieces short of completing 2 additional sets. With this complete set, his combat power could exceed 1000x without even using destruction-level skills. With a wave of his hand, 6 red orbs of light flew out from the spatial bracelet, orbiting him like small suns. He examined one of the breastplates closely. Its entire surface was blood-red, inscribed with mysterious runes and sealing countless 3 retire boss-level ghost creatures. Spirit-suppressing breastplate. Yisheng squinted, sensing the immense energy within. It truly was a mythic piece, providing 100x power from a single item, far surpassing legendary gear. Then, Yisheng turned his attention to the other 5 pieces. And then, the Spirit Suppression Helm, Spirit Suppression Bracers, Spirit Suppression Boots, Spirit Suppression Greaves, and Spirit Suppression Belt. These belong to the Spirit Suppression series, each a 3rd transformation mythic level item. As soon as Yisheng finished speaking, 6 blood-red orbs began to orbit him slowly. Huang Wenyue looked up, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. Others also took advantage of the temporary peace in Ghostfire City to gaze skyward. 6 pieces of mythic gear. Old Ghostly, perched on a rooftop, squinted as he examined the scene in the sky. But a full set is hard to gather. They're likely individual pieces, not necessarily, someone nearby countered. This senior has acquired quite a few mythic items over the past few days. In the crowd, Du also looked on with envy. Impressive, 6 red mythic pieces. Even without a full set, they're powerful. Zhang Hao heard this, his expression complex. In the air, Yisheng beckoned to the 6 red lights. Come. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 6 beams of red light, as if sentient, flew towards Yisheng. Click, click, click. The Spirit Suppression series gear attached to him one by one. Each piece provided 100 times the combat power, and the complete set offered a staggering 600 times boost. With the final piece, the Spirit Suppression Boots, in place, Yisheng's appearance was entirely transformed. His white robe vanished, replaced by blood-red battle armor. The armor was sealed with countless vengeful spirits, howling and struggling within, making Yisheng resemble a death god from the underworld, exuding overwhelming malevolence. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the moment the 6 pieces were assembled, the set's attributes were successfully activated. The attributes of the mythical Tier 3 set have been activated. In an instant, Yisheng's power surged dramatically. Yisheng felt a jolt throughout his body as a tremendous force surged within him like a tidal wave. An overwhelming pressure radiated outward, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently as if it couldn't withstand this immense power. His eyes glowed like a sea of blood, exuding a fierce aura, and his blood-red armor emitted a chilling presence. 1,000 times battle power. Yisheng thought with exhilaration. With the activation of the town's spirit series set attributes, my power has soared by another 400 times. Combined with the base 600 times from the 6 pieces of mythical equipment, it has reached a full 1,000 times. Relying solely on his equipment, his power had already ascended to the level of a dominant force. Yisheng reveled in the surging energy within him, finally experiencing the extraordinary nature of mythical equipment. Huang Wenyue looked up at Yisheng in the sky, his eyes filled with disbelief and envy. He could sense the terrifying battle power that exceeded 1,000 times coming from Yisheng, leaving him with mixed emotions. This is clearly a complete set of the mythical Tier 3 set. Yisheng retracted his aura, and his blood-red armor transformed back into a white robe. Sitting cross-legged in the void, he began to assess his battle power. After a thorough evaluation, Yisheng realized that his power had reached an astonishing level. 1880 times battle power. Yisheng was astounded. This is probably several hundred times higher than other dominant forces, almost equivalent to 2 dominant forces combined. With such formidable power, the chances of successfully competing for the nether seed in the secret realm increased significantly. Yisheng's eyes gleamed with determination. He was resolved to succeed on this journey. Senior, should we continue to stay in Ghostfire City? Huang Wenyue asked cautiously as he approached. Let's set off. Yisheng nodded in agreement. A day later, a massive fleet of warships was soaring through the void. Standing on the deck of the Ghost Dragon Tragedy, Huang Wenyue pointed ahead and said, Senior, up ahead is the Boundless Ghost Market. Yisheng gazed at the vast ghost market and asked, Boundless Ghost Market? What are we doing here? Huang Wenyue explained that the Boundless Ghost Market was a hub for information, where they could receive news about the appearance of the nether seed in the secret realm as soon as it became available. He also mentioned the establishment of this market by the boundless dominant force, who possessed a battle power of 1,200 times. Yisheng pondered and asked, Are you suggesting that I team up with them? If we can join forces, that would be ideal, Huang Wenyue said, lowering his head. There was a hint of concern in Huang Wenyue's voice. He was well aware that this situation was unlike any before. Yisheng was going to face a coalition of several powerful figures. Forming an alliance with one of them would undoubtedly increase the chances of success. However, Yisheng simply shook his head, clearly uninterested in collaborating. Dozens of warships sliced through the sky, gradually revealing the bustling scene of the ghost market. Yisheng frowned slightly, as its scale far exceeded his expectations. The streets were crowded, with an estimated 20,000 people gathered there. Huang Wenyue explained, Senior, this time the secret realm and the ghost seeds have attracted not only the attention of major powers, but also other forces who have flocked here, hoping to gain a share by temporarily joining forces. Will the major powers agree to this? Yisheng raised an eyebrow. They will, Huang Wenyue nodded. With more people, they gain strength and goodwill. Why not? Yisheng pondered this, silently noting these unspoken rules. As the warships docked, a grand procession of over 1,000 people disembarked, drawing countless gazes. Among the crowd were invincible realm experts, watching coldly. It's Huang Wenyue. Someone recognized the leader, prompting a burst of laughter. A burly man stood up and mocked. Huang Wenyue, are you here to pledge allegiance to the YA giant? I'm afraid they won't accept a nobody like you. Huang Wenyue smirked without a word, thinking to himself that they would soon see his true backing was far beyond the YA giant. Yisheng, clad in a white robe with a restrained aura, was assumed by onlookers to be Huang Wenyue's attendant. Once inside the ghost market, Huang Wenyue waved his hand to dismiss the crowd. Yisheng wandered the streets alone, examining the various stalls. Unfortunately, most of the items were third-turn equipment, which were of no use to him. Entering a tavern, Yisheng chose a seat by the window. He ordered an expensive drink called Fire Dragon Brew, paying the hefty price of over 1,000 ghost spirit stones without batting an eye. The owner personally served the dishes, instructing the staff to be attentive. Such a generous customer, whose table expenditure was equivalent to 4 or 5 others, naturally deserved special attention. In the tavern, Yisheng sat alone, savoring some snacks and sipping the expensive Fire Dragon Brew. As he indulged in his meal, he observed the passers-by on the street, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Suddenly, an elderly voice, tinged with uncertainty, called out, Is that young friend? Yisheng instinctively turned his head and was taken aback to see a familiar group not far away. It was none other than the elder Duan Hongda, with whom he had once journeyed to the Hanging City, and his granddaughter, Duan Xiaojia. Along with them were Su Mintu and Su Xiaoan, the latter being a suitor of Duan Xiaojia. Yisheng rose to his feet, clasped his hands in greeting, and said with a smile, Elder Duan, what a coincidence. He couldn't help but chuckle at the memory of Duan Hongda's past attempt to make him a son-in-law. Duan Xiaojia blushed at the sight of him and softly called out, Yisheng. Su Xiaoan, seeing his rival, immediately looked sullen, while Su Mintu remained silent, his gaze flickering. Duan Hongda warmly grasped Yisheng's hands and explained that they were there for the ghost seed of the secret realm. Yisheng nodded in understanding. After all, almost everyone who came to the boundless ghost market had the same goal. Su Xiaoan, unwilling to back down, sneered. You think you can compete for the ghost seed of the secret realm? Yisheng paid no heed to the remark and invited them to join him at his table. Duan Hongda gladly accepted, with Duan Xiaojia following suit. Su Xiaoan was reluctant to sit down, but seeing no other available seats, he begrudgingly joined. Su Minta patted Su Xiaoan and said with a smile, since Brother Yi has invited us, let's take a seat. Once seated, Su Minta tentatively asked, Brother Yi, have you pledged allegiance to the boundless giant? Yisheng shook his head in denial. Su Xiaoan muttered under his breath, the boundless giant wouldn't want him. Even my father isn't qualified. Su Minta pressed further, inquiring which faction Yisheng had joined, to which Yisheng casually replied, Huang Wenyue. Duan Hongda's eyes lit up, and he praised, that's an invincible realm. Young friend, he has a bright future ahead. Su Minta snorted, internally speculating about Yisheng's position under Huang Wenyue. As their conversation continued, a sudden and intense tremor shook the tavern. Everyone exchanged anxious glances and peered out the window. Su Minta gravely remarked, someone's fighting. The commotion is affecting this entire area. Others in the tavern were also alarmed and crowded around the window to see. In the distance, several figures were locked in fierce combat, seemingly besieging one individual. The crowd buzzed with speculation, and someone exclaimed, it's an invincible realm battle. No, it's one invincible realm being pursued by others. The person being chased was heading in their direction. No, take a closer look. It was the one being pursued who was fleeing towards them. It's unbelievable, they're actually ganging up on an invincible warrior. Someone exclaimed in shock. The tavern erupted into chaos as people craned their necks to see. Outside, high in the sky, swords clashed in a fierce battle. Several invincible warriors were attacking one person. Each move deadly. Is it Huang Wenyue being ambushed? Duan Hongda gasped, his brow furrowed. Su Minta sneered at Yisheng. Interesting. You just joined us and now this happens? Yisheng remained unfazed, focused on savoring his meal as if the commotion had nothing to do with him. In the sky above, Huang Wenyue was struggling to fend off the attacks, barely managing to hold his ground. He cursed, He Sankue, Dong Tiangong, you bastards. He Sankue laughed maliciously, intensifying his assault. The more you curse, the more excited I get. Dong Tiangong, though refined in appearance, struck with ruthless precision, aiming for vital points. Huang Wenyue barely held his defense, shouting, you dare make a move in the Waya Giant's ghost market? Aren't you afraid of being suppressed? Suddenly, a figure appeared, sneering, Huang Wenyue, you stole my mythical equipment. Why shouldn't I retrieve my stolen goods? Jiang Wentao. Huang Wenyue realized, you're destroying the Jiang family's foundation. Jiang Wentao scoffed, if you know what's good for you, return the items and I might spare your life. Shameless. Huang Wenyue was furious. Jiang Wentao turned to He Sankue and the others, are you guys even trying? Hit harder. At this moment, nearly 1,000 figures soared into the sky. They were Huang Wenyue's followers. Chu Zong, enraged, brandished a giant hammer of lightning, ready to charge forward. Jiang Wentao snorted. A bunch of ants dare to cause trouble in the Jiang family's ghost market? Over 2,000 armored soldiers rose to block Chu Zong and his men. Both sides stood off in the sky, tensions high. Below in the ghost market, someone calmly remarked, don't worry, with the Waya Giant here, things won't get out of hand. If anyone dies, it'll be Huang Wenyue alone. Huang Wenyue, if you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. He Sankue roared with laughter as he launched his attack. Dong Tiangong was silent but deadly with each move. Huang Wenyue fought while retreating, his heart filled with anxiety. His only hope was for Yisheng to come to his aid. Unfortunately, communication was impossible in the secret realm of Yinqing, so he could only guess Yisheng's location. Stop him. He's trying to escape. Dong Tiangong ordered coldly. Where can he run to? He Sankue sneered. In the tavern, Duan Hongda shook his head and sighed. I'm afraid Huang Wenyue won't make it. Maybe there's still a chance? Su Mintu looked towards Yisheng. Duan Hongda analyzed. With the tacit approval of the Waya Giant, Huang Wenyue is as good as dead. Yisheng stood up and said, enjoy your drinks, I'm stepping out for a bit. Duan Hongda hurriedly advised, my young friend, don't get involved, it's too dangerous. Su Mintu, however, smiled, don't worry, he won't throw his life away. He's probably planning to escape the Waya ghost market. In the sky, Chu Zong roared, are we just going to watch? A warrior stopped him. Don't be impulsive, there's still Senior Yi. Huang Wenyue coughed up blood as he fled, despair filling his heart. Is Senior Yi really not going to help me? He Sankua laughed loudly. This kid is done for. Kill him. With that, he formed a golden spear, aiming straight for Huang Wenyue's head. Boom. The golden light dissipated, and everyone was astonished to find Huang Wenyue unharmed. A figure in a white robe had appeared in front of him, effortlessly blocking the deadly strike. In the tavern, Duan Hongda's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked up at the sky, staring at the suddenly appearing figure in the white robe. Brother Yi! Duan Xiaojia exclaimed in disbelief as a figure in a white robe appeared in the sky. Her eyes mirrored the shock she felt. Duan Hongda was at a loss for words, staring incredulously at the figure above. Yishang had not only stayed but had boldly stepped forward to confront several invincible-level experts. This scene left everyone present utterly astonished. Su Minta's face was full of surprise. He thought he had Yishang figured out, but the turn of events completely shattered his expectations. Yishang was not a coward as he had assumed. Instead, he willingly entered the battlefield to face formidable opponents that even Su himself dared not provoke. What was even more unbelievable was that Yishang easily deflected an attack from one of these invincible figures. Su couldn't help but pinch his cheeks, wondering if he was dreaming. In the sky, Huang Wenyue's eyes welled up with tears at the sight of Yishang. He had thought death was imminent, but Yishang had come to his rescue. Though they were mere acquaintances, Huang's heart was filled with gratitude. Yishang stood with his hands behind his back, his white robe flapping in the wind. From a distance, Chu Zong and the others breathed a sigh of relief, their faces breaking into smiles. To the onlookers, it seemed as if with this figure in white taking action, everything would be resolved effortlessly. In the ghost market, the crowd buzzed with speculation about Yishang's identity. He San Kuei and other invincible-level experts watched Yishang warily. Despite their numbers, they dared not act rashly. Jiang Wintao, however, was unimpressed, sneering provocatively at Yishang. Seeing this, Huang Wenyue couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Even Jiang Wuya would show respect to Elder Yi. Yet Jiang Wintao dared to be so brazen it was a foolish path to self-destruction. Yishang frowned slightly, finally glancing at Jiang Wintao. With a simple gesture, he conjured a massive golden hand in the air, its palm lines distinct and shimmering with countless trigrams. The golden hand descended with a thunderous impact. Jiang Wintao, caught off guard, felt a familiar aura. A Titan level? Jiang Wentao's expression changed as he screamed in terror. "We are Titan, save me!" But it was too late. The golden hand crushed Jiang Wintao into a mist of blood. As the bloody rain fell upon the ghost market, the crowd awoke from their stupor, panic spreading among them. Hiding behind Yishang, Huang Wenyue chuckled. What a fool, to provoke a Titan-level powerhouse. A Titan level? The silence in the air was palpable as he San Kuei swallowed hard, staring at Yishang. No one dared to speak. All eyes filled with fear as they looked at Yishang in his white robe. With Yishang's decisive action against Jiang Wintao, it was clear to everyone that they were indeed facing a Titan-level figure. Dong Tiangong and the other invincible realm pursuers of Huang Wenyue turned pale. None of them expected that the person in front of them would be a figure of such colossal power. Their faces were ashen, and their legs trembled uncontrollably. They had thought themselves to be formidable in this world. Yet now they were confronted by a giant, someone who could easily crush them all. Dong Tiangong swallowed hard, fighting back his fear. He was uncertain about the relationship between this giant and Huang Wenyue. If they were close, he might not escape with his life today. No one could walk away unscathed from an encounter with a being of such might. Where did such a giant come from? Dong Tiangong lamented internally, feeling that he might not make it out of this ordeal alive. Yishang's gaze was sharp as lightning as he surveyed the group. He had no intention of intervening, simply saying, "I have no desire to meddle in your grievances with Huang Wenyue." Upon hearing this, he San Kuei, Dong Tiangong, and the others felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. They forced smiles that looked more like grimaces, nodding repeatedly. Only when Yishang withdrew his gaze did they exhale in relief, thankful for their lives. Huang Wenyue felt a tinge of disappointment, but soon smiled again. Surviving was a blessing, and there would be opportunities for revenge in the future. He calculated that once he fully assimilated the gains from Ghostfire City, his power would increase 800-fold, allowing him to settle today's score. The crowd below erupted with excitement. This person is actually a giant-level powerhouse. Can anyone tell me which giant this is? I never expected a giant to appear. An elderly man, looking serious, remarked, "No, I've never seen this giant before. I've seen the 20 giants of the In City secret realm, but this one isn't among them." His words caused even more shock among the crowd. If true, it meant a new giant-level powerhouse had emerged, potentially disrupting the existing balance in the In City secret realm and sparking chaos. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, someone exclaimed, "Don't forget that Jiang Wintao has been killed. Will the YA giant let this slide?" This statement stirred the crowd further. Jiang Wintao was associated with the YA giant, and had been killed in the YA ghost market, an act tantamount to a public affront. The YA giant would undoubtedly respond. In a tavern, Duan Hongda and his companions were dumbfounded. They never imagined that Yisheng, whom they had been associating with, was a giant-level powerhouse. Duan Hongda was relieved that he had not offended this significant figure. Su Mintu was so frightened that he dropped his teacup, his face turning pale. He was grateful he hadn't acted on his malicious thoughts earlier, as he might have been annihilated. At that moment, a commotion arose in the sky. An old man flew over from the ghost market, approached Yisheng, and unexpectedly clasped his fists with a smile, saying, "Esteemed elder, the YA giant requests your presence." Yisheng remained calm when addressed as senior by an elder, as he was already accustomed to such respect. In the world of cultivation, one's status is often determined by their level of mastery, and Yisheng's power had long surpassed the limitations of age. Witnessing this, the crowd was taken aback. Jiang Wentao was publicly slain, yet instead of seeking retribution, the leader of the YA clan extended a warm invitation, which was truly unexpected. Standing behind Yisheng, Huang Wanyue furrowed his brows. He had initially planned for Yisheng to form an alliance with Jiang YA, but the situation had taken an unforeseen turn. With Yisheng having killed a member of their clan, could this alliance still be formed? Yisheng calmly said, "Lead the way." He was also curious to gauge the depth of the YA leader's power and to learn about the strength of other leaders. The elder smiled and led the way, with Yisheng and Huang Wanyue following closely behind. After Yisheng departed, a formidable figure appeared, casting a cold glance over the crowd in the ghost market. "Disperse. The ghost market is now sealed, and no one is allowed to leave," he announced before vanishing instantly. Flying along the way, Yisheng followed the elder to a secluded valley. The elder introduced it as YA Sword Valley, the training ground of the YA leader. As they entered the valley, the steep cliffs on either side were densely embedded with countless swords, each emitting a legendary orange glow, and all were Tier 3 legendary equipment. While Huang Wanyue was amazed, Yisheng remained unimpressed. To a leader, such equipment was nothing extraordinary. Deep within the valley, many powerful figures had gathered. Experts of the Chu Zone level were numerous, with over 100 invincible realm warriors seated on both sides. Huang Wanyue was astonished by their formidable presence, with some wielding combat power of 800 to 900 times. Yisheng frowned, realizing that this secret realm of Yin City was indeed a place of hidden talents. As Yisheng and his companions appeared, the gathered experts turned their attention toward them. There were whispers, "Is this the new leader?" Speculation ran rife among the crowd. Yisheng asked, "Where is your YA leader?" Before he finished speaking, a loud laugh echoed from the depths of the valley, accompanied by a thunderous roar. A massive sword-light lotus appeared in the sky, exuding a terrifying aura with combat power well over 1,000 times. Huang Wanyue whispered urgently, "Senior, the YA leader is within that sword-light lotus." He cautioned, "The YA leader is known for his exceptional swordsmanship, claiming a combat power of 1,200 times, though his true strength remains unknown. Please be careful, senior." Despite the tension of two leaders meeting, Huang Wanyue couldn't help but feel anxious, especially since Yisheng had recently slain a member of the YA clan. In the boundless Sword Valley, a massive lotus of sword energy slowly rotated, emitting a dazzling array of colors. Countless tiny sword auras shot out, filling the surrounding void with an intangible sense of danger. Yisheng stood suspended in midair, frowning as he gazed at the enormous sword energy lotus. The lotus gradually unfurled, revealing at its center a burly middle-aged man, Jiang Ya, the master of boundless sword. Dressed in a blue robe, he smiled as he locked eyes with Yisheng. As these two powerful figures exchanged glances, it seemed as if sparks flew in the air. "Greetings, master of boundless sword," chorused the invincible cultivators within the valley, their eyes alight with fervor. Yet, when they looked at Yisheng, there was a hint of disdain, convinced that their leader was superior. Jiang Ya spoke, "My friend, there is a rule in Boundless Sword Valley. You must take one of my strikes first." Even before his words had fully settled, a colossal sword shadow rose from the lotus, sweeping towards Yisheng. The moment the sword shadow appeared, over 10,000 swords in the valley resonated in unison, as if drawn by this mighty force. Yisheng remained calm, as the Yin demon sword materialized in his hand out of thin air. He swung it, unleashing a golden sword beam, accompanied by a flurry of 8 trigram symbols that lit up the entire valley. The two sword beams clashed in midair, unleashing a tremendous storm of energy. The myriad swords in the valley, drawn by the clash, converged into the sky like a dragon. From afar, people in the boundless ghost market climbed to higher ground, their expressions grave. They feared that if these two titans fought without restraint, the entire market might be devastated. With a resounding boom, the two sword beams annihilated each other. The storm subsided, and the sword energy lotus momentarily dimmed before returning to its usual brilliance. Yishang's eyes flickered, and in a flash, he reversed his qi and blood flow, creating the illusion of being overwhelmed. He took a slight step back, his face flushed, as if he had been outmatched in the exchange. Senior Huang Wenyue, standing behind Yishang, couldn't help but change his expression at this sight, feeling both surprised and puzzled. This is not the level of Yishang. Could he really have been forced back a step? Jiang Huaya let out a hearty laugh, forcibly stabilizing the turbulent energy within him. In the previous clash, Yishang's sword aura had invaded his body, disrupting his internal energy. But seeing Yishang's flushed face and his retreating steps, Jiang Huaya's heart settled. Ha ha ha! Impressive! Your prowess is indeed formidable, my friend. A hint of disdain flashed in Jiang Huaya's eyes. However, this young man in white is ultimately no match for me. I only used 70% of my strength and pushed him back a step, causing his energy to backfire. If I unleashed my full power, I could surely defeat him with my sword. In the Sword Valley, the gathered invincible cultivators brightened at the sight. Their leader's sword aura had only dimmed slightly, while the opponent was clearly unstable and retreating. It was evident that Jiang Huaya had the upper hand. Laughter erupted, and they looked at Yishang with a hint of disdain. Huang Wenyue felt a bit stifled by the laughter around him. However, Yishang in the air remained calm, though a flicker of something inscrutable lingered in his eyes. In truth, he had intentionally held back, not even using 30% of his strength. The appearance of being at a disadvantage served a purpose. His goal was to acquire a complete set of 4th-turn mythic gear, and he was determined to win it. But facing 20 top-tier experts, revealing his exceptional strength from the start, would make him a target. By feigning weakness with Jiang Huaya's help, he could significantly reduce the pressure later on. It was merely a small strategic maneuver. Unaware that he had been outwitted, Jiang Huaya looked at Yishang with a smug smile, his demeanor arrogant. Fellow cultivator, I am Jiang Huaya. Jiang Huaya sat poised atop a lotus of sword light, his gaze as sharp as a blade. With a slight lift of his hand, he declared, though Yishang is a figure of considerable status, his combat prowess falls far short of mine. In terms of ranking, he barely makes it to the end of the top 20. Compared to someone like me, who is in the top 10, the gap is significant. After speaking, Jiang Huaya nodded slightly, a gesture of courtesy. Seeing this, Yishang sheathed his demon sword with a respectful bow. Suddenly, a formidable expert spoke coldly, Head Jiang. This man has slain a member of my Jiang family. As his words fell, silence blanketed the Sword Valley of Huaya. All eyes turned to Jiang Huaya, awaiting his decision. Jiang Huaya laughed heartily and waved it off, saying, It's nothing. Just an illegitimate relative, let them die. That unruly individual was already marked for punishment by my family. Yishang's actions have saved us the trouble. Leaning slightly forward, he seemed to be extending goodwill toward Yishang. The expressions of the surrounding experts froze, clearly not expecting such a stance from Jiang Huaya. Yet, those more astute had anticipated this survival of the fittest dictates that status and position are determined by strength. As a figure of great power, Yishang was naturally treated differently. Jiang Huaya inquired with a smile, Is Head Yi here for the Secret Realm's ghost seed? Indeed, Yishang replied candidly. In that case, why not join forces? Our chances of success would be significantly higher, Jiang Huaya suggested straightforwardly. Yishang readily agreed. Jiang Huaya laughed heartily. Excellent. We are allies then. Head Yi, please stay for now. Once we receive news of the ghost seed, we will strike together. The two exchanged smiles, yet both harbored their own hidden agendas. As night fell and a blood moon hung high, Jiang Huaya sat alone in his study, engrossed in a book. An elderly attendant carefully served him, cautiously inquiring, Sir, do you truly intend to ally with him? Jiang Huaya set down his book and sneered, It's merely temporary. Once we've secured the opportunity, I'll find a chance to eliminate him. My family's honor cannot be so easily tarnished. The old man beamed. You have a plan, sir. However, he is a formidable figure, not easily dealt with. Jiang Huaya, brimming with confidence, replied, I've already assessed his capabilities. He's merely a giant with 1,000-fold combat power. If I strike with all my might, I can crush him. He stood, his eyes sharp as lightning. The key is that 4th-turn mythic set. With it, I can break through to the 4th-turn ghost sect level. Then, who could possibly stop me? A sinister grin spread across Jiang Huaya's face. Jiang Huaya was no exception. Jiang Huaya had been stuck at the 3rd transformation stage for many years, and his longing for the 4th transformation, the ghost sect realm, burned like a fierce fire within him. However, the Jiang family's prohibition hung over him like a sword, threatening his very life. The family's ancestor had declared that if he dared to break through on his own, he would be struck down without mercy. This invisible shackle had kept him from taking that crucial step. Despite this, the obsession with reaching the fourth transformation had already taken root deep in his heart. A glint of madness flashed in Jiang Huai's eyes as he whispered to the elderly man beside him, Uncle Zhao, if I acquire a complete set of fourth transformation mythic grade equipment, after breaking through, I just need to lay low for a while. Soon, I'll become a powerhouse at the fourth transformation level. By then, even the family will have to weigh their options carefully. A complicated expression crossed the face of the old man, Uncle Zhao. Having accompanied Jiang Huai for a decade, he regarded him as his own. He understood Jiang Huai's struggles deeply and replied softly, rest assured, my lord, I will keep this secret to my grave. Jiang Huai let out a cold laugh, his gaze piercing. I doubt I'm the only one with such thoughts. Other powerhouses probably harbor similar ambitions. The upcoming battle for the secret realm's ghost seed will be a bloody feast. Hearing this, Uncle Zhao frowned. My lord, you must prioritize safety. Any misstep, and everything will be lost. As his words faded, the scene shifted abruptly. In a room at another inn, Yisheng sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed in meditation. Huang Wenyue paced back and forth nearby, looking anxious. Suddenly, he spoke up, Senior, that Jiang Huai might have ulterior motives. You must be cautious. Yisheng opened his eyes and smiled calmly. I know what I'm doing. No matter how many schemes Jiang Huai has, they mean nothing in the face of absolute strength. This time, I'm just feigning weakness to push him to the forefront as a shield. In the end, who is using whom is yet to be determined. Huang Wenyue nodded thoughtfully at Yisheng's words. For the following period, Yisheng remained in the boundless ghost market, waiting for news about the secret realm's ghost seeds. 2 days later, the sky above the boundless ghost market suddenly filled with 1,000 warships, majestically heading towards the depths of the In City secret realm. Yisheng stood on the deck of the leading warship, alongside Jiang Wuya, who was dressed in a green robe. Jiang Wuya looked into the distance with his hands behind his back and smiled. Brother Yi, did you know that even among the giants, there are rankings? Yisheng's eyes showed a hint of interest, and he turned slightly to ask, I'd love to hear more. Jiang Wuya explained calmly, in the third transformation area of the In City secret realm, there are fewer than 20 giants. Although they are all giants, their combat abilities vary greatly. He looked at Yisheng with a warning tone. Do not underestimate them, and don't provoke those you shouldn't. Yisheng chuckled lightly. What position are you ranked, Brother Jiang? In the top 10. Jiang Wuya replied with a hint of pride in his eyes. If I strive for it, I could make it into the top 5. Impressive. Yisheng sincerely praised. Who are the top 10 giants? Jiang Wuya waved his hand dismissively. Only the top 3 are worth noting. Their combat power is extraordinary. Even I dare not offend them lightly. Yisheng listened intently as Jiang Wuya continued. The first in rank is a young man, about your age. He came to participate in the federal grand exam, and his combat power is said to have reached 1,500 times. Yisheng frowned slightly. About my age? Jiang Wuya smiled. He's just passing through and won't linger in the third transformation realm for long. The second is a madwoman with a combat power exceeding 1,400 times. Speaking of this madwoman, Jiang Wuya's expression turned serious. If you encounter her, avoid her at all costs. Once entangled, you won't be able to get away. Yisheng's eyes flickered as he quietly assessed his own strength. As he spoke, Jiang Wuya still felt a lingering fear. It was the first time Yisheng had seen him so afraid of someone. Jiang Wuya took a deep breath and continued. The third person is Bai Zihan from the Bai family, with combat power exceeding 1,350 times, very close to that crazy woman. The Bai family? Yisheng frowned, a hint of hostility flashing in his eyes. Jiang Wuya keenly noticed Yisheng's unusual reaction and curiously asked, What? Do you know this Bai Zihan? I don't. Yisheng shook his head, but his expression was somewhat complicated. Half an hour later, Jiang Wuya burst into laughter. Haha, we're almost there. Yisheng looked ahead and saw countless warships standing tall on the black desert plain, an imposing sight. More than a dozen major powers had already arrived, each with tens of thousands of people, far surpassing the 1,000-strong ghost market forces of Huang Wenyue. The crowd surged onto the deck, and Huang Wenyue came up behind Yisheng, astounded by the scene before them. Each faction had over 100 invincible-level experts. So many at the invincible level? Huang Wenyue's eyes widened. These major powers have brought out their entire might to vie for the opportunity in the secret realm. As he spoke, he glanced at Jiang Wuya. This time, Jiang Wuya had also brought over 100 invincible-level warriors from Weiyue Sword Valley to help him seize the opportunity. This battle might be a bloodbath, Huang Wenyue said worriedly. With so many strong fighters, even invincible-level warriors could become insignificant, and major powers seemed ordinary. The entire third-turn area of the In City secret realm had gathered its strongest here. Chu Zong whispered, Boss, this battle might see some major powers fall. Huang Wenyue nodded. reconsidering his strategy, and carefully instructed his subordinates, "Our priority is survival. Seize what opportunities we can, but retreat if we can't. This battle is not as simple as it seems." Understood. Chu Zong and the others responded in unison, realizing the perilous nature of the impending conflict. Is the ghost seed of the secret realm in this area? Yisheng's gaze swept across the entire black wasteland. Yisheng frowned, staring in disbelief at the flat, unremarkable black wasteland before him. Jiang Wuya nodded, explaining that the ghost seed of the secret realm was lurking underground and would only emerge during the hatching of the ancient city. Yisheng was skeptical of this strange explanation. With a serious expression, Jiang Wuya reminded Yisheng to give it his all when the time comes, as other powerhouses would show no mercy. He patted Yisheng on the shoulder, assuring him that with his presence, Yisheng need not worry about safety and should just cooperate with the plan. Jiang Wuya confidently proposed a 70-30 split, to which Yisheng smiled slightly, knowing that he would only receive 30% of the share. As their worship approached, the lineups of the various factions became clearer. Jiang Wuya sneered, pointing out that even some lower-ranked powerhouses had emerged to seize the opportunity. Yisheng's gaze swept over the scene, noticing that each camp had a massive orb of light at the front, with mysterious figures inside exuding an aura of thousand-fold combat power. Suddenly, a cold gaze pierced through, accompanied by a chilling aura that swept across 3 miles. Jiang Wuya, undeterred, stepped into the air and conjured a lotus of sword light, looking down on all sides. An elder then mocked Jiang Wuya for being isolated and unsupported this time. Yisheng noticed the elder was seated atop a 100-meter-long mechanical ghost dragon, amazed by such a peculiar creature. Jiang Wuya engaged in verbal sparring with other powerhouses, with some offering polite greetings and others glaring coldly. The crowd speculated about the whereabouts of the top 3 powerhouses, and Jiang Wuya seized the opportunity to sow discord. In the midst of the conversation, a vast fleet of 1,000 ships from the Bai family approached. Yisheng's gaze sharpened as he spotted the 4 Bai family prodigies who had once besieged him. The Bai family's forces arrived in an overwhelming display, numbering in the tens of thousands. At the forefront were over 100 members of the Bai family, while the rest were powerful individuals who had pledged allegiance to their influence. The Bai contingent stormed onto the scene, unapologetically pushing another major faction aside to seize the prime spot. The displaced faction, despite their frustration, dared not voice their anger. Even their most powerful figures pretended not to notice. Bai Zihan, ranked 3rd among the most formidable forces, was a figure of undeniable intimidation. Many powerful figures had met their end at his hands, and no one dared provoke him lightly. The Bai family members laughed brazenly, clearly accustomed to their domineering ways. In the crowd, Bai Zijian surveyed his surroundings with arrogance, disregarding even the presence of other major forces and invincible beings. Beside him, Bai Ziwen fanned himself with a feather fan, smugly remarking, "Zijian, look at how intimidated they are. This is the power of strength." A sharp gleam flashed in Bai Zijian's eyes as he vowed to become a formidable force like his brother, Bai Zihan. Just as he was scanning the crowd with pride, his gaze suddenly halted, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. "It's him," he exclaimed. Following Bai Zijian's gaze, Bai Ziwen also spotted Yisheng on a distant warship. The two were immediately excited. With the Bai family's forces gathered, over 100 invincible beings present, and the formidable Bai Zihan overseeing, it was the perfect opportunity to eliminate Yisheng. Bai Zijian couldn't contain himself and immediately leaped forward. Although Bai Ziwen thought it was somewhat reckless, he nonetheless signaled over a dozen invincible Bai family members to follow, determined to eradicate any future threats. On the deck of the distant warship, Yisheng had long noticed Bai Zijian and his group approaching, a cold smile playing on his lips as he awaited their arrival. Within Jiang Huai's faction, many also noticed the approaching Bai family members and were puzzled, wondering, why are the Bai family coming towards us? A formidable figure snorted with anger. Are they not satisfied with bullying others and now want to pick on us too? Huang Wenyue stood behind Yisheng, squinting into the distance. He noticed Bai Zijian and Bai Ziwen leading over a dozen invincible powerhouses approaching aggressively. He murmured, "It's the Bai family, and it seems they're coming for us." Yisheng remained expressionless, waiting for Bai Zijian to get closer. Moments later, Bai Zijian arrived with a sinister grin, causing Jiang Huai's subordinates to react with shock and anger. Even Jiang Huai, who was meditating amidst sword energy, was startled and looked down coldly. "Bai family, what do you want?" Jiang Huai shouted angrily, having witnessed the Bai family's earlier overbearing actions. He couldn't believe they dared to provoke him further. Bai Zijian put away his arrogance and cupped his hands in respect. "Please don't misunderstand, Huai. We're only targeting someone insignificant." Jiang Huai frowned, puzzled. Bai Zijian turned to Yisheng with a malicious smile. "Yisheng, let's see where you can run this time." Before he finished speaking, Bai Ziwen gestured, and the invincible powerhouses swiftly surrounded Yisheng. Jiang Huai's followers were astonished, whispering among themselves, do they really think they can challenge a leader? They were aware of Yishang's strength, though Jiang Huai had kept this information from the outside world. Bai Zijian's actions seemed suicidal. The previous leader had endured having his position seized. But now the Bai family dared to directly provoke a leader, which was sheer madness. Even the most patient person wouldn't be able to tolerate this. Senior, they're coming for you. Huang Wenyue was taken aback, his brows furrowing. Bai Zijian was actually targeting Yishang. This was nothing short of a death wish. Jiang Huai was also stunned and couldn't help but confirm again. What did you say? Bai Zijian, full of confidence, bowed and said, Huai, I only want this person. Hand him over to the Bai family, and we'll leave immediately. You have my word. Jiang Huai pointed at Yishang on the deck, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. You want him? That's right. Bai Zijian affirmed. This time, Yishang won't escape. A glint appeared in Jiang Huai's eyes, and he agreed immediately. He was secretly pleased with the conflict between Yishang and the Bai family, as it meant Yishang would have to side with him. Yishang glanced at Jiang Huai indifferently, easily seeing through his little scheme. Bai Zijian charged at Yishang with a sinister grin, eager to attack. Bai Ziwen followed closely, along with over 10 invincible Bai family members. Their momentum was overwhelming, yet it made the powerful figures of the Huai faction look on with strange expressions, as if watching fools rush at a titan. Yishang remained calm, his gaze filled with contempt. Bai Zijian wielded his newly acquired third-turn mythic sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. Bai Ziwen waved his feather fan, summoning a storm that darkened the sky. In the blink of an eye, the four had advanced to the warship. The white-robed figure on the deck stood motionless, seemingly petrified with fear. Bai Zijian and his group grew more confident, believing victory was theirs. Suddenly, the void solidified. Yisheng slowly raised his head, his eyes cold, exuding the aura of a titan. His thousand-fold power shook the void, plunging Bai Zijian and his group into an icy abyss. A titan level? How is this possible? Bai Ziwen exclaimed in shock. The Bai family members were terrified. This was courting death. No wonder the strongmen of Jiang Huai's forces looked at them like idiots. Retreat! Someone yelled, but it was too late. Yisheng raised his hand and pressed down, a golden handprint materializing in the void, vast as a mountain. The aura of thousand-fold power struck fear into everyone's hearts. Bai Zijian cried out in despair. No, you can't kill me. Bai Ziwen shouted in terror. Aren't you afraid of my Bai family titans? The golden handprint descended mercilessly. Bai Zijian, Bai Ziwen, and others were instantly reduced to blood mist. Boom. The suppression hand of the demon sealed and crashed down. Bai Zijian bore the brunt, his body exploding instantly. Back when they ambushed Yishang on Inshui Mountain, forcing him to retreat in disgrace, who would have thought that now they would be crushed like ants by Yishang's mere hand? Truly, the world is ever-changing and unpredictable. Yishang stood in midair, a golden handprint forming behind him, emanating a terrifying pressure. The remaining dozen or so invincible warriors from the Bai family turned pale and scattered like frightened birds. They finally realized that this man was completely different from the previous leader. They were facing a true god of death. Jiang Huai frowned, surprised that Yisheng wasn't satisfied after killing Bai Zijian and the others, but seemed intent on extermination. He urgently tried to intervene. Stop now. You'll bring disaster upon yourself. Yet Yisheng ignored him, and the golden handprint pressed down even faster. With a thunderous crash, the dozen or so invincible figures were instantly reduced to a mist of blood, without exception. The sky erupted with a tremendous roar, leaving everyone in shock, especially the previously oppressed leader, who felt utterly humiliated. He couldn't help but reflect. This is what a true leader should be. While he himself had been timid and brought shame to the title, blood rained down, leaving the black wasteland in utter silence. Jiang Huai's pupils trembled, never imagining Yisheng's capacity for such violence. Even he wouldn't dare to commit such earth-shattering acts lightly. Boom! The golden handprint exploded, causing a massive blast in the sky that left everyone speechless. Particularly the leader who had been oppressed before was left dumbfounded. He had been silenced by the Bai family's oppression, yet this figure in white robes decisively crushed a dozen of the Bai family's members. If nothing else, this fierce dominance truly deserved the title of leader. As for him, he had brought dishonor to the title of leader. Shame filled his face now, leaving him with nothing but a sense of disgrace. On the deck, Yisheng stood with his hands behind his back, dressed in a white robe. He looked calmly at everyone present, including all the influential figures. His demeanor was composed, as if the act of vanquishing multiple invincible members of the Bai family was as trivial as swatting flies. Yisheng's poised stance left everyone in awe. Huang Wenyue exclaimed in shock, Senior, who would have thought Yisheng was so formidable? Chu Zong agreed. How exhilarating. This is what a true leader looks like. The Bai family members were pale-faced, wailing in despair. Jiang Huiye engaged in a long-distance verbal exchange with Frozen Old Ghost, with their words laced with hostility. Frozen Old Ghost sneered, "Don't get too cocky. Once Bai Zihan arrives, this youngster is doomed." Ghost Dragon echoed, "This kid's in deep trouble. He won't last long." The two secretly communicated, estimating Yishang's power to be merely 1,000 times battle strength, considering him not a significant threat. Suddenly, intense vibrations from a fierce battle erupted from afar. Following the sound, everyone saw two figures clashing in the sky. One was the burly Bai Zihan, and the other was the graceful woman in red, Tang Hongyi. The two were evenly matched, exchanging blows fiercely. Bai Zihan seized the moment to break away, swiftly flying above the Bai family's territory. He let out a cold snort, intimidating everyone. Tang Hongyi remained hovering alone, her red dress billowing, her face masked, exuding an ethereal aura. Upon seeing Bai Zihan, the Bai family members immediately began to wail and complain. Bai Zihan, hearing their cries, was furious. "What? Who dares to harm my family?" At this moment, influential figures from all sides were secretly observing, waiting for the drama to unfold. Someone whispered, "It seems a major figure might fall before the secret realm's ghost seeds even appear." Whenever Bai Zihan gets angry, it's like the earth shakes and the mountains tremble. This kid sure has some nerve, daring to kill so many from the Bai family. A crowd of influential figures fixed their gaze on the white-robed young man, standing with folded arms on the deck of the warship. Bai Zihan was seething with rage, as the Bai family's numerous invincible members had been wiped out in one fell swoop. His piercing gaze was directed straight at Yishang. Tang Hongyi rushed to the scene, eyes full of admiration behind her fox mask, and offered her assistance. After Yishang politely declined, she smiled and reminded him to be cautious of Bai Zihan's strength, which Yishang found quite intriguing. Just as Bai Zihan was about to make a move, Jiang Huiye suddenly spoke up, asking him to hold off out of respect. However, Bai Zihan bluntly told him to get lost, showing no courtesy. Jiang Huiye's expression darkened, on the verge of reacting. Suddenly, a dense ghostly fog appeared out of nowhere, covering the entire black wasteland. From the ground came the wails of fierce ghosts, as if something was about to break through the surface. Everyone's expressions changed dramatically, realizing that the secret realm's ghost species was about to emerge. Bai Zihan decisively halted his actions, sneering as he delivered a harsh warning before retreating to his camp. Yishang and his companions breathed a sigh of relief, but knew the danger was not over. The crowd buzzed with excitement and tension, eagerly awaiting the appearance of the secret realm's ghost species. As the ground tremors intensified, the ghostly fog thickened, and a strange atmosphere pervaded the air. Over 200,000 people had gathered here, all anticipating the arrival of this extraordinary opportunity. Jiang Hao spoke earnestly, advising that if they could seize mythical-level equipment, they should, but if not, they should let it go and focus on legendary equipment instead. He emphasized not risking their lives for mythical equipment, reminding everyone that their main priority was the upcoming federal exam, and not to lose their lives here. On the desolate black plain, hundreds of thousands held their breath as the ghostly essence of the secret realm was about to surface, casting a gray pall over the entire world. The ground shook violently, with cracks spreading like a spider's web. The leaders were tense, poised for action. Jiang Huiye's expression tightened as the sword beneath him bloomed like a radiant lotus. He communicated silently with Yishang, promising a 60-40 split, while secretly planning to seize the opportunity for himself. Yishang remained calm and impassive. Suddenly, the ground collapsed, and a surge of dark energy erupted skyward like a geyser. Within the gray beam of light, the wails of malevolent spirits echoed like a haunting melody. The weaker cultivators crouched down, covering their ears. Amidst the violent tremors, a colossal entity emerged from the earth. It was a massive black heart, exuding an eerie crimson glow from beneath its surface. It floated in the air, its rhythmic pulsing like a drumbeat, captivating all present. The crowd erupted in disbelief and astonishment at the sight before them. In the distance, waves of black, ghostly mist surged forward. Countless ghostly soldiers, armed and fierce, let out terrifying roars. The leaders ordered their followers to intercept, while they themselves prepared to strike. One leader was the first to attack, his blade striking the ghostly essence of the secret realm with a force multiplied 1,000-fold, leaving only a shallow mark that quickly healed. Bai Zihan laughed boldly, leaping towards the ghostly essence to seize the advantage. Boom! A section of ground suddenly caved in, with a torrent of dark energy erupting skyward like a geyser from the newly formed chasm. It wasn't just Bai Zihan who understood this. Other top-tier figures were also aware and rapidly closed in on the mysterious ghostly entity. In an instant, the battlefield presented a bizarre scene. Numerous powerful figures simultaneously unleashed their full force against the entity while vying for advantageous positions. Bai Zihan, ranked third among the strongest, displayed astonishing ferocity. With one punch, he shattered the skull of a blocking giant, causing the entire body to explode into a mist of blood. Ah, someone exclaimed. A giant has fallen already, and it's just begun. Bai Zihan's domineering presence forced the others to retreat. However, a figure in red suddenly appeared, her delicate hands striking repeatedly, forcing Bai Zihan back several miles. Tang Hongi! Bai Zihan roared angrily, charging forward once more. Meanwhile, Zhang Yue couldn't sit still. He charged in with a sword-light lotus, but was intercepted by two giants. A mechanical ghost dragon and an icy light orb flanked him. Trapped in a fierce battle, Zhang Yue couldn't help but look back for Yisheng's presence. Zhang Yue fought valiantly, but with no sign of Yisheng's assistance, he instinctively glanced behind him. Zhang Wuya was fending off the attacks from the Frost Ghost and the mechanical ghost dragon while casting an angry glance at Yisheng. Yisheng remained indifferent, standing on the deck without any intention of helping. Zhang Wuya's calculations had completely failed, leaving him at a disadvantage. The Frost Ghost laughed within the icy light sphere. Zhang Wuya, it seems your plan has backfired. He looked at Yisheng with admiration. The mechanical ghost dragon swung its iron body, fiercely striking the sword-light lotus, almost causing Zhang Wuya to fall from the sky. In the area ahead, a chaotic battle ensued around the secret realm ghost seed. The top-tier warriors were vying for position while continuously assaulting the secret realm ghost seed. Even with its thick skin, the ghost seed couldn't withstand the attacks, cracking open with blood oozing out. Bai Zihan and Tang Hongyi's moves were particularly powerful, each strike causing massive fissures in the ghost seed. The secret realm ghost seed let out a terrifying shriek, its sound waves unsettling the soul. One of the top-tier warriors was affected, losing stability in their spirit, and was immediately seized upon by others, leading to their demise. Blood rained down as another giant fell. All around, a flood of ghostly shadows approached, numbering in the millions. The cultivators fought desperately to hold back the ghost tide, buying time for the top-tier warriors. The black wasteland was in utter chaos. On the deck, Huang Wanyue asked anxiously, "Senior, aren't you going to act?" Yisheng replied calmly, "Not everyone is here yet." Bai Zihan and Tang Hongyi were fiercely engaging in battle, keeping an eye on the nearly collapsing secret realm ghost seed. Just as they were about to deliver the final blow, a massive spear light suddenly appeared from the void, striking towards them both. "Mao Tiandu, so you've finally shown up." Bai Zihan laughed as he met the attack. Tang Hongyi also joined in with a playful smile. However, the power of the spear was immense, forcing the two to retreat several miles despite their combined efforts. The short-haired youth, Mao Tiandu, stepped through the air, looking at everyone with indifference. "I only want the 4-turn mythical set, nothing else." "In your dreams." Bai Zihan snorted coldly. Tang Hongyi chuckled. "Everyone has the same goal." Mao Tiandu made his move, thrusting the massive spear light towards the secret realm ghost seed. Suddenly, all the top-tier warriors stopped their infighting and, with remarkable coordination, attacked Mao Tiandu together. Mao Tiandu was prepared, briefly holding off the encirclement with his strength and even killing one of the giants with a single spear strike. However, against so many powerful opponents, he soon began to falter, coughing up blood continuously. "He's at his limit," one of the giants shouted coldly, attacking even more viciously. Meanwhile, on the other side, the secret realm ghost seed, under the assault of 2 strikes from Mao Tiandu, finally could not hold on any longer. The secret realm's ghost seed is about to explode. In the distance, over 200,000 people, holding back the ghost tide, watched with fervent anticipation in their eyes. Mao Tiandu's 2 spear strikes hit the massive ghost seed, causing cracks to spread across its black skin as countless rays of white light burst forth. A mournful wail echoed, followed by a deafening explosion, and the ghost seed transformed into a small white sun. The energy shock wave spread out, forcing even the most powerful warriors to retreat. On the deck, Huang Wanyue was breathing heavily. Yisheng suddenly vanished. Just then, equipment began to rain down from the white light like a downpour. Dozens, hundreds, thousands of pieces filled the sky. The crowd went wild, and someone shouted excitedly, "It's raining gear!" 10 legendary orange pieces of equipment flew by, accompanied by a mythical grade item. Someone yelled, "What are you waiting for? Grab them!" The crowd snapped out of their daze, rushing to snatch the falling gear. Huang Wanyue led the charge, followed closely by Chu Zong and others. Zhang Hao and Du Yu exchanged glances with their fellow third-turn classmates and joined the scramble without hesitation. Chaos erupted across the area as all factions lost control, and even the leaders joined the fray. One mythical grade item was snatched, but the person barely had time to celebrate before being surrounded by thousands. The red light cluster sparked another fierce contest, drawing even more powerful contenders. Mao Tiandu was the first to dive into the white light cluster, with other top-tier fighters following closely. Inside, countless pieces of equipment swarmed like bees, with red mythical grade items everywhere. Yet these held no allure for the giants. Their eyes were set on the complete set of fourth-turn mythical equipment. Everyone raced towards the core area, desperately fighting for the advantage. At last, they beheld 7 dazzling red suns suspended there, each emanating a powerful fourth-turn aura. A breastplate, headpiece, arm guards, gloves, belt, boots, and a longsword, 7 pieces of top-tier fourth-turn level 100 mythical equipment. The leading figures breathed heavily, their eyes blazing. This set promised a meteoric rise. Who wouldn't be driven to madness? Who wouldn't be thrilled? Who wouldn't want to possess it? Zhang Wuya's eyes turned red with emotion as he fixed his gaze on the set of fourth-tier mythic equipment. To him, it was not just a means to break through his limitations, but also a beacon of hope to escape his family's constraints. Meanwhile, Mao Tiandu couldn't contain himself either. He reached out, summoning a massive hand from the void to grasp at the 7 red suns. Mao Tiandu, they don't belong to you. Bai Zihan roared furiously, shattering the giant hand with a punch that caused the void to tremble. He pressed his attack with relentless punches, while Mao Tiandu, eyes cold as lightning, swept his spear horizontally, unleashing a powerful spear light. In the nick of time, Bai Zihan's short hair stood on end as his blood surged in reverse, activating a secret technique that dramatically boosted his combat power. His fists met the spear light, shattering Mao Tiandu's prideful attack into pieces. A latent potential technique? Mao Tiandu's face darkened. This rare skill could temporarily enhance one's strength, offering a lifeline in critical moments, but at a significant cost. Bai Zihan's power had surged to 1,500 times, matching Mao Tiandu's own. Meanwhile, Tang Hongyi laughed coyly. Don't forget about me. A blood-red fox apparition appeared behind her, and with a gentle clap of her delicate hand, she forced Mao Tiandu back. The 3 titans clashed fiercely, unable to overcome one another. Seeing this, the other powerhouses began to stir. Zhang Wuya was the first to act. The sword-light lotus beneath him transformed into a black hole, from which a ghostly hand emerged to seize the frozen specter within the icy light sphere. He opened his mouth, filled with sharp fangs, and devoured the frozen specter, instantly boosting his combat power to 1,400 times. Ha ha ha, mechanical ghost dragon, you're next? Zhang Wuya laughed maniacally as he became a blur, targeting his next victim. The mechanical ghost dragon, relying on its 1,400 times defense, barely held on, while the other powerhouses unleashed their latent potential techniques, plunging the scene into chaos. As time passed and their secret techniques neared exhaustion, Mao Tiandu suddenly ignited his blood, raising his combat power to 1,600 times. With a cold smile, he declared, "It's over." Mao Tiandu thrust his spear with an astonishing force, 1,600 times his usual strength, piercing through Bai Zihan's shoulder. Bai Zihan let out a scream and staggered back. Mao Tiandu seized the opportunity to press forward, his spear like a dragon, forcing Tang Hongyi and the others to retreat. His gaze shifted to the 7 small red suns, reaching out to seize them. Zhang Wuya cried out in despair, "No?" His 8-petaled mouth moved in vain, powerless to stop him. Just as everyone thought Mao Tiandu would succeed, a flash of golden light appeared in the void, and a brilliant divine bell materialized, enveloping the small suns. Mao Tiandu's energy-laden hand collided with the bell and crumbled instantly. Furious, he shouted, "Who?" His eyes scanned the surroundings like lightning. The onlookers were in an uproar, not expecting a new player to emerge at such a critical moment. Bai Zihan clutched his wound and sneered, "Mao Tiandu, even you can miscalculate." Enraged, Mao Tiandu struck repeatedly with his spear, but the golden bell remained unmoved. He burned his potential, his power surging, yet all in vain. "Who is it?" Mao Tiandu roared, glaring into the depths of the void. A figure in white calmly approached, exuding an otherworldly aura. Mao Tiandu was taken aback. "Who are you?" Bai Zihan exclaimed. "It's you?" Tang Hongyi's eyes widened. "Ah, it's you?" Only then did everyone recognize the stranger as the mysterious powerhouse who had appeared earlier with Zhang Wuya. Zhang Wuya was ecstatic, thinking Yishang was cooperating with him. "Good. Well done, brother Yi. This opportunity belongs to us." But Yishang ignored him, effortlessly drawing the bell and the small suns into his hand. Mao Tiandu, with a dark expression, said, "Who are you, sir? You've played your cards well." The other powerhouses closed in, surrounding Yishang. Mao Tiandu demanded, "Hand over the items, and I'll pretend nothing happened." Bai Zihan added, "Kid, give me the items and all grudges will be forgotten." Tang Hongyi smiled mischievously. "Need my help?" Feigning support for Yishang, Jiang Wuya approached, suddenly breaking into a sinister laugh. You should just die. His eight-petaled mouth opened wide to devour. However, what met him was an unparalleled golden sword light. Die. Jiang Wuya sneered, his menacing grin made even more terrifying by his grotesque, eight-part mouth. Jiang Wuya laughed maniacally, his massive maw revealing sharp white teeth, creating a truly horrifying sight. However, his laughter abruptly stopped as a brilliant golden light surged towards him. It was a sword light imbued with unimaginable power, its might surpassing even the 1600-fold strength Mao Tiandu achieved by burning his potential. Astonishingly, it reached over 1,700 times that strength. Jiang Wuya was struck with terror, unable to believe that the man before him, Yishang, was such a formidable powerhouse. He didn't even have time to scream before the golden sword light engulfed him, reducing him to nothingness. This foolish clown, who had hoped to seize the opportunity for himself, vanished into thin air. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence. The crowd was left speechless, not because of Jiang Wuya's demise, but due to the overwhelming power Yishang had displayed. Mao Tiandu stood in a daze, incredulous at the sight of this young man in white robes, who was even stronger than himself. Tang Hongyi's lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. Suddenly, Bai Zihan shouted, "Attack together!" A mix of madness and fear flickered in his eyes as he realized that the man he once considered insignificant was, in fact, an unimaginable titan. The other leaders quickly joined in, deciding to confront Yishang together. Mao Tiandu was the first to act, burning his potential to boost his strength to 1,600 times, launching a massive spear light. Bai Zihan also gave it his all, burning the potential of 2 sets of third-tier mythical equipment, his fists glowing as he struck at Yishang. The other leaders unleashed their ultimate moves, creating a terrifying wave of energy that swept across the battlefield. Surprisingly, Tang Hongyi stepped back, choosing not to participate in the battle. The combined attack of the many leaders was formidable. Even Mao Tiandu struggled to withstand it. However, as the light faded, everyone was stunned to see Yishang still standing strong. The distant observers gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom how anyone could survive such an assault from so many leaders. Veteran Huang Wanyue, who had just fended off a group and put away a mythical-grade piece of equipment, was also drawn by the astonishing energy waves. Turning to look, he couldn't help but be amazed. He instantly recognized the person being besieged by 20 powerful figures as Yishang. Zhang Hao, do you? And the others all stopped in their tracks, staring in shock at the scene unfolding before them. 20 titanic forces had joined together to launch an attack, a massive surge of energy instantly engulfing Yishang's figure. Such overwhelming power seemed enough to destroy anything, and everyone present was certain that Yishang was doomed. Even the usually arrogant Mao Tian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that this formidable rival, even stronger than himself, was finally about to be eliminated. However, at that moment, a thunderous bell toll suddenly resounded through the heavens and the earth. A gigantic golden divine bell rose in the void, blocking all attacks. Inside the bell, Yishang stood with his hands behind his back, dressed in a white robe, gazing down at the crowd with a calm expression. This sight left everyone dumbfounded, and Mao Tian was so taken aback that he exclaimed, "Impossible!" He felt a chill run down his spine, staring in disbelief at the prodigy who could withstand the combined assault of 20 giants. In the distance, Tang Hongyi also watched in astonishment, her eyes beneath the mask glimmering with surprise. At this moment, Yishang stood inside the golden divine bell, looking down upon the world, like an invincible war god. This heaven-stabilizing divine bell was Yishang's most powerful defensive skill. Ever since he had ascended to level 3, its potency had reached a new level. Yishang calculated silently. This skill not only boosted his defense by 80,000, but also reduced damage from spirits by 100,000. Coupled with his third reincarnation mythic level equipment set, his total defense had reached an astounding 1,900 times, even surpassing his strongest offensive power of 1,880 times. The heaven-stabilizing divine bell, level 3, a defensive skill and one of the top-tier Taoist defensive arts. Defense boost 80,000. Spirit damage reduction 100,000. Defense boost 80,000. Converted to a multiplier, that's an astonishing 800 times. Together with his third reincarnation mythic level set, Yishang's defense reached an incredible 1,900 times. That's even more than his most formidable attack power of 1,880 times, meaning even if Yishang were to attack himself, he might not be able to break through his own defense, let alone others. With such an incredible defense, it's no exaggeration to call it the strongest at the third transformation stage. Yishang stood calmly beneath the heaven-subduing divine bell, facing the combined assault of 20 powerhouse titans, yet remained unperturbed. The immense power surged towards him, but didn't even ruffle his clothes. The onlookers, strong warriors themselves, gasped in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. Huang Wenyue and his companions were particularly exhilarated, their admiration for this mysterious elder growing even deeper. However, the expressions of the Titan-level warriors were grim, their hearts filled with a deep sense of defeat. Mao Tiandu, unwilling to accept this, let out an angry roar and launched another fierce attack. The other Titans exchanged glances and had no choice but to continue their assault. As they launched their combined attack once more, Yisheng laughed heartily, a long sword appearing in his hand. Golden sword light slashed out like a silken ribbon, instantly causing one Titan to explode, raining blood from the sky. Clad in white, with a long sword in hand, Yisheng moved effortlessly among the Titans. With each strike, a Titan fell. Mao Tiandu, covered in blood, fought with a frenzy, the only one able to somewhat contend with Yisheng, yet he paid a heavy price. In just a few breaths, 5 Titans had already fallen. This brutal scene left all the distant spectators stunned, one exclaiming in horror, "The world is changing." Finally, one of the Titans broke down, letting out a crazed scream before choosing to retreat. His retreat sparked a chain reaction. Mao Tiandu also unwillingly conceded defeat, and Yisheng glanced at him before ceasing his attack. Yisheng then turned his attention to Bai Zihan. With remarkable decisiveness, Bai Zihan quickly retreated, even burning his last set of 3rd transformation myth level armor to increase his speed. "You!" Bai Zihan exclaimed in terror, finally feeling the threat of death. "You can't kill me!" Bai Zihan shouted in despair. Yisheng's cold gaze swept over him as he raised his sword, ready to strike. At this critical moment, a thunderous voice echoed from the void, "Boy, don't be arrogant." The sky and earth changed abruptly as a pitch-black rift tore through the void. An endless spatial storm surged forth, accompanied by an overwhelming presence, rivaling that of a 3rd transformation. "This is bad. A 4th transformation master has crossed worlds." Mao Tiandu exclaimed in shock. From the rift, a figure drenched in blood struggled to emerge. The crowd recognized him as a 4th transformation master from the Bai family, risking everything to save Bai Zihan. More dark silhouettes appeared behind the rift, all at the peak of 4th transformation, level 100. They looked down upon the 3rd transformation area, intending for the Bai family master to pave the way. "Ninth uncle." Hope ignited in Bai Zihan's eyes. The 9th uncle of the Bai family let out a furious roar, thrusting his spear through the air towards Yisheng. Yisheng advanced instead of retreating, unleashing a powerful palm strike. A golden handprint clashed with the spear, shattering it. The 9th uncle of the Bai family was horrified, and in the next moment, the golden handprint struck him, causing his body to explode. Blood rained down from the rift, leaving everyone dumbfounded. No one expected a peak 4th transformation master to be slain within the passage. How could this be? Mao Tiandu was momentarily stunned. Bai family's 9th uncle was a formidable 4th transformation peak expert. It seemed impossible for him to be killed by Yisheng. Mao Tiandu looked incredulously at the scene before him. Not far away, Tang Hongyi let out a soft laugh, appearing to have grasped something. When Mao Tiandu shot her a questioning glance, she explained, "These 4th transformation peak experts underestimated the pressure of the law's power. Bai family's 9th uncle's physical body was on the verge of collapse. More importantly, they also underestimated Yisheng's strength." She glanced at the white-robed figure in the air, a playful smile tugging at her lips. Yisheng's battle power just now was nearing 1,900 times. Such overwhelming strength was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, exceeding the endurance limits of a 4th transformation peak. Bai family's 9th uncle didn't die in vain. 1,900 times? Mao Tiandu was utterly shocked. This meant Yisheng hadn't even used his full strength before. If he wished, he could easily wipe out everyone present. "How did you figure that out?" Mao Tiandu asked in amazement. The limits of a 4th transformation peak weren't something easily discernible, not something a mere 3rd transformation cultivator should be able to perceive. In the distance, the dense crowd halted their scramble for equipment, staring blankly in this direction. The development of events surpassed everyone's expectations. Even a 4th transformation peak expert had fallen, making this battle all the more brutal. "The senior has slain a god," Huang Wenyue murmured, staring at the white-robed figure standing beneath the bloody rain, unable to imagine what Yisheng couldn't achieve. Jiang Hao and others were also dumbfounded, clearly not anticipating such an intense battle. The entire scene descended into a deathly silence. Even the dozens of powerful shadows standing over the black fissure fell silent. They realized the situation was far more troublesome than anticipated. The power of the law exceeded expectations, and the monstrous strength of the white-robed youth below had reached the threshold to hunt them. This meant that as long as Yisheng guarded the passage, anyone attempting to cross realms would be annihilated by him. The situation reached an awkward stalemate. They had risked their lives to cross realms, only to be unable to seize the heaven-defying opportunity. What do we do? One of the powerful shadows asked the others, his tone filled with helplessness. They had come with great momentum, only to retreat in disappointment. None of the so-called giants in the third transformation region were a match for Yishang, and they were restricted by the law's power, unable to cross realms. Who could possibly deal with this white-robed youth? One shadow couldn't help but curse, possessing great power yet unable to act, forced to watch the heaven-defying opportunity slip away. It was a bitter pill to swallow. With a rumbling sound, dozens of shadows in the sky began to retreat. The torn spatial fissure closed, marking their ultimate failure. No one could wrest the complete fourth transformation mythical set from Yishang's grasp. In a moment, the black fissure in the sky vanished without a trace, and the accompanying spatial storm also retreated, restoring tranquility to the black wasteland. Is it over? The dense figures in the distance exchanged glances, finding it hard to believe. Even the fourth transformation peak experts had retreated. This battle was bound to stir a massive wave in the cultivation world. Yishang, clad in a white robe, stood calmly as his robe fell back into place after the spatial storm dissipated. He knew this battle had concluded. It was time to break through to the fourth transformation ghost sect realm. Raising his head, Yishang's eyes gleamed with determination. With the complete fourth transformation mythical set in hand, there was no longer any point in lingering at the third transformation level. The job-changing item was ready. Only the tribulation remained. Suddenly, Yishang furrowed his brows, scanning the surroundings, and noticed Bai Zihan was nowhere to be found. It seemed he had slipped away while Yishang dealt with by family's ninth uncle. Senior, he won't escape. Huang Wenyue approached, holding a glowing talisman. Yishang recognized it as a tracking talisman, and Huang Wenyue grinned proudly. I gathered his aura as he left. With this talisman, he can't escape. Well done. Yishang rarely praised anyone. If Bai Zihan wasn't killed this time, there might not be another chance. He believed in eliminating threats at the root. With that said, Yishang grabbed Huang Wenyue by the collar and sped off into the distance. Watching Yishang's departing figure, Mao Tiandu's expression was complex. He knew he could no longer seize the heaven-defying opportunity from Yishang. Forget it, since the opportunity is gone, I should also break through to the fourth transformation realm. Mao Tiandu shook his head. He had lingered too long in the third transformation field for the sake of that fourth transformation mythical set. His goal was the upcoming federal examination, to gain admission to Fengdu University and explore a broader world, not the fleeting fame of being ranked first in the third transformation field. Farewell, everyone. Mao Tiandu bid farewell to the other third transformation giants, then decisively flew away. The crowd sighed, knowing he was off to find a place to undergo tribulation and break through to the fourth transformation ghost sect realm. Too many giants had perished in this battle, and once Mao Tiandu also broke through and left, the third transformation field would lose yet another strong figure. This third transformation field has become dull. Tang Hongyi folded her arms behind her head, watching as one strong figure after another departed. Though she ranked first again, she found it all rather boring. I should check out the fourth transformation area. Maybe there'll be some interesting people. Suddenly, Tang Hongyi giggled, lightly tapping the void. A pitch-black fissure immediately appeared in the air. She turned and stepped into it, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving the other giants dumbfounded. She. A giant stammered, pointing at the spot where the black fissure had disappeared, as if he'd seen a ghost. A desolate, unfamiliar land stretched across the black wasteland, a place rarely visited by humans. Yishang sat cross-legged atop a massive black boulder, toying with a sphere of white light in his hands. At the center of the light, a broken sword flickered in and out of view. The blade was milky white and translucent, its jagged edges marred by cracks. An ancient and mysterious aura emanated from the sword, sparking curiosity about its origins. Senior, are you about to undergo the tribulation? Huang Wenyue asked, standing nearby with a complex expression in his eyes. Yishang nodded slightly. Yes, it's time. Remaining at the third transformation was pointless. Only by advancing to the fourth could he gain greater power. Besides, the set of mythical level equipment for the fourth transformation could only be worn after breaking through. I will guard you, Huang Wenyue offered sincerely. Yishang initially intended to decline, but seeing the earnestness in Huang Wenyue's eyes, he nodded in agreement. Minutes later, thunderclouds roiled in the sky over the black wasteland. A colossal pressure from the heavens descended, suffocating in its intensity. With a deafening crash, the fourth transformation tribulation struck, illuminating the entire land. Yishang remained calm, shielded by a golden divine bell, allowing the lightning to strike him. Half an hour later, the thunderclouds dispersed and the rain ceased. An aura of the fourth transformation ghost sect realm emanated from Yishang, more stable and mature than before. He slowly opened his eyes, having truly entered the fourth transformation realm. However, with the breakthrough came a powerful force of laws that began to reject Yishang. He had two choices: leave the Yin City secret realm or tear through the void to enter the fourth transformation area. Without hesitation, Yishang punched forward, ripping open the void to reveal a dark fissure leading to the fourth transformation area. Huang Wenyue, until we meet again. Yishang laughed heartily as he stepped into the fissure. Before it closed, several beams of red light shot towards Huang Wenyu mythical level equipment from the third transformation, enough to make him a new powerhouse in that realm. In the fourth transformation area of the Yin City secret realm, the sky was gloomy with flickering lightning. In a black forest, white skeletal figures roamed. Suddenly, the void split open, and a figure in white robes stepped out, instantly shattering the approaching skeletons with his formidable power. So this is the fourth transformation area of the Yin City secret realm? Yishang's face, now handsome and unmasked, revealed his true appearance after entering the fourth transformation realm. Is this the power of the fourth transformation realm? In the dark forest, Yishang sat in deep contemplation. The fourth transformation of the Ghost Sect realm is considered a master level. Among the billions of people in the Federation, few can reach this level. Even in the Yin City secret realm, encountering dozens of shadows at the fourth transformation level is only because it's a gathering place for the strong. In ordinary places, meeting even one person at this level is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Yishang carefully sensed the surging power within him. His physical strength had skyrocketed, and his life level had reached a new height. Every part of his body, from muscles and bones to blood cells, had been renewed. A single drop of his blood weighed over 1,000 pounds, and his bone density was astonishing, likely surpassing even the strongest steel forged by technology. He slowly stood up and lightly struck the air. The space shook violently, and the power was overwhelming. With just his body, a fourth transformation expert is like a walking humanoid dragon. Yishang couldn't help but marvel at the vast difference between the third and fourth transformations. However, this was only the beginning. There was room for comprehensive improvement in realm, skills, and equipment, especially the realm level, which was the most urgent. The mythic level set for the fourth transformation required him to be at level 100, and he was currently only at level 0. Reaching level 100 and donning the set would instantly make him a powerhouse among the fourth transformation realm. Yishang's eyes sparkled with determination. Acquiring this set had saved him countless efforts. Even Shangwaning probably hadn't reached such heights. He shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, and took off into the sky. His goal was clear each fourth transformation level 100 as soon as possible. 2 days later, an ordinary ancient city was wiped clean, with thunderclouds swirling in the sky. Yishang descended in his white robes. In just 2 days, his aura had become much more condensed, but his progress was still unsatisfactory. During these 2 days, Yishang traveled between ancient cities, slaughtering countless ghost soldiers and generals. Although these fourth transformation ghosts were far fiercer than those in the third transformation secret realms, they were still no match for him. Despite this, his level only rose to fourth transformation level 20. Yishang frowned. The difficulty of advancing in the fourth transformation realm was indeed beyond his expectations. At this rate, reaching level 100 would take a long time. He shook his head, but upon reflection, he found it understandable. Powerhouses are structured like a pyramid. The higher you go, the rarer they become. The higher the realm, the harder it is to advance. There was no choice but to work diligently. Compared to others, he was already very fortunate. Yishang took a deep breath and continued on his journey. There were no shortcuts to leveling up, only the diligent hunting of ghosts. Fortunately, in the fourth transformation area, experts were scarce and ancient cities were plentiful, so he didn't have to worry about competition. In the days that followed, Yishang tirelessly roamed the fourth transformation area, clearing city after city. Since entering the cultivation world, he had never worked so hard. Even in the third transformation realm, it only took a few days of intense effort to reach perfection. But the fourth transformation required more than 5 times the effort. Along the way, Yishang occasionally encountered other fourth transformation experts. They exchanged glances and chose not to interfere with each other. At this level, battles were approached with great caution. Moreover, with many monsters and few people in the fourth transformation area, there was no need for deadly competition. Yishang was content with the peace, focusing solely on reaching level 100 to wear that mythic set. 10 days later, Yishang finally showed signs of fatigue yet was filled with excitement. After relentless effort, his level had risen to fourth transformation level 99. Only one level remained to reach perfection and don that coveted equipment. One more ghost city should do it, Yishang thought as he hovered above a freshly appeared ghost city. A sea of ghost soldiers surged below, and without hesitation, he activated his thunder technique. In an instant, dense lightning rained down like a storm. After more than 10 minutes, as the ghost city was completely obliterated, Yishang's aura grew even more powerful. Finally, At the last moment, a long-anticipated brilliant white light appeared. At last, he had reached the perfect fourth transformation level 100. In the empty skies above the ancient city, a figure in a white robe sat cross-legged. A passerby, a formidable warrior of the fourth transformation, caught sight of him from afar and was visibly shocked. Unbelievable. A fourth transformation peak-level master. What are they doing here? Before he could finish his thought, he took off running, fearful of attracting the attention of the white-robed figure. High above the ancient city, Yisheng sat, looking weary yet unable to hide his joy. After 10 days of intense training, he had finally broken through to the peak of the fourth transformation at level 100. Suppressing his excitement, he scanned his surroundings. This isn't the place to linger. I need to find somewhere more secluded. With that, he vanished in a flash of white light. Half an hour later, Yisheng landed in a remote mountain valley. He nodded in satisfaction and, with a wave of his hand, 7 red orbs appeared, floating like suns and orbiting around him. Each orb seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, causing the surrounding rocks to shatter under the pressure. Focusing intently, Yisheng observed the first orb, within which a long sword as red as molten lava appeared, its blade engulfed in fierce flames. The Hunyuan flame sword, he exclaimed, his gaze shifting to the other orbs, revealing the Hunyuan flame helm, chestplate, belt, and more. Eagerly, Yisheng discarded his old gear and, with a low shout, began donning the new set. With each additional piece, his aura surged exponentially. When all 6 pieces of armor were in place and the set's attributes activated, Yisheng's power soared to the level of a fourth transformation giant. Finally, the Hunyuan flame sword flew into his grasp. His eyes shone with a piercing light as he glanced at the cliff, reducing the entire valley to dust in an instant. Taking a deep breath, he reined in his aura, and the white robe reappeared. This should be enough to handle the Federation's grand exam. Yisheng sighed in relief, beginning to search through his spatial ring. Moments later, he smiled brightly, having found 2 skill books amid the mountain of equipment. One of the books was a Taoist skill book called the Golden Body Spell, while the other was a rare Taoist formation skill book known as the Ghostly Formation. Yisheng glanced down at the 2 skill books in his hands. The Golden Body Spell in his left hand emitted a golden glow, while the Ghostly Formation in his right hand was enveloped in a swirling black mist. A system prompt sounded, asking if he wanted to learn them. Without hesitation, Yisheng chose to learn the skills and immediately check their attributes. The Golden Body Spell enhanced attack and defense, with special effects against ghosts. The Ghostly Formation could create a bewildering formation spanning 10 miles. Yisheng felt somewhat disappointed, as these advanced skills offered him limited assistance. He hoped the heart of the Celestial Master would activate, evolving the skills to a level of destruction. Sure enough, a prompt echoed in his mind. The Golden Body Spell upgraded to Heavenly Law Manifestation, and the Ghostly Formation transformed into the Nightmare Ghost Realm. Yisheng was stunned and hurriedly checked the attributes of Heavenly Law Manifestation. The skill panel indicated that Heavenly Law Manifestation required a divine seal to activate. Yisheng frowned, having no idea how to obtain a divine seal. As he pondered this, the system suddenly alerted him to the presence of a divine seal. At that moment, the Hun Tian Xian fire equipment on Yisheng's body began to float automatically, igniting with fierce flames. Powerful energy waves radiated outward, and Yisheng was shocked to find that he could no longer control the equipment. In that instant, it seemed that the Hun Tian Xian fire equipment had truly developed its own consciousness. Alert! The Chaos Celestial Fire Armor has detected the divine soul imprint of fallen deities. Yisheng felt a shock in his spirit as the Chaos Celestial Fire Armor suddenly emitted a blinding red light. The system's urgent warning echoed in his mind. Alert! Higher dimensional life form detected awakening. The divine soul of the Chaos Celestial Fire General is about to revive. Capture immediately or face a life-threatening situation. Capture? Yes, no? Yisheng's pupils contracted, never expecting the equipment he wore to harbor such a secret. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely thought, capture. In an instant, the flames dancing on the Chaos Celestial Fire Armor froze. Yisheng felt his vision go dark as his consciousness was pulled into an obscure, shadowy realm. In the depths of this darkness stood an awe-inspiring deity, as towering as a mountain. It wore a beast-faced armor that seemed to swallow the sky, a delicate lion belt around its waist, and a golden and jade sash billowed behind it. In its hand was a long sword forged from lava, with molten rock flowing along the blade, warping the space where it dripped. Yisheng was astonished to recognize that this was the Chaos Celestial Fire Sword. The majestic deity before him was none other than the legendary Chaos Celestial Fire General. A stream of information surged into his mind, instantly revealing the ancient origins of this deity. He couldn't help but ponder further possibilities. Could it be that all mythical equipment is connected to the gods? Did someone seal the soul imprints of fallen deities into the equipment, thus creating these mythical items? Yishang murmured, realizing that as he grew stronger, he seemed to be gradually uncovering just the tip of the iceberg of this world's mysteries. Boom! The dark space dissipated, and Yishang's consciousness returned to reality, his vision brightening. Yishang's eyes snapped open, and he jolted. The Huntian Xuanhua armor vanished after a brief outburst, transforming into a simple white robe. He took a deep breath to calm himself and summoned the skill panel of Heaven and Earth in One. The destructive level skill, Heaven and Earth in One, LV1, was prominently displayed, with its formidable power. Attack 31,000, defense 23,000, and against spirits, a staggering 55,000. The cooldown time was 24 hours, and it was currently available. What delighted Yisheng the most was that the number of divine seals had increased to 1, specifically the Huntian Xuanhua God General. This meant he could unleash this divine ability at any time. Interesting, Yisheng chuckled, eager to test his strength. He stood up, his gaze sharp as lightning, and commanded, Huntian apparition. In an instant, the Huntian Xuanhua gear reappeared on Yisheng, and roaring flames surged. Within the blaze, a towering apparition of the Huntian Xuanhua God General, over 20 meters tall, slowly emerged, majestic as a mountain. This apparition, composed entirely of energy, gleamed with fiery hues. It was clad in a beast-faced armor that seemed to devour the sky, with a delicate lion belt at its waist, golden feathered strands fluttering behind it, and wielded a molten long sword, exuding an imposing presence. As Yisheng thrust his sword, the apparition mirrored his action. The molten giant sword pierced the valley wall effortlessly, causing the entire valley to collapse instantly. Amidst a thunderous roar, dust surged like a tidal wave. Once the dust settled, Yisheng surveyed the devastated valley and couldn't help but exclaim, "This power is truly terrifying." He checked the skill panel again and noticed that the attributes for attack and defense had increased due to the influence of the Huntian Xuanhua God General Seal. Yisheng pondered, if I can find more powerful divine seals, the power might double. Intriguing. Yisheng's eyes reflected deep thought. Then, he glanced at another destructive level skill, Nightmare Ghost Realm. This skill was somewhat complex but equally mysterious and powerful. However, he decided not to delve into it for now. It's time to return to Ghost Mountain City. Yisheng furrowed his brow, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Just 2 months ago, he was merely a novice cultivator, but now he had become a formidable figure at the 4th stage of the Ghost Sect realm. Such a rapid transformation was almost unbelievable, even to him. Reflecting on the experiences of the past 2 months, Yisheng couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. However, there was no time to dwell on the past, as the federal examination was fast approaching. By his estimation, there were less than 5 days left. Missing this opportunity could lead to a lifetime of regret. Back to Ghost Mountain City, Yisheng exclaimed, rising abruptly. An ancient city mark, toned, appeared on his forehead. The mysterious yellow aura enveloped him, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from the valley. Ghost Mountain City stood tall and majestic, with towering buildings that exuded a modern vibe. At this moment, the area in front of the city lord's mansion was bustling with activity. Black cars continuously pulled up, and prominent figures of the city stepped out, their faces serious and hurried, clearly convening for an important discussion. Ghost Mountain City, home to millions, was surrounded by impressive city walls and filled with skyscrapers and expressways, showcasing its modernity. The city lord's mansion, the city's hub, was as busy as ever with officials carrying briefcases coming and going. However, today seemed different. Black cars repeatedly stopped in front of the mansion, and high-ranking elites of Ghost Mountain City were ushered in by staff, hinting at an extraordinary high-level meeting about to take place. Inside the city lord's mansion, in an upscale conference room, the long table was surrounded by the elite and influential figures of Guishan City. Before the arrival of the person seated at the head, they engaged in light-hearted conversations with one another. Attendants moved carefully among them, serving tea and water to these powerful figures whose decisions could shake Guishan City. Each of these dignitaries controlled vast networks of power, and the city's major decisions originated from this room. What's on the agenda today? Oldly, an elderly man in traditional Tang attire asked his white-haired colleague beside him. It's naturally about the upcoming federal examination, the white-haired elder replied with a smile. It's a matter of great importance for the entire federation. Indeed, the man in Tang attire sighed. Fengdu University accepts so few students, and opportunities only come once every 3 years. The other dignitaries joined the discussion, focusing on the federal examination. Someone inquired if the Zhao family had any promising young members, to which a middle-aged man from the Zhao family shook his head helplessly. Meanwhile, it was revealed that the Zhou family had a prodigy ready to shine. As the conversation heated up, the door to the conference room opened. A middle-aged man with a refined demeanor entered, wearing a gentle smile. City Lord, everyone stood and greeted him. This was none other than Lan Tingsu, the City Lord of Guishan City. He took his seat at the head of the table, glanced around, and began. Ladies and gentlemen, the federal examination is less than 5 days away. Its significance for the future of Guishan City cannot be overstated. Everyone nodded in agreement. They all understood that the federal examination was directly tied to Lan Tingsu's political achievements and the development of Guishan City. Each additional successful candidate meant more future connections and resources. If someone could enter the federal council, it would be a tremendous honor for the entire city. I've gathered you here today to get a sense of the situation, Lan Tingsu said with a smile. With only a few days left, there's no need to hide anything. Please report honestly on the true capabilities of your family members. Although Lan Tingsu was the city lord, he was not fully aware of the true potential of the city's young talents. The reasons were complex, but ultimately stemmed from the influence of the noble families. Most of the true prodigies hailed from these families. The world was inherently unfair, with noble families controlling the majority of societal resources. They could enable their young members to awaken and transition to new roles early, even altering fate to achieve a second transition. In contrast, ordinary people could only transition at 18, already starting at a significant disadvantage. Unless exceptionally gifted, young people from ordinary families stood little chance against them. Even if they were fortunate enough to awaken a powerful profession, they would likely fall under the control of these influential groups. Moreover, true prodigies were often hidden by noble families to prevent any harm from befalling them. The city of Guishan may appear calm and peaceful, but beneath the surface, the power struggles are fiercely brutal. Lan Tingsu surveyed the conference room, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the senior officials. On the outside, they were well-dressed and smiling, but everyone knew they were involved in unsavory dealings behind the scenes. To suppress their rivals, they were willing to do anything. Only 5 days remain until the major examination. Lan Tingsu broke the silence, his voice tinged with a hint of pleading. There's no point in holding back now. Let's hear from everyone so that I, as the city lord, can have some confidence in the upcoming Federation exam. After waiting for a moment and seeing no one respond, Lan Tingsu decided to call on someone directly. Let's start with the Shangguan family, he said, looking at the white-haired elder, Shangguan Wushang, seated to his left. Shangguan Wushang slowly opened his eyes, a slight smile playing on his lips. Since the city lord asks, I will be candid. Our Shangguan family has 2 prodigies participating in the exam this time. Who are they? Lan Tingsu inquired further. One is named Shangguan Ying, whose combat strength has just reached the 4-turn translimit level. Shangguan Wushang replied calmly. 4-turn translimit level? Lan Tingsu's eyes lit up. Impressive. And it sounds like she's a young lady. The Shangguan family truly produces outstanding talent. At that moment, a discordant voice abruptly interrupted. Old Shangguan, are you talking about that illegitimate child? This comment was like a heavy blow, instantly shattering the harmonious atmosphere in the conference room. Shangguan Wushang's expression turned extremely unpleasant. Old Su, it's not your place to speak here. Shangguan Wushang snorted coldly, casting a frosty glance at the elderly man surnamed Su. Old Su was unfazed and smiled indifferently. Why shouldn't I speak? That girl Shangguan Ying is quite famous. Despite her illegitimate status not being hidden away, she has risen through the ranks on her own merit. That's no small feat. Another senior member chimed in. Who would have thought someone so inconspicuous could reach such heights? The Shangguan family got lucky, gaining a Tier 4 transcendent without lifting a finger. My Qian family isn't so fortunate. Shangguan Wushang's face darkened. Shangguan Ying was the illegitimate daughter of his incompetent son, raised by a mistress. She was initially insignificant, but her extraordinary talent allowed her to excel independently. Now, she is a standout among the younger generation of the Shangguan family, making them a laughingstock. Despite the vast resources spent on nurturing legitimate heirs, none succeeded, while the neglected illegitimate one burst forth, reaching Tier 4 Transcendent. Tier 4 Transcendent is like the invincible realm of Tier 3, right? Lan Tingsu inquired. Shangguan Wushang nodded, barely reaching the Transcendent level. It's considered entry-level Transcendent. What about the other one? Lan Tingsu pressed on. Shangguan Wushang squinted. Shangguan Jianyun has reached high-level Transcendent, just one step away from the pinnacle. Pfft. So, he hasn't broken through yet? Old Su chuckled. What do you mean by just one step away? Shangguan Wushang snorted again, unable to retort. Although high-level Transcendent is just a step away from the pinnacle, that gap is significant. Lan Tingsu appeared somewhat disappointed. Haven't assembled a complete set of Tier 4 mythic equipment? Shangguan Wushang shook his head, speaking with pride. Our family has a deep foundation, so we can certainly gather a complete set. Then he sighed. But even with the full set, Shangguan Jianyun still can't reach the pinnacle, always falling short by a thread. That thread is like a chasm, impossible to cross. Is it that difficult? Lanting Su was a bit frustrated but understood. Reaching Tier 4 pinnacle isn't easy. He turned to Su Chang. Old Su, does your family have any pinnacle-level prodigies? Su Chang's smile faded, and he shook his head. No, we have only 2 transcendent levels. One mid-level and one high-level, slightly stronger than the Shangguan family. At this, Su Chang regained his smugness. Hearing this, Shangguan Wushang's face darkened even more, letting old Su gain the upper hand. Lansing Su continued to question other senior members, hoping for good news. Unfortunately, after a round of inquiries, his expression grew increasingly grim. In all the great families of Ghost Mountain City, not a single person could break the threshold to reach pinnacle level. Each family's strongest prodigies were only high-level transcendent, just like Shangguan Jianyun, all falling short by that same thread. In the conference room, everyone exchanged glances. Initially, they were nervous because their own families hadn't produced a pinnacle-level prodigy, but upon hearing that no other family had either, they felt somewhat relieved. However, the ensuing problem was that the performance of Ghost Mountain City might be worrisome. Lanting Su tapped the table in frustration. Gentlemen, without a pinnacle-level contender, we're at a huge disadvantage in the second round of the Grand Examinations melee. Shangguan Wushang, Su Chang, and the others remained silent. Lanting Su was right. Ghost Mountain City was in for big trouble. Gentlemen, without a pinnacle-level contender, Ghost Mountain City might be wiped out in the second round. None of your family's descendants would enter the third round. Lanting Su was getting anxious. Shangguan Wushang, Su Chang, and the others couldn't help but feel worried too. Finally, he was back. A streak of blood-red light pierced the night sky as a scarlet boat flew in from the distance, coming to a halt outside Ghost Mountain City. Sitting cross-legged on it was Yishang, his white robe billowing in the wind. He surveyed his surroundings, a trace of emotion flickering in his eyes. After a day of rushing, he had finally returned from the secret realm of Yin City. Looking down at the blood cloud shuttle beneath him, Yishang couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. This treasure, acquired from the ghost market, might not be as grand as the Ghost Dragon Great Catastrophe, but it was over 10 times faster. At full speed, it could reach 5,000 kilometers per hour, turning the surrounding scenery into mere blurs. As he reached the city gates, Yishang put away the blood cloud shuttle, gazing at the city that had raised him with mixed feelings. When he had left last, he was just a fledgling cultivator. Now, he had become a formidable fourth-turn ghost sect practitioner. The drastic change was indeed nostalgic. He took a deep breath and stepped inside the city. Night had fallen, and neon lights flickered. The modern metropolis unfolded its unique splendor under the night sky. In front of a high-end club, Lu Shushan and his family of 3 emerged, laughter in the air. Lu Shushan was beaming with pride, while his wife gently patted his shoulder, reminding him to maintain his composure. Their son, Lu Ming, with his arm around his girlfriend, was spiritedly discussing the upcoming Federation exams. Standing a short distance away, Yisheng quietly observed the scene. 2 hours earlier, he had returned to his former home, only to find it deserted. Upon inquiry, he learned that the Lu family had moved away, changing all their contact information. In that moment, he realized the truth. A private detective approached, eager to claim credit, and Yisheng calmly settled the final payment. Watching the Lu family's joyful togetherness, he sighed softly and thought, if they wish not to be disturbed, then so be it. We shall each go our separate ways in peace. A few drunken thugs passed by, speaking rudely to Yisheng. He simply uttered a cold leave, and the temperature around them plummeted. The thugs sobered up in fright and actually rolled away on the ground. This scene drew curious glances from passers-by and caught the attention of the Lu family, but all they saw were the rolling drunks, not Yisheng. Yisheng had already quietly slipped away, merging into the crowd. His connection with the Lu family seemed to have ended at that moment. He didn't notice that in the shadows, another pair of eyes was silently watching everything unfold. After Yisheng left, he remained unaware that someone else was observing him from the darkness. The boy has reached the 4th transformation? In the darkness, 2 figures dressed in black watched as Yisheng walked away. One of them, surprised, said, "Master, how did the young master manage that?" The other figure also appeared puzzled. As they spoke, it was as if they were in a different dimension. Passers-by walked past them, unaware and even passing through their bodies. Manipulating space is something only high-level cultivators can do. The burly man in black scratched his head in thought. Could it be that he's awakened the Yi family's bloodline treasure body? He quickly shook his head, dismissing the idea. Impossible. I didn't feel any sign of bloodline awakening from Xiaosheng. His treasure body is still dormant. The servant nodded in agreement. If the young master had awakened the bloodline treasure body, stepping into the 5th transformation Ghost King realm would be effortless, let alone the mere 4th transformation Ghost Sect realm. Haha, exactly. When the Yi family's treasure body awakens, it's innately at the 5th transformation Ghost King realm, incredibly powerful. The burly man in black laughed, quite proud. The servant reminded him, Master, we should leave. Staying too long might draw attention and could endanger the young master's life. Yes, yes, Xiao Sheng's safety is paramount. The burly man nodded repeatedly. By the way, what did Lu Shushin say? The servant sneered. That old man is very pragmatic. I gave him some benefits, and he agreed without hesitation to sever ties with the young master. Such short-sighted people. The burly man's eyes flashed with coldness. But it's for the best to distance from the Lu family. They're unpredictable, especially Lu Ming, who will eventually cause trouble. Better not to drag Xiao Sheng into it. As they spoke, their figures gradually blurred. Before disappearing, the burly man in black said calmly, as for the Bai family, let them disappear tonight. Leave no traces. How dare they touch a member of the Yi family? Yes, master. It's a simple task, the servant replied. Anyone overhearing this conversation would be utterly shocked. The Bai family, after all, was guarded by a ghost king realm ancestor. Yet in their words, they were as insignificant as ants, easily crushed. In Ghost Mountain City, within a high-end villa district, in front of a brightly lit luxury villa, an elderly butler and his granddaughter waited for the owner to return. Grandpa, I heard the master is quite young, the tall, innocent-looking girl asked curiously. The butler nodded. The master is indeed very young, not much older than you. He's so young and already owns such a large villa? The girl exclaimed in shock. The butler smiled wryly. If it weren't for the master, I might not even be able to afford your tuition fees. We must remember to be grateful. After a moment, a young man in a white robe approached, exuding a gentle and refined aura. Master, you're back. The butler greeted him with a slight bow. The newcomer was Yi Sheng, who nodded and smiled. Old Qi, thank you for your hard work. If it weren't for you, Xiao Ran and I would still be homeless. Thank you for taking us in. Old Qi expressed his gratitude. Yi Sheng smiled. Old Qi, you're a 3-star butler. Others would be lucky to have you, but I'm the one who benefits. Half an hour later, after settling Old Qi, Yi Sheng entered the underground training room. Watching Yi Sheng's retreating figure, Qi Xiaoran felt a bit reluctant. However, Old Qi sternly warned, no matter what happens, you must not disturb the master. It's the principle and bottom line for us staying here. Do you understand? I understand, Grandpa. Qi Xiaoran stuck out her tongue, feeling as if her thoughts had been seen through. In the underground training room of the villa, Yi Sheng sat cross-legged, frowning as he contemplated his cultivation progress. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and focused his mind. After advancing to the 4th stage of the ghost sect realm, his cultivation felt like a tangled mess, even to him. This chaotic state was unacceptable, and he needed to resolve it before the upcoming federal exams. With a gentle wave of his hand, a flash of light appeared, and an ancient-looking journal materialized in his palm. The journal was made from a special material that could withstand the passage of time. Yi Sheng's eyes reflected a hint of appreciation. This was the hard-earned wisdom of a 5th-stage expert, specifically written to address the 4th-stage challenges. Yi Sheng had paid a hefty price in the federal marketplace for this valuable knowledge, but he had no other choice. Without a mentor to guide him, he desperately needed such a reference. Carefully, Yi Sheng opened the journal and read the first line. Each stage must have a solid foundation to strive for the ultimate combat power. This sentence made him ponder deeply. Reflecting on his cultivation journey, he realized that he had indeed progressed too quickly, inevitably overlooking some aspects. I must get into Fengdu University, Yi Sheng murmured to himself. There, he could find mentors at the 7th stage Ghost Emperor level who could help him perfect every detail and prevent falling behind other prodigies. Taking a deep breath, Yi Sheng continued to study the journal. After reaching the 4th stage at level 100, there were 4 sublevels: perfect stage, overlimit level, giant level, and peak level. The difference in combat power between each level was immense. Yi Sheng furrowed his brow, wondering which level he was truly at. Was he at the overlimit level or the giant level? Eager to find a way to assess his level, he soon found the answer in the Jurnala high-level breathing technique. Though seemingly simple, this breathing technique could accurately evaluate combat power. Delighted, Yi Sheng immediately began to learn it. Thanks to the increased comprehension that came with reaching the 4th stage, he mastered this advanced breathing technique in just 10 minutes. Exhaling a deep breath, Yi Sheng didn't dwell further and continued to carefully read through the journal. Glow of radiance? Yi Sheng pondered as he recited the breathing technique. According to its principles, once the breathing method is activated, the energy within will be mobilized, creating a resonance. At that point, a glow of varying colors will emanate from the body, depending on the intensity of the energy. A flicker of excitement flashed in Yi Sheng's eyes. Eagerly, he sat cross-legged, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. He began to circulate his energy throughout his body, following the breathing technique described in the manual. As his breathing rhythm quickened, two streams of white air burst from his nostrils, resembling two winding white dragons. In the underground training room, the roar of energy resonance grew louder. Yisheng felt the power within him surging wildly, as if on the brink of breaking through some barrier. Suddenly, a faint blue radiance emerged from his body, an indication of the initial stage of surpassing limits. But this was not nearly enough. With a thought, Yisheng's Hunyuan mysterious fire armor enveloped him, joining the energy resonance. The terrifying energy contained within the high-grade equipment exploded instantly, turning the glow from light blue to deep blue, edging towards the giant-level gold. However, just as he was about to break through, Yisheng sensed an invisible barrier. The tantalizingly close yet elusive feeling was excruciating. He knew that the armor alone was insufficient to reach the fourth transformation giant level. Vajra demon-slaying sword, Yisheng murmured, as a small golden sword appeared at the center of his brow. With the support of this destructive level skill, the intensity of the energy resonance soared once more. The invisible barrier gradually became clearer before Yisheng's eyes, and he stepped forward without hesitation. In the next moment, the blue radiance on Yisheng's body faded away, replaced by a brilliant golden sun. In the training room, Yisheng's breath was like a dragon, causing the energy within him to roar and resonate. A golden radiance instantly enveloped Yisheng, akin to a brilliant sun rising. Feeling the surging power within, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. I finally reached the Titan level. However, his laughter was abruptly interrupted as he noticed something unusual around him. The solid alloy concrete walls trembled slightly under his pressure, causing a tremor throughout the entire district. He quickly reined in his aura, though the breathing technique kept his body shrouded in golden light. Yisheng examined himself closely, noting that the radiance was a faint gold, indicating he had just stepped into the initial stage of the Titan level. He wasn't surprised, as his destruction level skills remained at LV3. He calculated that if he could elevate the Vajra demon-slaying sword to LV4, his combat power would surge, giving him a chance to reach mid-level or even high-level Titan status. Thinking of the legendary pinnacle level, Yisheng couldn't help but ponder. At that tier, even raising the Vajra demon-slaying sword to LV4 might not suffice. However, the Heaven and Earth technique might hold promise, as it could increase attack power by 30,000 even at LV1. If it reached LV4, achieving the pinnacle level shouldn't be difficult. Yisheng stopped the breathing technique, and the golden light began to fade. He realized this breathing method was quite profound, capable of boosting his combat power during a fight. But the immediate priority was to raise his skill levels in preparation for the upcoming federal exam. Yisheng's expression turned serious. With a population of billions in the Nanming province, it was bound to be a competitive arena. An initial stage Titan might not stand out in the exam. Reaching at least the high-level Titan status, or ideally the pinnacle level, was necessary. However, upgrading skills required a significant amount of proficiency, and time was running short. What should he do? Suddenly, an idea struck Yisheng: Nightmare Ghost Realm. He quickly accessed the skill panel, carefully examining its features. The Ghost Realm could be constructed with a single thought, boosting attack power by 40,000, and had the ability to project things he had encountered. An idea sparked in Yisheng's mind. Perhaps he could project a multitude of ghostly creatures in the Ghost Realm, and by defeating them, he could gain proficiency. With this plan in mind, Yisheng wasted no time and immediately activated the Nightmare Ghost Realm. Rumbling echoed as the space quaked. The Nightmare Ghost Realm was completed, hovering like a small city in the dimensional space. Yisheng's consciousness solidified into a figure in a white robe, surveying this newborn world. All around was a gray haze, with violent storms surging through space rifts, the ground cracking to reveal scorching lava, creating an extremely harsh environment. Yisheng was amazed by his ability to construct an independent space, yet he frowned at its fragility. Closing his eyes to sense the surroundings, he detected a powerful amplification effect, a testament to the enhanced attack power within the Ghost Realm. Focusing his mind, he used his thought projection to summon the image of the fourth-tier Een soldiers from the Een City secret realm. In an instant, hundreds of battered, armor-clad soldiers appeared in the Ghost Realm, identical to those in his memory. Delighted, Yisheng noticed that their combat strength was only half of the original, but still quite impressive. He swung his sword to test, and with a flash of golden light, the Een soldiers were obliterated. Checking his skill panel, he confirmed a slight increase in proficiency. Yisheng's eyes lit up. As long as there was progress, it proved the method was viable. He excitedly speculated that if he could elevate the Vajra demon-slaying sword to LV4, he could advance to a higher-tier powerhouse, gaining an advantage in the Federation's grand examination. For the next 3 days, Yisheng secluded himself in intense training, only appearing briefly to ask Mr. Qi for help with registration. In the training room, he continuously projected thousands of Een soldiers into the Ghost Realm, repeatedly using skills to increase his proficiency. Though monotonous, Yisheng was driven by the desire to break through as soon as possible. However, after 3 days, Yisheng had to admit that improving his skills was far more challenging than anticipated. He decisively adjusted his strategy, focusing on the Vajra demon-slaying sword and the heaven and earth law skills. He was convinced that reaching LV4 with the Vajra demon-slaying sword would promote him to a high-tier powerhouse, while the potential of the heaven and earth law was limitless. However, the Fatian Xiangdi ability has a cooldown period, preventing continuous skill proficiency grinding. Fortunately, once it's activated, it lasts for an hour. Every day, Yisheng meticulously plans his schedule, spending an hour in the Fatian Xiangdi form for combat, then switching to practice the Vajra demon subduing sword. This cycle allows both skills to steadily improve. Immersed in his training routine, he is suddenly interrupted by the doorbell of the training room. "Master, the federal exam is approaching. It's time to leave," came the voice of the butler, Qi Lao, bringing Yisheng back to reality. Yisheng opened his eyes, returning from the nightmare ghost realm to his own body. He sighed softly, "So soon?" Then stood up, and as his white robe fluttered, the door swung open with a bang. Outside, Qi Lao and the recently returned Qi Xiaoyu were waiting. Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with admiration, and Yisheng responded with a gentle smile. Dinner was exceptionally lavish, the skill of a five-star chef whetting Yisheng's appetite. After the meal, he enjoyed a comfortable hot bath and then slept soundly. The next morning, Yisheng emerged from the villa, full of energy. "Master, I wish you great success." Qi Lao watched as Yisheng departed. "Brother Yi, I'll be cheering for you on TV," Qi Xiaoyu shouted excitedly. The federal exam is broadcast live in its entirety. This triennial event always attracts a huge audience, leaving the streets deserted. Bars and tea houses do brisk business, filled with people eager to watch this rare spectacle together. The air and spaceport of Guishan City was bustling with countless steel warships docked there. Today, the port was abuzz with activity as over 90,000 candidates gathered, preparing to board the warships arranged by Guishan City to head to the Nanning province for their exams. The parents who came to see them off packed the port to the brim. The city guards were out in full force, maintaining order. Yisheng walked alone through the crowd, feeling somewhat out of place. As he glanced around, he wondered if the Liu family and his high school classmates had also arrived. "Young man, are you here for the Federation exams too?" a friendly middle-aged city guard asked with a smile. Yisheng nodded in affirmation and inquired about the departure time. The guard explained that they would have to wait for the city lord to speak before setting off. Half an hour later, the candidates had gradually assembled. City Lord Lan Tingsu and several high-ranking officials ascended a platform. Yisheng keenly noticed that their expressions were not favorable, as if something was on their minds. Lan Tingsu quickly composed himself and delivered a rousing speech to motivate the candidates present. At the end of his speech, he waved his hand and shouted, "All candidates, board the ships. May you succeed and bring honor to your hometown." The candidates responded in unison and began boarding the warships in an orderly fashion. Yisheng bid farewell to the city guard and joined the flow of people. 10 minutes later, dozens of massive steel warships rose into the sky. They shimmered with light, disappearing one after another as they engaged in space jumps. A day later, the warships entered a realm of dark nothingness. Yisheng sat by the window, next to a boy with black-rimmed glasses who bore a striking resemblance to Conan. "Brother Yi, we've arrived," the boy said, munching on an ice pop. Su Xingqian adjusted his black-framed glasses, shrugged while quickly sucking on a popsicle and said, "I can't do without this when I'm nervous." Yisheng was taken aback, frowning slightly. In all his years, it was the first time he'd heard of someone eating popsicles to calm their nerves. Instinctively, he glanced out the window and saw nothing but darkness. "Where are we?" he asked. Su Xingqian took a bite of his popsicle, looking somewhat proud. "This is the Dark Star Domain, a void of nothingness. Our exam location is here, known as Bloodfiend City. Didn't you look into it before coming?" Yisheng shook his head, admitting frankly, "I focused all my energy on upgrading my destruction-level skills." "You've got some nerve," Su Xingqian said, speechless. Even the most carefree exam candidates would typically learn about the location in advance. Yisheng's confidence was truly surprising. "Bloodfiend City?" Yisheng inquired further. Adjusting his glasses again, Su Xingqian spoke with an air of mystery. "It's a strange city, floating in the Dark Star Domain, shrouded in a heavy blood-red glow. By day, it's a ruin, but at night—" He paused deliberately, and when Yisheng didn't respond, he continued reluctantly, "The whole city comes to life." "Comes to life? What do you mean?" Yisheng frowned. Su Xingqian chuckled, pulling out another popsicle, and said while eating, "At night, Bloodfiend City lights up with neon, skyscrapers and streets transform, cars fill the roads, subways and buses operate as usual, and people are everywhere. But these people, well, these figures aren't people at all," Su Xingqian remarked. "These people are all ghosts. They once lived in the city of Shuesha. After the entire city was destroyed, everyone here died." Upon hearing this, Yisheng couldn't help but gasp. Su Xingqian continued to explain. These souls are influenced by some mysterious rule. Every night, they reappear, reenacting scenes from their past lives, as if the entire city has been reborn. Yisheng frowned and asked, "Isn't that incredibly strange?" Su Xingqian nodded and added, "If this world weren't accustomed to the presence of vengeful spirits, most people would find it hard to understand and might even be scared out of their wits." As they were speaking, a sudden commotion erupted inside the ship's cabin. Everyone rushed to the windows, and Yisheng turned to look, his pupils contracting sharply. In the distance, countless steel battleships were lined up densely, resembling a swarm of bees. Among them were massive super battleships, as large as floating cities, stretching across the dark starry sky, making the Ghost Mountain City's ships look insignificant by comparison. Yisheng pondered silently, wondering what level of city could possess such a formidable fleet. "How many candidates must there be?" someone exclaimed. Su Xingqian chuckled. "According to statistics, just in our Naming province alone, over 10 million candidates have registered." Yisheng's expression turned serious at this statement. This number meant the competition was far fiercer than he had imagined. 10 million candidates from one province, with only a few thousand being admitted, resulting in an elimination rate of 99.9. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. Su Xingqian seemed to read Yisheng's thoughts and asked with a smile, "Feeling scared?" Yisheng noticed that he was sucking on his popsicle more vigorously, clearly indicating his own anxiety. Suddenly, Su Xingqian's demeanor changed dramatically, exclaiming, "I will definitely get in." As he finished speaking, an unusually strong aura erupted from him, momentarily transforming his small frame into something extraordinary. However, this aura faded as quickly as it appeared. Su Xingqian soon slumped back into his seat, rapidly sucking on his popsicle, muttering to himself, "Why can't I control myself?" Yisheng squinted at Su Xingqian, thoughtfully observing him. "That is Shuisha City." Su Xingqian pointed out the window. Following his direction, Yisheng saw a city shrouded in dense blood-red light floating in the depths of the dark starry sky. "It seems indistinct. The exam will take place there," Su Xingqian said, tossing away his finished popsicle and checking the time. "It starts in 5 hours. He leaned back, seemingly more relaxed, and joked, "Here's some bad news for you. Our Ghost Mountain City might be in trouble this time." Yisheng turned to look at him, realizing that this young man was no ordinary person. He knew a lot of insider information. Su Xingqian glanced around and lowered his voice. "I'm only telling you this. Our Ghost Mountain City lacks top-tier combat strength this time. The city lord, Lan Tingsu, and the top officials don't have high hopes for this exam. Especially in the second round of the melee, it'll mostly come down to luck. If luck isn't on our side, Ghost Mountain City could be wiped out." "Top-tier combat strength?" Yisheng frowned. "That means having a 4-turn powerhouse." Su Xingqian leaned back in his chair, sighing, "Why is my luck so bad? In previous years, Ghost Mountain City had strong contenders at this level, but now that it's my turn, it's like hell difficulty." He continued to complain. "In the second round of melee, cities will form alliances. Without top-tier combat strength, we're at a huge disadvantage. If we come up against a city with a 4-turn powerhouse, even dozens of super limit levels won't be able to hold them off." Yisheng pondered. The city lord's office hadn't disclosed this information, likely to avoid causing a drop in morale. After that, the two fell silent, and the entire cabin became quiet. As the federal exam approached, everyone felt the immense pressure. 5 hours flew by. The doors of the steel battleships opened, and countless candidates flew out, hovering densely in the weightless dark starry sky. It was a breathtaking sight, with millions of candidates suspended, stretching beyond the eye's reach. Simultaneously, a figure emerged from Shueisha City. It was an unremarkable, hunched old man, but upon appearing, he took a step, and space seemed to fold around him, instantly placing him in the sky above. "Bow to the sage." A powerful figure bowed in respect. Under the starry sky, Su Xingqian and Yisheng stood together, their breaths quickening with excitement as they saw the elderly figure before them. "A ghost sage!" Su exclaimed. "An 8th-rank ghost sage from Fengdu University." Yisheng was taken aback by Su's words and looked up. The old man exuded an aura that was unfathomable, and just standing there, he seemed as imposing as a towering mountain. The surrounding candidates began to murmur amongst themselves, with someone explaining, "Every examination is overseen by a sage to prevent any fatalities. If a candidate is on the brink of death, the sage will teleport them out of the blood fiend market, which counts as elimination." As the time drew near, the old man's figure grew increasingly indistinct, as if he were standing between dimensions. He nodded slightly, and an immense sea of blood appeared behind him, blocking out the sky. A colossal, vertical eye of reincarnation slowly opened within it, and with just a blink, it sent shivers through the souls of the thousands of candidates present. With a thunderous roar, an unimaginable force enveloped the entire area. Yisheng tried to break free, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. In awe, he thought, is this the power of an 8th-rank ghost sage? Su Xingqian, visibly excited, reminded him, it's about to begin. We will be randomly teleported into the blood fiend market. Brother Yi, see you if fate allows. Before he could finish speaking, Yishang felt his body being lifted uncontrollably into the air. In the next moment, a breathtaking scene unfolded. Thousands of candidates were lifted into the sky simultaneously by the sage's power, flying towards the blood fiend market. The distant onlookers were astounded, marveling at the sheer magnitude of the feat. To elevate thousands with a single force, truly the mark of a ghost sage. With a thunderous boom, the awe-inspiring sight unfolded. Thousands of candidates, under the sage's power, were all lifted simultaneously, soaring towards the blood fiend market. As the federal exams in the Naming province began, live broadcasts kicked off simultaneously. The entire Naming province was swept up in a frenzy. Streets were deserted as people either took leave to stay home or gathered in bars and tea houses, all eyes glued to this triennial spectacle. Even those who remained at work were distracted, and company bosses generously declared a holiday, much to the employees' delight. In the bars, young people clustered in small groups, tables laden with beer. Under dim lights, makeshift TVs flickered with live exam coverage. A wealthy young heir, flanked by companions, boasted about his brother's inevitable triumph, drawing cheers of agreement. In the tea houses, elderly patrons sipped tea and engaged in animated discussions. Some lamented the scarcity of top scorers in the province, while others speculated about local acceptance rates. As the broadcast started, everyone held their breath, eyes glued to the screens. At the Liu family villa, relatives gathered to cheer on Liu Ming. Aunts and uncles vied to praise Liu Shushan's parenting, hoping this prodigy would bring glory to the family. Millions of candidates soared into the sky, heading towards the city of blood and slaughter. At that moment, the entire Naming province was abuzz, everyone aware that this grand event held every 3 years had finally commenced. Inside the Liu family villa, the relatives were relentless in their flattery, each trying to outdo the other in their praise, determined not to be overshadowed. If Liu Ming gets accepted into Fengdu University, the Liu family will have an extraordinary figure in their midst. Should he one day become the governor of a city, the entire Liu family would immediately rise to prominence. Liu Shushan was beaming with joy, laughing heartily. He had never felt such exhilaration. Friends and relatives showered him with compliments, expressing their hopes for Liu Ming's bright future. Suddenly, Liu Ming's uncle shouted, "It's starting." The living room fell silent as Liu Shushan focused intently on the giant TV screen he had purchased just for the occasion. The screen displayed the grand spectacle of the Federation exam, with countless candidates soaring towards Fa City. Liu's mother anxiously scanned the crowd for her son's figure, while the uncle and aunt explained the rules of the live broadcast. Liu Shushan scoffed at the absence of Yishang, unwilling to discuss it further. Meanwhile, in the governor's mansion of Ghost Mountain City, dignitaries from all sides gathered. Lan Tingsu and others wore serious expressions as they discussed the implications of the exam. Shangguan Wushang and Su Chong were at odds, each strategizing for their own family members. Lan Tingsu intervened to mediate, redirecting everyone's attention back to the live broadcast. In Shueisha City, in a dark and damp basement, more than 10 figures suddenly appeared. Yishang was the first to regain consciousness, cautiously surveying his surroundings. He was taken aback when he recognized familiar faces. Just moments earlier, he had been shouting his goodbyes to Yishang, saying they would meet again if fate allowed. Surprisingly, they met again in just a few seconds. It was indeed a bit too quick, making things awkward. Yishang glanced up and noticed that Su Xingqian was sitting diagonally across from him, and their eyes met unexpectedly. He shook his head inwardly, realizing that although it was a random transmission, it wasn't too unlikely for candidates from the same city to be grouped together. Looking around, he recognized over a dozen familiar faces from Ghost City. Just as Yishang was about to look away, a familiar figure caught his eye, causing him to momentarily hold his breath. In the corner stood a woman with snow-white skin and cascading black hair, her cool demeanor unchanged. As Yishang's gaze lingered, Shangguan Ying also glanced over coldly, and their eyes met. Shangguan Ying. Yishang? The coldness in Shangguan Ying's eyes slightly melted as she recognized her high school classmate. Despite having exchanged fewer than 10 words in total over the past 3 years, there was still a faint sense of familiarity. After a brief silence, Shangguan Ying's eyes softened with a hint of surprise as she asked, "You're taking the Federation exam too?" If Yishang knew what she was thinking, he would probably only be able to smile wryly. His life experiences across 2 lifetimes were indeed beyond what an ordinary teenager could compare to. Yishang nodded, smiled briefly, and said nothing. The sudden appearance of Shangguan Ying added a subtle tension to the atmosphere in the basement. Su Xingqian, curious like a child, leaned in, his gaze darting between Yishang and Shangguan Ying. Yishang softly explained, "We were classmates." Upon seeing Su Xingqian, Shang Guanying's expression turned icy, and she let out a cold snort before introducing him to Yisheng. He is the heir of the Su family, quite a distinguished status. Yisheng raised his eyebrows in surprise. He had long suspected Su Xingqian was not ordinary, but he hadn't expected such a significant background. The Su family was a top-tier powerhouse in Ghost Mountain City, capable of influencing the entire city's development with just a word. At this point, others recognized Shang Guanying, their faces lighting up with delight. Someone whispered, "We're lucky to encounter a super-limit expert." Shang Guanying was quite famous in Ghost Mountain City, admired by many as an idol. Shang Guanying glanced around and said coldly, "Here, I'm not the strongest." Her gaze fell on Su Xingqian. The crowd was stunned and began scrutinizing the skinny boy with black-framed glasses. Without hesitation, Shang Guanying revealed, "I'm just an entry-level superlimit, but he is high-level superlimit, only a step away from being a giant." The room filled with a collective gasp. Su Xingqian, however, seemed unfazed, leisurely sucking on an ice pop. He had been secretly nurtured by the Su family, his prowess largely unknown. Shang Guanying surveyed the group and said sternly, "I'm sure you're all aware of the rules for the first round. We need to set a rule. Whoever becomes the hunter must leave here and not return until dawn." Any objections? Everyone agreed. Shang Guanying nodded and then closed her eyes to rest. The others also took the opportunity to relax, preparing for the night ahead. Su Xingqian patted Yisheng on the shoulder, grinning, "Don't worry. With me here, you'll get through the first round unscathed." Yisheng glanced at him and then silently closed his eyes. His consciousness had already entered the nightmare ghost realm, manifesting a figure to continue honing his destruction-level skills. With the pressure of countless examinees, Yisheng felt a sense of urgency. No one knew how many extraordinary talents were hidden among these candidates. As night fell, the icy storm that had engulfed the city of Shueisha during the day finally subsided, leaving behind a desolate silence over the ruins. An eerie aura swept over the battered city like a tide. In the basement, the light gradually dimmed, and everyone instinctively opened their eyes, tension thick in the air. They all knew that with the arrival of night, the hunters could appear at random, and no one knew who might be chosen. Yisheng withdrew his consciousness from the nightmare ghost realm, calmly surveying the others in the room. Beside him, Su Xingqian leisurely sucked on an ice pop, the slurping sound jarringly loud in the quiet. As a high-level transcender, he seemed at ease. Meanwhile, Shang Guanying remained with her eyes closed, equally composed. When the last sliver of light disappeared, the room plunged into pitch-black darkness. However, this did not affect them, as they all possessed night vision. Suddenly, a young man emitted a sinister, blood-red glow, piercing the darkness and drawing everyone's attention. "Hunter," someone whispered. Shang Guanying furrowed her brows slightly, opened her eyes, and looked at the young man. "As per the rules, you must leave." The young man looked grim, but nodded reluctantly. Before leaving, he glanced around at everyone and then vanished out the door in a flash. The others breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have avoided being chosen. However, someone quickly pointed out the white glow on their bodies, a mark that would not extinguish all night, making them easily detectable by the hunters. "Brothers, hiding won't get you through the first round," one person sneered. "But with these two here, we're likely safe," he said, glancing at Shang Guanying and Su Xingqian, his words filled with reliance. Seeing that he was not chosen, Yisheng closed his eyes again, diving back into the nightmare ghost realm to continue enhancing his destruction-level skills. The night passed without further incident. At dawn, the young man returned alive, though covered in blood and wounds. He collapsed unconscious upon entering, and the others merely glanced at him without much concern. During the day, Shueisha City was engulfed by a molten storm, with fiery rain pouring down and lava dripping everywhere, keeping everyone indoors. They used the time to recuperate and prepare for the next night. Yisheng seized the opportunity to level up his skills. Time flew by, and as the second night descended, the tense atmosphere in the basement rose once more. The injured young man, in particular, looked pale and clenched his fists tightly, terrified of being chosen again. In his current condition, becoming a hunter would surely mean death. Shang Guanying glanced over the crowd and said, "The chance of being chosen as a hunter last night was only 10, but tonight it will be much higher." The crowd reacted with mixed emotions upon hearing this. Some felt secretly relieved, while others were anxious. The basement fell into a dead silence, so quiet that even the sound of breathing seemed audible. Suddenly, a crimson glow appeared in the darkness, and everyone's eyes shot towards the source like arrows. It was Yisheng, whose body emitted a chilling, blood-red light, carrying a strong scent of blood. A hint of worry flashed in Shang Guanying's beautiful eyes. She bit her lip and said, "Yisheng, I'll go out with you tonight." Her unusual offer surprised Yisheng for a moment, but he quickly shook his head with a smile, politely declining, "Thank you for the offer, but I can manage on my own." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xingqian chuckled and said, "Yisheng, your luck isn't so great, huh?" Yet before his smile could fade, his own body began to emit a scarlet glow. Shang Guaning sighed with relief at the sight and glanced at Su Xingqian, saying, "With him accompanying you tonight, you'll be perfectly safe." Su Xingqian rubbed his nose, somewhat disgruntled, and popped an ice pop into his mouth. But soon his curiosity returned, and he grinned, saying, "This isn't so bad. It's a good chance to see what the night in Blood Fiend City is like. They say it's quite a sight." As he spoke, a smile reappeared on his face, intrigued by the allure of Blood Fiend City's night. The city of Shueisha at night seemed to come alive, no longer resembling a wasteland. Skyscrapers stood tall, neon lights flickered throughout the city, and the roads were bustling with traffic. Amidst the city's hustle and bustle, Yishang and Su Xingqian sat leisurely in a subway car. Under the harsh white lights, a few ghostly blue figures were scattered around, invisible yet present, clearly not human. Su Xingqian was playfully trying to trade an ice pop for a bag of chips held by a ghostly little boy. The boy innocently refused and hid beside a woman in a blood-red dress. The woman glared menacingly at Su Xingqian, but her gaze didn't faze this high-level transcendent at all. Half an hour later, the two stood atop a 100-story building, looking down at Shueisha City. Su Xingqian sat on the edge, swinging his legs and marveling at the vibrancy of this ghost town. In the distance, the glass of a skyscraper suddenly shattered, and a dozen figures of white light burst out, chased by over 20 blood-hued hunters. Su Xingqian was eager to join the fray, but Yishang declined. "Aren't you worried? If we wait any longer, it'll be daylight." Su Xingqian asked Yishang in confusion. "Don't forget, we're hunters too. If we don't earn enough points before dawn, we'll be kicked out." Yet Yishang remained calm, leaving Su Xingqian puzzled. He secretly resolved that if Yishang couldn't complete the task, he would incapacitate a few targets to let Yishang finish them off. In the distance, the figures of white light eventually met their fate, eliminated by the blood-hued hunters' assault. A beam of blood light transported them out of Shueisha City, likely saved by the intervention of a sage. It seemed that a sage had stepped in to spare their lives. More than 20 bloodthirsty hunters chuckled ominously, their blades still dripping with fresh blood. One of the hunters looked up at the rooftop of the skyscraper with a wicked grin, his sharp gaze locking onto Yishang and Su Xingqian. He raised his long knife and made a slicing motion across his throat, a silent threat that sent chills down the spine. Su Xingqian's eyes flashed with a hint of malice, a deadly intent hidden beneath his gentle exterior. He was about to rise, ready to personally teach these reckless hunters a lesson. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. In the distance, an arrow pierced through a skyscraper, causing it to collapse with a crash as if struck by an airplane. Chaos spread instantly. Next, the night sky erupted with dazzling golden light, a massive presence sweeping across the entire area. The golden glow was like a blazing sun, illuminating half the sky. Not good. A Tier 4 powerhouse has made a move. Su Xingqian's face changed drastically, his eyes narrowing. The golden light that filled the sky was the hallmark of a Tier 4 powerhouse using their breathing technique, a level of strength capable of toppling buildings with a single strike. From the collapsed skyscraper came a roar, and a towering figure soared into the sky, surrounded by a faint golden glow as well. It was clearly another Tier 4 powerhouse, now turned prey. Su Xingqian's breathing quickened. Even as a high-ranking transcendent, he was unsettled, his gaze fixed intently on the distant darkness. Su Xingqian, though a high-level transcendent, is merely a step away from reaching the pinnacle of the fourth turn titan. Yet this single step is like an insurmountable chasm, creating an unimaginable gap in power between him and the fourth turn titans. In the night sky, a towering figure hovered, surrounded by a faint golden glow with a layer of white light covering his body. This fourth turn titan-level warrior was filled with rage, his breath rumbling like thunder. Moments earlier, while resting in a skyscraper, a fiery arrow had pierced through, splitting the building in half and nearly incinerating him. If not for his quick reflexes, he might have perished. "Who is it?" the towering figure roared, scanning the distant night sky. There, golden light shimmered, indicating the presence of another fourth turn titan-level warrior. In no time, a golden sun approached from afar. It was a young woman wielding a fiery longbow, her body emanating a blood-red aura, a hunter by nature. Her expression was indifferent, daring to treat a peer as prey. "You've got some nerve," the towering figure growled, his face dark with anger. To him, this woman with the fiery longbow was recklessly insane. Fourth turn titans typically waited until the second round of chaos to engage, as early combat would severely impact future scenarios. On the nearby streets, many cultivators scrambled to escape, fearing the aftermath of the confrontation. The collapse of the skyscraper sent dust swirling, causing chaos among the spirits on the street. Moments later, piercing sirens wailed, as countless police cars surrounded the area. This is madness. Fourth turn titans clashing in the first round? Su Xingqian watched the night sky, hastening his consumption of an ice pop. Beside him, Yishang's eyes narrowed, his expression grave. Both figures were initial stage titans, and reaching such a level was no easy feat. Yishang pondered silently. With his third turn ghost general level skills, he had become an initial stage fourth turn titan. If he upgraded his skills to fourth turn ghost sect level LV4, advancing to a high level titan would be effortless. All he needed was time. The commotion stirred nearby areas. Atop a distant building, a group, including Shangguaning, darted out, looking towards the night sky with a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. It's titans fighting, someone whispered in shock. How is this possible? It's only the first round. Shangguaning furrowed her brows, gazing at the two golden suns in the distance. As an initial stage transcendent, she was acutely aware of the immense power of fourth turn titans and knew that their battles could have far-reaching impacts. Look, they're engaging, someone suddenly pointed to the distant sky. The two golden suns, after a brief standoff, had indeed begun to battle. A fiery red arrow shot out first, instantly slicing through a skyscraper like a hot knife through butter. A golden blade of light cleaved through the air, fiercely clashing with the fiery arrow in the night sky. The distant city was thrown into chaos, the ground trembling and dust rising all around. A towering figure roared continuously, unleashing a series of golden slashes. His breath resonated like thunder, and the golden aura around him grew ever more radiant. This breathing technique allowed energy to flow more smoothly, significantly enhancing his combat power. The woman with the fiery longbow remained indifferent, her bow releasing precise arrows one after another. She was as cold and ruthless as a machine of destruction, each arrow striking with ferocity, determined to bring her opponent down. As the two titans clashed, the shockwaves swept across the surroundings. At the top of a building, Su Xingqian and Yishang stood watching the battle unfold. Su Xingqian was dumbfounded, acutely aware of the vast gulf between himself and the titans. Yishang's eyes gleamed brightly, and suddenly, he moved, flying through the air toward the battle. Su Xingqian was alarmed, urgently calling out to stop him. Yishang, what are you doing? You can't go over there. You'll be killed by the shockwaves from their battle. Su Xingqian was taken aback as he watched Yishang's unexpected actions unfold. He never anticipated such a bold move. Dressed in a flowing white robe, Yishang walked through the air towards the two formidable fourth-level powerhouses, moving with the swiftness of lightning. Su Xingqian was stunned, his heart racing with shock. Was Yishang courting death, or intending to challenge these giants? It seemed utterly impossible. However, Yishang had a different plan in mind. He had been honing his skills in the Nightmare Ghost realm, progressing slowly, suspecting that his opponents were too weak. If he could project fourth-level powerhouses of the same caliber in the Nightmare Ghost realm, wouldn't his skill proficiency improve much faster? Once this audacious idea took root, it was difficult to suppress. Yishang immediately put it to the test and successfully projected two entry-level powerhouses in the Nightmare Ghost realm. Although their combat strength was only half, they were far stronger than the fourth-level ghost creatures. After battling them for just a few seconds, Yishang felt his proficiency soar, increasing tenfold at least. Yet, Yishang soon realized that the projected figures were still too weak. If he could observe them more closely and force them to unleash their ultimate moves, the projected fourth-level powerhouses would undoubtedly be stronger, and his own skill improvement would accelerate. Thus, Yishang boldly stepped onto the battlefield. The surrounding experts took notice, whispering among themselves. Some sneered, "This guy must be out of his mind, walking straight into his own demise." Unfazed, Yishang confronted the two powerhouses directly. A golden blade of light sliced past him, cleaving the building behind him in two. Yishang remained calm, his robe billowing in the fierce wind. "Gentlemen, mind if I join the fray?" Yishang asked with a slight smile. This scene left everyone in shock. The burly figure roared in anger, "Boy, you're asking for it." The woman with the fiery red longbow chuckled. "If you've got the guts, come on." Yishang smiled, exactly as he had hoped. He took a step forward, and his body erupted in a brilliant golden radiance. At this moment, Yishang erupted with power, his breathing technique resounding like thunder. His body radiated brilliant golden light, resembling a newly risen golden sun against the dark night. Yishang stood resplendent, his golden aura dazzling, forming a formidable trio alongside the woman with the fiery bow and the burly figure. The void roared, and the wind howled as these three titans emerged, leaving the audience in awe. In the darkness, countless strong figures were momentarily stunned, shocked that the young man in white robes was indeed a fourth-turn titan. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in chatter. Another fourth-turn titan? Are they crazy, fighting before the second round even begins? The onlookers buzzed with discussion, no longer daring to underestimate this suddenly appearing figure in white. On a distant rooftop, Su Xingqian was dumbfounded, nearly losing his balance. His mind was reeling with disbelief. Yishang is a fourth-turn titan? How is this possible? He understood the significance of Thiza, a powerful figure unknown to the established clans had burst onto the scene. Trembling, Su Xingqian pulled out an ice pop, trying to calm himself. He gazed into the distance, his thoughts swirling. I wonder if the city lord's mansion has noticed? This is definitely a sensational event for the entire city. On another rooftop, Shang Guaning and her companions were also taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Watching as the third golden sun joined the battle, feeling the ground shake violently, they couldn't help but step back repeatedly. Shang Guanying's dark hair fluttered as she observed the peak confrontation with a complex gaze, filled with both envy and aspiration. I am determined to get into Fengdu University. Shang Guaning gritted her teeth and thought to herself that only by getting into Fengdu University could she completely shed the label of being an illegitimate child. She clenched her fists, a glimmer of determination in her eyes. Fengdu University was her only chance to turn her life around. Once she set foot in that ivory tower, she could leave her past behind and start anew. Then, the sky would be the limit, and the ocean wide for her to explore, with no bounds to her stage. In the distance, an intense battle was unfolding on a major battlefield. The sudden arrival of Yishang was like a splash of cold water hitting a boiling pot of oil, causing the battlefield to erupt instantly. A woman with a fiery red longbow shouted, "He's mine," as she unleashed a barrage of flaming arrows, whistling like missiles to force Yishang back. Yishang, radiating a red aura himself, was clearly also a hunter. The woman mistakenly thought he was there to steal the credit for defeating the burly figure. Yishang laughed heartily, a golden bell materializing around him to block all the arrows. At the same time, he wielded the Vajra demon-slaying sword, launching a fierce attack at the woman. The woman was a master archer. Each arrow she released carried mystical transformations, showcasing her archery skills to perfection. Yishang's eyes gleamed with interest, recognizing her as the opponent he sought. He needed to push her to unleash more powerful archery skills, so he could replicate them in the nightmare ghost realm, challenging himself further. Boom! Yishang and the woman were locked in an intense battle, paying no attention to the burly figure nearby. Seeing this, the figure was overjoyed and attempted to slip away. However, as soon as he took a step back, a golden sword light narrowly missed his head, followed by several fiery arrows forcing him into a full defensive stance. The burly figure roared, "You two maniacs, what on earth are you doing?" He was utterly baffled by the seemingly senseless battle. The woman with the fiery red longbow seemed crazed in her pursuit to hunt him, and the white-robed young man, Yishang, had joined in, only to end up fighting her. To his dismay, neither of them would let him leave, driving him to the brink of madness. A fiery red arrow shot through the air, resembling a flaming meteor that set half the night sky ablaze. The arrow struck the golden surface of the heavenly bell with a resounding crash, echoing a deafening chime throughout the world. The bell, unable to bear the impact, cracked like a spider's web and finally shattered. Yishang was taken aback. It was the first time this skill had been broken since he mastered it. Of course, this was partly because the skill was only at level 3. Yishang quickly summoned another golden bell, seamlessly blocking the next incoming arrow. The woman with the fiery longbow was infuriated. This white-robed youth's defense was as impenetrable as a turtle shell, leaving her, an expert in offense, at a loss. Especially when one bell shattered, another would immediately appear, as if endless. Yishang marveled at the woman's exquisite archery. In their brief encounter, she had demonstrated 108 different archery techniques, each at level 4. Even more astonishing was that she had fused these 108 techniques into a groundbreaking composite skill. This was how she had managed to break through to become a 4th-tier novice powerhouse. A look of admiration flashed in Yishang's eyes. Combining skills to enhance energy resonance and reach a critical point? This undoubtedly opened a new door for him. He realized that he had been too narrow-minded before. While dueling with the woman, Yishang had already imprinted all 108 of her archery skills. He then turned to confront another burly figure, eager to test this person's abilities. The man roared in anger and charged with his blade. In just a few minutes, the burly figure displayed 32 sword techniques, combining them into a fusion skill that shattered the heavenly bell once more. Yishang's eyes lit up as he finally understood how these 4th-tier powerhouses had achieved their breakthroughs. He couldn't help but laugh aloud. Facing two opponents at once, he was fully immersed in the experience, eager to learn from their advanced skills. He also recognized his own shortcomings and resolved to attend Fengdu University, abandoning his old, insular ways. The surrounding onlookers were stunned. Who was this white-robed youth who could hold his own against two formidable opponents? The woman with the fiery longbow and the burly figure grew increasingly frustrated, unable to break free from Yishang's relentless pursuit. As the three clashed, the entire city block turned to ruins. Ultimately, the two powerhouses joined forces to attack Yishang together. This scene left all the hidden observers in shock. From the rooftop of a distant building, Su Xingqian watched in awe. Yishang was not only a fourth-tier novice powerhouse, but his combat prowess was also extraordinary, able to withstand two equally powerful opponents alone. He was nothing short of a prodigy. Su Xingqian's eyes widened, oblivious to the ice cream melting in his hand. In the distant building, a group of over 10 people led by Shangguan Ying watched intently from the shadows as three golden suns clashed in the night. Holding their breath, Shangguan Ying and her companions focused on the earth-shattering battle unfolding before them. Three fourth-turn ghost sect powerhouses collided like three golden suns in the night sky. Even from afar, they could feel the powerful energy waves emanating from the battle. A three-return cultivator murmured to himself, "Is this the power of a fourth-turn ghost sect? The gap between us is too vast." His expression was dazed, eyes filled with fear. Shangguan Ying glanced at him, noticing his wavering resolve, and coldly reprimanded, "They are titans, even among the fourth-turn ghost sect. Our ultimate opponents will be of the same realm, so what are you worried about?" No sooner had she spoken than someone exclaimed, "Look, two of the titans are teaming up." Everyone quickly looked over and indeed saw two of the golden suns joining forces to attack the third. Shangguan Ying frowned slightly. The one being besieged seemed to have joined the fray later. "It looks like a titan might fall tonight," someone whispered nervously. Shangguan Ying's gaze was complex, filled with both longing and concern. She secretly hoped that one day she could become such a formidable force and take part in such a spectacular battle. In the distant sky, flames illuminated half the horizon. A towering figure unleashed golden blade lights, fiercely attacking Yishang. Nearby, a woman with a fiery longbow remained cold and steady, shooting arrows that could sever skyscrapers. Yishang, fighting two opponents, used the heavenly guard bell for defense and the Vajra demon-slaying sword to counterattack, engaging in a fierce struggle. On the rooftop of a distant building, Su Xingqian paced anxiously. He knew how vital Yishang was to Ghost Mountain City. If Yishang fell, the city's hope would be utterly extinguished. "Yishang, you must not die," Su Xingqian shouted, unable to resist his urge to rush to aid, despite knowing his lack of strength. In the darkness, numerous strong figures had gathered silently to observe the battle. Someone sneered, "There's going to be a good show tonight. It looks like a titan might fall." At the battle's center, Yishang was surrounded by golden radiance, his breathing like thunder. He marveled at the wondrous breathing technique that could boost his combat power by 10%. Though it seemed modest, at his level, such an increase was immensely significant. Boom! Yishang used the heavenly guard bell to block the attacks, then forced back the towering figure with a sword strike. He calculated that the battle was nearing its end. He had replicated all his opponent's ultimate techniques, achieving his goal, and saw no reason to continue the fight. Suddenly, Yishang's aura became strange. His eyes were veiled in a gray light, and his figure blurred, as if standing between reality and a dimensional fold. The air was filled with the sound of clashing iron chains, small yet eerily clear, with a hint of ghostly chill. The woman with the fiery longbow and the towering figure were both taken aback. In the next moment, the space beside the towering figure tore open, and several black iron chains emerged, binding him tightly. "What?" The towering figure was shocked, struggling desperately but unable to break free. A sinister laugh echoed from the depths of the chains, followed by a powerful force dragging him into the black rift. Before everyone's eyes, a fourth-turn titan vanished mysteriously. The spectators were aghast, speculating about the nature of such a technique. Simultaneously, Yishang's figure also disappeared. The woman with the fiery longbow floated alone in midair, warily scanning her surroundings, clearly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. In the nightmare ghost realm, the atmosphere was foreboding. Cracked spatial rifts were everywhere, and the earth split open to reveal glaring lava. The towering figure, dragged into this realm by ghost chains, looked around in bewilderment, a trace of panic crossing his face. Where's this place?" The towering figure, a formidable fourth-tier titan, felt a wave of panic for the first time. He sensed himself being forcibly dragged from the blood-fiend city into a bizarre realm. The surroundings were dim and eerie, filled with a chilling ghostly aura. He looked around frantically, only to see Yishang standing before him, clad in a white robe, surrounded by a soft, milky glow, like a god descending to earth. "You brat, where have you brought me?" the towering figure demanded sharply, his voice tinged with unease. Yishang chuckled softly. "Welcome to the nightmare ghost realm. You're its first guest. Let me out of here!" The towering figure roared, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes. Yishang shook his head, his expression indifferent. Enraged, the towering figure shouted, "Then I'll kill you, and this strange space will naturally vanish." Without waiting for a response, he unleashed his full fury. He recklessly activated a secret technique to boost his potential, instantly increasing his power by 30%. A torrent of energy surged, each strike infused with the essence of multiple blade techniques. Golden blade lights crisscrossed as they slashed toward Yishang. Yishang's expression grew serious as he dodged repeatedly. In this state, the towering figure was nearly on par with the mid-tier titan, and even Yishang dared not confront him heeding. Die, brat! The towering figure snarled viciously, each move deadly. However, Yishang's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Unfortunately, this is the nightmare ghost realm. As he spoke, a terrifying energy erupted around Yishang. The combination of the nightmare ghost realm and the Vajra demon-slaying sword amplified his attack power by an astounding 10,000 times. His aura surged, quickly surpassing that of the towering figure, reaching the threshold of a mid-tier titan. The towering figure's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the golden aura around Yishang shift from a pale gold to a pure, radiant gold. The brilliant light was hundreds of times more potent than that of a lower-tier titan. A mid-tier titan? He gasped in horror, his eyes filled with fear. Yishang wasted no words, unleashing a golden sword light. The strike was dazzling, imbued with the terrifying might of a mid-tier titan. No! The towering figure cried out in despair, his body shattering in the sword's brilliance. At that critical moment, an immense, boundless power descended upon the nightmare ghost realm. Yishang looked up, even he could feel the invincible force. An 8th-tier ghost saint, he murmured, sensing a gaze from beyond. It was time to leave. With a sweeping glance, Yishang stepped out of the nightmare ghost realm. Yishang left the nightmare ghost realm. Outside the blood fiend city, in the endless dark cosmos, a hunched figure sat cross-legged. This reincarnation sage suddenly opened his eyes and cast a meaningful glance towards a certain place in the city. A powerful figure beside him, noticing this, curiously inquired. The sage, his face lined with wrinkles, showed a hint of a smile. An interesting young fellow, capable of creating his own space. This generation is truly full of talent. The powerful figure nodded in agreement, quietly amazed. Even among the rare spatial practitioners, such abilities were seldom seen. Within Blood Fiend City, flames and ruins intertwined, telling the tale of the recent earth-shattering battle. Countless powerful figures hid in the shadows, holding their breath, waiting for Yishang and his companion to reappear. On a distant skyscraper rooftop, Su Xingqian paced anxiously, worried about Yishang's sudden disappearance. Suddenly, a pitch-black rift opened amidst the fiery ruins. The white-robed young man, Yishang, stepped out alone, causing a stir among the onlookers. From afar, Su Xingqian let out a long sigh of relief, then was overjoyed. Yishang glanced around, noticing the absence of the woman with the fiery longbow. He murmured to himself, "Oh well, my goal is achieved. Time to go back and enhance my skills." With that, he vanished like a bolt of white lightning. Su Xingqian's eyes were filled with anticipation, his excitement barely contained. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept by, and Yishang appeared before him. Su Xingqian was so excited he could hardly speak. "Yishang." "No, boss." Yishang said little, only, "Let's go." The two soared into the sky, aiming to earn the remaining points. As dawn approached, Blood Fiend City shed its splendor, returning to desolation. The sky burned red, lava dripped, and the ground cracked. The examinees hurried underground, waiting for nightfall to return. In a dimly lit basement, Shang Guanying and others sat resting. She occasionally glanced at the entrance, worried about Yishang and Su Xingqian's delayed return. Moments later, the sound of footsteps echoed. Yishang and Su Xingqian finally entered the basement. Yishang and Su Xingqian entered the basement, immediately drawing the attention of everyone present. The atmosphere in the basement instantly grew tense. Those who had been dozing off were suddenly alert, and someone exclaimed excitedly, "They're back!" Meanwhile, others watched with indifference, as if unsurprised by their return. A severely injured young man, leaning against the wall, scrutinized the two, particularly letting his gaze linger on Yishang for a few moments longer. Seeing Su Xingqian unscathed did not surprise the injured youth. However, when he noticed Yishang was also unharmed, a hint of envy flickered in his eyes. He sighed inwardly, thinking, "It's different when someone has protection." He then focused on recovering, worried about being chosen as the hunter again tonight. Upon seeing the two return safely, Shang Guanying merely nodded slightly, saying nothing more. However, Su Xingqian couldn't stop grinning foolishly after entering, which unsettled Shang Guanying to the point of feeling a bit creeped out. She frowned and thought to herself, "This guy must have a screw loose." She then closed her eyes to rest, ignoring him further. Yishang sat cross-legged, detached from the situation. With nothing else to do, the group began discussing last night's battle between the three fourth-tier leaders. Each time this topic arose, Su Xingqian's laughter grew louder, enveloping the basement in an eerie atmosphere. Yishang directed a part of his consciousness into the nightmare ghost realm, reflecting on the gains from last night's battle. He realized that although he had reached the mid-tier leader level in the nightmare ghost realm, he remained at the initial tier in reality. Determined to advance to the high-tier leader level, Yishang decided to quickly enhance the Vajra demon-slaying sword. To rapidly increase his proficiency, Yishang projected 2 formidable opponents in the nightmare ghost realm for sparring. In these intense battles, his proficiency with the Vajra demon-slaying sword soared like a rocket, at least 20 times more efficient than usual. As dusk descended over Shueisha City, darkness began to envelop the world once more. In the basement, the light continued to dim. As the third night approached, many people grew anxious, aware that this would be the final chance to select the hunter. In the basement, the tension was almost palpable. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the last round of selection. A man with a raspy voice spoke, his gaze sweeping across the room. Everyone, make it through tonight, and the first round will be over. In a corner, a severely injured young man sat against the wall. In the dim light, his face was grim. Though his injuries had healed about 80%, his fighting ability was noticeably diminished. Someone noticed his expression and offered comfort. Brother Wei, you've already been chosen once. You shouldn't be so unlucky tonight. The injured young man nodded, silently praying. Not far away, Su Xingqian leisurely sucked on a popsicle, the sound conspicuously loud in the silent basement. He occasionally glanced at Yishang, who had been meditating since returning at dawn. As night fully descended, the basement was plunged into darkness. Someone whispered, "It's time to choose the hunter." No sooner had the words been spoken than a flash of red light caught everyone's attention. The injured young man was enveloped in a red glow, his eyes vacant, his face gradually turning red. Finally, unable to hold back, he cursed under his breath. This is just, damn it. The severely injured young man had a face ashen as a liver, drawing sympathetic glances from those around him. His luck was truly unmatched in its misfortune. His face was ashen, lips tightly pressed together, and a flicker of defiance flashed in his eyes. The surrounding people cast him looks of pity, and the air was heavy with a somber atmosphere. Standing nearby, Wei Xiong hesitated before offering a low reassurance. Brother, you need to see the brighter side. The young man glared at him fiercely but was helpless. He took a deep breath, forced himself to stand, and staggered towards the exit. The others in the basement watched his retreating figure and collectively exhaled in relief. The first round of elimination was finally over. Yishang sat cross-legged, his expression calm, but part of his consciousness delved into the nightmare ghost realm, frantically honing his skills with the Vajra demon-subduing sword. The third night was especially long. Several uninvited guests came knocking, only to be repelled by the combined efforts of Shangguan Ying and Su Xingqian. As the sky began to lighten, the first round was nearing its end. Su Xingqian lay back with his hands behind his head, glancing at the still meditating Yi Shang with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Compared to the impending second round of chaos, the first round was child's play. The next phase would be dominated by fourth-turn powerhouses, with massive battles being fought city by city. Tens of thousands would face off against each other, akin to a small-scale war. The losing side would face total annihilation, with eliminations numbering in the tens of thousands. In such a scenario, Yishang's importance to Ghost Mountain City was undeniable. In the Nightmare Ghost Realm, Yishang was locked in a fierce battle against a woman wielding a fiery longbow and a burly figure. The three clashed, their forms flickering in and out of sight. Under such intense training, the proficiency of the Vajra demon-subduing sword soared rapidly. Almost there. Yishang glanced at the progress bar, only 2 away from advancing the Vajra demon-subduing sword to the 4th turn ghost sect level, LV4. He silently anticipated the surge in power that would follow. Half an hour later, Yishang's body trembled as he effortlessly filled the remaining 2 proficiency. The Vajra demon-subduing sword successfully advanced to LV4. With a single slash, the brilliant golden sword light instantly obliterated the woman with the fiery longbow and the burly figure. They had no chance to react before being instantly killed, leaving Yishang astonished at the sword's power. He closed his eyes to feel the profound changes in the sword techniques, then eagerly brought up the skill panel. Seeing the attack power boost to a staggering 180,000 and the damage to ghostly entities reaching an astounding 240,000, Yishang gasped in disbelief, murmuring, "How can it be this high? Does reaching the 4th turn ghost sect level really enhance it this much?" Yishang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the numbers before him. An attack power of 180,000. Such an astronomical increase was simply terrifying. He recalled that even with the boost from the Nightmare Ghost Realm and his level 3 Vajra demon-slaying sword, he had barely reached the 100,000 mark. Now, with just the level 4 Vajra demon-slaying sword, he had achieved such an astonishing level. No wonder it's called a destruction level skill, Yishang muttered to himself, still reeling from the shock. He thought of the woman with the fiery longbow, whose ultimate technique, formed by fusing 108 archery skills, only barely allowed her to step into the realm of entry-level giants. Yet, his level 4 Vajra demon-slaying sword had left her far behind. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, Yisheng pondered whether this attack power of 180,000 had reached the domain of high-level giants. After some thought, he decided to use a breathing technique to test his theory. As he activated the breathing technique, a thunderous vibration resonated within Yisheng's body. Energy began to resonate, though it remained faint without the Vajra demon-slaying sword's enhancement. Once he wielded the level 4 Vajra demon-slaying sword, the intensity of the energy resonance skyrocketed. With a booming sound, a pale golden glow burst forth from Yisheng's body. As he continued to wield the Vajra demon-slaying sword, the glow rapidly intensified, transforming into a pure golden hue in an instant. This signified that Yisheng had easily stepped into the ranks of mid-level giants without needing the Nightmare Ghost Realm support. However, this was far from the end. The golden glow continued to intensify wildly, and Yisheng's aura rose steadily. It was as if an 18-level storm was raging within the Nightmare Ghost Realm, gradually transforming Yisheng into a radiant golden sun, casting countless golden rays in all directions, a truly astonishing phenomenon. At that moment, a faint trace of red subtly mingled with the golden glow. Yisheng's heart skipped a beat, for he knew what this signified. According to the breathing technique's description, a hint of red within the golden glow indicated that his combat power had crossed into the realm of high-level giants. In the realm of the Nightmare Ghost world, Yisheng was surrounded by a radiant golden aura, with a hint of a faint red hue interwoven within it. Yisheng focused intently on that trace of red, calculating silently in his heart. This sliver of red light signified that he had ascended to the ranks of the high-level elites, a rarity in the Federation's grand examination. Among millions of candidates, only a handful could reach such a level, and they were truly exceptional talents. He recalled the woman with the fiery longbow, who had to master 108 archery techniques just to barely touch the threshold of a low-level elite. If reaching the initial level was so challenging, the difficulty of attaining the high level was beyond imagination. Yisheng couldn't help but shake his head, feeling that even with his talent, the path to the pinnacle seemed out of reach. Even the Vajra demon subduing sword's 180,000-fold amplification couldn't touch the peak threshold. What kind of prodigy would it take to cross this chasm? Yisheng furrowed his brow in thought, perhaps only by elevating top-tier divine abilities like heaven and earth manifestations to the extreme could there be a glimmer of hope. He shook his head to dispel distracting thoughts, dispersed his avatar, and exited the Nightmare Ghost world. Outside, dawn was breaking, and the first round of assessments had concluded. In the basement, the dappled light dispelled the gloom. Someone remarked, "The first round is over." Amidst the conversations, Su Xingqian opened his eyes and looked at Yisheng, exclaiming in surprise, "Boss, you're awake?" Yisheng merely glanced at him without responding. Others were puzzled, wondering if they had misheard. Shangguan Ying looked around, her gaze lingering briefly on Yisheng before announcing that the second round was about to begin. She explained that the assembly point was nearby, so there was no need to travel. They just had to wait for the main force from Ghost Mountain City to arrive. Everyone was pleased to hear this, relieved to avoid the risks of travel. Although Shangguaning smiled, she harbored hidden concerns. She was aware of the situation. Ghost Mountain City had no fourth-turn elites to oversee the proceedings, potentially making them an easy target in the eyes of others. Without top-tier protectors, this round would be of hellish difficulty for the candidates from Ghost Mountain City. Yisheng and Su Xingqian sat cross-legged in a corner, speaking in low tones. Yisheng inquired about the selection criteria for Fengdu University, and Su Xingqian explained, "Points are just the basic requirement. The key is to demonstrate potential." Once the second round begins, Fengdu University will activate the artifact, Eye of Reincarnation, to record each candidate's performance. So you must give it your all. Otherwise, even if you pass by chance, you'll still be eliminated. As daylight fully emerged, the extreme weather dissipated. Outside, the air was suddenly filled with the sound of rushing figures, indicating that a large number of candidates had begun their journey. Unable to contain their excitement, everyone left the basement and climbed to the rooftop. Looking out, the entire city of Blood Fiend seemed like a century-old desolate town. But at this moment, the millions of candidates who had been lying low for 3 days surged into the sky like a swarm of bees, rushing towards their respective assembly points. This awe-inspiring scene left everyone in breathless awe, deeply feeling the brutal and intense nature of the grand examination. As daylight broke, the millions of candidates who had been dormant for 3 days and nights mobilized at once. They rose into the air like a swarm of bees, all sharing the same goal to rush to the pre-designated assembly points and rendezvous with other strong contenders from their cities. So many people? On the rooftop, a young man looked up, stunned by the scene before him. Bloodshade City was like a giant beast awakening, with countless examinees weaving through the ruins. Su Xingqian's lips curled into a smile. In this second round of chaos, only with the protection of city experts can one survive longer and unleash their full potential. Going solo won't cut it. Shang Guaning nodded in rare agreement. Tens of thousands of examinees gathered, forming a force so overwhelming that even fourth-tier titans had to steer clear. Su Xingqian scanned the city, seeing cautious figures rushing about everywhere. No sooner had he spoken than an ultra-tier expert struck to intercept and kill. For the sake of points and advancement opportunities, attacking when others are scattered is the perfect strategy. The melee erupted, marking the official start of the second round. The roar of battle was constant, and buildings toppled. Most people focused on pressing forward, hoping to reunite with their allies quickly. Suddenly, a mid-tier ultra expert flew in, intent on hunting down Yishang and others. Shang Guaning shouted in anger, unleashing an initial-tier ultra aura. The opponent advanced instead of retreating, targeting her as the primary threat. Su Xingqian's eyes shone like lightning, his high-tier ultra aura instantly locking onto the intruder. The mid-tier ultra expert shivered and fled hastily. The people of Ghost Mountain City were immensely relieved, grateful they didn't have to endure a long trek. A few hours later, this area had become a haven. Shang Guaning and the others could finally catch their breath, with someone joking about their good fortune in avoiding unnecessary conflict. Suddenly, figures appeared in the distance, causing someone to exclaim. As everyone focused their gaze, they indeed saw comrades from Ghost Mountain City arriving in succession. The gathering quickly surpassed 20,000 and continued to grow. Zhang Hao and his group landed in a disheveled state, having encountered several ambushes along the way. They were grateful to have made it, but mourned the loss of their companions. Just as Zhang Hao was reflecting, a familiar voice called out. He turned to see Han Liang approaching with long strides. The two met and embraced excitedly. Zhang Hao playfully punched Han Liang in the chest. "You've done well, making it this far. It's a pity that you couldn't make it to the rendezvous point on his way there." Zhang Hao's expression darkened, and the smile vanished from Han Liang's face as he sighed. Both of them understood the harsh reality of the federal exams. Many students might not even make it past the first round, and Du was just one among many who were eliminated. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Zhang Hao forced a smile and said, "Let's not dwell on this. Now that we've reached the meeting point, we're much safer. With the protection of the powerful figures from Ghost Mountain City, things will be easier for us." Han Liang nodded in agreement, relaxing his tense nerves slightly. He looked around and suddenly asked, "Have you seen Shang Guaning?" Zhang Hao also glanced around at the mention of her name, knowing that the school beauty naturally drew attention. Han Liang shook his head. "No, but she must be here. With her abilities, there's no way she got eliminated in the first round." "That makes sense." Zhang Hao chuckled. "It's funny that we're worried about her." Shang Guaning, being the most advanced among their peers, was undoubtedly the most promising candidate for the Federal University. Han Liang looked up at the sky, his expression serious. "I just wonder which of the fourth-tier leaders from Ghost Mountain City will oversee this time?" Zhang Hao shook his head, indicating he didn't know, but he wasn't worried. In previous years, Ghost Mountain City had always had fourth-tier leaders present, with many high-level transcenders. They just needed to wait patiently, confident there wouldn't be any surprises. As time passed, the number of people at the Ghost Mountain City meeting point surged to over 50,000. The ruins were bustling, filled with familiar faces, and there was no shortage of conversations among those who reunited. At that moment, a figure appeared shakily in the distant sky. Dressed in a mage's robe and covered in blood, it was clear his journey had been perilous. He stumbled as he landed, panting heavily, his face as pale as a sheet. This survivor was Lu Ming. Seeing the gathering of over 50,000 people before him, his eyes lit up with excitement. "Ha ha, I finally made it." Lu Ming laughed out loud, tears glistening in his eyes. He had endured the hardships of the first round. "No one can stop me. I will get into Fengdu University and bring honor to the Lu family." Lu Ming shouted towards the sky, filled with ambition and determination. He knew his parents, Lu Dad and Lu Mom, were surely watching his performance. Having survived the first round, the second round, with Ghost Mountain City's strong figures present, would be much easier. Despite his exhaustion, Lu Ming staggered towards the Ghost Mountain City meeting point. Meanwhile, bars and tea houses across Ghost Mountain City were packed. People watched the live broadcast, eagerly discussing and anticipating the upcoming second round of the exam. "If only the cameras could stay focused on the candidates from Ghost Mountain City," a middle-aged man said, spitting out sunflower seed shells. "That depends on whether the city lord's office is willing." "Are you talking about the broadcasting rights?" "Yes, if the higher-ups are willing to purchase the broadcasting rights and open an exclusive channel, then we could watch the candidates from Ghost Mountain City. But that would cost a fortune. The city lord's office and the higher-ups might not be too keen on that. I heard it was available last time. I wonder if it will be available this time?" The tea house was buzzing with chatter as the second round of exams was about to begin, and people were engaged in lively discussions. Suddenly, the tea house owner burst in energetically, waving his hands with excitement as he climbed onto a platform to announce, "Good news! The City Lord's mansion has secured broadcasting rights and will launch an exclusive channel. We'll soon be able to see footage of the candidates from Guishan City." Really? The tea house erupted with cheers of delight. The owner, beaming with delight, pointed to the TV screen and said, "Of course it's true. Just wait, the broadcast will start soon." Sure enough, it wasn't long before the TV screen switched to reveal a male and a female host. The tea house patrons quickly recognized them as well-known anchors from Guishan City's TV station, frequently seen on the news. The female host, poised and composed, announced, "The City Lord's mansion has secured the broadcasting rights, and we will be live streaming the footage of Guishan City's candidates. We'll be providing commentary throughout." The news sent the tea house into a frenzy. Compared to other prodigies, they were more concerned about the performance of their hometown candidates. "The City Lord's mansion is really generous this time. That's great. Those broadcasting rights aren't cheap." As the discussions continued, the TV screen switched again, showing a city in ruins. Amidst the ruins, nearly 70,000 figures were gathered, all of them candidates from Guishan City. Some parents in the crowd spotted their children and excitedly stood up, pointing at the screen and shouting, "That's my Xiao Yuan. He passed the first round. My daughter made it too. There she is." Many parents anxiously huddled closer to the screen, carefully searching for their children's faces. With so many people on the screen, it was hard to spot them right away. The Liu family's living room was packed with relatives and friends, all eagerly watching the live broadcast of the federal examination on the TV screen. Suddenly, the camera shifted to show the candidates from Guishan City. The relatives rushed forward, crowding around the TV, trying to spot Lu Ming. Lu's mother paced anxiously on the outskirts, while Lu Shushan sat calmly on the sofa, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Suddenly, an uncle shouted, pointing at the screen, "There he is!" Everyone's eyes focused on the screen, where Lu Ming appeared in a mage's robe, his face pale, clearly having just endured a fierce battle. Lu's mother was moved to tears, but Lu Shushan laughed heartily. "Good. He truly is a son of the Liu family." The relatives chimed in with praises, envisioning a glorious future for the Liu family. The uncle, however, wore a serious expression and reminded, "The second round of trials is about to begin. The key lies in high-level combat power." He elaborated on the importance of fourth-turn powerhouse leaders, eliciting gasps of admiration from everyone. As they spoke, the TV screen changed again, showing a towering figure stepping through the air, surrounded by flashes of lightning. The uncle's eyes lit up. The high-level supers from Guishan City have arrived. Meanwhile, in a crowded tea house, the room fell silent. Countless heads turned to watch the same scene on the TV screen, witnessing the arrival of the lightning-clad figure. "It's Lei Ming from the Lei family," a middle-aged man in a suit said solemnly, revealing the identity of the prodigy on the screen. His eyes flickered with surprise. Who would have thought? Raimon, usually unknown and dismissed by the Lei family as lacking talent, turned out to be a high-level transcendent. Raimon's true prowess struck everyone like a bolt of lightning. In the realm of fourth-stage ghost sect, a high-level transcendent is a rarity indeed. The Lei family's strategy of keeping such a prodigy under wraps left people in awe. On television, the sweet voice of a female host filled the air as she detailed Raimon's background and abilities. Her tone was filled with admiration and infatuation, clearly captivated by this young powerhouse. The male host's commentary was even more fervent, emphasizing the might makes right ethos of the world, suggesting that Raimon's status would inevitably rise. The scene shifted to Raimon hovering above the examination grounds. He sat cross-legged in midair, surrounded by crackling lightning, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Tens of thousands of Ghost Mountain City examinees below gazed up at him with fervent eyes. To them, Raimon was the pillar of their future. Soon, other high-level transcendent figures began to appear. Suddenly, the sky darkened as a figure emerged from the shadows. This person seemed to merge with the darkness, silent yet distinctly visible. As he fully emerged, people saw a young man shrouded in a black robe, his face pale as a vampire. In a bar, a group of wealthy heirs gathered, surrounded by a bevy of beauties. At the sight of the black-robed figure on the television screen, they were all taken aback. "Wow, it's Chen Shan. He's a high-level transcendent?" Chen Shan's sudden appearance electrified the entire room. The crowd of wealthy heirs exchanged incredulous looks, staring at the young man who usually squandered money with them, now revealed as a high-level transcendent powerhouse. Someone exclaimed, "This guy was hiding his true strength all along." From the top of the Shueisha City building, Yishang and his companions watched the scene unfold. Su Xingqian adjusted his black-framed glasses, a glint of insight in his eyes. "I always suspected this kid wasn't ordinary. The sharpness in his eyes isn't something you'd find in your average playboy." As time went on, more high-level transcendent beings appeared, with over a dozen gathering within just half an hour. Lower and mid-level transcendent individuals were even more numerous, showcasing the formidable strength of Guishan City. Shangguaning anxiously awaited the appearance of her brother, Shangguan Jianyun. Su Xingqian smirked slightly. Don't worry, that show-off is definitely waiting to make a grand entrance. Sure enough, as the other high-level transcendent beings assembled, a massive light sword sliced through the air, embedding itself in the ground. As the dust settled, Shangguan Jianyun stood proudly atop the sword's hilt, exuding an extraordinary presence. In the tea house, people sipped their tea and chatted eagerly, anticipating the appearance of a fourth-turn powerhouse. However, as time passed and no fourth-turn powerhouse showed up, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. In the City Lord's mansion conference room, the upper echelons of Guishan City sat in silence. City Lord Lan Tingsu rubbed his temples, waving off his secretary with resignation. There's no hiding the fact that we don't have a fourth-turn powerhouse. It's not something we can cover up anymore. If we're going to be embarrassed, we might as well be embarrassed together. So be it. In the tea house, two hosts on the television screen passionately kept the energy alive, but the atmosphere in the tea house itself was tense and silent. Amidst the drifting tea aroma, everyone's eyes were glued to the screen, and the air seemed to freeze. Suddenly, a middle-aged man couldn't hold back and spoke with unease in his voice. Could it be that there won't be a Tier 4 powerhouse this time? His words stirred a commotion in the tea house. Some nodded in agreement, others frowned in thought. They had been eagerly anticipating the appearance of a Tier 4 powerhouse from Ghost Mountain City, but the delay hinted at something unusual. As speculation swirled, the female host on the screen cleverly stated, "This time, the strong from Ghost Mountain City have all gathered." Before she could finish, the tea house erupted in uproar. Without a Tier 4 powerhouse, Ghost Mountain City might not even make it past the second round this time. An elderly man remarked gravely, setting down his teacup. Another person at the table nodded seriously. Who would have thought the noble families of Ghost Mountain City would really drop the ball this time? The triennial federal exam might be a washout. Some held onto a sliver of hope, but the elderly man shook his head, explaining, a city without a Tier 4 powerhouse is just a soft target for others. They will choose to hunt us without hesitation to gain advancement points. This statement deepened the heavy atmosphere in the tea house. Many decided to leave, prompting the anxious tea house owner to plead, "Please, everyone. Maybe there's still a chance for things to turn around? Let's wait a bit longer." The scene shifts to the Liu family living room. An uncle, glued to the television, exclaimed in disbelief, "How could it be? In this federal exam, our Ghost Mountain City doesn't have a Tier 4 powerhouse." Lu Shushen looked serious as he asked, "Jinghua, you know a lot, do we still have a chance?" The uncle sighed and shook his head. "It's tough. From here on, it's really up to Xiaoming's luck." The scene transitions to the rooftop of the Blood Fiend City building. Yishang and his group stood on the rooftop, others excitedly preparing to join the main force. But Yishang remained still, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the gathering place of Ghost Mountain City. Shangguaning looked puzzled and turned to Su Xingqian. "Why aren't you going over there?" Su Xingqian chuckled, his eyes full of intensity as he looked at Yishang. Unable to understand their exchange, Shangguaning said, "They'll go ahead then." Before leaving, she reminded Yishang, "You can find me at the gathering point. Once the battle begins, stay by my side, and I can ensure your safety." Yishang smiled and nodded. "Thank you." Shangguaning soared into the sky with urgency, eager to meet her brother Shangguan Jianyun to prevent him from worrying. In a flash, Shangguaning disappeared into the horizon. Yishang and the others watched her departure, each with different expressions on their faces. Su Xingqian turned to Yishang, his eyes filled with inquiry. Yishang glanced at the bustling gathering place of Ghost Mountain City, sighed lightly, and headed toward the building alone. He needed some quiet time for cultivation to prepare for the tougher challenges ahead. Su Xingqian, lost in thought, suddenly had a glimmer of insight. He realized that to persuade Yishang to take action, Ghost Mountain City must show sincerity. So, he bid farewell to Yishang and flew towards the gathering point in Ghost Mountain City. At the Ghost Mountain City gathering, the crowd was dense. Zhang Hao and others were discussing the situation with serious expressions. Suddenly, someone exclaimed and pointed to the sky. It was Shangguaning flying by. Just as the crowd was getting excited, they spotted Su Xingqian's figure. Su Xingqian deliberately released his high-level aura, drawing the gaze of tens of thousands. Over a dozen prodigies from the Su family approached him respectfully. After giving them brief instructions, Su Xingqian made his way alone to the abandoned building where the high-level experts were gathered. He chuckled to himself, eagerly anticipating the reactions of the high-level experts once he informed Yishang of the news. Su Xingqian laughed heartily. In an abandoned building, a dozen or so high-ranking figures from Guishan City sat facing each other, discussing their next strategic moves. The air was thick with tension. Everyone wore serious expressions and spoke in hushed tones. Suddenly, a shadowy figure approached and whispered a few words into the ear of one of the high-ranking members. The person nodded slightly and said calmly, "Let him in." Moments later, Su Xingqian entered the building, his gaze sharp as it swept across those present. He smirked with a hint of sarcasm. "Lei Ming, Shangguan Jianyun, Chan Shan. You've hidden yourselves quite well." Lei Ming, surrounded by an aura of electricity, retorted with a cold laugh. "You're not doing too bad yourself." Shangguan Jianyun maintained a cultured demeanor and asked with a smile, "Xingqian, what took you so long to get here?" Su Xingqian got straight to the point. "I'm here to persuade someone to save Guishan City." His words stunned everyone. Shangguan Jianyun frowned. "What do you mean by that?" Lei Ming laughed heartily. "Such big talk. Who could possibly threaten our 80,000 candidates in Guishan City?" Su Xingqian looked around at everyone, and then dropped a bombshell, "A fourth-tier powerhouse. And they are from our Guishan City." The entire building fell into a dead silence. Everyone exchanged incredulous glances. Lei Ming shouted in anger, "Su Xingqian, what nonsense are you spouting?" Gu Yuxian also demanded coldly, "When did Guishan City give rise to a fourth-tier powerhouse?" Shangguan Jianyun calmed the rising anger and asked gently, "Xingqian, where is this fourth-tier powerhouse you speak of?" Su Xingqian sneered and began to recount the story of Yisheng. When he finished, the room was silent once more. After a long pause, Shangguan Jianyun frowned and said, "A fourth-tier powerhouse emerging from the populace? The odds of that are extremely low." Lei Ming scoffed, "Su Xingqian, do you take us for children?" Chun Shan emerged from the shadows, his pale face glowing eerily. "Are you serious?" Su Xingqian stepped forward impatiently, his tone resolute. "As the rightful heir of the Su family, why would I lie to you? Does my family not care about its reputation?" The crowd was taken aback. Su Xingqian invoking his family's name was a serious matter, a taboo among the nobility. If he was willing to go that far, it likely meant he was telling the truth. "I never would have expected such an extraordinary talent to emerge from the common folk." In the darkness, a hint of astonishment flickered across Chen Shan's pale face before he melted back into the shadows. The building fell into an eerie silence, with even the sound of breathing suppressed. Su Xingqian glanced around at the dozen or so high-ranking elites, hope gleaming in his eyes. "Ladies and gentlemen, this time Ghost Mountain City is not without a chance. If we can enlist the help of this fourth-tier powerhouse, over 80,000 candidates can safely pass the second round, and we won't have to risk our lives." His excitement was palpable, but he hadn't anticipated the lukewarm response from the group. After their initial shock, people like Shangguan Jianyun quickly regained their composure, appearing indifferent to the matter. Su Xingqian frowned, puzzled by their reaction. "What do you mean by this?" Raymond let out a cold laugh, his eyes filled with disdain. "Su Xingqian, have you lost your mind? You want us to seek out a commoner? Don't forget, we are the noble families, the ruling class of this world." Others echoed his sentiment, their tones dripping with scorn. "So what if they're a fourth-tier powerhouse? As long as their strength isn't outlandish, they're nothing more than a hired hand to us," one of the high-ranking elites said coldly. "With money and resources, the strong will naturally flock to us. In my opinion, it's up to them to seize the opportunity and willingly serve us." After Raymond spoke, he fixed a cold, sharp gaze on Su Xingqian. "Su Xingqian, don't confuse your status." The high-ranking transcendents sat aloof in the void, warning Su Xingqian coldly. Their attitude was surprisingly unanimous. How could noble families bow to commoners? Su Xingqian was momentarily speechless. Though he understood their pride, he knew that Yisheng was not one to willingly submit to others. He looked at Shangguan Jianyun, who sighed and said, "Xingqian, you and I are alike. Yisheng is not part of our circle, and never will be." Su Xingqian looked around, a deep sense of helplessness rising within him. He had lost all hope and said in a low voice, "Then you all better fend for yourselves." Without a fourth-turn powerhouse to hold the fort, Ghost Mountain City might be completely wiped out this time. Hearing this, Lei Ming laughed heartily, exuding confidence. "Su Xingqian, there's something you might not know." The other high-ranking transcendents also laughed, as if the absence of a fourth-turn powerhouse in Ghost Mountain City was no big deal. Lei Ming explained smugly, "To tell you the truth, we've already made arrangements. We've reached an agreement with the fourth-turn powerhouse from Fenglei City. Once the second round begins, we'll join forces. The combined strength will be over 200,000, plus so many high-ranking transcendents, and with the fourth-turn powerhouse from Fenglei City overseeing, the second round is guaranteed to be foolproof." Su Xingqian was taken aback, not expecting them to have such a plan. No wonder they were so confident. He calmed down, feeling something was off. Is Fenglei City really that generous? Lei Ming patted his chest in assurance. "With me, Lei Ming, guaranteeing it. I'll take full responsibility if anything goes wrong." Su Xingqian sneered. "I'm afraid you can't bear that responsibility. That's the lives of over 80,000 candidates. This is clearly relying on others, and and when the time comes, candidates from Ghost Mountain City will have to act according to Fenglei City's wishes. I, Su Xingqian, am not in the habit of being anyone's lackey. Goodbye." With that, he turned and left angrily. Lei Ming's mocking laughter followed him. "Su Xingqian, if Yishang is willing, he can assist the fourth-turn powerhouse of Fenglei City. We'll give him due credit, and he won't be treated poorly upon returning." Su Xingqian ignored him and flew straight out of the building, followed closely by more than a dozen members of the Su family. "Young master, where are we heading?" a mid-ranking transcendent asked curiously. Su Xingqian sneered. "Just follow me." Instead of joining those fools to be lackeys for Fenglei City, he had made up his mind to stay by Yishang's side this time. Below, tens of thousands of candidates in Ghost Mountain City noticed this scene and started discussing it. Han Liang and others speculated whether Su Xingqian had fallen out with the higher-ups, worried that losing another high-ranking transcendent would be a further blow to Ghost Mountain City. Soon after, Lei Ming announced the alliance with Fenglei City, emphasizing the presence of a fourth-turn powerhouse, assuring that the second round was guaranteed to succeed. The news elicited mixed reactions among the candidates. Some were relieved, while others were disgruntled. Lu Ming and his friends, however, were indifferent. "As long as we pass the second round, who cares about pleasing others? These people are just too pretentious." Outside the gathering place of Guishan City, a building stood eerily silent, with a lone figure seated in meditation. A gust of wind swept in, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yishang sat with his eyes closed, immersed in the nightmare ghost realm, his consciousness focused on enhancing the heaven and earth phenomenon skill. This top-tier Taoist ability had just advanced to level 2, dramatically boosting its power. As Yishang reviewed the skill panel, he couldn't help but gasp. The skill's attack power had surged by 93,100, its defense by 65,000, and its damage against ghosts had skyrocketed to an astounding 135,000. The cooldown had also been reduced from 24 hours to 12 hours. This potential far surpasses that of any other skill. Yishang murmured to himself, a look of anticipation in his eyes. "If I can push it further, it might just help me break through to the peak level." Next, Yishang turned his attention to enhancing the Heavenly Bell of Defense. Although this defensive skill had no cooldown restrictions, it was challenging to improve. Yishang had to project 2 beginner titans to repeatedly breach the bell, accelerating his proficiency. While Yishang was deeply focused on his training, he suddenly sensed someone approaching his physical body. His consciousness instantly returned, and he slowly opened his eyes. At the same time, Su Xingqian led over a dozen transcendent talents swiftly towards him. "Young master, where are we headed?" someone asked curiously. Su Xingqian's expression was serious. "I'm taking you to meet someone. Remember, show no disrespect." The group was taken aback, having never seen the young master so solemn. In no time, they arrived at the building. Su Xingqian entered first, followed closely by the others. Upon entering, they soon saw a figure seated in midair, eyes closed in meditation. Clad in a white robe, the figure exuded an ethereal aura. "Boss." As soon as Su Xingqian saw Yishang, he immediately put on a smile and moved closer. This scene left more than 10 extraordinary talents from the Su family utterly stunned. They couldn't believe their young master was being so familiar and even calling this unfamiliar young man boss. Su Xingqian enthusiastically approached Yishang, and his eagerness only confirmed to everyone that they hadn't misheard. For a moment, the expressions on the faces of the Su family's talents were a mix of shock, confusion, and a hint of unease. They couldn't help but wonder what the old master, Su Chong, would think if he knew about this. Yishang slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing Su Xingqian, he smiled slightly and asked, "Why have you returned? Aren't you supposed to be with Ghost Mountain City?" Su Xingqian scratched his head, momentarily speechless. After hesitating for a bit, he truthfully recounted the arrogance of the high-level transcenders and the events that had transpired. Yishang listened without any change in expression, merely shaking his head gently. He was well aware that noble families have always been aloof, and expecting them to lower themselves was quite unrealistic. Yishang's gaze swept over the dozen or so people behind Su Xingqian, and he keenly noticed that they were all extraordinary beings. Seeing this, Su Xingqian hurriedly introduced them one by one. When these talents from the Su family learned that the young man in the white robe before them was actually a fourth transformation powerhouse, they were left speechless with astonishment. What surprised them even more was that Yishang was also from Ghost Mountain City and had risen from the common folk, not from a noble family. This realization made their expressions even more varied. Sitting cross-legged next to Yishang, Su Xingqian casually rested his hands behind his head and said, "Boss, those guys are going to Fenglei City to humble themselves, but that's not something I can do. This time, I've decided to stick with you." While they were talking, a commotion suddenly erupted from the direction of the Ghost Mountain City gathering, catching the attention of Yishang and the others. Su Xingqian stood up, looking into the distance where tens of thousands from Ghost Mountain City were taking to the skies, seemingly preparing to leave the area. "They are leaving." Over 80,000 examinees from Guishan City took to the skies, resembling a dark cloud moving into the distance. Led by more than a dozen high-level superlimit individuals, their momentum was astonishing. In midair, Raymond laughed heartily. Let's go. He aimed to lead everyone to join forces with Fenglei City, which would bring the combined number to over 200,000, including more than 30 high-level superlimits and a fourth-turn powerhouse to ensure an easy passage through the second round. Amidst the dense crowd, Jiang Hao sighed as he followed the flow. Han Liang, with a heavy heart, whispered, "There's no choice now. We can only endure." Jiang Hao nodded, forcing himself to perk up, to get through the second round. Elsewhere, Shang Guaning met with her brother Shangguan Jianyun. After a brief conversation, Shangguan Jianyun, with a serious expression, warned, "It's best if you keep your distance from that Yishang." Shangguan Ying was puzzled, but her brother refused to elaborate further, so she had to let it go. As the tens of thousands from Guishan City departed, the gathering place suddenly felt empty and silent. A dozen or so talented individuals from the Su family sensed a tinge of desolation, standing alone. Su Xingqian, however, seemed indifferent, leisurely enjoying an ice pop. Yishang took the opportunity to close his eyes and meditate, aiming to break through to the next level. 3 days quickly passed. The second round of chaotic battles officially began, with major cities clashing fiercely. The scenes of battles involving over 200,000 people were awe-inspiring, and the confrontations between high-level superlimits and fourth-turn powerhouses were earth-shattering. These events left millions of examinees feeling oppressed, yet they thrilled the audience. Television ratings soared, streets were deserted, and tea houses and bars were packed, as people stayed up all night to witness the spectacle. Under the night sky, a tea house in Guishan City was bustling with noise. Some lamented the failure of Pyongyang City, others complained about the ineffectiveness of the fourth-turn powerhouses, and many felt frustrated about Guishan City's predicament. The tea house owner, eyes red, said, "Who would want to see their own young generation serving others?" The tea house owner couldn't continue, tears welling up, and thinking of how the young people from his hometown were being treated, his heart ached. Choked with emotion, he said, "If he wants to drink, let him drink." Unlike tea houses, bars are filled with young people, all full of energy. Ever since Ghost Mountain City aligned itself with Wind Thunder City, taking orders from them, the complaints have been non-stop. In one of the bars, a group of wealthy young adults gathered, angrily shouting at the TV screen. Despite their usual frivolous behavior, they still had a basic sense of pride in their hometown. Chen Shan, a high-ranking supernormal, reduced to being someone's lackey. "It's a disgrace," one of them exclaimed, smashing a glass in anger. "Where's their backbone? Why become someone's lapdog?" Another yelled, standing on a table and hurling a glass. "If it were up to me, I'd rather die in battle than live such a cowardly life." Many young people around couldn't stand it any longer and smashed the TV with bottles. The bar owner was frantic, pleading, calm down," but no one paid attention. Meanwhile, in the city lord's mansion, a group of high-ranking officials and aristocrats had gathered. Lan Tingsu tapped his fingers on the table, watching the screen with a sigh. "I never expected these youngsters to come up with such a plan, teaming up with Wind Thunder City. We weren't informed about this beforehand. Alas, they're still too young." A senior official gravely remarked. "The public opinion outside is in an uproar, either criticizing the current candidates for lacking courage or blaming us high-ranking officials for incompetence." Su Chang sneered. "This time, we've lost everything, thanks to the Lei family. The Lei family sure has a remarkable descendant." The head of the Lei family slammed the table and stood up abruptly. "Su, what are you implying?" Su Chang smirked. "Lei, make no mistake. My grandson wasn't involved. He left that day." Meanwhile, amidst the ruins of Blood Fiend City, nearly 200,000 candidates were divided into two factions. The candidates from Wind Thunder City were full of vigor, while those from Ghost Mountain City looked like defeated dogs, dejected and downcast. Occasionally, thousands of Ghost Mountain City candidates were called out for patrols, with those unwilling to comply being eliminated on the spot. Among the Ghost Mountain City candidates, Jiang Hao and a few others huddled together. Jiang Hao sighed. "I knew it would be like this. Wind Thunder City never saw us as equals." Zhang Gang muttered in a low, hoarse voice, his eyes bloodshot, feeling deeply humiliated over the past few days. After his initial anger, Han Liang's voice broke into sobs as he spoke. With reddened eyes and a choked voice, Han Liang said, "In just 3 days, over 10,000 candidates from Guishan City have been sent away for various reasons, only to die or be eliminated. They have no power to resist. Anyone who dares to fight back is immediately disqualified by Fenglei City. Stop crying. What's the use of crying?" Han Liang shouted in a low, strained voice, teetering on the edge of an emotional outburst. He glanced at the high-ranking officials of Guishan City, who were sitting cross-legged in the void, their eyes closed, indifferent to everything around them. With his eyes burning red and teeth clenched, Han Liang said, I really don't know what they're thinking. If this is how things are, I'd rather die fighting than attend Fengdu University. Yes, I'd rather fight to the death too, the surrounding candidates echoed, clenching their fists and growling in agreement, their emotions growing more intense. Suddenly, a candidate from Fenglai City flew over, pointing at Han Liang and the others, barking, You lot, go out on patrol. Han Liang looked up to see the individual towering above them, with a disdainful gaze. What, not satisfied? If you want to get through the second round with our help, you need to contribute. Get on with the patrol. Seeing Han Liang and the others glaring back, hundreds of Fenglai City candidates quickly surrounded them, ready for a confrontation. What, want to fight? We've been waiting to deal with you weaklings. A burly figure flew in, crackling with electricity. With a stern look, Lei Meng scanned Han Liang and the others, commanding in a deep voice, What's going on? Planning a rebellion? Get to your patrols and don't cause trouble. Han Liang was furious. The root of all their troubles was Raymond, who had led them into this mess, leaving them with no way out. Seething with anger, Han Liang felt an overwhelming urge to confront Raymond physically. Seeing this, Jiang Hao quickly grabbed him, whispering, Calm down. Now's not the time for infighting. Nearby, Shang Guaning sat cross-legged in midair, biting her lip as she turned and flew towards Shangguan Jianyun. It's too late to leave now, Shangguan Jianyun said coldly. Fenglai City will hunt us down like prey. Shangguan Ing remained silent, knowing he was right. The tens of thousands of candidates from Fenglai City also needed points, and the thousands from Ghost Mountain City were a tempting target. Although the Alliance currently held them in check, if Ghost Mountain City decided to leave, Fenglai City would undoubtedly strike without hesitation. For the first time, Shang Guaning felt the chilling despair encapsulated in the word desolation. Meanwhile, inside a quiet building, about a dozen figures sat cross-legged in meditation. Young master, are we just going to wait here? One impatient beginner-level transcendent asked. Su Xingchen lay in midair, sucking on a popsicle, glanced at Yishang, who was meditating with eyes closed, and nodded. Yes, just wait patiently. But Bloodfiend City is so lively. Aren't we going to join the action? The man said with a long face, while the other Su family prodigies looked expectantly at Su Xingchen. Why all the fuss? Su Xingchen rolled his eyes, annoyed at their defiance. The group resigned themselves to waiting, and the building fell silent once more, save for the sound of Su Xingchen enjoying his popsicle. Suddenly, Su Xingchen sat up, his expression serious. Something's not right. The others became alert, standing and looking out the window. In the distance, the sky had turned ominously dark, as if heavy clouds loomed overhead. On closer inspection, it was a swarm of candidates flying through the sky. They're probably just passing by. One Su family prodigy whispered, visibly tense. True, but they'll pass right by this building and will surely notice us, another said gravely. Judging by their numbers, there are at least tens of thousands, stronger than Ghost Mountain City. There must be fourth-turn leaders, with countless high-level transcendent beings. All eyes turned to Su Xingchen, urging, Young master, we should hide. If we don't, it'll be too late. Su Xingchen hesitated for a moment, knowing confrontation wasn't wise. But when he looked back at Yishang, he found him still meditating, seemingly oblivious. Yishang, Su Xingchen called out 3 times, but got no response. Young master. It's too late, someone said shakily. The cloud of candidates was approaching rapidly, closing in from just a few miles away, and they could already make out some powerful figures among them. It's too late. Su Xingchen's expression changed drastically, then steadied. Forget it, we won't run. We'll hold our ground here. He glanced at Yishang, determination flashing in his eyes. Yes, the Su family prodigies responded in unison, their faces set with resolve. They were Su family's loyal warriors, sworn to protect Su Xingchen with their lives. Miles away, the sky was a dense sea of figures. Tens of thousands of candidates soared across the sky, casting a vast shadow over the land below. Among them, more than 20 high-level transcendent beings moved with indifference, accompanied by numerous beginner and intermediate-level transcendent beings. Ahead, someone was in the building. One high-level transcendent, with keen intuition, sensed the presence of about a dozen figures standing in an unremarkable building long before they were within a few miles. His indifferent words caught the attention of the fast-moving crowd around him. Su Xingchen stood atop the skyscraper, his gaze cold and stern. Behind him, more than a dozen of the Su family's exceptional talents held their breath, their eyes filled with murderous intent. In the distance, dark clouds roiled as a dozen figures approached swiftly, their faces full of disdain. Eliminate them, Su Xingchen commanded with an air of detachment. The Su family's prodigies sprang into action instantly, their moves ruthless and precise. Caught off guard, their opponents were quickly reduced to mere bursts of blood and vanished. This spectacle drew the attention of countless powerful beings within the distant, dark clouds. A high-ranking transcendent stepped forward, conjuring a sea of flames with a wave of his hand. Su Xingqian removed his glasses, his eyes as black as ink. The sky changed color abruptly, with countless eyes appearing in the void. Instant annihilation. Eye of the Netherwheel. The void cracked open, shattering the high-ranking transcendent like a mere reflection. Without the intervention of a sage, he would have perished. The dark clouds halted, and countless eyes focused on Su Xingqian. The Su family's prodigies grinned menacingly, showing no fear in the face of an army tens of thousands strong. If the tens of thousands of candidates in Ghost Mountain City witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly be ashamed. Su Xingqian stood with a smile, hands behind his back, facing a city of over 100,000 people with a calm demeanor. In this moment, he displayed the invincible presence expected of the Su family's heir. His gaze was steady, his posture composed, not wavering in the slightest despite the overwhelming number of adversaries. This exceptional poise naturally drew attention. Suddenly, lightning flickered within the dark clouds as more than 20 high-level transcenders attacked simultaneously. Without a word, they joined forces to unleash a palm strike intended to crush Su Xingqian. Instantly, a storm erupted in the void, even shattering the space itself, as a terrifying pressure descended. Su Xingqian frowned slightly as countless eyes appeared and blinked in the void, trying to unravel this combined assault. However, it was clearly beyond his limits. Although he managed to neutralize the attack, he was severely injured. His chest caved in, and he staggered back, coughing up blood. Even his signature black-framed glasses shattered. "Young master!" Over 10 Su family prodigies exclaimed, rushing forward to shield the gravely injured Su Xingqian. Despite his severe injuries, Su Xingqian tilted his head back and laughed, his teeth stained with blood. To withstand the combined attack of so many high-level transcenders single-handedly was a feat worthy of pride. At the very least, he had not disgraced the Su family name. At that moment, the dark clouds parted, and a figure emerged slowly. The high-level transcenders bowed and stepped back, clearly indicating the newcomer's extraordinary status. A Tier 4 powerhouse? Su Xingqian looked up, a hint of helplessness on his face. He could resist multiple high-level transcenders, but a Tier 4 powerhouse was a gulf he could not bridge. Just as the Tier 4 powerhouse was about to speak, a calm voice came from behind. "Who are you calling an ant?" Su Xingqian turned to see a figure in white robes standing behind them, smiling at the crowd. "Boss." Su Xingqian's eyes were red, and his nose was a bit sore. At this moment, in his eyes, Yishang's white robe seemed to be glowing. Yishang's expression was gentle as he looked at Su Xingqian's sunken chest and softly asked, "How's your injury?" He explained, "Earlier, I was at a critical moment in the nightmare ghost realm and couldn't afford to be distracted, so I was a bit late." Su Xingqian grinned, enduring the pain as he said, "It's nothing, just a minor injury." He turned his head to look at the ominous figures in the sky, feeling a jolt of shock in his heart. The sight was enough to make an ordinary person's legs go weak, as if celestial soldiers and generals had descended. Yisheng addressed the dozen or so prodigies of the Su family. "Leave it to me. You all take him back." They responded in unison and, without further ado, lifted Su Xingqian and retreated. Once they were gone, Yisheng stood alone in his white robe, facing the tens of thousands of people in the sky and the formidable figure of a 4-turn powerhouse. He said calmly, "Leave." Clearly, he was uninterested in engaging in battle with them. The figures in the sky paused, followed by a chuckle. Is he still dreaming? More powerful individuals wore indifferent expressions, their eyes fixed on the 4-turn powerhouse of their city. The giant, named Tan Gang, looked down at Yisheng like a deity among the stars. Upon hearing the repeated suggestion to leave, a mocking smirk finally appeared on his lips as he coldly declared, "Die." He then raised his hand and pressed down, intending to crush him like an ant. He had no interest in exchanging words, only wanting to end things quickly and continue on his way. The black cloud of tens of thousands was ready to move, with high-ranking superlimiters turning back to their positions. Facing the descending giant hand, the prodigies of the Su family were extremely tense. Only Su Xingqian's eyes showed fervor, having witnessed Yisheng's strength in defeating a giant-level opponent firsthand. At that moment, a soft sigh echoed. Following it was an unimaginably swift golden sword light, slicing through Tan Gang's body silently, then piercing through thousands behind him, dissipating only at the horizon of Blood Fiend City. Tan Gang's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched his own body crumble. He was a giant-level powerhouse, yet he fell so abruptly. Everything happened too fast for him to react. Along with him, tens of thousands caught in the aftermath turned to ash. In the endless dark cosmos, the reincarnation sage sat cross-legged, his gaze suddenly shifting. He looked towards a corner of Blood Fiend City and sighed. That little guy again. A reincarnation eye appeared at his brow, emitting a blood-red light towards that area. Moments later, the reincarnation sage managed to save the lives of tens of thousands, but he couldn't help but shake his head. Because of Yisheng, he had intervened twice now. The last time was also for a 4-turn giant. This time, it was even more intense. Not only was there a formidable tier 4 powerhouse, but also tens of thousands of candidates who were nearly wiped out by him. The reincarnation sage, with eyes as sharp as an eagle's, fixed his gaze on the figure in the white robe. He was astounded by Yisheng's rapid increase in power. In just a few days, Yisheng had advanced from an entry-level titan to a high-level one, a rate of progress that was unheard of. In the sky, a black cloud formed by countless candidates was instantly halved by a single golden sword light. The remaining people were dumbfounded, some rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Just moments ago, there was a massive army of tens of thousands, but in the blink of an eye, less than half remained. A high-level transcendent who narrowly escaped was trembling all over, looking up in terror at the white-robed figure in the sky. He knew that if it weren't for the intervention of the sage, they would all have perished. High-level titan, the survivor murmured, his voice filled with awe and fear. In the Federation's grand examination, high-level titans were exceedingly rare, and having even 100 of them was the limit. Yet, they had the misfortune of encountering such a terrifying presence. With one strike, not only did he eliminate their titan, but he also casually knocked out tens of thousands of candidates. This is the power of a high-level titan, capable of effortlessly crushing a city. If it weren't for the sage's intervention, these people would truly have met their end. The revelation hit Su Xingqian like a bolt from the blue. His leader was a high-ranking powerhouse. Completely taken aback, Su Xingqian was soon overcome with immense joy. He stared in disbelief at Yisheng's retreating figure. The significance of being a high-ranking powerhouse exploded in his mind. Yisheng was now at the pinnacle of the Federation's grand examination, eligible to compete in the ultimate king-level showdown. Since the founding of Guishan City, the highest achievement had been a single mid-level powerhouse, who had not qualified for the final competition. Now, Yisheng's accomplishments brought immense pride to the city, making it the center of attention. Su Xingqian's hands trembled with excitement, and his face was alight with joy. In the distance, the remaining tens of thousands from Tangang City seemed to awaken from a dream. Someone whispered urgently, "Let's go!" The voice was filled with fear. Like startled birds, they turned and fled, terrified that the high-ranking powerhouse might strike again. Yisheng watched them leave with a calm demeanor, choosing not to pursue. He didn't want to be perceived as overly aggressive, as it could harm his future prospects. Once everything settled, Yisheng turned and headed towards the building. Su Xingqian, along with more than a dozen promising young talents from the Su family, came forward to greet him, their faces beaming with smiles. Their eyes were filled with awe as they looked at Yisheng, grateful to have such a powerful protector. The following 2 days were peaceful. News of Yisheng single-handedly decimating an entire city spread quickly, turning the surrounding area into an apparent no-go zone. Many city leaders came forward with offers to join forces, presenting tempting proposals, but Su Xingqian turned them all away. Su Xingqian breathed a sigh of relief. He was in charge of receiving guests, and the offers from those cities were so generous and outrageous that even he, a direct descendant of the Su family who had seen it all, was tempted, fearing that Yisheng might agree to them on impulse. Su Xingqian frowned slightly, tapping his fingers on the table. The conditions proposed by these cities were indeed enticing, enough to sway even someone of his noble lineage. He was secretly relieved to be the one standing in the way, because with Yisheng's free-spirited nature, he might have already been poached by one of these cities. Yisheng, however, remained at ease, splitting a part of his consciousness each day to retreat into the nightmare ghost realm for training. For him, improving his strength was the top priority, regardless of where he was. Su Xingqian lay in the void, leisurely enjoying an ice pop, his injuries having fully healed. "Young master, those over a dozen rank 4 powerhouses outside still refuse to leave. What should we do?" One of the Su family prodigies asked, troubled. In just 2 days, dozens of powerhouses had visited, including mid-level and even high-level ones, leaving the Su family members tasked with keeping them at bay exhausted. Su Xingqian chuckled. "Ignore them. Even if it costs you everything, you mustn't let anyone meet Yisheng." The prodigy reluctantly agreed, although he felt it was a bit of a stretch for their super-limit level abilities to block such formidable figures. As they were talking, a swaying figure appeared in the distant sky. She was battered and flying with great difficulty, yet her gaze was firmly fixed on a familiar building. Almost there, Shang Guaning looked up, her face pale as a sheet, devoid of any color. Her vision was blurred, but her determination was unwavering as she gazed toward the familiar building in the distance. Yisheng. Shang Guaning, using the last of her strength, staggered to the front of the building. Just as she steadied herself, a sharp voice called out, "Who goes there?" Instantly, more than 10 pairs of indifferent eyes turned towards her. Startled, Shang Guaning looked closely and was taken aback to see over 10 powerful figures, each exuding an aura as deep as an abyss, seated in front of this unremarkable building. She was bewildered. Having one-fourth tier powerhouse in a city was impressive enough. Yet here were so many gathered. The powerhouses also showed a hint of caution and confusion. They assumed Shangguan Ying was an emissary from another city, yet couldn't fathom why such a weak and injured transcendent was sent. One powerhouse frowned privately, thinking, is this a beauty trap? The others, hearing this, couldn't help but regret not considering this tactic. Unaware of the powerhouse's thoughts, Shangguan Ying looked around in a daze. At this moment, a familiar voice called out, Shangguan Ying? She turned to see over 10 transcendent talents from the Su family guarding the building, seemingly preventing these fourth-tier powerhouses from entering. What are you doing here? Haven't you left already? One Su family talent sneered, and what of the others from Guishan City? How are they faring? Shangguan Ying, too anxious to respond, urgently asked, is Yisheng inside the building? He is. The Su family talents replied in unison. Hearing this, Shangguan Ying breathed a sigh of relief and bit her lip. I need to see Yisheng. No way. The young master has ordered that no one is allowed inside. One Su family talent firmly refused. This is an emergency, Shangguan Ying pleaded, her eyes reddening with desperation. Let me see him, or it'll be too late. Her eyes even showed a hint of madness. The Su family talents exchanged glances, guessing that something major had happened in Guishan City. After a brief discussion, one nodded. All right, I'll report this. A moment later, the person led Shangguan Ying into the building. The dozen or so four-tier powerhouses outside snorted coldly, a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts. Inside, the building was vast and silent. As Shangguan Ying followed the Su family talent further in, she recalled Shangguan Jianyun's words Yisheng was a fourth-tier powerhouse. Initially, she found it hard to believe, but in this dire situation, she could only cling to hope. Guishan City is in trouble, isn't it? The Su family talent asked softly. Shangguan Ying nodded, exhausted. If Yisheng doesn't act, over 80,000 candidates will be worse than dead. If he takes action, there's no problem that can't be solved, the Su family talent said confidently. Shangguan Ying forced a smile, unconvinced. She had heard that Yisheng was merely an initial-tier powerhouse, comparable to the one in Fenglei City, making the outcome uncertain. Seeing her expression, the Su family talent grinned. When you came in, did you notice those more than 10 fourth-tier powerhouses outside? Shangguan Ying nodded. To be honest, all of them were invited with great expense to persuade the one inside to step out. Why? Shangguan Ying was even more puzzled. The Su family talent chuckled and revealed the truth. Our friend here is actually a high-tier powerhouse. Yisheng, an advanced powerhouse? Shangguan Ying paused in her tracks, momentarily dazed. She gazed incredulously at Yisheng's back, her mind in turmoil. Being part of a prestigious family, she knew all too well what being an advanced powerhouse meant. The once ordinary classmate had now reached the pinnacle of the cultivation world, something Shangguan Ying found hard to accept. Seeing her reaction, the prodigy from the Su family smirked with a hint of satisfaction. He had been equally shocked when he first learned the news, and now, witnessing Shangguan Ying's response brought him a subtle sense of delight. Let's go, he urged softly, his tone carrying a touch of pride. On the rooftop, Yisheng stood in a white robe, gazing out at the view of Blood Fiend City. A gentle breeze lifted his robe slightly, adding an ethereal quality to his presence. Beside him, Su Xingqian leisurely enjoyed a popsicle, his eyes shifting between Yisheng and Shangguan Ying, as if pondering something. Despite her disheveled state, Shangguan Ying was strikingly beautiful, like a captivating scene. Yet, her expression was distant and complex as she looked at Yisheng. Sensing the subtle tension, Su Xingqian casually made an excuse to leave the rooftop, giving the two some privacy. As he departed, his expression darkened briefly. Taking a deep breath, Shangguan Ying mustered the courage to recount the plight of Ghost Mountain City to Yisheng. He listened quietly, his expression calm as ever. Shangguan Ying's heart sank at his lack of reaction. She bit her lip, her voice carrying a hint of pleading. Yisheng, all you need to do is save the 80,000 examinees from this disaster. They are innocent. And the millions of elders and villagers in Ghost Mountain City are watching. Can you really turn a blind eye? As she spoke, she moved to kneel in supplication. However, an invisible force held her up, preventing her from doing so despite her efforts. Yisheng finally turned to face her, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. What are you doing? Tears welled up in Shangguan Ying's eyes, spilling over in a moment of vulnerability. Yisheng gently wiped away her tears, his touch natural and tender. Shangguan Ying froze, her cheeks flushing with color. There, don't cry. Yisheng comforted softly. I promise you. Hearing this, Shangguan Ying's face lit up with gratitude and joy as she looked at Yisheng. At that moment, Su Xingqian reappeared with a playful grin. Well, those guys sure got lucky. Yisheng ignored his teasing, stepping into the air and taking off. Su Xingqian quickly called for everyone to follow, fearing Yishang might change his mind. The group soared into the sky, racing towards Blood Fiend City. In front of a building, more than 10 fourth-tier powerhouses looked up at their departing figures, dumbfounded. They had waited in vain. Meanwhile, on another battlefield in Blood Fiend City, Shangguan Jianyun and his two companions were surrounded by over 10 advanced limit breakers. They stood back to back, struggling to hold their ground in a dire situation. Reinforcements? What kind of reinforcements could you possibly bring? The advanced limit breakers from Wind Thunder City laughed heartily, dismissing Shangguan Jianyun's words with disdain. Stop playing around and eliminate the three of them. In the distance, a high-ranking superpower from Fenglei City approached through the air, speaking coldly, "The leaders are calling us back. The alliance war is imminent." Hearing this, the high-ranking superpowers showed regret. They had wanted to toy with Shangguan Jianyun and his two companions a little longer, but had to end it early. Do it. The high-ranking superpower from Fenglei City ordered mercilessly. Shangguan Jianyun sighed. Knowing they had already failed the test, Gu Yuexian's face turned pale, and a look of unwillingness flashed in her eyes. Chun Shan remained stoic, saying nothing. Boom. More than 10 high-ranking superpowers launched an attack together, their power immense. The three, exhausted and drained, had no strength to resist. At the critical moment, a golden divine bell appeared out of nowhere, enveloping them. Despite the raging storm outside, inside the bell, they were safe and sound. The people from Fenglei City were shocked and looked carefully. The divine bell shone with golden light, its body covered in countless ancient inscriptions, with the images of mythical beasts running across it. More astonishingly, their combined might couldn't move it at all. Inside the bell, the three were equally astonished. Gu Yuexian exclaimed excitedly, "Someone unimaginably powerful is saving us." Shangguan Jianyun and Chen Shan exchanged glances, hope igniting in their eyes. "Who is it?" The people from Fenglei City shouted angrily, searching around. Suddenly, someone pointed to the northwest. Over there, they looked and saw a dozen figures approaching through the air, led by a figure in a flowing white robe. The people from Fenglei City warned, "Stay out of this. We are handling Fenglei City business. Please step aside." But the figures ignored them, reaching a few miles away in the blink of an eye. "Kill them." A high-ranking superpower from Fenglei City ordered harshly. However, the figure in the white robe moved faster, hands behind his back, as a dozen golden small swords appeared around him. These swords were a smaller version of the Vajra demon subduing sword, having undergone a special transformation after reaching level 4. The small swords turned in the air, shooting out like arrows. As the white-robed figure took a step, the foreheads of over 10 high-ranking superpowers from Fenglei City were simultaneously pierced. They didn't even have time to react before being instantly eliminated. Where did this powerhouse come from? Under a shroud of blood, a sage intervened to save their lives. Before being eliminated, their faces were full of shock. Even the level 4 leaders of Fenglei City couldn't eliminate them so easily. "Big brother." Shangguaning flew over, seeing Shangguan Jianyun still alive, overwhelmed with excitement. Passing by this place, they had thought Shangguan Jianyun had been eliminated, not expecting him to hold on until now. Xiaoying. Shangguan Jianyun was utterly surprised. Everything happened so fast. From the moment Shangguan Ying and others appeared to the elimination of the Fenglei City people, it was just a breath, and the situation had completely changed. Su Xingqian approached through the air, looking at the three's disheveled state. Unable to hold back a chuckle, "Haha, Shangguan Jianyun, you're lucky. You have a good sister." He nearly burst into laughter, but managed to restrain himself. Chun Shan's face was grim, feeling embarrassed to be saved by Yishang. Gu Yuexian, however, felt relieved and gratefully looked at the white-robed Yishang. Though she was from the Guyu Tower, her family background was ordinary, and she held no prejudice against Yishang, admiring his achievement through strength. Shangguan Jianyun looked at Yishang with a complex expression, seemingly making a decision. Under everyone's gaze, he lifted his robe and knelt on one knee. "Brother Yi, it was our fault before. Jianyun apologizes to you." "Big brother." Shangguan Ying was shocked. She knew her brother's pride. Making him kneel and apologize was harder than killing him. Although he had said he would apologize if Yishang intervened, it was just words. She hadn't expected him to actually follow through. This kid. Su Xingqian was astonished, reassessing Shangguan Jianyun. Gu Yuexian, meanwhile, gracefully bowed to Yishang in the traditional manner of Guyu Tower. "Young Master Yi, thank you. If you have the time, please visit Guyu Tower." Her sincere invitation, with her ethereal and slightly enchanting presence, was captivating. Chun Shan's face turned red, never having felt so humiliated in his life. Yet he did owe Yishang. He stiffly said, "I owe you a favor. In the future, I'll repay it with my life." Chun Shan, keep my word." With that, he vanished into the darkness. "This Chun Shan." Su Xingqian shook his head and sighed. He's just a stubborn fool. In the southeastern region of Blood Fiend City, a vast area where countless cities converge. Every day, cities clash, turning this place into a brutal battlefield. Amidst the ruins, tens of thousands of candidates from Guishan City sat like lifeless shells, their faces covered in dirt, heads hanging low, utterly drained of spirit and energy. Among the crumbling walls, the candidates from Guishan City huddled in corners like lost souls. Not far away, candidates from Fenglei City stood in small groups, their eyes filled with disdain. Two of them whispered, mocking the Guishan candidates for overestimating themselves and still thinking about teaming up. They're ridiculous, thinking they can team up with us when they're so weak? Don't say that. With some luck, they might scrape through the second round. Scrape through? That's wishful thinking. By the end of the second round, we'll just eliminate them all and take their points. Shoo, keep it down, don't let them hear. People with nothing to lose can be desperate. What are you afraid of? These fools can't even grasp such a simple truth. Han Liang hid in a corner, his eyes blazing with anger as he listened to their conversation, wishing he could rush up and take them down. But then came a deep sense of helplessness. Jiang Hao leaned against a broken wall, the gruesome scars on his neck starkly visible. He coughed up blood and weakly said, "We can't go on like this." His classmates exchanged worried glances. Zhang Gang struggled to sit up and smiled bitterly. "I've already decided. I'll just get myself eliminated in the next fight." Suddenly, a roar echoed from afar. Lei Ming flew over, surrounded by crackling electricity. He berated the candidates returning from the battlefield. "Useless bunch. Can't charge, can't defend. What's the point of having you?" With that, he struck out with his palm, causing dozens of candidates to cough up blood repeatedly. "What are you doing?" someone asked angrily. Lei Ming sneered. "So what if I bully you? It's because of you worthless lot that Fenglei City thinks we're of no value. Now even us high-levels are suffering because of you." Han Liang clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot. He had seen shamelessness before, but never to this extent. "Is this what they call a noble family?" someone scoffed, their laughter growing louder until tears streamed down their face. Faced with undeniable facts, these so-called noble families still clung to their pride, unwilling to admit their mistakes. Courting death. Lei Ming's eyes flashed like lightning as he targeted the person laughing the most brazenly. Without a word, he struck, and a bolt of lightning thundered down, eliminating the person from the scene. This dramatic event was broadcasted all over Guishan City. In a tea house, an elderly man with a white beard stood up abruptly, pointing a trembling finger at the screen. "Shameless. Shameless, I say. Lei Ming of the Lei family, what a disgrace." With that, he angrily smashed the teapot he was holding onto the floor. Nearby, a middle-aged man gripped his teacup so tightly his fingers turned white. He drained the cup, tears rolling down his cheeks. Choking back his emotions, he said, "He's dragging Guishan City into the abyss." Most people in the tea house remained silent. The recent devastation in Guishan City was fresh in everyone's minds. From initial outrage to numb acceptance, the plight of the exam candidates cut them to the core. "This is the worst federal exam I've ever witnessed," someone sighed. "Forget it. This year's a write-off. I'm heading home. I'll wait for the next one," another person said as they stood up to leave, with others following suit. The once bustling tea house gradually emptied, leaving behind a mess. Meanwhile, the city's bars were also in a slump. The bar owner turned on the main lights, dispelling the colorful ambience. A group of wealthy young people slouched on the sofas, watching the scenes on TV with disgust etched on their faces. "Is Lei Ming really this dedicated to being someone's lapdog?" one of the affluent youth sneered. Though usually frivolous, even they couldn't help but feel sympathy for the candidates. The surrounding young men and women shared in the indignation. The situation in Guishan City over the past few days had completely killed their party mood. They couldn't even swallow their drinks anymore. This was troubling the bar owner, as even the alcohol had stopped selling over the past few days. In the high-end conference room of the city lord's mansion, a group of prominent figures sat in silence. The usual air of confidence had vanished, replaced by somber expressions. "Lei Lao Gui, your family sure has a bright young member." Su Cheng sneered, eyes full of mockery. Shangguan Wusheng uncharacteristically did not retort. Instead, he slightly furrowed his white eyebrows and turned to the elderly man beside him. "Lei Lao, Lei Ming's actions are truly unwise. Such behavior only intensifies the conflict between the common people and families like ours, potentially leading to greater social instability." As he spoke, his gaze swept over the representatives of other noble families whose younger members were equally culpable as Lei Ming. Lei Zheng's face was grim, his voice filled with anger. "After the Federation exam, I will personally deal with that brat Lei Ming." Before he finished speaking, he cast a dark look at Shangguan Wusheng and Su Cheng, sneering, "You all aren't much better off." Su Cheng laughed heartily in response, confidently retorting, "My boy hasn't been involved from the start. And who knows where he is now? His laughter echoed throughout the room, secretly pleased that his grandson was wise enough to avoid getting caught up in the mess. Shangguan Wushang also appeared slightly relieved. Although Shangguan Jianyun was initially involved, he had the sense to extricate himself and lead his people out. Though his fate was uncertain, at least the Shangguan family's reputation remained intact, a small blessing in the current tumultuous situation. Lei Zheng's expression grew darker as he observed the two men's satisfaction. Meanwhile, City Lord Lan Tingsu remained silent, merely watching the dispute unfold with a detached gaze. He had given up on any political gains from this Federation exam, resigned to the idea of transferring to a smaller city if necessary. After all, the federal system was one of transient appointments, and he wouldn't stay in one place for long. With no prospects for advancement, Lan Tingsu felt unexpectedly relaxed, leaning back in his chair and exhaling a long breath. Since nothing could be salvaged, he decided to quietly enjoy the spectacle of the power struggle among the elite. Meanwhile, in the Liu family living room, Liu Shushan sat with a gloomy face, his earlier excitement gone. Relatives tried to console him. Shushan, you can't blame Xiaoming for this. It was just bad luck. Everyone could see that the prospects for this Federation exam in Ghost Mountain City were dim, and Lu Ming's future seemed bleak. Yes, such bad luck, they murmured, shaking their heads in sympathy, though their eyes betrayed a hint of schadenfreude. Lu Shushan could no longer hold his head high in front of them. Everything seemed irreparable. An uncle watched the screen showing thousands of dejected examinees in Ghost Mountain City, feeling a pang of sympathy. He sighed, believing that even a miracle couldn't turn the tide. At that moment, several figures entered the southeastern area. Yishang, clad in a white robe, stood against the wind, accompanied by Su Xingchen, Shangguan Jianyun, Gu Yuexian, and others. After rescuing Shangguan Jianyun and his companion along the way, they had rushed here without delay. The sky turned ominously dark as a sandstorm swept across the entire southeastern region, plunging it into an eerie silence. Amidst the ruins, tens of thousands of candidates from Guishan City sat dazed, like discarded rag dolls. Jiang Hao closed his eyes to rest, feeling some relief in the injury at his neck and a slight recovery in his spirits. Zhang Gang lay in a deep sleep, his breathing steady. Han Liang and others sat cross-legged, unmoving, as if turned to stone. Only the howling of the sandstorm filled the air, and time slipped away in this strange quiet. Suddenly, a deep, distant horn sounded, cutting through the sky, spreading an atmosphere of impending doom. Countless people in the ruins opened their eyes, their breathing growing heavy. Jiang Hao's eyes snapped open, and he said gravely, "It's the war horn for special professions." Zhang Gang awoke, his blood boiling with excitement. Jiang Hao explained, "This horn boosts morale and amplifies attributes." Han Liang sighed, "The alliance war is about to begin. It seems we've reached the end of the line." As the horn echoed, the ruins stirred with activity. The ground trembled, and countless figures emerged from the sandstorm. Major cities began to assemble, with numbers exceeding hundreds of thousands. Raymond appeared from nowhere, shouting for the candidates from Guishan City to rise and prepare to act as the shield for Fenglei City. Meanwhile, major cities broadcasted this alliance war. Countless people eagerly awaited the spectacle of a million-strong battle. In Guishan City's tea houses and bars, there wasn't an empty seat. Though they were destined to be cannon fodder, no one wanted to miss this grand event. On television screens, dense crowds appeared within the sandstorm. From the southeast, northwest, south, and north, the major alliances emerged, with total numbers nearing over 2 million. Super Deer fighters were countless, and even giant tier leaders were not scarce. The air was thick with a sense of impending battle, and war was imminent. Suddenly, a four-transition giant was ambushed, exploding into a mist of blood in an instant. Though saved by a sage, they were eliminated from the contest. This sudden attack ignited the war. The horn's call intensified, and countless people were swept into a frenzy. Men's adrenaline surged, and women transformed into fierce warriors. Everyone held their breath, eyes glued to the screen. A sea of people, like a dark cloud, collided in a massive clash, and in that moment, it seemed as if the world itself trembled. The entire southeastern region descended into chaos, with alliances engaging in fierce battles. Every second, thousands were eliminated, turning into a blur of bloodshed. On the battlefield, even the most formidable warriors fell like rain, and even the fourth-turn giants had to tread carefully. The combined assault of tens of thousands was enough to topple a fourth-turn giant without strong defensive skills. Television hosts across major networks were left speechless, only able to describe the unimaginably intense battle as brutal and chaotic. In a tea house, a middle-aged man anxiously demanded to see the situation of the candidates from Guishan City. Despite others' attempts to dissuade him, he seized the remote and changed the channel. On the screen, tens of thousands of candidates from Guishan City were driven like slaves into a slaughterhouse. The powerful figures from Fenglei City mercilessly urged them onward, executing those who hesitated. This scene filled the tea house patrons with rage. An elderly man, leaning on his cane, wept bitterly and said, "The young must see this. Remember this day of shame." Subsequently, every household in Guishan City switched to this channel, with young people clenching their fists, their eyes burning with anger. In the city lord's mansion meeting room, high-ranking officials, including Lanting Su, sat in silence, their hearts heavy with anguish. On the battlefield, over 100,000 from Fenglei City marched relentlessly, forcing the candidates from Guishan City forward. Even their opponents paused, disgusted by Fenglei City's actions. "Raymond, aren't we going too far? Won't we be condemned by the entire city when we return?" A high-level warrior from Guishan City looked at Raymond, panic creeping in as the situation spiraled beyond their control. "Yes, I'm afraid we'll go down in infamy," Raymond sneered, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes. "Afraid of what? They're just a bunch of ants. Sacrificing them to get through this round and eventually getting into Fengdu University is worth it." He glanced around with disdain. "How can you be so naive? Profit is everything. Dignity means nothing." As he spoke, Raymond grew increasingly manic, resembling a madman. He shouted fiercely, "Move forward. No one retreats. If anyone steps back, I'll kill them." This scene caused many watching on television to curse out loud. Suddenly, a candidate from Ghost Mountain City roared and charged toward Fenglei City, evidently choosing a suicidal assault. Enraged, Raymond struck him down with a single blow, reducing him to a mist of blood. However, the candidate's heroic act was like a thunderclap, awakening the other candidates from Ghost Mountain City. One by one, they started to come to their senses and also chose to launch suicidal assaults. Raymond couldn't comprehend this behavior. "Crazy. You're all crazy," he shouted. But he was powerless to stop the candidates from charging forward relentlessly. In the tea house, an old man stood up, tears welling in his eyes at that moment. As the battle raged on, a dozen figures entered the fray. Yishang and his group arrived late to find chaos unfolding before them. A million warriors clashed, bloodshed painting the sky, with eliminations occurring every second. Gu Yuexian, her face pale and filled with worry, exclaimed, "The battle has begun, and we're late. How long can the candidates from Guishan City hold out?" Su Xingqian, however, was unusually excited, his eyes gleaming. "We need to find them quickly. They might still be alive." Shangguan Jianyun stood with eyes closed, concentrating deeply as a small sword emerged at his brow, vibrating intensely. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. "Follow me." With that, he soared into the sky, and the others followed closely behind. On another front, the candidates from Guishan City launched a desperate charge. A powerful figure from Fenglei City sneered, "Suppress them. Leave no one alive." A formidable fourth-tier leader rose into the air, unleashing a sea of light that threatened to engulf the Guishan City candidates entirely. In that critical moment, a colossal golden sword appeared in the sky, blocking the sea of light like a mountain. The sword shattered instantly, revealing Shangguan Jianyun, covered in blood. He staggered back, coughing up blood, his body cracked. "Shangguan Jianyun," gasped the onlookers, "he's still alive?" In a tea house, people gathered around a television, buzzing with conversation. Some were overjoyed, others heartbroken. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "He's not the only one. There's also Gu Yuexian and Su Xingqian." Everyone squinted at the screen, indeed recognizing more familiar faces. One person calmly analyzed, "3 high-level supers can't change the outcome." Just then, another noticed something unusual. "Wait, look closely." The man pointed at the screen. "Did you notice? Gu Yuexian and Su Xingqian, those high-level experts, seem to be standing behind this young man in the white robe. Isn't that strange?" The person next to him paused, then looked closely. Indeed, it was true. He frowned and said, "It is strange. Who is this young man in the white robe to have figures like Gu Yuexian and Su Xingqian willingly standing behind him?" Others around them were drawn in and crowded closer to the screen. The chatter was constant. "Look at their positions. It's almost like they're followers. Could he be some reclusive master?" Meanwhile, in the city lord's mansion meeting room, Xingqian, Su Chang suddenly stood up, excitedly staring at his grandson on the screen. "You little rascal, you've finally shown yourself." Shangguan Wushang also stood, looking worriedly at the injured Shangguan Jianyun. "Since you managed to escape, why come back? It's too reckless." Lan Tingsu frowned, pointing at the young man in the white robe. "Who is this person? Why are Su Xingqian and the others following him?" The female secretary shook her head. "I've never seen him before. He shouldn't be from our Ghost Mountain City." Elsewhere, in the villa bought by Yishang, Qi Xiaomao jumped up excitedly. "Grandpa, look, it's brother Yishang." The Qi family butler smiled and nodded. having long suspected that Yisheng was no ordinary person. Qi Xiaomao watched Yisheng on the TV screen, bouncing with excitement like a little rabbit. Grandpa, it's brother Yisheng. Look, he's appeared too. The Lu family living room was filled with relatives gathered together. The family members originally closed their eyes, unable to bear watching Lu Ming's desperate charge. Lu Shushan's face was particularly ashen. The sudden appearance of Shangguan Jianyun temporarily salvaged the situation, and Uncle let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, third aunt pointed at the TV screen and exclaimed, "Hey, isn't that Xiaosheng?" The other relatives rubbed their eyes to confirm. Lu Shushan opened his eyes, displeased, and asked, "What Xiaosheng?" Lu's mother stared blankly at the screen. "It's Xiaosheng, the kid's father. He didn't go job hunting. He joined the federal examination." Uncle was shocked. "Brother-in-law, why did Xiaosheng also join the federal examination?" The living room erupted in noise as everyone recognized the young man in white on the screen as the Lu family's adopted son, Yisheng. Lu Shushan stood up. Looking at the TV in disbelief, Yisheng was striding through the air in his white robe, accompanied by numerous super-level figures appearing on the battlefield. On the battlefield, Yisheng and his companions attracted many gazes. Raymond was shocked. "Shangguan Jianyun, Gu Yuxian. You aren't dead yet?" Shangguan Jianyun returned a cold stare, and Gu Yuxian spat in disdain. Raymond laughed mockingly at their perceived naivety. In the sky, a fourth-level giant from Fenglei City struck with a palm, aiming to crush these unexpected variables. The giant palm loomed like Mount Tai, surrounded by lightning. The newly risen hope of Ghost Mountain City was shattered in an instant, and people sighed and closed their eyes. Yet, Su Xingchen revealed a schadenfreude smile. Yisheng stepped forward, casually pointing a finger. This simple gesture caused the towering giant palm to shatter like crystal. An energy storm swept the surroundings, making it difficult for anyone to stand firm. Only Yisheng stood proudly, his white robe billowing in the wind. A tidal wave of emotion surged within the tens of thousands of candidates, all eyes fixed on this figure in white. In tea houses and bars, people were equally stunned. They were amazed by the mysterious young man's prowess and speculated about his identity. Young women, in particular, were captivated by Yisheng's handsome appearance, their hearts skipping a beat at the thought of being with him. "Who can tell me who he is?" The young heir's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly looked around. However, those nearby just shook their heads in confusion, clearly not recognizing the man in the white robe. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, the heir mused, could it be that Shangguan Jianyun and his crew brought in reinforcements from elsewhere? Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the city lord's conference room was tense. High-ranking officials, including Lan Tingsu, stood up solemnly, observing the situation. Su Chang spoke in a grave tone. Someone actually stepped in to stop the fourth-tier powerhouse from Fenglei City and save the entire Ghost Mountain City? Who is he? His sharp gaze swept across everyone present, trying to uncover the hidden ace. Shangguan Wushang's white eyebrows trembled slightly as he pondered. Could he actually be one of our own from Ghost Mountain City? As soon as he finished speaking, Lan Tingsu suddenly shouted, "Secretary, I asked you to find out who this person is. We haven't heard back yet." At that moment, the conference room door burst open. The female secretary rushed in, breathless, having lost one of her high heels. "I found out. His name is Yisheng. He's a candidate from our Ghost Mountain City, a commoner by birth, and an adopted son of the Lu family." The entire conference room was instantly thrown into shock. Su Chang's eyes flashed with realization. Xingchen must have known all along. He recalled the scene of Su Xingchen appearing alongside Yisheng, calculating in his mind. On the battlefield, the energy storm gradually subsided. Tens of thousands of candidates barely stood their ground, gazing up in awe at the figure in white robes in the sky. Lu Ming stood frozen, murmuring in disbelief, "Big brother?" Having grown up together, he was all too familiar with that silhouette. Equally shocked were Jiang Hao, Han Liang, Zhang Gang, and others. They remembered their high school classmate who had been unassuming and now stood like a god, facing the fourth-tier powerhouse alone. Zhang Gang rubbed his eyes, murmuring, "Why does this aura seem so familiar?" He vaguely felt that Yisheng was the mysterious figure he had seen in the ghostly netherworld. High above, the fourth-tier powerhouse from Fenglei City furrowed his brow and asked, "Who are you?" Yisheng smiled and replied, "Yisheng, from Ghost Mountain City." The fourth-tier powerhouse was taken aback, then shook his head in denial. "Impossible. Ghost Mountain City doesn't have a fourth-tier powerhouse." Not far away, Lei Ming and other high-ranking transcendents looked grim. They hadn't expected that at the critical moment, it would be Yisheng, whom they had rejected, who would step forward and save the entire city. If everyone in Ghost Mountain City found out they had a fourth-tier powerhouse and that they had refused Yisheng's help, they might drown them in a sea of ridicule. Raymond and his companions were right in their assumptions. At this moment, thousands of examinees in Ghost Mountain City were taken aback upon hearing Yisheng announce his identity. Yisheng's words were like a bombshell, exploding among the examinees in Ghost Mountain City. Thousands of eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the young figure on the screen. A fourth-turn powerhouse from Ghost Mountain City? The news was so shocking that it left everyone in a brief silence. However, this surprise quickly turned into anger. Su Xingqian sneered, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Concerned that Raymond might twist the facts, he immediately amplified his voice with energy, succinctly revealing the truth of the matter. The examinees of Ghost Mountain City listened, their expressions shifting from confusion to shock, and finally to overwhelming fury. Raymond, and you, high-level transgressors. Angry shouts erupted one after another. It turned out that Yishang was treated this way simply because he was a commoner. Shangguan Jianyun and Gu Yuexian's faces also darkened. Although they later realized their mistake, they couldn't escape blame. They lowered their heads, a hint of guilt flickering in their eyes. Raymond, however, was indifferent to the surrounding anger, instead sneering at Yishang. How strong can a fourth-turn powerhouse from the common folk be? He turned to the fourth-turn powerhouses of Fenglei City, a ruthless glint in his eyes. He's just a commoner. Just crush him with an iron fist. The fourth-turn powerhouses of Fenglei City nodded slightly. They, too, hailed from influential families and looked down on a resource-poor commoner like Yishang. Meanwhile, in a tea house in Ghost Mountain City, a group of middle-aged people had just recovered from their shock. So we have a fourth-turn powerhouse, they excitedly discussed, thrilled that Ghost Mountain City had a strong backing in the federal examination. However, upon hearing Su Xingqian's explanation, their excitement quickly turned to anger. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, slowly stood up and said solemnly, "Let's leave that aside for now. What matters next is whether he can stand up to the fourth-turn powerhouses of Fenglei City." The old man's words brought a sense of calm over the group, and all eyes turned to the television screen. They understood that even among fourth-turn powerhouses, there were varying levels of strength. If Yishang were to be defeated, all would be for naught. In the tea house, Yishang's announcement of his origins made everyone aware of his background. What did he say? He's from Ghost Mountain City? How is that possible? We have a fourth-turn powerhouse? Initially stunned, the middle-aged crowd soon became inexplicably excited, realizing that Ghost Mountain City had a fourth-turn powerhouse in the federal examination. But after hearing Su Xingqian's words, they became extremely angry. An elderly man with a cane stood up and said solemnly, "Let's not worry about that now. What matters next is whether he can stand up to the fourth-turn powerhouses of Fenglei City." The old man's words calmed everyone, and they turned their eyes to the television screen, filled with concern. They knew that even among fourth-turn powerhouses, there were varying levels of strength. If Yishang were to be defeated, everything would be in vain. Everyone calmed down, suppressing their inner excitement as they watched the television screen. Their breaths were quickened, fearful that the young man in white would lose to the formidable fourth-tier leader from Fenglei City. The entire Ghost Mountain City was engulfed in a tense atmosphere. In the bars, young people turned off the colorful lights and switched on the main ones, gazing intently at the screen. In the conference room of the city lord's mansion, the high-ranking officials stood up, forgetting to sit down. This battle was not only about the fate of tens of thousands of candidates, but also the honor and dignity of Ghost Mountain City. A senior official, his voice hoarse, remarked, "This battle seems precarious. Although he's a miracle from the grassroots, his resources are limited, and his strength may not match the giant from Fenglei City." Lan Tingsu frowned and said, "Perhaps there will be a miracle." On the battlefield, Raymond sneered and urged the giant from Fenglei City, "Giant, crush him." Over 100,000 candidates from Fenglei City shouted in unison, "Crush him." The cheers rose, boosting their morale. Yishang walked forward slowly, as if strolling in his own backyard. The giant from Fenglei City looked down at him, coldly saying, "You're courting death." In the next moment, Yishang struck with a shining golden palm. The giant from Fenglei City retaliated with a palm strike, but it dissolved like foam. "Impossible!" he exclaimed, eyes wide, as his chest caved in from the hit, spewing blood. Yishang grabbed his collar, hoisting him upside down in midair, and turned indifferently to the stunned candidates from Fenglei City. It all happened so quickly. In just 1 second, a fourth-tier giant was effortlessly knocked out. Ghost Mountain City fell into an eerie silence. The television host was speechless, and people in tea houses and bars were dumbfounded. Everyone watched the screen, focusing on the figure in white, holding a fourth-tier giant upside down. In the conference room of the city lord's manor, the high-ranking officials and nobles were stunned, staring at the television screen showing a figure in a white robe. Inside the meeting room, the dignitaries exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with shock. Those who had previously doubted the potential of the grassroots fourth-tier powerhouse were now utterly dumbfounded. Yishang's display of combat prowess was simply astonishing. A fourth-tier novice-level powerhouse, meticulously cultivated by a prestigious family, was defeated in a single move by him. Shangguan Wushang quickly regained his composure, his white brows slightly furrowed. Lanting Su's eyes gleamed with excitement as he blurted out, "Mid-tier powerhouse." This was an incredible and unexpected boon. Not only did Ghost Mountain City see the emergence of a fourth-tier powerhouse, but it was also a rare mid-tier powerhouse. His political achievements were bound to see a remarkable breakthrough. The high-ranking officials and nobles were deeply shaken. If Yishang were merely a novice-level powerhouse, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the Fenglai City's powerhouse so effortlessly. Yet, the emergence of a mid-tier powerhouse from the grassroots seemed almost too surreal. It should be noted that since the founding of Ghost Mountain City, only one mid-tier powerhouse had ever arisen, and that was through the exhaustive resources of a prestigious family. Unfortunately, they weren't lucky enough to win in the final round of the federal examination. Su Chang sat back in his chair with a smile, thinking to himself that Xingqian must have known all along, which explained his confidence in victory. On the battlefield, Raymond's expression changed dramatically, cold sweat running down his spine. He decisively chose to flee, hoping to blend into the third round. Jiang Hao, Han Liang, and others shouted anxiously. Yishang flicked a small golden sword that instantly caught up with Raymond. With a roaring sound, Raymond's legs exploded, and he fell from the sky. Shangguan Jianyun, exuding a menacing aura, dragged the half-bodied Raymond back. Raymond pleaded frantically, but Shangguan Jianyun coldly retorted, "Even prestigious families have their limits." With that, he kicked Raymond towards the Ghost Mountain City candidates. Su Xingqian observed that Shangguan Jianyun's actions were aimed at easing tensions between the elite families and the grassroots. Allowing the Ghost Mountain City candidates to vent their anger also served as a way to satisfy the audience watching on television. All it took was the sacrifice of Raymond, which was a small price to pay. High above, Yishang shattered the powerhouse from Fenglai City, reducing him to a burst of blood and eliminating him. The remaining candidates from Fenglai City looked pale, unsure of how to proceed. The candidates from Ghost Mountain City were even more fired up. Suddenly, a colossal golden bell appeared in the sky, expanding like a mountain. It descended and trapped over 100,000 candidates from Fenglai City inside its body. Everyone was astounded, including Su Xingqian, who was wide-eyed, not expecting the golden bell to grow so enormous. Boom! A golden bell appeared in the heavens, expanding like a mountain. After its appearance, it descended, trapping over 100,000 candidates from Fenglai City within. Inside the divine bell of heaven, over 100,000 candidates from the Fenglai City examination looked up in shock, their eyes focused on the white-robed figure standing in midair. Panic spread like a tidal wave as they desperately tried to escape the golden giant bell, only to find it impenetrable. At that moment, Yisheng lightly tapped his foot, causing the entire divine bell of heaven to resonate with a deafening sound. Boom! The space blurred instantly, and sound waves swept through like a tsunami. In an instant, none of the over 100,000 candidates were spared. They all turned into flashes of blood and were eliminated. This scene was awe-inspiring. Yisheng had, with a single move, instantly dispatched over 100,000 people. Countless blood-red meteors shot up into the sky, converging into a spectacular crimson galaxy that caught the eyes of many on the chaotic battlefield. What on earth did he do? Someone exclaimed in shock, staring intently at the white-robed figure atop the golden divine bell. With just one strike, Yisheng had eliminated all the candidates from Fenglai City. Some were intimidated by Yisheng's ruthless methods, but the remaining tens of thousands of candidates from Guishan City were visibly delighted. Fenglai City had treated them like slaves, trampling on their dignity, and now they had suffered a heavy blow, which they rightly deserved. After accomplishing all this, Yisheng sat cross-legged in midair, dispersing the mountain-like divine bell of heaven. He calculated internally that after upgrading this bell to level 4 in the Nightmare Ghost Realm, its defense had significantly increased, along with a new sonic attack capability. Through experimentation, he found that even a level 4 powerhouse, once trapped inside the bell, would be instantly pulverized by the sound waves. Yisheng estimated that the sonic attack had reached the level of a mid-tier powerhouse. The bell's defensive capabilities were even more impressive, as even his level 4 Vajra demon-slaying sword couldn't break through it. With this, Yisheng had achieved high-tier capabilities in both offense and defense, truly mastering an integrated attack and defense strategy. In the void, millions of candidates continued to battle fiercely, their clashes becoming increasingly brutal. However, in the area within a few dozen miles around Yisheng, there was an eerie silence. His recent feat had instilled fear in all directions, and no one dared to approach this warrior whose strength rivaled that of a mid-tier powerhouse. The remaining tens of thousands of candidates from Guishan City quietly gathered around Yisheng, including high-level elites like Shangguan Jianyun and Gu Yuxian. They silently expressed their allegiance and trust in Yisheng, seeing him as their pillar of support. Standing beside Yisheng, Shangguan Jianyun explained the power dynamics of the southeast region. Yisheng, among the million people in this southeast region, there are dozens of mid-tier powerhouses. Gu Yuxian added. Not to mention the mid-tier powerhouses, there are as many as 7 high-tier powerhouses. Yisheng looked up, scanning the battlefield. Even without Gu Yuexian's words, he had already noticed the presence of those 7 height-year powerhouses. These 7 individuals are highly conspicuous. 7 beams of golden light, like the rising sun, illuminated a corner of the battlefield. Each beam contained a hint of eerie red, a mark of high-level powerhouses. Yishang was all too familiar with this phenomenon. The 7 sat cross-legged in various positions, exuding a golden-red aura, their breathing and presence awe-inspiring. Around them gathered countless formidable figures, observing the alliance's bloody battle with cold, disdainful smiles. With high-level powerhouses presiding, no one dared to act rashly. In the city lord's mansion meeting room, Lan Tingsu stood with a grave expression before a giant screen. Behind him, the high-ranking officials of Ghost Mountain City stood solemnly. Jianyun handled this well, Su Chang remarked, a rare compliment. For him to praise his old rival Shangguan Wushang's grandson indicated that Shangguan Jianyun's performance had indeed been impressive and gained widespread approval. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Wushang raised an eyebrow, a hint of pride in his eyes. Finally, you old ghost said something sensible. The room buzzed with discussions, but the old patriarch of the Lei family wore a sullen expression. Clearly, the Lei family had lost face this time. All right, Lan Tingsu interjected. Rubbing his hands together to halt the discussions, let's analyze the upcoming situation. His primary concern was the results of this federal examination. The emergence of Yishang rekindled his hopes, especially since Yishang was a mid-level powerhouse, which held significant importance. It had been over a decade since a mid-level powerhouse emerged from Ghost Mountain City, and even then, no notable achievements were made. Yishang's presence was crucial. Achieving good results would benefit the entire Ghost Mountain City and enhance its reputation. Upon Lan Tingsu's words, Shangguan Wushang, Su Chang, and the other high-ranking officials fell silent. At this moment, distinctions between noble families and commoners were set aside, as everyone shared the common goal of achieving excellent results in the federal examination. The conference room was eerily silent as Su Chang spoke up. That kid might be a mid-year powerhouse, but the current situation is still quite dangerous. As he spoke, Su Chang rubbed his chin and stared intently at the giant screen. On the screen, Yishang's figure moved like an unsheathed sword, cutting through the battlefield with ease. However, Su Chang's furrowed brow revealed the peril he saw. The southeast region isn't short of mid-year powerhouses, another high-ranking official chimed in. There are dozens of them, and Yishang is just one among many. If someone decides to team up against him, he might not escape elimination. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense at these words. A senior official with white hair spoke slowly, a somber expression on his face. A decade ago, Ghost Mountain City finally produced a mid-year powerhouse, only for him to be taken down in the second round. That day, the entire city was shrouded in gloom. A memory that's hard to forget. Standing before the giant screen, Shangguan Wushang, hands tucked into his wide sleeves, surveyed the room with piercing eyes. Let's not forget, there are 7 height-year powerhouses in the southeast region. They are the ones who truly hold the power of life and death. Su Chang nodded in agreement. Indeed, those 7 are unshakable. Just then, the sound of high heels clicking echoed through the room. The secretary hurriedly handed a report to the city lord, Lan Tingsu. As Lan Tingsu quickly scanned the document, his expression changed dramatically. The situation is dire. The 7 height-year powerhouses have already begun to act, pressuring mid-tier powerhouses to pledge their loyalty. Several have already been eliminated for refusing. This is preparation for the third round, Su Chang realized. Shangguan Wushang added, the third round is a faction war, far larger than the city alliances. The high-tier powerhouses are preemptively selecting subordinates to strengthen their factions. The room buzzed with discussion as everyone turned their eyes to Yishang on the screen. Shangguan Wushang said gravely, this kid has likely caught the attention of the 7 height-year powerhouses. If he refuses their recruitment, it might be his end. Do you think he'll agree? One concerned official asked. Not necessarily, another replied, shaking his head. At their level, how many are willing to live under someone else's rule? On the battlefield, Shangguan Jianyun stood beside Yishang, analyzing the situation with a serious expression. We need to be wary of the other 7 height-year powerhouses. Xingqian Su sucked on his popsicle, dismissively glancing at the 7 golden suns tinged with red in the sky. What's there to fear? Our leader isn't inferior to them. Yishang was also a high-ranking powerhouse, though it seemed only the people of Guishan City were unaware of this. Su Xingqian and Shangguan Jianyun were already in the know. When Shangguan Jianyun first heard the news, he was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped. He stared at Yishang in disbelief. Now, he had come to accept Yishang's extraordinary strength. Su Xingqian's words left Shangguan Jianyun speechless, and he could only nod silently. Gu Yuexian's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Yishang, clad in his white robe. She voiced the group's concern. Yishang being mistaken for a mid-level powerhouse might attract unnecessary trouble. Even the 7 high-ranking powerhouses were oblivious. unaware that a fierce tiger was already lurking among them. Gu Yuexian's gaze swept over the candidates from Guishan City nearby. Their anxious expressions betrayed their worry about the situation. Even a mid-level powerhouse was not invincible under the current circumstances. Yisheng opened his eyes and looked towards the horizon where 7 golden-red suns intertwined. He practiced his breathing technique, and thunderous sounds erupted within him. As his technique circulated, golden light began to emanate from around him, growing more intense, illuminating the sky like a rising golden sun. Most strikingly, the golden light contained a hint of red, signaling the presence of a high-ranking powerhouse. Shangguan Jianyun and Gu Yuexian exclaimed, "Yisha," and quickly realized his intention. The most straightforward way to avoid trouble was to display his strength to the masses, making everyone aware of the high-ranking powerhouse among them, so no one would dare provoke him lightly. Yet, Yishang's action undoubtedly alarmed the entire battlefield. In the void, Yisheng sat cross-legged in a white robe, his breathing technique resonating like thunder. His entire being emitted an endless golden radiance, spreading outward like the tide. Suddenly, the golden light around Yisheng surged, transforming into a brilliant sun that illuminated the entire sky. This phenomenon drew the attention of onlookers, leaving the candidates of Ghost Mountain City puzzled about the intentions of this great figure. However, Su Xingqian was thrilled, knowing that Yisheng was finally revealing his high-level power. Shangguan Jianyun staggered back in shock, feeling Yisheng's increasingly fierce aura slicing through the void like a blade. In the distance, several mid-tier titans watched coldly, some harboring murderous intent, eager to make a name for themselves through this opportunity. Yet, when a strange red glow emerged from the golden light, all the mid-tier titans were shaken to their core. A high-tier titan. This meant the southeast region secretly harbored an 8th true god-level powerhouse. The 7 titans rushed to the scene, and the 8 golden-red suns shone together, causing the entire southeast region to tremble. Shangguan Jianyun's expression was complicated, marveling at how Ghost Mountain City could produce such a prodigy. Su Xingqian was even more fervent, feeling that following Yisheng was an unparalleled honor. Gu Yuexian's beautiful eyes sparkled with interest, feeling moved by the opposite sex for the first time in her life. The candidates of Ghost Mountain City stood up in shock, cheering for the white-robed figure who protected them. Lu Ming was utterly bewildered, feeling as if he were dreaming, unable to believe his elder brother had reached such heights. In the conference room of Ghost Mountain City, the high-ranking officials were dumbfounded. Lan Tingsu rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to believe the scene before him. The birth of the city's first high-tier titan, since its founding, plunged everyone into euphoria and disbelief. Since its establishment, Ghost Mountain City had never produced even one. At best, they had exhausted their resources to cultivate a mid-tier titan. As for a high-tier titan, it was something they never dared to dream of. Only cities with populations over 100 million had even a slight chance of producing such a prodigy. In the bustling city of Guishan, with its millions of residents, the emergence of a top-tier powerhouse is even rarer than winning the lottery. On the battlefield, Yisheng was surrounded by a golden aura that surged outward like waves, illuminating the area for miles. Countless people gazed up at his figure in a white robe, their eyes filled with awe. With a calm demeanor, Yisheng sat cross-legged in midair, his gaze sweeping over the 7 other blazing suns in the sky. He displayed his strength to avoid trouble, yet he was uncertain if this might provoke an attack from the 7 others. Yisheng's presence disrupted the balance among the 7. However, after waiting for a long time, none of them made a move. Instead, they all fell silent. The high-tier powerhouses knew well that each of their clashes could be earth-shattering, with the risk of someone perishing. More importantly, as potential leaders of the next faction, this was not the time to be reckless. The silence of the 7 tacitly acknowledged the addition of a new high-tier powerhouse in the southeastern region. The ongoing battle no longer affected the area around Guishan City. No one dared to challenge a high-tier powerhouse, allowing the tens of thousands of examinees in Guishan City to feel completely at ease. Bathed in Yisheng's golden light, they experienced an unprecedented sense of security. Amidst this overwhelming sense of safety and the tension of recent days, many examinees began to feel drowsy. Some even fell to the ground, snoring loudly. This scene starkly contrasted with the chaotic battlefield outside, leaving those watching on television with a sense of oddity. The battle raged on, yet the candidates in Guishan City were finally able to relax completely. The arrival of Yisheng was like a powerful shot of adrenaline for the entire city. Candidates could now focus on preparing for their exams with peace of mind, and the citizens regained their usual vitality. The tea houses buzzed with lively chatter and clinking glasses. Bars were ablaze with lights as young people reveled in celebration. For a moment, the whole city was immersed in a sea of joy. However, amidst the laughter and cheer, there was a discordant note. Within the Lu family mansion, Lu Shushan wore a troubled expression, unable to eat or drink. The glory of the past had faded into oblivion, leaving behind only endless regret and worry. On the battlefield, Yisheng sat cross-legged in midair, his consciousness already immersed in the nightmare ghost realm. He was racing against time to level up his skills. The heaven-subduing divine bell had reached LV4, and the law of heaven and earth was rapidly approaching the threshold of LV3. Each use of the skill brought Yisheng a sense of remarkable progress. As the proficiency of the law of heaven and earth reached 97, a flicker of anticipation stirred within Yisheng. If he could break through to LV3, would it mean he had a chance to step into that mysterious pinnacle level? At this thought, he shook his head with a wry smile, temporarily suppressing his inner restlessness. With the proficiency of the law of heaven and earth already at 97, it would be easy to increase it by another 3 after 12 hours when he could use it again. By then, he would be able to upgrade it to LV3. Whether he could step into the pinnacle level would soon be known. But for now, he decided to focus on enhancing other skills. Yisheng thought to himself. Yisheng furrowed his brow as he examined his skill panel. Apart from the newly advanced heaven and earth transformation, his other skills still left much to be desired. 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder, a crucial area attack skill, was disappointingly only at level 3. He sighed softly, tracing his fingers through the air. A faint spark of lightning flickered briefly before dissipating. Such power was insufficient to even challenge a low-level titan. His gaze drifted downward, catching on the proficiency level of Nightmare Ghost Realm. Although progress was slow, it was steadily advancing each day. Yisheng frowned slightly. He hadn't intentionally trained this skill, making its unusual growth perplexing. Yet, with the major exam looming, he had no time to delve into its mysteries. He calculated internally that if this trend continued, he might elevate Nightmare Ghost Realm to level 2 before the exam concluded. A slight smile tugged at his lips as he closed his eyes in contemplation. Despite the chaos of war raging in the southeastern region, none dared to disturb his training. Time flew by, and 12 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Yisheng opened his eyes again, feeling the surge of power within him. Rising to his feet, he formed seals with his hands, summoning a towering 30-meter-tall figure, the Profound Fire Celestial General. The general was engulfed in roaring flames, wielding a massive molten sword, its formidable energy causing the entire Nightmare Ghost Realm to tremble. With a mere thought, Yisheng summoned 2 unfortunate sparring partners, a woman with a fiery longbow and a burly figure projected into the realm once more. Under his control, the projections unleashed their potential recklessly, charging at the Profound Fire Celestial General. Yisheng maneuvered the Celestial General in fierce combat with the projections, focusing on filling the remaining 3 of his proficiency. As time ticked away, the Celestial General's form maintained itself for over an hour before beginning to dissipate. Just as it was about to vanish, the final 3 of proficiency was finally completed. A flash of golden light signaled the successful advancement of Heaven and Earth transformation to level 3. Yisheng exhaled deeply, dismissing the celestial form, and sat cross-legged in the void, opening his skill panel once more. Wow! The skill panel of Heaven and Earth transformation appeared before Yisheng, and he focused intently on it. As Yisheng glanced over it, his breath quickened. The stats of Heaven and Earth transformation at level 3 were astonishing, boasting a 270,000 increase in attack and defense power, far surpassing the 180,000 of the level 4 Vajra demon slaying sword. This meant his power had far exceeded the realm of high-level titans. Excited, Yisheng quickly regained his composure. He sat cross-legged, practicing his breathing technique, and a thunderous vibration resonated within him. The energy resonance of Heaven and Earth transformations joined in, creating a strong synergy with the breathing technique. Instantly, golden radiance surged around him, intermingled with a hint of eerie red. As the breathing technique continued, the red light rapidly spread. 15, 35, 68, 89. The golden radiance was gradually overtaken by the red glow. Yisheng felt his aura rising to a terrifying level. 93, 95, 97, 98, 99. Yisheng pushed with all his might, and the phantom of the celestial flame general appeared around him. Finally, the last one of the golden radiance was consumed by the red glow. At this point, the red aura surrounding Yisheng was pure and untainted. For a moment, his presence in the void was immensely powerful, transforming into a dazzling blood-red sun. The entire Nightmare Ghost Realm trembled under the burden, with continuous rumbling. The already fragile spatial barriers around him were shattering, unable to withstand the tsunami-like waves of energy emanating from Yisheng's body. At this moment, Yisheng was incredibly powerful. Yisheng was enveloped in a complete red glow, signifying that he had reached the peak level. His aura was like an unfathomable abyss, so deep that even he could not gauge its extent. Everything was shrouded in mystery, and only by facing a true opponent of the same level could he accurately measure his own strength. Yisheng exhaled slowly, the eerie red glow around him flickering and illuminating the entire Nightmare Ghost Realm. He understood well that the peak level was a new realm above the Titans, with a threshold so daunting that few could cross it. Yisheng couldn't help but wonder, if there were other peak-level contenders in the grand examination, how did they manage to break through? Gathering his thoughts, Yisheng focused on another thrilling discovery. The cool-down period for the skill, heaven, and earth transformation had disappeared after it was upgraded to level 3. This meant he could now use this powerful skill without any restrictions, significantly enhancing his combat abilities. Even more exciting was the prospect that level 3 wasn't the limit. The power of level 4 was unimaginable. As the second round of the exam neared its end, the battles became increasingly intense. Outside the southeastern region, other areas were also undergoing brutal eliminations. Every day, a large number of candidates were disqualified, and even the fall of Titan-level contenders had become commonplace. In such circumstances, the candidates from Ghost Mountain City felt fortunate to have Yisheng on their side, ensuring they could safely pass the second round. Shangguan Wushang nodded in agreement. Yes, it's already the 9th day of the second round, which lasts only 10 days. Just one more day, and it will be over. Su Chang chuckled. Once the third round begins, the first task is to elect the leader of the faction. As soon as Su Chang finished speaking, the crowd displayed a variety of expressions. Some were excited, others worried, but most were a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Could Yisheng be chosen as the faction leader? This question lingered in everyone's mind. A senior figure pondered. While a high-level powerhouse has a significant chance of being elected, it's not guaranteed. If not chosen, they would have to serve under someone else. Lan Tingsu stroked his chin, frowning slightly. Even a high-level powerhouse must follow orders if they fall under someone else's command, which can be quite restrictive. He shook his head lightly. Seeing this, Su Chang waved his hand with a smile. No need for wild guesses, folks. We'll know the outcome in a day. Let's just wait and see. Everyone nodded in agreement. Speculating now would only be an unnecessary burden. A day flew by. The southeastern district was engulfed in flames of war, leaving devastation in its wake. The fierce battle nearly toppled the city. The sky was overcast, and few figures were seen in the air. Most survivors were elites. A sense of exhaustion hung over the entire southeastern district. After 10 days of continuous fighting, even steel would weaken, let alone flesh and blood. In the void, the candidates from Guishan City sat in silence. They realized how lucky they were, as many strong contenders had been eliminated in the second round. Zhang Hao remarked, luck is also a part of strength. His injuries had healed, and he was full of energy. Zhang Gang nodded in agreement. Even though advancing to the third round doesn't guarantee admission, at least there's still a chance to prove oneself. Those eliminated early have no outlet for their potential. Everyone agreed. Han Liang looked up at the sky, his expression serious. In half an hour, the faction leader will be chosen. Hopefully, Yisheng will be elected. It would be beneficial for all of us. Zhang Hao also became serious. If Yisheng isn't chosen, we'll have to join someone else. It's not as comfortable as having our own leader. Everyone nodded. Someone chuckled. If Yisheng is elected, those lower-level powerhouses will come to us. We'll be quite impressive then. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We'll see what happens. The group continued to discuss. It's a shame we haven't seen Yisheng these past few days. Someone lamented. They had tried to visit their old classmate, but were stopped by high-level superiors. Zhang Hao explained. Yisheng is under immense pressure right now. Let's understand that. Meeting us is a minor concern. The person smiled sheepishly. I just said it casually. I didn't mean to be inconsiderate. Half an hour later, the southeastern district suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked up at the gloomy sky as if waiting for something. Surrounding Yisheng were Su Xingchen, Shangguan Jianyun, Gu Yuxian, and other high-level superiors, sitting protectively. The faction leader is about to be chosen. Su Xingchen's expression was solemn as he gazed at the sky. Gu Yuxian's small face was tense, her hands clasped together in silent prayer. Please let him be chosen. Shangguan Jianyun also put aside his usual composure. Everyone knew that only if Yisheng was elected could they relax. Otherwise, they would have to defer to others, unable to refuse even a death mission. In the silence, Yisheng opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. Suddenly, a beam of blood-red light shot from the thick clouds, rapidly descending in a certain direction. Soon after, more beams of blood-red light emerged, scattering across Blood Fiend City. It's the faction order. It's starting. Su Xingchen watched the beams of light intently. Whoever receives the faction order becomes the faction leader. He fervently hoped one of those beams would fly toward them and choose Yisheng. Streams of blood-red light streaked across the sky like meteors, yet none seemed to head toward Guishan City. The tension among the crowd grew, with many standing up, eyes fixed on each falling streak of red light. Come on. Jiang Hao clenched his fist. As the number of blood-red beams dwindled, indicating the faction leader was about to be chosen, no beam had yet come their way. Come. I'd trade 10 years of my life for one of those beams, someone shouted. Finally, as only a few beams remained, one hesitated briefly before shooting toward Guishan City. Whoa! It's really coming. My 10 years of life, the person exclaimed, eyes wide. With a flash and a boom, the blood-red beam arrived, causing a sonic boom. Such power was beyond the reach of an ordinary candidate. Yisheng reached out, his pale hand effortlessly catching the beam as it approached. As the blood-red light entered his hand, everyone turned to look. Yisheng opened his palm to reveal a blood-colored token resting there. The token was about the size of a palm, with the words Fengdu engraved on the front and faction token on the back. The intricate design depicted countless ghosts being suppressed within a ghost tower, reminiscent of the underworld. Yisheng's heart skipped a beat. Holding this faction token meant he was chosen as the leader of the faction. This role came with not only decision-making power but also significant responsibility, as the fate of countless examinees would now rest in his hands. Fengdu University seems to be cultivating something here. Yisheng murmured to himself. The surrounding crowd erupted with excitement. Many were thrilled, not overthinking the implications, but simply proud that their leader had been chosen as the faction head, anticipating the prestige that would follow. Su Xingchen laughed heartily. I knew they'd pick the boss as the faction leader. Shangguan Jianyun glanced at the blood-colored token in Yisheng's hand and breathed a sigh of relief. In the City Lord's mansion meeting room, high-ranking officials including Lan Tingsu also relaxed. Smiling, Lan Tingsu said, Yisheng, being a high-level powerhouse, had a high chance of being selected as the faction leader. It was expected. He appeared at ease as he settled back into his chair. Just as everyone was about to nod in agreement, Shangguan Wushang poured cold water on their enthusiasm. Don't celebrate too soon. Being chosen as the faction leader is just the first step. The upcoming self-selection phase is the real challenge. The room fell silent, acknowledging the truth in his words. The self-selection phase allowed examinees entering the third round to freely choose their faction leader. Since it was a free choice, it depended on the examinees' preferences. Some leaders would be chosen by countless people, quickly reaching the cap of 1 million members, while others might find themselves without any followers, resulting in an awkward situation. Will Yisheng end up with no one choosing him? The high-ranking officials exchanged worried glances. They lacked experience in this area. After all, the strongest examinee from Ghost Mountain City had only been a mid-level powerhouse, eliminated before even reaching the second round. Even if they passed the second round, a mid-level powerhouse would unlikely be chosen as a faction leader. This was the first time since the city's founding that a faction leader had emerged from Ghost Mountain City, so there was no precedent to follow. Lan Tingsu stood up, eyes fixed on the giant screen, and said seriously, this faction battle is different from the second round. Numbers are crucial? Su Chang nodded, adding earnestly, in this third-round faction battle, there's an additional element, the faction breathing technique. This technique is quite miraculous, developed by Fengdu University. Members of the same faction can learn it and, during battle, channel their energy to the faction leader. The more people, the greater the power, allowing the faction leader to unleash a devastating strike. On the battlefield, Shangguan Jianyun, Su Xingchen, and others gathered around Yisheng. With a serious expression, Shangguan Jianyun asked, Yisheng, did you obtain the faction breathing technique? Yisheng nodded. I did. The technique was embedded in the faction token. Upon receiving the token, a surge of information entered his mind, including this profound breathing technique. Unlike the techniques Yisheng had learned himself, this one allowed tens of thousands of examinees to resonate their energy together, channeling it into one person to deliver a devastating blow. Yisheng was amazed that such a technique existed, capable of harnessing the collective power of many individuals. Its significance was immense, enabling those of lower ranks to make an impact on the battlefield, rather than being crushed by those of higher ranks. This breathing technique was born for the battlefield. Yisheng instantly understood the creator's intention, to leverage the Federation's vast population. The Federation reportedly had trillions of people, with a large base of cultivators. Utilizing such a massive force on the battlefield would be unstoppable. Yet, Yisheng wondered what kind of threat warranted such a serious approach. He frowned, pondering what kind of monsters needed to be dealt with so seriously. Shangguan Jianyun reminded, Yisheng, you need to ensure that everyone in the faction learns this breathing technique. Once they do, they can be effective in the upcoming faction battles. Yisheng nodded, understanding the importance. He passed the faction breathing technique to Shangguan Jianyun, leaving the rest to him. Now, it was a matter of waiting to see if any examinees would choose to join their faction. The people of Ghost Mountain City were anxious. If no one chose to join their faction, it would be quite embarrassing. This self-selection phase would last for 3 days. In a tea house in Ghost Mountain City, a middle-aged man sipped his tea while watching the television screen. During these 3 days, examinees in the third round can freely roam the entire Blood Fiend market and choose to join the faction they deem strong. Won't everyone just flock to one faction leader? Someone asked. Yeah, if that happens, what's the point of fighting? The middle-aged man shook his head. No, Each faction has a limit on the number of members. Once it reaches 1 million, no more can be accepted. The first day of the self-selection phase passed swiftly. Throughout the day, the entire city of Shueisha seemed like it was undergoing a massive migration. The candidates, each harboring their own thoughts, were leaving the city in search of their ideal faction leaders. This choice resembled a high-stakes gamble. Choose correctly, and the rewards could be 1,000-fold. Choose wrongly, and it meant immediate elimination. Everyone had their own judgments, leading to endless debates. Under the rule of no physical confrontation, figures darted through Shueisha City, each heading towards the strong leaders they had in mind. At this moment, the reputation of the faction leaders was crucial. Those with illustrious reputations were thronged with visitors, as people believed that great fame comes with great capability. On the other hand, those unknown were left deserted. Information circulated quickly among the candidates, soon distinguishing the so-called popular factions. Within just one day, some of these factions had gathered hundreds of thousands of candidates, on the verge of breaking the million-member limit. In a tea house, a middle-aged man lamented, "Are we going to be left with nothing?" The crowd fell silent. On the television, candidates from Guishan City sat alone, with only a few choosing the Yisheng faction, numbering just a few hundred. This scene disheartened the onlookers. Someone complained to a bald man in front, "It's all your fault. Your bald head is just unlucky." The man touched his head in frustration, helpless about his hair loss. On the battlefield, Shangguan Jianyun, Su Xingqian, and others sat quietly. The prodigies of the Su family were anxious, pointing towards the directions of the other 7 high-ranking leaders. "Young master, look at them. Each of their factions has hundreds of thousands of candidates, along with many low and mid-tier leaders. We don't even have a single over-limit level here." Su Xingqian glanced at the other 7 directions, each shrouded in a dense, black cloud formed by countless candidates. In comparison, their side was indeed sparse. Shangguan Jianyun sighed, helpless against Yi Sheng's minor fame and late appearance. Su Xingqian, usually confident in Yi Sheng, began to waver. This faction battle relied on numerical advantage, so how could they compete with such a small force? He suggested, "Boss, why don't you find someone to fight and boost your reputation?" Yi Sheng remained silent with his eyes closed. Gui Wessian glared at Su Xingqian, "Don't come up with such lousy ideas. No fighting is allowed during the self-selection phase." Su Xingqian shrugged. "Then what good idea do you have?" Gui Wessian was left speechless. The situation would only worsen. Shangguan Jianyun's gaze was deep as he watched the numbers grow in the factions of the other 7 high-ranking leaders. The more their numbers increased, the more candidates from other regions would perceive them as powerful and be willing to join. In contrast, with their dwindling numbers, even those candidates who might consider joining would be scared off. Continuing like this will only lead to a vicious cycle. Su Xingqian frowned deeply, his gaze sweeping over the hundreds of new candidates who had joined. Regret was written all over their faces, and some were even beginning to look for opportunities to escape. If this situation continued, it would undoubtedly lead to even greater chaos. Meanwhile, in a remote area of the southeast region, more than 1,000 people had gathered, each wearing an expression of anger. "Mao Tiandu, what should we do next?" One of the third-turn cultivators couldn't help but ask. "The leader of the southeast region's faction won't even accept us, talking about quality over quantity." Mao Tiandu's face flushed with frustration. He hadn't anticipated such a situation. It was his idea to leave the southwest region, but upon arriving in the southeast region, no one would take them in, viewing them as outsiders. "Everyone, calm down," Mao Tiandu said, raising his hand to maintain composure. "Isn't there still another faction in the southeast region? Are you talking about that faction that no one has chosen?" The crowd buzzed with discussion. "The leader of that faction is unknown, with almost no one joining them. Wouldn't joining be a path to our own doom?" Mao Tiandu took a deep breath and said firmly, "Listen to me, the southwest region is no longer an option, and the other 7 factions refuse to accept us. We have no other path to take." The crowd exchanged glances, and someone couldn't help but complain. "This is really unlucky. We barely made it through the 2nd round, only to face this in the 3rd round. If we had known, we wouldn't have left the southwest region." "Not leave the southwest region?" Mao Tiandu countered. "There are over a dozen faction leaders there, making the competition incredibly fierce. In contrast, the southeast region only has 8 faction leaders, making it much more peaceful. Didn't we leave to avoid the intense competition in the southwest region?" The crowd fell silent, realizing Mao Tiandu had a point. "We have no choice," someone finally sighed. "We'll have to join this unknown faction leader." With no other options, the group of over 1,000 reluctantly set off, flying forward. By the 3rd day, it was the final opportunity for candidates to choose their factions, and now only a few remained undecided. The major factions had mostly taken shape. Su Xingqian stood in midair, scanning the faction of less than 100,000 people, his brow furrowed. Over the past few days, only a handful had chosen to join Yisheng's faction, not even reaching 100,000. It's hopeless, he sighed, pulling out a popsicle to calm his anxiety. Gu Yuxian, sensing the tension, smiled and reassured him. There's still a day left. Why rush? Meanwhile, Shangguan Jianyun opened his eyes and looked at Yishang, who was meditating in midair, perplexed. Despite the worsening situation, Yishang remained unmoved, seemingly indifferent. Time flew by, and the third day passed in the blink of an eye. Yishang's faction finally settled at 100,000 people, a stark contrast to the over 700,000 in each of the other 7 factions, drawing much ridicule. Mao Tiandu and others were disheartened, with some even regretting their decision to join. In the Guishan City faction, everyone looked anxiously at the distant 7 factions. The upcoming third round meant all-out war, and the disparity in strength filled them with despair. At this moment, Shangguan Jianyun approached Yi Shang with a golden invitation in hand. The 7 leaders have sent an invitation, he said, his expression odd. The crowd was taken aback and gathered around. Yi Shang took the invitation, his gaze serious. Su Xingchen snatched it for a look and exclaimed, "They want us to join forces? Against the peak-level factions?" Shangguan Jianyun explained solemnly, "This year's federal exam has 4 peak-level presences. All the high-ranking leaders feel the pressure and have decided to team up to eliminate the peak-level factions first." The crowd, shocked, also realized this was a chance to temporarily avoid a confrontation with formidable foes. All eyes turned to Yishang, waiting for his decision. Yishang nodded and said, "Let's go take a look." His eyes gleamed, seemingly intrigued by these peak-level prodigies. Great. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, having feared Yishang might refuse. The news quickly spread, bringing a sigh of relief to everyone in the Guishan city camp. With a single command from Shangguan Jianyun, the 100,000 strong forces of Guishan City prepared to move out. Meanwhile, the other 7 camps from the southeast region also mobilized, rising like 7 dark clouds to blot out the sky. This time, their target was not to fight each other, but to head to the central region for a battle against a formidable peak-level warrior. Everyone felt the weight of the situation, as the strength of a peak-level warrior is unfathomable, and whether they could return unscathed was uncertain. The 7 high-ranking leaders, in particular, wore expressions of deep concern. Half an hour later, the mighty army set off for the central region, leaving the entire southeast region deserted. At the border of the central region, sandstorms raged. Suddenly, countless figures emerged from the dust. It was the 7 camps from the southeast region. The Guishan city camp, with the fewest numbers, stood quietly at the edge. "Where are the people from the southwest region?" one high-ranking leader asked in a deep voice. "They should be arriving soon," another replied. "I heard they've chosen a leader this time, named Tang Hongyi. What qualifies her?" someone questioned skeptically. "She's very strong," someone explained. "The red glow around her is already at 87, just 1 step away from peak level." As the group discussed, the army from the southwest region also arrived in force. Their numbers were significantly greater, and their strength was evidently superior. In the Guishan city camp, Yishang stood at the forefront, with Shangguan Jianyun and others behind him. "They're celebrating too early," Su Xingchen sneered, adjusting his glasses. "This is a peak-level opponent. It's not going to be easy." Shangguan Jianyun nodded in agreement. Indeed, they might be underestimating the peak level. Yishang gazed intently at the crowd from the southwest region and spotted a familiar figure among them. A woman stood there, clad in a striking crimson outfit, as red as blood. Her face was concealed by a memorable jade fox mask that emitted a gentle white glow. Yishang whispered, "Tang Hongyi." A hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. He had encountered this mysterious woman once in the secret realm of Yin City, where she had hidden her true power. Seeing her again, Yishang keenly sensed that Tang Hongyi had now reached the pinnacle of her abilities, her strength terrifyingly formidable. Mao Tiandu recognized Tang Hongyi as well, recalling their competition for the top spot in the Yin City secret realm, and couldn't help but smile wryly. The woman now standing before the southwestern region's formation, surrounded by numerous powerful figures, was no longer the rival he once faced. He suddenly realized that Tang Hongyi had merely been toying with him back then. The alliance between the southwestern and southeastern regions exerted immense pressure on everyone present. A dense crowd of figures darkened the skies, and the sound of war drums was deafening. The high-ranking figures from the southwestern region were arrogant, loudly declaring their intention to crush the pinnacle-level faction. Tang Hongyi cast a cold glance at the brazen individuals behind her, her voice chilling as it emerged from beneath the mask. "Don't be complacent. The might of the pinnacle level is beyond your imagination." Her words were like a cold shower, immediately tempering the arrogance of the high-ranking figures. At that moment, there was a stir from the direction of the central region. Amidst the swirling yellow sand, countless figures emerged with an air of indifference, numbering in the millions. Among them, high-ranking figures willingly abandoned their positions to join the pinnacle faction, and many mid-ranking figures followed suit. Their eyes glinted with pride as they looked down on the southeastern and southwestern regions, as if they were nothing more than ants. Faced with such provocation, the two regions were instantly incensed, with shouts and curses echoing all around. However, a strong figure from the Pinnacle faction laughed coldly. A bunch of ants. Do you think joining forces will allow you to defeat our Pinnacle faction? Naive. Tang Hongyi's gaze was as sharp as lightning, piercing into the depths of the Pinnacle faction. Where is Su Xiao? Her voice carried a sense of familiarity, suggesting a past connection with the Pinnacle-level strongman. Ready, we meet again. A clear yet gentle voice resonated across the sky, silencing millions instantly. Following this, a path opened up within the Pinnacle faction, and a slender, sharp-eyed young man stepped forward. He wore a blue robe, exuding a scholarly elegance, though he occasionally coughed, appearing like a frail scholar. Su Xiao. Tang Hongyi's voice was icy. Su Xiao coughed repeatedly, yet his tone remained gentle. Hongyi, why are you so relentless? You failed to merge with the treasure body, and ultimately, you are not our match. Your Tang family has no chance this time. Tang Hongyi gritted her teeth. Su Xiao, I must enter the Emperor's tomb. Su Xiao shook his head with a light sigh. You won't make it. The spot to enter the Emperor's tomb will be decided among the four of us. That's not certain. Tang Hongyi retorted with a cold smile. You four are likely in trouble now. Just like you are, you might not survive to see the final round. Su Xiao coughed violently, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth with a white handkerchief. He looked up at the combined forces of the two regions, numbering in the millions, and smiled, seemingly unfazed. Hongyi, you know very well how powerful those at the Pinnacle level are. Su Xiao sighed, his gaze filled with pity. Relying on a swarm of ants is a mistake in itself. His words undoubtedly infuriated countless strong figures from the two major regions. Their numbers far exceeded Su Xiao's Pinnacle-level faction, with many high-ranking leaders among them. A high-ranking leader from the southwest region roared, Su Xiao, you will pay for your arrogance. Yishang remained calm, observing Su Xiao's figure. He had always been curious about how these anomalies reached the Pinnacle level. Tang Hongyi gestured for silence, her white jade fox mask gleaming as she spoke coldly. How will we know unless we try? Su Xiao shook his head, as if he had seen too many who were hopelessly stubborn. The entire South Ming province was focused on this first battle at the Pinnacle level. In the tea houses of Ghost Mountain City, people were abuzz with discussion, eagerly anticipating the earth-shattering duel to come. At the Central District's border, silence reigned. All eyes were on Tang Hongyi. Only she had the combat strength close enough to the Pinnacle level to face it directly. Tang Hongyi stepped forward, her internal breathing technique vibrating, radiating a brilliant glow. The glow surrounding her was nearly 87 red, with only 13 gold, indicating she hadn't yet reached the Pinnacle level. Meanwhile, the faction breathing technique began to operate, creating a unique energy resonance frequency in the void. We stand with our faction leader. Over 70,000 voices shouted in unison, activating the faction breathing technique. An endless sea of energy surged towards Tang Hongyi, instantly making her aura terrifyingly powerful. Su Xiao, let me see just how strong you really are. Tang Hongyi declared, the void around her trembling. Seeing this, other high-ranking leaders also activated their faction breathing techniques, their auras rising to unimaginable heights. The 7 high-ranking leaders from the southeast region were not to be outdone, preparing to deliver a thunderous strike against the Pinnacle-level faction. Within the Pinnacle-level faction, many volunteered to fight, their eyes shining with determination, undaunted by the alliance of the two major regions. Su Xiao calmly put away his white handkerchief, smiling, I alone am enough. This statement left everyone in shock. Clad in a blue robe, Su Xiao, like a scholar, walked alone towards the millions from the two regions. Tang Hongyi advanced through the air, accompanied by an infinite sea of light, determined to crush Su Xiao. Yet in the next moment, Su Xiao appeared before her, his gaze full of pity. Die! Tang Hongyi struck with her palm, and the infinite sea of light moved with it. Su Xiao gently brushed his hand across Tang Hongyi's cheek. In an instant, the infinite sea of light shattered, and Tang Hongyi's white jade fox mask broke into countless pieces, revealing a stunningly beautiful face filled with disbelief. Time seemed to freeze, and all color drained from Tang Hongyi's face. Tang Hongyi was defeated effortlessly, as if it were child's play, struck down by a single blow from Su Xiao. Her fox mask shattered, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Dressed in red, she was enchanting, but her pallor was like paper due to her severe injuries. Su Xiao looked at her coldly and said, for the sake of the Tang family, I won't kill you. With that, he turned and soared into the sky, ready to confront other faction leaders. Everyone, attack together. One of the high-ranking leaders shouted in anger. The unexpected defeat of their leader, Tang Hongyi, in the first encounter left everyone in shock. Su Zhao's display of terrifying power sent shivers down everyone's spine. Yes, all of us together, he can't take on so many of us at once, another faction leader said, his voice trembling. Su Zhao's strength was intimidating. He had easily defeated Tang Hongyi, who was at 87 of her red glow power, showcasing his peak-level might. Boom. The leaders from all factions in the two districts attacked simultaneously. They activated their faction breathing techniques, summoning an endless sea of light. The energy gathered from countless members of their factions. The faction leaders stood in various places in the void, carrying the sea of light as they charged towards Su Zhao. The scene was overwhelmingly powerful, as if it would engulf the Blood Fiend city. In front of television screens, countless people stood up unconsciously, eyes wide open. It's terrifying. So many faction leaders attacking one person? Can Su Zhao withstand this? In the void, Su Zhao walked leisurely, like a scholar taking a stroll. A wave of light crashed toward him, and a faction leader roared ferociously, "Su Zhao, die!" Su Zhao shook his head, raised his palm, and shattered the wave of light, instantly appearing before the faction leader. "You! Impossible!" the faction leader exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief that his sea of light had been so easily destroyed. Su Zhao replied calmly, "Just go home." With a single strike, the faction leader was eliminated without even a cry. Over 70,000 people lost their leader, and panic erupted. What happened next left everyone in horror. Su Zhao moved through the void like a phantom, each appearance claiming the life of a faction leader. He effortlessly pierced through defenses, eliminating one high-ranking leader after another. "Run!" someone shouted, and all the faction leaders were gripped by fear. It was a massacre. A peak-level entity slaughtered them like dogs. In front of their televisions, countless people were stunned. The combined forces of two districts, harnessing the power of hundreds of thousands, couldn't stop a single peak-level individual. This kind of power was beyond ordinary comprehension. As the faction leaders fled, chaos spread among the hundreds of thousands in the two districts. Yet Su Zhao had no intention of letting them go, cutting through the battlefield like a grim reaper, claiming the life of each faction leader. "Yisheng, retreat now," Shangguan Jianyun urged urgently. Strangely, Yisheng remained still, his gaze calm as he watched Su Zhao hunt down the faction leaders on the battlefield. "Yisheng." Seeing Yisheng unmoved, Shangguan Jianyun called out urgently. Normally calm and composed, at this moment he was truly anxious. Shangguan Jianyun's gaze was fixed intently on Yisheng, his heart filled with urgency. Su Zhao was already striding towards them with murderous intent, and if they didn't move soon, it would be too late. He couldn't understand how Yisheng could remain so calm in such a critical moment. In the Ghost Mountain City Lord's mansion, Lan Tingsu abruptly stood up, eyes glued to the screen. Yisheng was crucial to his political success, and seeing him motionless at such a moment made him incredibly anxious. Other high-ranking officials started to murmur, with some even questioning if Yisheng had been paralyzed with fear. On the battlefield, hundreds of thousands were retreating like a tidal wave. This battle had been lost for the two major districts, and all hope was shattered. Many were in disbelief that a single person could break through their defenses. The leaders of various factions were terrified and desperately fleeing back to their districts. Amidst this retreat, the Ghost Mountain City faction led by Yisheng stood like an immovable rock, conspicuous in its defiance. Passers-by cast curious glances, some filled with admiration, others with mockery. The 100,000 strong from Ghost Mountain City were on the verge of tears, wanting to retreat but not daring to defy Yisheng's will. Jiang Hao and others were stunned, unable to comprehend Yisheng's intentions. However, in the chaos, Han Liang shouted, "Why worry about so much? Even if it means death this time, stand your ground, not a step back." These words seemed to ignite a fighting spirit in everyone. Zhang Gang and others shouted in unison, "Yisheng, let us into battle." They were all in. Reaching this point was already beyond expectation, and even if they were eliminated in the next moment, it would be worth it. Watching this unfold, Shangguan Jianyun suddenly laughed. He realized, what was there left to flee from at this point? With renewed resolve, he took a step forward, standing behind Yisheng. Su Xingqian and Gu Yuexian followed closely. The remaining tens of thousands of candidates from Ghost Mountain City didn't hesitate for a moment, standing behind Yisheng. The newly joined candidates were also swept up in the atmosphere, as if each of them radiated a brilliant light. Passers-by were astonished at the sight, witnessing an indescribable spirit emanating from the candidates of Ghost Mountain City. In the City Lord's mansion, Lan Tingsu and others fell silent, realizing the value of such a state of mind. "Leader, let us into battle." The 10,000 from Ghost Mountain City shouted in unison, engaging in their faction's breathing technique. At that moment, their energy resonated with astonishing synchronicity. An endless sea of light rose into the sky, and though they were only 10,000, the light sea had the grandeur of a million voices. An ultimate convergence, almost tangible. They are the elite of the elite. the backbone of the Federation. Su Zhao's eyes flickered with surprise. In this grand examination, he witnessed an astonishing sight. Though there were only 100,000 of them, and perhaps they could only hold out for a while, it was nonetheless extraordinary. In the dark cosmos, the reincarnation sage sat in silent meditation, a rare smile appearing on his aged face. Interesting little fellows. On the battlefield, Su Zhao's eyes lit up. Amidst a million fleeing soldiers, the 100,000 from Guishan City stood like unyielding rocks, a sea of light solidifying above them. They were few, but steadfast. Interesting. Su Xiao struck down a high-ranking giant with a single palm and gazed intently at the Guishan City forces, stepping forward without hesitation. Run. Some fool is holding off Su Xiao, someone shouted, and many were overjoyed to see Su Xiao change his target. Su Xiao's elite forces fell silent, watching the Guishan City contingent with admiration. Someone sneered, a bunch of idiots. All of them together aren't worth a single hair from those 100,000. Yisheng remained calm, enveloped by an endless sea of light coming from behind him. He turned and smiled gently at the people, channeling the energy with the breathing technique of his camp, determined not to let their goodwill go to waste. Then, he turned to face Su Xiao, who was approaching through the air. Su Xiao strode forward, his eyes lighting up as he looked towards the Ghost Mountain City camp, especially when his gaze landed on Yisheng, the leader of the camp. His eyes were filled with admiration. Su Xiao walked closer, his gaze sharp as it swept across the Ghost Mountain City camp, finally settling on Yisheng. He nodded slightly, his voice deep and resonant. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. You are like a glimmer of light in the darkness. Yisheng remained calm, meeting Su Zhao's gaze with neither humility nor arrogance. The surroundings fell into silence, with everyone's attention focused on these two individuals. Inside the Ghost Mountain City's main hall, Lan Tingsu slumped helplessly in his chair, mumbling to himself, "It's over. My achievements are doomed." Other high-ranking officials also wore bitter smiles. In the tea houses and bars, many people were excitedly discussing, Yisheng has done his best. Even if he loses, it's worth it. Indeed, although he didn't make it to the final round, it was still a commendable effort. It's just a pity that no one from Ghost Mountain City can compete for the provincial champion. In the void, Yisheng smiled faintly. You're not bad yourself. Su Xiao asked in surprise, you're not afraid of me? Yisheng countered, why should I be afraid? This exchange made the people behind Yisheng break into a cold sweat. However, Su Xiao was intrigued and laughed. Interesting. If you can get into Fengdu University, you should consider joining me. I guarantee you wealth and glory. Yisheng shook his head, declining politely. I'm used to being free and prefer solitude. Su Xiao frowned. You don't know what's good for you. Then you shall die. With that, he rushed towards Yisheng like a phantom, striking with his palm. Everyone closed their eyes, assuming Yisheng was doomed. Yet, after a crisp sound, Yisheng had firmly caught Su Zhao's deadly strike. In an instant, a cataclysmic wave of energy swept across, clearing the yellow sand for miles around, leaving only two figures suspended in the air, a blue and a white, palm to palm, eyes locked. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene. The entire southern Nether province was shaken. What? In the city lord's mansion, Lan Tingsu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he stared at the unbelievable scene on the screen. Blocked. He blocked a peak-level strike? How is this possible? In the Southern Province Federation exam, besides the 4 peak-level contenders, there's actually another peak-level contender? Amidst the chaotic battlefield, a level 18 storm raged, sending tens of thousands of candidates from Ghost Mountain City flying. At the eye of the storm, Su Xingqian and others barely maintained their balance, staring in disbelief at the figure in white robes. Yisheng had effortlessly parried Su Zhao's strike, showing no signs of weakness. Boss? Peak level. Su Xingqian exclaimed, goosebumps rising on his skin. Shangguan Jianyun and Gu Yuexian were wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were witnessing. The candidates from the Ghost Mountain City faction snapped back to reality, all turning to look at their faction leader. Who could have imagined that they had chosen a hidden peak-level powerhouse? The entire battlefield fell silent. Millions who were fleeing stopped in their tracks, looking back in disbelief. Someone had stopped Su Xiao, and they were also peak level. People were astounded and began to curse out loud, finding this exam utterly absurd with peak-level contenders appearing one after another. The high-ranking leaders felt a deep sense of resentment, as the spotlight that should have been theirs was stolen by these peak-level contenders. The only 4 remaining high-ranking leaders of the Southeast region looked at each other with regret. If only they had chosen to align with the Ghost Mountain City faction. Tang Hongyi, severely injured, watched Yisheng confront Su Xiao in confusion. As someone familiar with the threshold of peak-level power, she was even more puzzled. How did Yisheng achieve this? A flicker of uncertainty passed through Su Zhao's eyes. He couldn't believe there was such a hidden peak-level contender in the southern province. Who are you? Which family do you belong to? Su Xiao demanded harshly, striking out again. This time, he unleashed his full strength, with a surge of crimson light radiating from his body, resembling a red sun hanging high in the sky. Yishang remained unflustered, employing his breathing technique, transforming the crimson light into a dazzling sun to clash with Su Xiao's. Just an ordinary person, he replied calmly. The two were evenly matched, each strike reducing the surrounding matter to dust. The ground cracked, and the void shattered, forcing everyone to retreat to a safe distance. Only then did the high-ranking leaders realize that Su Xiao had not been using his full strength before. The gap between them and peak level was far greater than they had imagined. However, Yisheng noticed something different during the clash. Su Xiao's peak level combat power seemed to be aided by some external force. This power was so formidable that it could overshadow the heavens and earth. Kid, now is not the time. We'll meet in the final round of the King's tournament, Su Xiao said coldly, retreating to his faction. Yisheng didn't pursue him, sensing that the external force within Su Xiao had been sealed. His true combat strength was far more complex than it appeared now. Su Xiao retreated, taking his elite forces back to the central region, which brought a sigh of relief to everyone. Yisheng stood alone in the void, his white robe fluttering in the wind. The crowd looked up at his tall figure with a mix of reverence and unease. The high-ranking leaders who survived the battle were especially wary, their expressions shifting as they feared Yisheng might suddenly turn against them. The recent epic battle had proven that even united, they could not match his strength. The four remaining high-ranking leaders in the southeastern region were particularly pale and terrified. However, Yisheng paid them no more attention. With a gentle leap, he disappeared into the sky. In this battle, he not only witnessed the pinnacle of power but also imprinted Su Xiao's image in his mind, preparing to project it in the nightmare ghost realm later. The 100,000-strong Ghost Mountain City camp quickly gathered, their eyes fervently following Yisheng's figure. To them, he had become a supreme being. Su Xingqian, eating an ice pop, ran over excitedly, with Shangguan Jianyun and Gu Yuexian following with complex expressions. Yisheng smiled slightly and led the way, flying towards the southeastern region. The crowd followed closely, feeling both pride and apprehension. With Yisheng's departure, millions finally breathed a sigh of relief. But everyone knew that the dynamics of this major exam had fundamentally changed. The following day, Bloodfiend City was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. The appearance of 5 elite forces had left every camp uneasy, and the high-ranking leaders were in utter distress. However, on the second day, the 4 elite forces from the central region suddenly announced they would not participate in the third round of the camp battle, which slightly eased everyone's tension. Shortly after, Yisheng made the same promise. With assurances from the 5 elite forces, the third round of the camp battle finally began normally. The camps ceased to join forces and instead fought fiercely among themselves. For many, this would be their final battle. Zhang Hao watched the intense battle in the distance and remarked, "This major exam is about to end." Unlike the chaos elsewhere, the area around the Ghost Mountain City camp was silent, with no one daring to provoke them. Zhang Gang leisurely lay in the void and said, "Yeah, for us, this third round is the last." Han Liang laughed. "I didn't expect that apart from the first round being a bit tough. The next 2 rounds would be so easy." The classmates exchanged smiles, feeling content to have come this far, even though they missed witnessing Yisheng's prowess on the void battlefield. Meanwhile, in the tea houses of Ghost Mountain City, discussions about the upcoming situation were rife. Some worried that Yisheng might face the combined forces of the other 4 elites, but many were confident in his abilities. In the city lord's office, Lan Tingsu was concerned with another matter. He said to his female secretary, "You say Yisheng is just an adopted son? And his foster father is named Lu Shushan?" Lan Tingsu stood up and moved to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the garden outside. His eyes passed through the glass, settling on the meticulously trimmed greenery, but his thoughts drifted far away. The fact that Yisheng was at a pinnacle level left him in awe. Yet, amidst the shock, he quickly realized what he needed to actively cultivate a relationship with Yisheng. Lan Tingsu sighed softly. Yisheng's admission to Fengdu University was a certainty, and with his remarkable talent at the pinnacle level, his future achievements were bound to be limitless. Once he graduated from Fengdu University and stepped into the Federation, he would likely hold a high position. By then, Lan Tingsu, a mere city lord, would find it difficult to reach him. If he didn't seize the opportunity to build a good rapport with Yisheng now, when else could he? At that moment, he heard his female secretary hesitantly trying to speak behind him. Frowning, Lan Tingsu turned and asked, "Speak your mind." The secretary hesitated for a moment before saying, "I've heard. The Lu family doesn't have a harmonious relationship with Yisheng. Is that so?" Lan Tingsu was taken aback, then furrowed his brows in contemplation. He wanted to curry favor, but not inappropriately. Seeing his reaction, the secretary added, "Yisheng has his own villa, and the major families have already sent their gifts there. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Lan Tingsu complained. Then send our gifts to that villa too. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. These noble families act fast. I thought I was quick, but they beat me to it. They must have all seen Yishang's extraordinary potential. On the battlefield, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Ghost Mountain City camp today. What brings you here? In a quiet void, Yisheng looked up at Tang Hongi, who was sitting opposite him. She wore a red outfit as bright as blood, her figure graceful. The shattered fox mask had been repaired and was back on her face, hiding her breathtaking beauty. Tang Hongi bit her red lip, her gaze evasive. Have we met somewhere before? She felt Yisheng was familiar, especially his aura, giving her a sense of déjà vu. Yisheng smiled, not hiding anything, and recounted the events of the In City's secret realm. Tang Hongi listened and suddenly understood, her mouth forming an O shape. You've been hiding quite well. You're no different, Yisheng replied, shaking his head. Then he asked, what did you seek me for? Tang Hongi stared at Yisheng and asked directly, where did you get the treasure body? Treasure body? Yisheng frowned, puzzled. Tang Hongi caught his expression change and exclaimed, you don't know about the treasure body? Then how did you break through to the pinnacle level? Yisheng's face returned to calmness, realizing a key piece of information from Tang Hongi's words. He had long suspected Su Xiao and others relied on external forces to reach the pinnacle level, and now the answer was clear, it was this so-called treasure body. Can you tell me about the origin of the treasure body? Yisheng asked calmly. Tang Hongi hesitated for a moment before beginning her explanation. Rather than a treasure body, it's more accurate to call it a Dao fruit. A treasure body is a Dao fruit condensed from the fallen 9-turn ghost emperors. With their near-divine powers, these emperors can choose to condense their life's cultivation into a Dao fruit upon death. This Dao fruit contains the essence of a 9-turn ghost emperor's cultivation. After fusion, even an ordinary person can become a prodigy. Yisheng's eyes narrowed. Did Su Xiao and the others each fuse with a treasure body Dao fruit? Tang Hongi shook her head and explained, no, you guessed wrong. Su Xiao and the others fused with incomplete treasure bodies, not full Dao fruits. Few 9-turn ghost emperors can condense a complete Dao fruit upon their demise. Most are incomplete. Take Su Xiao, for example. Due to fusing with an incomplete treasure body, his laws are incomplete, leading to constant coughing up of blood, fractures in his body, and enduring severe pain. Yisheng suddenly understood why Su Xiao often coughed up blood. Tang Hongi continued, that's why all 4 of them are determined to win the provincial champion this time. Why? How is winning the provincial champion related to their incomplete treasure bodies? Yisheng pressed further. Tang Hongi took a deep breath and revealed a shocking secret. What ordinary people don't know is that each provincial champion gets a chance to enter the imperial tomb. And within the tomb lies something Su Xiao and the others are desperately seeking. Yisheng remained silent, but the object that Su Xiao and his group desired was almost within reach. Tang Hongi gazed at Yisheng and slowly revealed the truth. A truly complete treasure body Dao fruit not only spares Su Xiao and others from excruciating pain, but also offers battle prowess far superior to that of an incomplete Dao fruit. She paused before continuing, and such a treasure body Dao fruit can only be found in the imperial tomb. Seeing the confusion in Yisheng's eyes, Tang Hongi explained, the imperial tomb has buried countless emperors, and the key is held by Fengdu University. With Fengdu University's power, no one can take it from them. Yisheng suddenly understood. Though Tang Hongi couldn't fully discern his intentions, she managed to make Yisheng owe her a favor. Before leaving, she warned, in the final round of the king's battle, Su Xiao and the others might join forces to eliminate you first. Yisheng remained non-committal. In the following days, the Ghost Mountain City camp was calm and uneventful. The 3rd round lasted 10 days, with fierce battles among other camps except for the 5 peak level ones. Yisheng stayed in a meditative state, sending his consciousness into the nightmare ghost realm to enhance his powers. Time flew by, and the final day of the 3rd round arrived. Bloodfiend City became incredibly quiet, as the survivors awaited the announcement of those selected for the king's battle. In a tea house in Ghost Mountain City, the atmosphere was relaxed and lively. People were proudly discussing Yisheng's entry into the final round. In the conference room at the city lord's mansion, the high-ranking officials gathered. Lan Tingsu smiled and asked, everyone's been to that villa, right? The crowd laughed awkwardly. Su Cheng boasted, my grandson is very close to Yisheng, giving us a much greater advantage than the rest of you. Shangguan Wushang replied solemnly, it still depends on his performance in the king's battle. With the 3rd round over, the Ghost Mountain City camp breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Hao remarked, everyone, our journey ends here. All eyes turned to Yisheng, who sat cross-legged in the void. Shangguan Jianyun was deep in thought, hoping to be chosen for the king's battle. Su Xingchen bored, sucked on an ice pop and said, we'll see if we're selected. Suddenly, Yisheng opened his eyes, which emitted a startling red glow with a hint of black, like an abyss swallowing light. Boss? Su Xingchen was a bit alarmed. In that moment, Yisheng seemed incredibly terrifying. Yisheng's eyes glimmered with a restrained brilliance, and his aura gradually became more composed. He glanced around at Su Xingqian and the others, who were curiously observing him, and offered them a slight smile. The joy of advancing to level 4 in heaven and earth form had not yet subsided when Yisheng heard Su Xingqian remind him, "Boss, the third round has ended, and we're about to enter the selection phase for the final round of the King's Battle." Yisheng nodded, his gaze piercing through the overcast sky. Half an hour later, beams of blood-red light shot down from the clouds like arrows, enveloping the candidates below. These fortunate ones were all formidable contenders who had emerged from the first round. Being enveloped by the red light signified their entry into the King's Battle, while those not chosen would be transported out of Blood Fiend City. Unsurprisingly, one of the beams enveloped Yisheng. The crowd was not surprised. It was expected for a peak-level powerhouse to be selected. However, what was surprising was that Su Xingqian and Shangguan Jianyun were also chosen. It seemed these two young men had considerable potential, earning recognition from Fengdu University. After the selection, a rumble of thunder echoed across the sky. The Saint of Reincarnation tossed a black sphere, which expanded rapidly into a massive black cage upon hitting Blood Fiend City. The dark light absorbed the surrounding light, casting a shadow over the world. "Enter," urged a proctor with a cold demeanor. "Is this the void battlefield? It looks like a prison," someone wondered aloud. "It's a Saint's spatial artifact, extremely stable inside," another explained. A high-ranking leader was the first to rise into the air, taking a deep breath before diving into the black cage. The other selected candidates quickly followed suit. Yisheng turned to Su Xingqian and Shangguan Jianyun and said, "Let's go as well." The two nodded, their expressions a mix of nervousness and excitement. Just as Yisheng, clad in white, took to the air, a shout came from behind, "Be careful, peek." It was the 10,000 strong from Ghost Mountain City cheering him on. The concern in their voices caught Yisheng off guard, momentarily dazing him. After a brief pause, he regained his composure, smiled slightly, and resolutely flew toward the void battlefield, with Shangguan Jianyun and Su Xingqian following close behind. The three figures soon disappeared into the black cage, vanishing from sight. In the void battlefield, many people whispered, recognizing the presence of the formidable Su Xiao. Su Xiao stood in the void, covering his mouth with a white handkerchief as he coughed, blood staining the pristine fabric. He looked up at Yisheng, who was clad in white robes, and smiled warmly as if reuniting with an old friend. "Ye brother, we meet again." Yisheng's expression remained calm, knowing that their last encounter was merely a test. This time, in the void battlefield, it would be a battle of life and death. A figure in red suddenly appeared. Tang Hongyi, wearing a jade fox mask, approached Yisheng, her voice soft and alluring. "Yisheng, I am here to lend you a hand." Yisheng frowned, intending to refuse, but Tang Hongyi clung to him like glue. Su Xiao put away his handkerchief and glanced in three directions. "It's time for you to come out." As soon as he spoke, an earth-shattering dragon roar came from the west. A fiery red dragon approached through the air, bearing a knight with golden hair and blue eyes named Balin, who wielded a spear and radiated a crimson glow, clearly another peak-level warrior. From the east, a hunched young man carrying a black coffin emerged slowly. Tang Hongyi whispered, "This is Luo Wuchang from the Ghost King Hall. The coffin contains a 5-turn Ghost King corpse." Yisheng frowned slightly, hearing of such a force for the first time. In the south, green light surged, forming a sea of vines, atop which stood a fair-skinned woman. Tang Hongyi introduced Han Shui Xian from the Water Immortal Palace. The 4 peak-level fighters surrounded Yisheng, their intentions unmistakable. Tang Hongyi, Su Xingqian, and Shangguan Jianyun all volunteered to assist Yisheng, but he shook his head, dismissing them from the battlefield with a wave of his hand. Dragon Knight Balin spoke coldly, "Let's move. Eliminate this unexpected obstacle first." Luo Wuchang silently opened the coffin, absorbing black energy as his posture straightened. Han Shui Xian chuckled softly, and the vines formed a carnivorous flower lunging toward Yisheng. Su Xiao stepped forward, ready to engage. Spectators retreated, giving the 5 peak-level warriors room. Su Xingqian was eager to rush in to help, but was stopped by Shangguan Jianyun. "Don't complicate things for Yisheng." Tang Hongyi watched Yisheng face the battle alone and muttered, "This guy is as unromantic as a stone." In Ghost Mountain City, countless people held their breath for Yisheng. Although they had anticipated this moment, they couldn't help but feel indignant on Yisheng's behalf. "I hope he can hold on for a while longer." In the living room of an ordinary family, everyone sat around the TV. A young mother silently prayed for Yisheng, while her curious little daughter in her arms asked, "Mom, can't the big brother win?" The man in the white robe on the screen appeared very approachable, easily winning people's favor. The mother chuckled, kissed her daughter, and said with conviction, "The big brother will definitely win." Meanwhile, underground betting rings were buzzing with activity, with bets being placed on how long Yisheng could last against the 4 top-tier fighters. The longer he lasted, the higher the odds, but almost no one bet on him lasting long. It was clear to the discerning eye that Yisheng wouldn't hold out for long. Some even offered odds on Yisheng defeating the 4 top-tier fighters, but there were no takers who would throw money away like that. In the City Lord's mansion of Ghost Mountain City, Lan Tingsu watched the giant screen with a grim expression. A senior member shook his head and said, "The method doesn't matter anymore. Lasting 30 seconds would be good. A minute might be the limit." Everyone nodded in agreement. The combined might of the 4 top-tier fighters was terrifying, and even though Yisheng was also at the peak level, he wouldn't be able to hold out for long. They never considered that Yisheng might win. They were merely speculating on how long he could endure. "Yisheng is making a move," Lan Tingsu suddenly announced. In the void battlefield, facing the 4 top-tier fighters, Yisheng remained calm. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he took a step forward and murmured, "Hunde Xiang." In an instant, a breathtaking scene unfolded. Flames erupted around Yisheng as a colossal Huntian Xian fire god general emerged from the ground. This figure stood over 40 meters tall, more majestic than a mountain. It was engulfed in divine flames, clad in a beast-faced armor, with a resplendent lion belt around its waist, golden feathered ribbons flying behind, and wielding a massive sword dripping with molten lava. The presence of the Huntian Xian fire god general dominated the void, causing the air to boil. Spectators were left in awe, as such a display was unprecedented. The mere spectacle was mesmerizing, not to mention the terrifying power it contained. In the dark starry universe, the reincarnation saint looked down, frowning. He detected a hint of divine aura in the god general's figure, which seemed impossible. In the void, Luo Wucheng sneered, "All show and no substance." Behind him, a black stone coffin trembled violently, and endless black corpse energy surged into him. With a crisp sound within his body, it seemed he had unlocked some kind of seal, and his power surged. "Die!" Luo Wucheng calmly unleashed a palm strike, and a massive black corpse energy hand formed in the void, bearing down on Yisheng. Yisheng merely waved his hand lightly, and the Huntian Xian fire god general swung its molten sword to meet the attack. With a thunderous crash, the black corpse energy hand shattered instantly, the sword's momentum unimpeded as it aimed straight at Luo Wucheng. At the last moment, 2 more sounds came from within Luo Wucheng, indicating he was unlocking more seals. However, it was too late. He was sent flying by the sword, his body nearly exploding, barely held together by countless black corpse energy. "What?" Su Xiao and the others were shocked. The power Yisheng unleashed far exceeded their expectations, nearly taking down a peak-level fighter in an instant. "Attack together," Su Xiao decisively commanded, leading the charge. His golden snake sword struck like a venomous serpent, penetrating defenses effortlessly. In the western void, Balin's knight's lance and his dragon mount launched an assault. To the south, Han Shuixian released countless green vines, aiming to entangle the Huntian Xian fire god general. Despite his injuries, Luo Wucheng also summoned a massive black coffin to smash towards Yisheng. In an instant, the 4 top-tier fighters launched a coordinated attack from all directions, causing the void to boil, engulfing the Huntian Xian fire god general. Everyone watched intently as the 4 supreme fighters went all out, wondering just how long Yisheng could hold on. The 4 formidable warriors launched their attacks simultaneously, their combined power overwhelming. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Yisheng's combat strength far exceeded expectations. He summoned a colossal 40-meter-tall avatar, wielding a massive molten sword the size of a mountain, each strike causing the earth to quake as if a mountain were crumbling. Luo Wucheng's black coffin was shattered in an instant, sending him coughing up blood as he staggered back, his deadfish eyes filled with shock. Han Shuixian's sea of green vines, seemingly impenetrable, was effortlessly torn apart by the molten sword, the lava burning its way toward her. Baron's knight's lance and his giant dragon were no match for a single blow from the molten sword. Su Zhao's golden snake sword, adept at piercing defenses, was rendered useless against Yisheng's relentless assault, knocking him back, vomiting blood with each close encounter. Yisheng, fighting 1 against 4, displayed a ferocity that left all spectators dumbfounded. The underground betting bosses panicked, hastily preparing to flee. Even the high-ranking officials and nobility of Ghost Mountain City were incredulous, realizing Yisheng's power far surpassed their estimates. The tide of battle turned, driving Su Xiao to madness. His eyes blood-red, he roared to break the seal on his treasure body. Han Shuixian urgently warned him of the terrifying cost of doing so. Yet Su Xiao, beyond caring, sinisterly questioned if the other 3 were willing to forego their chance at changing fate. After a brief silence, all 3 chose to fight desperately. As the seal was lifted, Su Xiao's aura surged wildly, his level breaking through to mid-air peak. However, the price was severe. His body covered in horrifying cracks, resembling a porcelain vase on the verge of shattering. "Kid, let me show you what true peak-level power looks like." Ha ha ha. Su Xiao laughed maniacally. Only now was the full power of his treasure body unleashed, revealing his true level of strength. Yet the cost was dire, as his physical form continued to fracture, frightening cracks spreading across his entire body, even appearing on his face. He resembled a shattered porcelain, oscillating between breaking and mending. Su Xiao looked particularly menacing and terrifying. His face twisted in a grimace. Su Xiao exuded an aura akin to that of a malevolent spirit. Similarly, Luo Wuchang, Balan, and Han Shuixian released the seals on their precious bodies, causing their power to surge to the peak of the mid-ear. The four of them appeared so frightening that the high-ranking leaders watching from the sidelines instinctively stepped back, witnessing such formidable peak-level warriors for the first time. From the distant void, Tang Hongyi sighed. This is the downside of an incomplete precious body. The energy is difficult to consolidate and can only be maintained through seals. Once released, this is what happens. Her gaze shifted to the white-robed figure within the Hunyuan Dharma apparition. Yisheng has done an excellent job, fighting alone against 4 peak-level opponents and pushing them to the brink. Across the entire southern Ming province, no one in the same realm can match him. Su Xingqian, feeling distressed, said, "Boss, this situation is too tough." Shangguan Jianyun looked up and advised, "Give up. Any one of these 4 mid-ear peaks could easily defeat the top contenders from other provinces." At the Ghost Mountain City Lord's mansion, Lan Tingsu and the others stood up, no longer hoping for victory, but simply wishing for Yisheng's safety. They knew that Yisheng had already done his best. Reaching this point was no small feat. Peak. Give up. Outside Shueisha City, the candidates from Guishan City were transported out of the examination hall, standing on the battleship and watching the final battle on the void battlefield via live broadcast. Among the crowd, Lu Ming kept muttering like he was entranced. Give up? In a family's living room, a little girl sucking her thumb asked her mother, "Will Big Brother give up?" The young mother smiled and said, "He's already done very well. Even if he gives up now, it's understandable." The little girl innocently replied, "I don't think Big Brother will give up." In the void battlefield, Yisheng stood in a white robe, enveloped by a majestic and mountainous aura, holding a giant sword dripping with molten lava. Facing 4 mid-level peak experts like Su Xiao, he remained calm. Baron stood atop a dragon's head, his body constantly cracking and healing. Su Xiao wiped the blood from his mouth, his skull occasionally splitting. Luo Wuchang sighed. "It's a pity there's a reincarnation saint protecting him. Otherwise, I'd want to take him down." Yisheng chuckled. "Mid-level peak? Now this is interesting." He stepped forward, his breathing resonating like thunder. The red glow around him suddenly became intense and pure, quickly matching the 4, reaching the mid-level peak. Before the 4 could be shocked, a great thunder rumbled within Yisheng. The red glow became increasingly brilliant, gradually taking on a deep black hue. The black light devoured the surrounding light, even causing ripples in the void battlefield. Impossible. Su Xiao was in disbelief. How could this be? Han Shuixian was visibly shaken. High-level peak. Luo Wuchang's eyes widened in shock. Su Xiao smiled bitterly. "Do we really have to risk our lives?" A resolve to die appeared in his eyes as his aura began to rise unnaturally. A hint of black appeared in the glow around him, stepping into the high-level peak. Seeing this, the other 3 also began to burn their precious bodies and Dao fruits, temporarily elevating themselves to the high-level peak. Their auras surged unnaturally, with black appearing in their glows. Yisheng shook his head. "Is this really necessary?" Suddenly, an eerie sound of chains echoed through the heavens and earth. 4 black chains emerged from the void, swiftly binding the 4 and dragging them into a dark space. Yisheng vanished along with them. Clang. The sound of chains reverberated through the air, an eerie noise with no discernible source. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The 5 peak-level fighters vanished from the void battlefield in an instant. In the void battlefield, the high-ranking titans watching were left speechless. Those eerie black chains appeared suddenly, and the 5 peak-level combatants disappeared in a flash, so quickly that many struggled to comprehend what had happened. Numerous high-ranking titans couldn't even see what transpired. As time ticked away, the 5 peak-level fighters remained absent. This scene left television viewers equally astonished. In the void battlefield, the crowd anxiously waited for a long time until finally, one high-ranking titan couldn't contain himself and suddenly attacked the person next to him. This action acted as a catalyst, reigniting the battlefield. The disappearance of the 5 peak fighters rekindled many high-ranking titans' ambitions to seize the title of regional champion. The battle erupted once more, plunging the void battlefield into chaos. After an indefinite period, the battlefield gradually calmed. A blood-soaked high-ranking titan hovered in the air, coughing up blood, but with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. At this moment, he was the sole figure left in the void battlefield. "Ha ha! Unbelievable! Truly unbelievable!" The high-ranking titan laughed loudly, his laughter echoing across the battlefield. This dramatic scene left TV viewers dumbfounded. Could it be that this person would become the champion of the Naming region? And where had those 5 peak-level fighters gone? Just then, a figure suddenly appeared. Everyone was startled to see that it was the Samsara Saint himself, descending from the Dark Star universe. The high-ranking Titan stopped laughing and looked at the Saint in surprise. The Samsara Saint glanced at him, then looked deeply into a certain direction and sighed. Young people today really don't let you rest easy. With that, he raised his withered hand, gently slashed through the void, opened a spatial door, and stepped through it. The high-ranking Titan scratched his head, utterly perplexed. By rights, with him being the last one standing, why didn't the Saint declare him the regional champion? At this moment, not only he but also the TV viewers were puzzled, eagerly anticipating further developments. In a dim, gray space, Yisheng sat cross-legged, with 4 clusters of shattered flesh floating nearby. The Samsara Saint stepped into this nightmare ghost realm, first looking at the 4 clusters of flesh, then turning his gaze to Yisheng, who was sitting in the void. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. This kid is truly extraordinary. At this moment, Yisheng resembled a pure black sun, absorbing all surrounding light. The Samsara Saint nodded in approval. Extreme realm. Unknown to ordinary people, there exists a realm beyond the peak level, known as the extreme realm. Few can step into this realm. Yisheng single-handedly battled 4 high-ranking peaks in the nightmare ghost realm. Su Xiao and the others fought him at the cost of their lives, and even Yisheng found himself in a difficult battle, his white robe stained with blood. However, with the nightmare ghost realm support, Yisheng briefly entered the extreme realm, ultimately obliterating the 4. The Samsara Saint withdrew his gaze, knowing that the power of the extreme realm was difficult to control and even the 5-turn Ghost King feared it. At this moment, the black energy circulating within Yisheng began to cause his physical body to fracture. The Sage of Reincarnation understood that Yisheng would ultimately turn misfortune into a blessing, stepping into the realm of the 5th transformation Ghost King with unparalleled power. A vertical eye appeared at the center of the Sage of Reincarnation's forehead, emitting a beam of blood-red light that enveloped the shattered masses of flesh. An incredible power of restoration surged forth, quickly reforming the flesh into human shapes. Su Xiao and the others lay unconscious, but their lives were spared. The Sage of Reincarnation's hunched figure grew even more bent, clearly exhausted from the effort. With a sigh, he gathered the 4 and departed the nightmare ghost realm. Yisheng opened his eyes, and the black radiance dissipated. He calmly contemplated the power of the extreme realm, realizing that this level could only be barely achieved within the nightmare ghost realm. Rising to his feet, Yisheng took a step and exited the ghost realm. On the battlefield of the void, the surviving high-ranking leaders awakened from their daze, laughing with excitement. I am the top scholar of the Naming province. Their laughter echoed across the battlefield. The audience buzzed with discussion, many admiring Yisheng as the one with true strength. At that moment, a portal split open in the void battlefield, and a figure clad in white robes stepped through. The figure in the white robe appeared silently and unexpectedly returned to the battlefield of the void. Yisheng's ghostly reappearance sent shockwaves through the entire battleground. At this moment, only one high-ranking giant remained, lost in the euphoria of becoming the provincial champion. Unbeknownst to him, death had quietly taken its place behind him. The audience held their breath, eyes fixed on the scene. In a tea house in Guishan City, a middle-aged man rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Yisheng is back? The place erupted into a frenzy as people swarmed in. In the city lord's mansion, the officials were momentarily stunned, then erupted in joy. They astutely noticed that the other 4 top contenders had not appeared, and the bloodstains on Yisheng's robe silently spoke volumes. Sitting at the head, Lan Tingsu's eyes gleamed with ambition. A provincial champion, what a monumental political achievement. On the warship, Su Xingchen jumped up in excitement, shouting boss. The entire cabin erupted with thunderous cheers, except for Lu Ming, who stood there in disbelief, staring at the white-robed figure on the screen. Across countless households, people cheered with joy. A young mother tearfully told her daughter, "Big brother won." This was not just Yisheng's personal glory but the pride of the entire Guishan city. From this moment on, countless people would remember the name of this city. However, one person still remained on the battlefield of the void. All eyes were focused there, waiting for the final outcome to be revealed. In the battlefield of the void, the high-ranking Titan stood there with a foolish grin. His eyes were glazed over, as if he could already see his triumphant return home, basking in glory. Having seized the top provincial title, he would be personally received by the domain lord, with countless noble families vying for alliances and marriage proposals pouring in like snowflakes. This status was the key to unlocking the doors of power. The high-ranking Titan trembled all over, with every cell dancing in delight. He was so immersed in his fantasy that he even let out a few moans. Just then, a soft cough came from behind him. The high-ranking Titan felt as though he'd been plunged into an icy abyss, with a chill spreading from his feet to his entire body. His teeth chattered as he slowly turned around, only to see Yisheng standing quietly behind him, clad in a blood-stained white robe. Yi Pinnacle? You're still alive. The high-ranking Titan was utterly terrified. His dreams of glory instantly shattered. Yisheng cast a calm glance at him. Do you need me to do it? The high-ranking Titan snapped back to reality, hastily waving his hands. No, no need. I'll handle it myself. Moments later, the last high-ranking Titan was also eliminated. In the entire battlefield of the void, only Yisheng was left standing alone. His white robe glowed, and at that moment, he held the gaze of countless people from the Naming province. Young one, come forth to meet me. Prepare to enter the Emperor's tomb. A majestic voice echoed across the battlefield of the void. Yisheng looked up and saw a hunched figure seated amidst the dark, cosmic expanse. Despite the figure's stooped posture, it emanated an overwhelming aura of power. This was a sage, the guardian deity of all humanity. The void battlefield gradually faded away, and even the blood fiend market was about to vanish into endless darkness. Yisheng murmured to himself, entering the Emperor's tomb? Anticipation welled up within him, as the treasure body and Tao fruit were crucial to his future path. If he could obtain them, he might easily reach the ultimate realm without relying on the nightmare ghost realm. Resolute, Yisheng stepped into the dark cosmos. As the Federation's grand exam concluded, Ghost Mountain City was abuzz with excitement. Everywhere, from streets to alleys, posters of Yisheng were on display, and his heroic image played repeatedly on skyscraper screens. Influential figures from the Naming province flocked to the city, keeping the city lord, Lan Tingsu, incredibly busy. However, none of this excitement mattered to Yisheng anymore. On the day the exam ended, he entered the Emperor's tomb under the guidance of the reincarnation sage. Yisheng found himself in a small world, where the sky glowed with a blood-red, glass-like hue. The ground was littered with bones, and ancient tombs stretched out in every direction. He crushed the bones underfoot and stopped before a crumbling stone tablet, faintly making out the words, Great Sun Divine Sect. Reincarnation. Yisheng was astounded to discover that so many ghost emperor powerhouses were buried here. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of presence could have laid them to rest in this place. The reincarnation sage had once mentioned that some emperor tombs contained the Tao fruit of an emperor. Yisheng closed his eyes, trying to sense the mysteries of the tomb before him. After a moment, Yisheng shook his head in disappointment. The tomb was empty, devoid of anything. With a slight frown, Yisheng pondered the whereabouts of the emperor's Tao fruit. Had it been taken by someone, or had it dissipated on its own? He couldn't tell. Shaking his head, he moved forward, treading lightly to another grave. The inscriptions on the stone tablet were clear, indicating that this emperor's fall was not in the distant past. Yisheng focused intently as he read, Eastern Martial Emperor, Jun Wushang. He activated his spiritual sense once more, and this time, his expression changed dramatically. Within his perception, a massive orb of light hovered at the center of the imperial tomb, containing a fragmented chain of divine laws. A thought struck Yisheng, recalling that the reincarnation sage had mentioned that the chain of divine laws was a power only the ghost emperor could wield. In other words, only by mastering a complete chain of divine laws could one ascend to the emperor realm. A complete chain of divine laws can make someone an emperor? Yisheng murmured to himself, the stats it provides must be extraordinarily high, likely exceeding 999,999. Otherwise, it couldn't enable someone to become an emperor. He nodded thoughtfully. This could be seen as a unique piece of equipment, exclusive to the Ghost Emperor. Yisheng focused his spiritual sense on the massive orb again, but couldn't help but shake his head in regret. The Emperor's Tao fruit within this tomb was incomplete, its chain of divine laws fragmented, similar to those within Su Xiao and the others. It seems not all Emperor's Tao fruits within this imperial mausoleum are complete. Yisheng mused to himself. I need to find one with an intact chain of divine laws. Just as he was about to look away, a figure in the distant wilderness caught his attention. Huh, someone's there? Yisheng exclaimed, his gaze sharp as lightning. It was a young woman, presumably a top scholar from another province. At this moment, she was merging with a giant orb of light. This orb was flawless, containing a complete chain of divine laws and entire emperor's Tao fruit. Yisheng was astonished, realizing the woman was incredibly fortunate. As Yisheng glanced over, the young woman instinctively turned her gaze toward him with equal caution. Their eyes met, and both immediately sensed the other's extraordinary nature. A flicker of surprise passed through Yisheng's eyes before he looked away. He understood that anyone who could become a provincial champion was no ordinary person. With so many imperial Tao fruits present, there was no need to provoke a conflict. Yisheng turned and continued his search. The woman, who was merging with a Tao fruit, breathed a sigh of relief. Battles between provincial champions were not something anyone wished to engage in unless absolutely necessary. Half a day later, Yisheng found himself standing before a tomb. Inside, there was a large orb of light, with intact chains of law, representing a complete imperial Tao fruit. However, Yisheng frowned. The tomb's owner was a calamity mage, an evolution of a necromancer, which was contrary to his path as a celestial master. Yisheng pondered deeply. The sage of reincarnation had once said that while merging with a Tao fruit could enhance one's power, it was more important to gain insight and comprehend one's own laws. For him, a celestial master, to draw inspiration from the laws of a calamity mage seemed entirely counterproductive. After careful consideration, Yisheng decisively abandoned the idea. He was well aware of the rules of the imperial tomb. Each person could only take one Tao fruit. Greed would inevitably lead to suppression. Shaking his head in resignation, Yisheng turned away. As he ventured deeper into the imperial tomb, an inexplicable feeling arose within Yisheng, as if something was calling out to him, guiding his way forward. This sensation grew stronger, and Yisheng decided to follow it. 3 days passed quickly. During this time, Yisheng occasionally encountered other provincial champions, but they all refrained from interfering with one another. With such a rare opportunity, no one wanted to waste it on unnecessary conflict. Gradually, the surroundings grew desolate, with fewer tombs in sight. Yisheng had lost track of his location, feeling only the increasingly strong pull of the summons. Another day passed, and he finally realized that the call was coming from his own celestial heart. His heart beat intensely, surrounded by countless mystical runes. Startled and uncertain, Yisheng quickened his pace deeper into the area. Half a day later, Yisheng stopped before an unremarkable mound of earth. Without the guidance of his celestial heart, he would have overlooked this spot entirely. Closing his eyes to sense it, he was immediately repelled, his face turning pale. What on earth was this? A light sphere as large as a planet, containing 10 complete chains of law. Even more astonishing was the presence of an imperial embryo within the depths of the light sphere, controlling those chains of law. Good heavens! What on earth had he stumbled upon? Yisheng was stunned. Though he didn't fully understand what lay before him, he realized he might have encountered something truly extraordinary. Within the massive sphere of light, 10 chains of divine laws moved like mighty dragons. Each chain possessed the power to elevate one to the status of an emperor. Yet, at this moment, all 10 were converging in one place, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Yisheng's eyes were fixed, and his heart trembled. At the center of the sphere, a pale, porcelain-like fetus was curled up, seemingly being nurtured. His heart of the Heavenly Master beat fiercely, resonating with the Tao fruit of the great emperor. In an instant, unimaginable information flooded his mind. The Hunyuan Tao fruit? Yisheng's pupils contracted as he realized the magnitude of the existence he had encountered. It was the essence left by a formidable Taoist master after falling, possessing 10 chains of divine laws, far surpassing any ordinary ghost emperor. Yisheng took a deep breath and shifted his focus to the imperial fetus at the center of the light sphere. This was an extremely rare innate imperial fetus, formed under stringent conditions and requiring the nurturing of a powerful great emperor's Tao fruit over countless eons. Crucially, it lacked intelligence, meaning that by merging a sliver of his soul into it, he could control this imperial fetus and possess a ghost emperor avatar. Faced with such an opportunity, Yisheng dared not hesitate. He swiftly withdrew his spiritual consciousness, his physical form sinking underground. Without delay, he stepped into the light sphere, beginning the fusion with the Hunyuan Tao fruit. The heart of the Heavenly Master resonated with the Tao fruit, making the fusion process relatively easy. The real challenge lay in splitting a fragment of his soul to control the innate imperial fetus. Yisheng gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain of soul splitting. It took him a full day and night to complete the division. A sliver of his soul quickly merged with the innate imperial fetus, and Yisheng let out a long breath, though his face was pale as paper. This severe injury would take time to heal, but to control the innate imperial fetus, it was all worthwhile. 2 months later, in the underground space, Yisheng sat cross-legged in the void, his white robe emitting a milky white glow. The Hunyuan Tao fruit had become one with him, constantly resonating with the heart of the Heavenly Master. The innate imperial fetus lay curled within the white light, bearing a 7-part resemblance to Yisheng. Suddenly, the infant opened its eyes, a purple aura swirling, accompanied by the laws of the Tao. The entire space trembled violently, the pressure of the imperial realm palpable. Yet, in just an instant, the infant closed its eyes again, fatigue etched on its small face. Yisheng opened his eyes and looked at the sleeping innate imperial fetus with a wry smile. Although their souls had merged, his soul was too weak to control the innate imperial fetus, which possessed the combat power of a ghost emperor. Each attempt to control it felt like trying to lift a mountain. I'm still too weak. If I could become stronger, If my soul's strength reached a certain level, maybe I could wield this innate imperial fetus and unleash the power of the imperial realm. Yisheng muttered to himself, realizing that the root of the problem was his own weakness. Yisheng stood up, taking a deep breath as he activated his breathing technique. The energy resonated with the heavens and the earth, causing the glow around him to reach a peak level, with a hint of black within the crimson light. He inhaled deeply, feeling the energy surge within him like a tidal wave. In an instant, the crimson glow was replaced by a deep, black light, as if he had transformed into a massive black hole, absorbing everything around him. The underground space trembled, radiating the aura of a supreme being. A slight smile appeared on Yisheng's lips, filled with joy. With the complete Hunyuan Dao fruit, he could now effortlessly enter the extreme realm, no longer constrained by the nightmare ghost realm. This trip to the Emperor's tomb had been incredibly rewarding. Not only had he acquired the Hunyuan Dao fruit, but he had also obtained an innate Emperor fetus with the power of a 9-turn ghost emperor. He glanced at the time, realizing he had been in this place for over 2 months. His thoughts drifted to Fengdu University, pondering whether Su Xingqian, Shangguan Jianyun, and others had been accepted. Shaking his head with a smile, he pushed aside these distractions, knowing that his priority was to leave this place and enter Fengdu University to enhance his skills. With a flick of his wrist, Yisheng took out the blood-colored crystal given by the Sage of Reincarnation. He crushed it without hesitation, and a spatial rift appeared before him. Stepping through it decisively, he vanished without a trace. A week later, Yisheng found himself aboard a massive ghost ship. The banks of the Yellow Springs River were adorned with blooming red spider lilies, as red as blood. Leaning against the railing, he closed his eyes, listening to the music. A female tour guide kindly reminded him to stay safe, and he thanked her with a smile, his handsome face making her blush slightly. After the tour group departed, Yisheng stood with his hands in his pockets, gazing out at the vast Yellow Springs River. He sighed softly, wondering when he would finally reach his destination. 3 days had passed since he boarded the ferry, but the Yellow Springs River seemed endless, and the ship moved at an excruciatingly slow pace. When will we finally get there? Yisheng thought, a hint of helplessness on his face. Lan Tingsu was overjoyed to hear about Yisheng's return, and quickly spread the news throughout the city. Eager to share the announcement, Lan Tingsu sparked a citywide excitement. On the day of Yisheng's return, countless citizens gathered on the city walls, eagerly awaiting his arrival. However, Yisheng, who disliked making a fuss, quietly entered the city and headed straight to the city lord's residence. Upon meeting Yisheng, Lan Tingsu was exceedingly obsequious. He recognized Yisheng's limitless potential and was eager to align himself with such a promising figure. After spending half a day together, Lan Tingsu personally escorted Yisheng out of the residence, accompanying him a considerable distance. With his acceptance letter in hand, Yisheng set off for the ghost realm of Fengdu. On the journey, he learned that Su Xingqian and Shangguan Jianyun had also been accepted into Fengdu University, which brought a smile to his face. Both families held grand celebrations for 3 days, filled with lively festivities. As Yisheng gazed at the Yellow Springs River, his mind was filled with thoughts. Tang Hongyi had once come to Ghost Mountain City to find him but left just before the registration deadline. Shangguan Ying, though not admitted to Fengdu University, was specially recruited by a prestigious military academy in the imperial capital. Other classmates, such as Jiang Hao and Han Liang, also pursued their own paths. Yisheng murmured to himself, "There will always be a day when we meet again." As everyone set out on their own journeys, life was entering a new chapter. His future would begin at Fengdu University, a starting point far ahead of the rest. A few days later, the swaying ferry finally arrived at its destination, the heart of the netherworld, Fengdu Ghost City. Yisheng stepped onto the dock, and the sight before him left him speechless. The Fengdu city port was grand and magnificent, bustling with ferries of all sizes and throngs of people. Tour guides loudly introduced this city, the second largest after the federal capital, making Yisheng feel like a country bumpkin visiting a grand palace for the first time. An hour later, Yisheng found himself in a quaint tavern full of rustic charm. The wooden structure, old-fashioned tables and chairs, and bustling waiters all exuded a strong retro vibe. He even saw a paper figure dining elegantly, nodding politely when it noticed his gaze. As Yisheng savored the signature dishes, he admired the strange and fascinating view outside through the window. Under the night sky, Fengdu Ghost City resembled a dreamlike city suspended in the air. Ancient buildings stood tall, lights twinkled brightly, and powerful figures rode ghostly beasts across the sky. Yellow paper-folded vehicles weaved through the air, and this unique cultural scene captivated Yisheng deeply. Just then, an elderly man accompanied by a young man approached, politely asking to share the table. Yisheng readily agreed. The elderly man enthusiastically struck up a conversation, asking if this was Yisheng's first visit to Fengdu City. Yisheng admitted it was indeed his first time, and that he was enthralled by the city's allure. The young man secretly mocked Yisheng as a bumpkin, while the elderly man warmly introduced the features of Fengdu City. At the neighboring table, diners were eagerly discussing the grand entrance of new students at Fengdu University. Yisheng perked up his ears, listening intently to the details of student selection and the reincarnation tower. Seeing Yisheng's interest, the elderly man elaborated on the selection process and its importance. He emphasized that being chosen by a mentor not only meant having someone to guide one's cultivation, but also gaining access to the mentor's resources and network. The diners chimed in, sharing astonishing stories about the backgrounds of Fengdu University mentors. These mentors not only had students spread throughout the federal high ranks, but also wielded vast resources and powerful networks. Yisheng listened intently, secretly planning his next steps. He knew that to establish himself at Fengdu University, he had to seize every opportunity. Hearing this, the diner with the surname Kai paused, glanced around at the others, and squinted as he said, "I don't need to say more, do I?" He cast a meaningful look at the crowd and continued, "Being noticed by such a mentor means more than just a student-mentor relationship. Once you step into the Federation, you can leverage the mentor's network. It's like having a senior brother who's a domain master. Wouldn't that make your path much smoother?" The surrounding diners listened with wide eyes and nodded in agreement. No wonder everyone was dying to get into Fengdu University. It was the only shot at changing their social class. The diner named Kai took a sip of tea and chuckled. "If you can't get chosen by a mentor, all these hidden resources are gone. You're left with just attending classes, and half your future prospects are cut." Yisheng listened, his eyes flickering. He thought to himself that being the top scholar of the Naming province, he shouldn't end up just taking classes, right? "Young friend? Young friend?" The old man waved a hand in front of Yisheng's eyes, seeing that he was lost in thought. Yisheng snapped back to reality, and the old man smiled and asked, "So, what do you think? Is Fengdu City interesting?" "It certainly is," Yisheng nodded. The old man laughed heartily and patted his grandson's shoulder beside him. "My grandson, Xiaoran, may not make it to Fengdu University, but he has no problem getting into the affiliated martial school. That's a privilege of being a Fengdu native." The young man looked proud and glanced at Yisheng with a hint of boasting. The affiliated martial school of Fengdu University often has students from the university teaching classes. Having them teach is better than some prestigious military academies. "Really? That's impressive," Yisheng complimented politely. Just then, the sound of a gong echoed through the night in Fengdu City. Many in the tavern turned to look outside, where a strange procession was moving slowly under the dim lights. In front, a small ghost was beating a gong to clear the way, followed by dozens of ghost officers, including some with the heads of a bull and a horse. Two of these creatures held iron chains, the other end of which was fastened to a burly man with disheveled hair. The man's chest was pierced by the chain, and though his breath was weak, he still caused the void to tremble with his terrifying aura as he passed. So strong. Yisheng squinted his eyes. This burly man's aura was like an abyss, several times stronger than a fourth-turn ghost sect realm cultivator. Yet, even such a powerful figure was captured by these ghost officers. Who knows where they were taking him? The old man sharing the table chuckled. "That burly man is a five-turn ghost king. He acted on his own in Fengdu City, turning an ancient building to dust and killing two ordinary people, which led to his being wanted. I didn't expect him to be caught so quickly." The old man spoke casually, as if such events were commonplace to him. Yisheng was secretly amazed. Fengdu City truly lived up to its reputation as the second largest city, after the imperial capital. A five-turn ghost king was apprehended just like that. In Ghost Mountain City, such a figure would be considered an ancestral figure. "Who is she?" Yisheng's gaze fell on the rear of the procession. A young woman sat in a blood-red sedan chair carried by ghosts who floated swiftly without touching the ground. "Hush! Quiet!" The old man changed color upon seeing this and made a shushing gesture, whispering, "She is a patrol officer of Fengdu City, also a five-turn ghost king. But she has another identity. She's a student at Fengdu University." "A student from Fengdu University serving as a patrol officer in Fengdu City?" Yisheng was puzzled. The old man explained, "That's very normal. These students help guard Fengdu City to earn credits. Moreover, the students of Fengdu University are extremely powerful. In the same realm, external cultivators can't match them. This burly ghost king seems formidable, right? But he probably couldn't withstand even one move from a Fengdu University student before being captured." The nearby diners also laughed. That burly ghost king was so arrogant yesterday, claiming no one could capture him. Yet today, he's pierced by chains and brought back. Looks like he's almost half dead. Huh. Let him be arrogant again. Yeah, doesn't he know where he is? This is Fengdu City. What is a five-turn ghost king here? Where are they heading? Yisheng watched the eerie procession moving in the dim night. The old man replied, "They must be going to the Soul Suppression Hall of Fengdu University. Since two lives were lost, this burly ghost king will likely be suppressed there for many years." The soul suppression hall is specifically for imprisoning powerful cultivators. Yi Sheng's eyes lit up. He was just worrying about not being able to find Fengdu University's location. If he could hitch a ride with this strange procession, he wouldn't have to search painstakingly. Hey, young friend, what are you doing? The old man became anxious as he saw Yi Sheng rise and fly toward the eerie procession. This was practically seeking death. The patrol officers of Fengdu City were not to be trifled with. But Yi Sheng moved swiftly, intercepting the entire eerie procession hidden. Who goes there? The little ghost beating the gong was startled by the sudden appearance and shouted harshly. Ghosts usually frighten people, but this time it was scared by a human. Once it realized what happened, it was furious. How dare this person block the patrol officer's procession? Did he want to spend a few days in the soul suppression hall? The burly ghost king with disheveled hair lifted his head, his crimson eyes sweeping over Yi Sheng, licking his chapped lips. Who goes there? At this moment, the young woman in the blood-red sedan chair was also alerted. She lifted the curtain to look outside, and the aura of a five-turn ghost king surged like tumultuous waves. Someone dared to block her sedan chair. In the tavern, the young man grinned mockingly, thinking to himself that this was truly a bumpkin, daring to block anyone's carriage. The old man shook his head, feeling helpless. This was a five-turn ghost king, a student of Fengdu University. How could he, an ordinary person, have any say? Is this guy crazy? The diners were also taken aback, crowding by the window to watch, curious about what this young man in sportswear intended to do. You've got a death wish, the ghostly officer snarled, glaring at Yi Sheng with a chilling aura. Yi Sheng remained calm, smiling as he said, I want to see the patrol envoy, his gaze fixed on the young woman in the blood-red sedan chair. The ghostly officer was about to scold him further, but the sedan chair floated forward. Yin Wushuang sat gracefully inside, her blood-red attire and abyss-like aura intimidating all around. Why do you want to see me? Yin Wushuang asked coolly. Yi Sheng replied nonchalantly, to hitch a ride. As he showed his admission letter to Fengdu University, Yin Wushuang raised an eyebrow, her sharp gaze softening. Junior, come sit in the sedan, she invited. Yi Sheng hesitated briefly before squeezing into the cramped space. Yin Wushuang remarked, people of the martial world are indeed carefree. This scene left the ghostly officers and the tavern patrons stunned. The elderly man sharing the table was bewildered, while the young man felt extremely awkward. The patrol envoy's team resumed their journey, vanishing swiftly like a phantom. Yi Sheng sat close to Yin Wushuang, feeling her body heat. In the realm of life and death on the first floor of the reincarnation tower, new students gathered around the monument of life and death. However, none from the Nanming province had a place. Su Xingqian gazed at the dark clouds and sighed. It would be great if the boss were here. Shangguan Jianyun frowned. This situation can't continue. Tang Hongyi smiled wryly. There's nothing we can do. We're not strong enough. The monument of life and death is crucial for skill integration, vital for future prospects. Yi Sheng's arrival might change the predicament faced by the Nanming province students. Fengdu University. Here I come. Shangguan Jianyun remarked. Viewing the life and death stele is a privilege only available to new students once upon entry. If you want to see it again, you'll need to spend credits. His tone carried a hint of regret as he looked at Su Xingqian and Tang Hongyi. He continued, earning credits is incredibly tough. It's driven many seniors crazy. This is a rare opportunity, and we're just going to let it slip by. Tang Hongyi shook her head helplessly. There are many life and death steles, but even more students from all over the provinces. With the top scholars from each province around, we don't stand a chance. Even if we want to compete, we can't win. A fervor flashed in Su Xingqian's eyes. If only our leader were here. He could take on 10 of those provincial top scholars by himself. He waved his fist, clearly still reeling from recent setbacks. Tang Hongyi gave a bitter smile. But we don't even know where Yi Sheng is right now. She sighed, glancing involuntarily at the four figures not far away: Su Shao, Luo Wuchang, Balan, and Han Shuixian. Following her gaze, Shangguan Jianyun couldn't help but express his own sentiment. Those four have given it their all. They fought fiercely for the life and death stele, even sustaining serious injuries. But the gap between almost peak and true peak strength is just too wide. Tang Hongyi nodded in agreement. Yes, especially since those provincial top scholars have all obtained complete Emperor Dao fruits, which give them near-peak strength. Su Xingqian seemed almost obsessed, repeating, if only our leader were here. Shangguan Jianyun looked at him, half amused, half exasperated. Are you obsessed? Why do you keep going on about Yi Sheng? He then looked towards the distant cluster of life and death steles with a resolute tone. Don't worry, he'll come eventually. And when he does, no one will push us around in the Nanming province. Tang Hongyi smiled sweetly. Yes, with him around, we'll be safe. Meanwhile, at the Fengdu University registration desk, Yi Sheng handed his acceptance letter to the staff. Once verified, he officially became a student of Fengdu University. He turned to Yin Wushuang beside him and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior. Without her guidance, he would have struggled to complete the registration process. Yin Wushuang, exuding a strong presence, was already in the 5th turn Ghost King realm as a sophomore. She chuckled. You're welcome, junior. Back at school, her authoritative air as a patrol officer faded, making her seem more like a friendly older sister. The registration officer glanced at them disapprovingly and said to Yisheng, you're late. If you weren't a provincial top scholar, I would have considered canceling your admission. Yin Wushuang wasn't surprised by his status and gave Yisheng a knowing wink. She reminded him, hurry to the reincarnation tower. The mentors are choosing their personal disciples, and if you're late, you'll be stuck with regular classes. Yisheng nodded in farewell and followed the staff. Arriving in front of the reincarnation tower, he was awestruck by its majestic and grand structure. According to the person in charge of registrations, the reincarnation tower is an artifact of unimaginable power. If Fengdu University were ever in danger, the reincarnation tower could subdue any enemy. Yisheng gazed at the reincarnation tower, its blood-red light illuminating countless spaces, and felt a deep sense of awe. What kind of existence could wield such a divine artifact? The profound heritage of Fengdu University was truly astonishing. As Yisheng stepped into the first level of the reincarnation tower, he found himself in the realm of life and death. The sky was dark and heavy with thick clouds, with beams of light occasionally shooting down onto black stone tablets scattered across the ground. Countless students sat among them, their auras strong, most of them peak-level experts. Yisheng pondered silently, realizing these must be the top scholars from various provinces, whose powers had greatly increased due to the Dao fruit of the Emperor's tomb. He frowned slightly, knowing that finding his companions from the Naming province amid the vast crowd would not be easy. Taking a deep breath, Yisheng decided to explore first. With a single step, his tracksuit turned to ashes, replaced by a white robe. His demeanor became suddenly steely, his aura transformed. Without further hesitation, Yisheng ventured deeper into the realm of life and death. In the realm of life and death, Yisheng soared through the sky, scanning the students gathered around the life and death monuments below, searching for the group from the Naming province. Occasionally, he paused to inquire, only to be met with wary or puzzled looks. With thousands of provinces in the Federation, it was not unusual for people to be strangers to one another. Ultimately, Yisheng decided to cease questioning and instead accelerated his search. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead as students from 2 provinces clashed over a life and death monument. Yisheng paused to observe and quickly understood the monument's incredible properties. It could develop skills, enhance proficiency, and even assist in creating fusion techniques. It functioned like a sophisticated computer, evaluating the feasibility of skill fusion and saving countless hours of trial and error. With the aid of the life and death monument, the difficulty of advancing from the overlimit level to the Titan level is reduced 1,000-fold. Truly worthy of Fengdu University. Yisheng marveled to himself. As he continued onward, Yisheng witnessed more scenes of conflict. The scarcity of life and death monuments meant that the strong often monopolized several, while the weak could only look on in frustration. Such is human nature. Where there are people, there will be strife. Suddenly, Yisheng's eyes lit up. In the distance, the group from Naming province was locked in fierce combat. Su Xiao, Luo Wuchang, Balin, and Han Shuixian were furiously attacking a top provincial scholar at the pinnacle of the beginner level. Although the scholar possessed a complete Emperor's Dao fruit, it did not align with his profession, significantly diminishing his combat effectiveness. In contrast, the 4 from Nanming fought with bloodshot eyes, risking everything. Having faced death once before, they were no longer afraid. In no time, they forced the top scholar to continuously cough up blood and retreat. Other students from Nanming were also engaged in intense battles. Su Xingqian, Shangguan Jianyun, Tang Hongyi, and others fought as if their lives depended on it. They knew that if they did not reclaim the life and death monument, the entire Naming province would be eliminated. This was about more than just pride. It was about their future. Are you crazy? The top scholar exclaimed in shock. Su Xiao sneered. Who are you calling crazy? Though he had fallen to the half-step pinnacle, his mental state had returned to normal. Luo Wuchang, carrying a black stone coffin, smirked. This life and death monument was ours to begin with. We're just taking back what's rightfully ours. Balin, standing atop a western dragon, thrust his spear with a brilliant spear glow. With your skills, I could have taken on 10 of you in the past. Rubbish. None of you are even at the pinnacle level, the provincial scholar retorted defiantly. Having just acquired the Emperor's Dao fruit and reaching the pinnacle, he did not realize the importance of choosing one that matched his profession. Now, it was too late for regrets, and he had no choice but to fight on. The final strength barely reached the peak of the initial stage. Baron laughed disdainfully. He recalled how, even with an incomplete Emperor's Dao fruit, He had reached the peak of the intermediate stage after breaking the seal, far surpassing this fool in front of him. He mocked, "You're just lucky. If you were in the Southern Ming Province's federal exam, you'd likely have been beaten to a pulp, with no chance of becoming the provincial champion." Baron was inwardly frustrated, feeling his fate was truly unfortunate. Not only did he encounter Su Xiao and his three companions, but also ran into an even more formidable adversary. The initial stage peak glanced disdainfully at the people from the Southern Ming Province and sneered, bragging, "Are you? You don't even have a single peak-level warrior. Yet you speak so arrogantly. Anyone can boast." The students from the Southern Ming Province also showed defiant expressions. Suddenly, thousands of them burst into laughter, mocking the other side as frogs in a well. They knew too well the brutality of the Southern Ming Province's federal exams. Anyone witnessing it firsthand would be terrified. 5 peak-level contenders clashing, how many provinces could compare? Not to mention the temporarily absent extreme-level strongman. Su Xiao stepped forward, his blue robe stained with blood, his right chest pierced, yet seemingly oblivious to the pain. He said in a deep voice, "Hand over the life and death steel." Luo Wuchang followed closely, his gaze sharp like a knife towards the initial stage peak. "Otherwise, the 4 of us will take you down." All the students from the Southern Ming Province advanced in unison, menacingly closing in on the opponent. At this moment, they demonstrated remarkable unity. The initial stage peak cursed, "Madmen, you're all madmen from the Southern Ming Province." He glared fiercely at Su Xiao and his group, knowing that if it came to a desperate fight, he might indeed be overpowered. However, the initial stage peak suddenly revealed a sinister smile and said, "Thinking you can take the life and death steel? You might be overestimating yourselves." At the peak of his initial stage, he sneered, determined not to give up the life and death steel. The Nanjing province needed it, and so did their own province. "Then the 4 of us will exchange for you." Su Xiao snorted, stepping forward. In this world of cultivation, resources are fiercely contested. The same principle applies at Fengdu University. Han Suixian, Balin, and Luo Wuchang also stepped forward, ready to join forces against the peak of the initial stage. Seeing this, other students from Nanjing province also stepped up to show their support. The peak stage cultivator remained calm, turning to look behind him with a cold smile. "They should be here." As soon as he finished speaking, thousands of people suddenly appeared in the void, exuding an imposing aura. Leading them was a young man in fiery red armor, radiating the aura of a high-stage peak cultivator. "Brother Jing, you've arrived." The peak stage cultivator's eyes lit up upon seeing the young man in red armor. Then he feigned a pitiful expression. "They're trying to take my life and death steel. You must stand up for me." The crowd from Nanjing province looked furious. Such shameless tactics were something they had never encountered before. "He's a high-stage peak cultivator," Su Xiao remarked, casting a glance at the young man in red armor and sighing. Despite his own lowered cultivation level, his sharp perception remained intact. The appearance of a high-stage peak meant their plan was likely to fail. "Let's retreat," Han Suixian said bitterly. Since arriving at Fengdu University, being bullied had become a common occurrence. Luo Wuchang and Balin exchanged glances, equally resigned. "Get lost." The young man in red armor hovered in the air, casting a cold gaze over the crowd from Nanjing province. He couldn't even be bothered to deal with a province that lacked peak-level cultivators. In the crowd, Shangguan Jianyun shook his head in despair, feeling utterly powerless. Meanwhile, Su Xingqian, as usual, gazed blankly at the sky, murmuring, "If only the leader were here." In a daze, Su Xingqian seemed to catch a glimpse of a familiar figure in a white robe striding through the distant sky. "Leader," he murmured, thinking it was merely a hallucination. But soon after, exclamations erupted around him. "It's the peak. It's Yi Peak. Am I seeing things? It's Yi Shang." Thousands of students from Nanjing province looked to the sky in disbelief, exclaiming in astonishment. Following the crowd's gaze, Shangguan Jianyun's expression turned ecstatic. The unique aura of that white-robed figure was unmistakable. It was Yi Shang. Tang Hongyi also looked on in disbelief, her eyes welling up with tears. Seeing him was like seeing a pillar of strength. Yi Peak. The girls from Nanjing province couldn't hold back their tears. Without a peak-level figure, they had been relentlessly bullied, struggling to even find a foothold. Despite their efforts, they had faced repeated failures. Now, seeing Yisheng was like a bullied child finally seeing their guardian. Yisheng walked through the air, a joyful expression on his face. He immediately spotted the excited Su Xingqian, the tearful Tang Hongyi, and Shangguan Jianyun smiling at him. Even some high-ranking figures he had met during the federal exams, and Su Zhao's group of 4, nodded in acknowledgement. The air fell silent as no one spoke. Eventually, Yisheng broke the silence with a light-hearted smile. "Everyone, long time no see." His laughter was easy and infectious, instantly easing the tension among the Nan'ing province crowd. Some of the girls could no longer hold back their emotions and burst into tears, catching Yisheng off guard with the sudden outpouring. Whoosh! 3 figures flew towards Yisheng: Su Xingqian, Shangguan Jianyun, and Tang Hongyi. The arrival of Yisheng undoubtedly lifted the spirits of everyone in the Naming province region. Yisheng walked in slowly, his gaze sharp as he scanned the crowd. On the other side, a young man in fiery red armor hovered indifferently in the air, a hint of disdain in his eyes. A peak-level beginner sneered at the sight. Take your reunion elsewhere. Don't be an eyesore here. This remark drew laughter from people of the 2 provinces. The faces of those from the Naming province changed dramatically, their eyes turning collectively towards Yisheng and his group. Yisheng furrowed his brow slightly, having a rough idea of what had transpired. Shangguan Jianyun sighed and briefly explained the situation, confirming Yisheng's suspicions. Unexpectedly, the performance of Su Xiao and the others made Yisheng see them in a new light. Luo Wuchang, with a black coffin on his back, stepped forward and said gravely, "The 4 of us can still fight. We can hold off one of them for you." Han Suixian and Balan also nodded solemnly. Su Xiao looked up at Yisheng, concerned, "Can you handle it? That young man in red armor is not only a high-level peak, but also possesses the complete Great Emperor's Dao fruit." Yisheng gave a calm smile. "I can handle it alone. You all take a rest?" The young man in red armor was infuriated by this. A bunch of ants. He began to channel his breathing technique, red and black light intertwining around him, with 70% of it black, just a step away from the extreme realm. The people of the Naming province looked tense. Yet, Yisheng stepped forward unhurriedly, not even bothering to use his breathing technique. "Boss!" Su Xingqian exclaimed, worried that Yisheng was underestimating his opponent. The young man in red armor shouted in anger, courting death. He threw a punch, causing the air to boil. Yisheng remained unruffled, casually responding with a palm strike. Despite its ordinary appearance, his hand was enveloped in pitch-black radiance akin to a black hole. Boom! With a single palm, he dissipated the opponent's punch and then struck the young man in red armor on the chest. The high-level peak was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone was stunned. Could a high-level peak be defeated so easily? The young man in red armor struggled back into the air. His chest armor caved in, blood trickling from his mouth. He looked at Yisheng in horror. "Extreme realm? You have reached the extreme realm?" Yisheng remained silent. Su Xiao and the others exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with both relief and a touch of bitterness. The young man in red armor gave Yisheng a long look before decisively retreating with his men. The beginner-level peak was left dumbfounded, unsure of what to do. Su Xiao cleared his throat. "Aren't you going to scram?" The beginner-level peak snapped back to reality, nodding repeatedly. "Yes, yes, yes, we're leaving." Right away. With that, he hastily led his people from his province away from the monument of life and death. The departure of people from the 2 major provinces sparked a wave of celebration among the students of the Naming province. Yisheng, dressed in a white robe, descended slowly to the ground, accompanied by Su Xingqian and 2 others. Thousands of students from Nanming greeted them with respect, including some high-ranking leaders and exceptionally gifted individuals. Yisheng nodded slightly, understanding that these elites would become the backbone of the Naming province in the future. Su Xiao and 3 others stepped forward to apologize, mentioning the conflict during the Federation's major exam. Yisheng smiled magnanimously, expressing his understanding. The 2 parties reconciled, significantly easing the atmosphere. Everyone gathered around the life and death monument to quietly cultivate. Yisheng and a few core figures sat in meditation nearby, engaging in casual conversation. Shangguan Jianyun curiously asked why Yisheng arrived last. Yisheng briefly mentioned the matter of the Emperor's tomb, stating only that he obtained the complete Great Emperor's Dao fruit, without mentioning the Hunyuan Dao fruit or the innate Emperor fetus. The conversation shifted to the upcoming selection of disciples, eliciting varied reactions. Su Xingqian naively thought that all mentors were the same, but was corrected by Balan and others. They explained in detail the differences in resources provided by mentors of varying levels, which greatly broadened Su Xingqian's perspective. Tang Hongyi suddenly suggested that there might be a possibility of a great emperor taking on disciples. This statement caused a momentary pause among the group, but they soon realized it made sense. After all, Yisheng's extraordinary talent could indeed attract the attention of a great emperor. Su Xiao joked, saying that if the ghost emperor were to take on disciples, the resources provided would be the most top-notch in the entire Federation. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.